A luxury car was parked at the entrance of the village, drawing the gaze of countless onlookers. Jiang Nuanyuan was unceremoniously thrown out of the vehicle, landing clumsily on the ground, her white dress now soiled with mud. Desperately, the young girl lifted her tear-streaked face, her delicate features marred by sorrow. "Why have you treated me this way?" Jiang Nuanyuan, despite being the biological daughter of the Jiang family. "Your malicious nature has led you to scheme against Miss Yenner. The Jiang family cannot tolerate you. You ought to return to your original home." The steward ordered her belongings to be discarded and departed in the luxury car, leaving her behind. Seated in the back, Jiang Yenner smirked at the sight of Jiang Nuanyuan's disgrace through the car window, her lips curling in satisfaction. What did it matter if she was the true daughter? She was the cherished jewel in the hearts of the Jiang family. What was blood relation compared to 20 years of companionship? Even if Jiang Nuanyuan had been reclaimed, she would still be the sole heiress of the Jiang family. Villagers surrounded Jiang Nuanyuan, pointing fingers and whispering, "Oh, isn't that the Jiang family's daughter? I heard she was reclaimed by her wealthy biological parents. I thought she had soared to greatness. Who would have guessed that just 3 months later, she was cast out? Huh, what a colossal joke. I've never seen anyone discarded by their biological parents before. I wonder what sordid deeds this girl has committed. I just heard from someone in the Jiang family that upon her return, she plotted against her sister and even tried to snatch her sister's fiancé. Truly despicable. No wonder she was sent back." Jiang Nuanyuan clenched her fists, her pale face betraying her anguish as tears streamed from her almond-shaped eyes. She had neither stolen anything nor betrayed Jiang Yenner, nor had she ever desired to seize Jiang Yenner's fiancé. Yet, no one believed her father, mother, and 2 brothers stood united with Jiang Yenner, branding Jiang Nuanyuan as a gold-digging vixen, driving her from their home back to the village. Jiang Nuanyuan had lived in a hellish existence, unloved by her parents, uncherished by her brothers, often subjected to their physical abuse. After finally being reclaimed by her biological parents, she had believed she had found a family at last. Yet, to her dismay, she discovered that no one loved her still. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have preferred to remain with her adoptive family. They had given her hope, only to abandon her cruelly, discarding her like worthless refuse. If they had no affection for her, why had they brought her back in the first place? Would the absence of hope have spared her such suffering? The light in Jiang Nuanyuan's eyes dimmed gradually, her heart aching as if a piece had been cruelly carved away. Her adoptive parents were engrossed in a game of mahjong, boasting to everyone about raising a golden phoenix, now sent to the capital to live as a young lady. "They'll make that wretched girl give me 100,000 a month, otherwise they'll cause a scene at the Jiang family. I dare her not to pay. We raised her with such care. Now that she has entered the wealthy circles, she must buy us luxury cars and villas. Otherwise, she's nothing but an ungrateful wretch." The villagers enviously chimed in. "I hear the Jiang family is quite wealthy in the capital. You two must be rewarded handsomely for raising their daughter. Even if the Jiang family doesn't pay, Jiang Nuanyuan cannot be ungrateful. Old Jiang, you truly are fortunate. If only my child were of such noble birth." The Jiang couple basked in the villagers' compliments, their faces glowing with greed and scheming. "We're all from the same village. Once that girl sends me money, he'll treat the entire village to a feast and hand out red envelopes." At that moment, a group of gossiping women entered, their faces alight with schadenfreude. "Hey, Jiang family, your golden phoenix is no longer reliable. She has just been cast out, her belongings thrown aside." The Jiang couple froze, unable to fathom the news. "What did you say?" Jiang Fan lunged forward, seizing the woman by the collar, his voice brimming with rage. "You madwoman, what nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Nuanyuan is the biological daughter of the Jiang family. How could they possibly cast her out? Their entire family depended on Jiang Nuanyuan for support. Without her, they would be left to suffer." The old woman rolled her eyes. "Why don't you go check at the village entrance? So many people witnessed it. Do you think I would deceive you?" The Jiang family, in front of so many, just discarded Nuanyuan without a shred of dignity. It seemed they had no intention of recognizing Jiang Nuanyuan at all. After all, they were a wealthy family from the capital. What did it matter if she was their biological daughter? Having been raised in the countryside for so many years, she was clearly unworthy, a source of shame. What affluent family would welcome back such a daughter? For the Jiang family, Jiang Nuanyuan's existence was a disgrace. They certainly would not extend kindness to a source of shame. Jiang Nuanyuan's adoptive parents rushed to the village entrance, only to find her and her belongings discarded beneath the tree. Their faces flushed with indignation, they charged at Jiang Nuanyuan, delivering a resounding slap. Smack! You worthless brat! Look at the trouble you've caused. I toiled to raise you, expecting you to have a good life, and yet you're utterly useless. If you had been obedient, the Jiang family wouldn't have cast you out. I'll video call the Jiang family, you must bow down and plead with them to take you back. Her adoptive parents attempted to contact the Jiang family, but their number had been blocked. All means of communication had been severed. They were resolute in their decision not to acknowledge Jiang Nuanyuan as their daughter. Her adoptive mother, infuriated, collapsed to the ground, wailing and throwing a fit. How did I end up raising such a burden? You had a chance at a wealthy life, yet you chose to make trouble. What were you thinking? Her nails dug into Jiang Nuanyuan's face, leaving a vivid red mark. Jiang Nuanyuan instinctively shrank her shoulders in fear. Mom, I didn't cause trouble. I was always obedient at the Jiang family. Before she could finish, her adoptive mother interrupted sharply. Bah, if you were truly obedient, how could you have been cast out? I've supported you all these years not for you to live off me for free. If the Jiang family disowns you, then marry the old bachelor from the neighboring village and repay me with a bride price. With that thought, her adoptive mother sprang to her feet. Everyone listen up. This wretched girl is the biological daughter of a wealthy family. Whoever marries her will gain a wealthy father-in-law. A bride price of 500,000, not a penny less. Regardless of your looks or age, whoever gathers the most money, I will personally deliver Jiang Nuanyuan to your bed. Jiang Nuanyuan looked at her in disbelief. Her adoptive mother intended to auction her off like merchandise. The men's gazes in the village lingered greedily on Jiang Nuanyuan. They seemed to be calculating whether spending 500,000 to marry her was a worthwhile investment. Fear glimmered in Jiang Nuanyuan's almond-shaped eyes as she instinctively protected her abdomen. She could not marry anyone, for she was already carrying a child. The child's father bore the surname Mo, but he was not Jiang Yenner's fiancé. He was the younger uncle of her own fiancé, infamous Mo Sanyi. He was the most formidable figure in the capital, a living embodiment of danger. Jiang Nuanyuan's pregnancy was the result of a carefully orchestrated plot. Fearing that Jiang Nuanyuan's return would jeopardize her own engagement, Jiang Yenner had drugged her at a banquet, aiming to ruin her reputation completely. Under the influence of the drug, Jiang Nuanyuan inadvertently stumbled into a private room, colliding with a man. In her muddled state, she only remembered the firmness of his embrace, infused with a refreshing, pleasant woodsy scent, and instinctively clung to his lean waist. What followed was a whirlwind of passion and entanglement. A month later, when Jiang Nuanyuan's period failed to arrive, she secretly purchased a pregnancy test, hiding it from the Jiang family. Upon seeing the 2 lines on the test, panic and fear enveloped her, causing her to retreat to her room and weep for hours. She was at a loss for what to do. She had no one to rely on, and she herself was merely a newly adult child. Jiang Nuanyuan knew who the child's father was, yet she dared not reach out to him. He was the powerful head of the Mo family, a figure exalted above all, while she was just a transparent shadow in the Jiang family. She understood her place. Even if she found him, she would only be worthy of being his clandestine lover. Jiang Nuanyuan had never considered using her child to enter the wealthy circles. She did not wish for her child to be born as a disgraceful, illegitimate child. Thus, she went to the hospital, seeking an opportunity to discreetly terminate the pregnancy. However, before she could attend her appointment, she was cast out by the Jiang family. You wretched girl, where have you hidden the money? I refuse to believe the Jiang family took you back without giving you anything. Back at her original home, Jiang Nuanyuan's adoptive parents rummaged through her belongings, emptying her suitcase onto the floor. They assumed that upon returning from the Jiang family, her biological parents would have showered her with gifts. Yet, as they searched through Jiang Nuanyuan's belongings, they found only tattered clothes and worn-out shoes, nothing of value. Sitting on the army cot with a vacant expression, Jiang Nuanyuan spoke softly. They gave me nothing. The foster mother expressed disbelief. How could that be possible? They haven't purchased you any clothing or jewelry, nor have they provided you with a house or a car. Jiang Nuanyuan lowered her gaze, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. They are afraid that if they buy me anything, Jiang Yin'er will feel hurt, so they simply let me wear her discarded clothes. No one had ever bought her anything. Not even a month ago, on her birthday, she received no gifts whatsoever. Jiang Yin'er hosted a lavish birthday gala, attended by nearly all the prominent figures in the capital. Family and friends showered her with blessings and thoughtfully prepared gifts. Jiang Nuan stood in the shadows, watching with envy. Everyone had forgotten that it was also her birthday that day. Every year, Jiang Yin'er received congratulations on her birthday. Yet Jiang Nuan had never once heard the words happy birthday directed towards her. Her foster mother cast a scornful glance her way, stating, "Yin'er is my biological daughter. How could she not be cherished? If I were the matriarch of the Jiang family, I would also wish to provide Yin'er with the very best. And as for you, a mere burden, having clothes to wear is already a blessing. Do you dare to be choosy?" Jiang Nuan had long since grown accustomed to her foster mother's taunts and insults. In the past, she struggled to understand why her parents favored her brother so lavishly while treating her with such coldness and cruelty. Now, the truth dawned upon her. Her parents had known all along that she was not their biological daughter. To ensure that their true daughter could live a good life, they had kept this secret for 19 years, patiently waiting for Jiang Nuan to grow up, intending to exploit her to extract money from the Jiang family. Unfortunately, the Jiang family had no interest in Jiang Nuan, leaving her foster parents' schemes in vain. Her foster mother answered a phone call, speaking as she stepped outside. "Clean up this mess and start cooking your father, and I will be back from playing mahjong for dinner." With a resounding bang, the iron gate was slammed shut. Jiang Nuan clutched her aching heart, tears gradually welling in her almond-shaped eyes. She had no time to weep. She needed to leave this home as quickly as possible. If she remained any longer, her foster parents would surely sell her to an old bachelor. With determination, Jiang Nuan wiped away her tears and sifted through the chaos to find her identification and other documents. From the crevice of her backpack, she discreetly retrieved a black card. All the money she possessed had been taken by her foster mother to play mahjong. Fortunately, this card had escaped their notice. Jiang Nuan silently vowed to spend only a small portion of the money on the card. Once she earned her own income in the future, she would repay Mr. Mo. She was utterly out of options. After gathering her belongings, just as she was about to leave the house, she heard footsteps approaching from outside. Startled, she quickly hid beneath the bed. A group of young men with bleached hair entered, their eyes scanning the room. "Jiang Daniu, didn't you say Jiang Nuan was back? Get her to drink with us. Well, wipe your gambling debts clean. How about that? She's a genuine heiress. Hey, I've never tasted the flavor of a rich girl in my life, and she's still a virgin, surely irresistible." The group exchanged lewd smiles, their gazes lascivious and depraved. Jiang Daniu stepped into the storage room and impatiently barked, "Jiang Nuan, Jiang Nuan, you little brat, come out right now. Is your sister hiding in the storage room? It's filled with junk, not even a place to step, and there are no windows. One might think it's a coffin room. Ha ha ha." Jiang Daniu scoffed. "She's not my real sister. My real sister is enjoying life in luxury. You lot can't see her. That girl probably doesn't know where she's gone. Maybe out shopping for my mom. Let's hit the internet first. She'll definitely be home by night. Then let's go online for now, and later we can have some fun with Nuan. Let her warm our beds. Ha ha ha." Jiang Nuan, hidden beneath the bed, covered her mouth, her eyes wide with fear and dread. Had she not hidden in time, being found by Jiang Daniu would have led to dire consequences. She had to escape quickly. Without taking any luggage, Jiang Nuan grabbed her identification and phone and dashed out of the house. Once she reached a safe distance, she dialed a string of numbers on her phone. At the most prestigious hospital in the capital, a doctor clad in a white coat inquired, "Sir, what seems to be the problem?" The elder of the Mo family groaned in pain. "I feel discomfort all over my body." Upon hearing his words, the room filled with doctors and specialists grew tense. After all, the identity of this individual was exceedingly esteemed. Everyone in the capital knew the Mo family. With a legacy spanning a century and currently led by the prodigious Mo Hanjin, a decisive figure in the business world, the Mo family had ascended to the pinnacle of wealth. Since Mo Hanjin took charge, the Mo family had topped the wealth rankings, firmly securing their position at the apex of the capital's social hierarchy. Under the intense scrutiny of the assembled doctors, the elder of the Mo family turned to the hurriedly arriving Mo Hanjin and solemnly remarked, I know my own body, there's no need for your persuasion. This is a terminal illness, only the prospect of grandchildren can cure me. Chapter 3. Ardamo sends someone to find Nuan Nuan. Just as Imo Hanjin was about to step into the hospital room, he found himself frozen in midair. Had he known that this was yet another of the old man's tactics to urge him into marriage and fatherhood, he would not have hurried to the hospital after receiving the call. With a look of helplessness in his eyes, Imo Hanjin said, If you have nothing urgent, I shall return to the company. I have a meeting later. Old Master Imo grasped his arm, refusing to let him leave. You promised me you'd marry and have children soon, so I could hold my grandchild. If you don't agree, I'll show you just how quickly this old body of mine can give up. Imo Hanjin. Who could have imagined that the venerable old Master Imo would turn out to be a mischievous old rascal? If outsiders were to witness this, they would surely burst into laughter. Pressing his fingers against his forehead, Imo Hanjin murmured, Could you not act a bit more mature? I don't care. The fortune teller said I would definitely hold my grandchild within a year. So you better get to work. Mo Hanjin replied expressionlessly, If you truly wish for it, you can hold your grandchild right now. Really? Where's my grandchild? Old Master Mo exclaimed, eagerly glancing around, even peering outside the room several times. Could it be that this rascal already has someone in his life, secretly hiding her and preparing to surprise him? As Old Master Mo's heart brimmed with anticipation, Imo Hanjin calmly called out, Grandfather, I am your grandchild. Does that suffice? Old Master Mo's face darkened, and in a fit of anger, he shoved him out. Go away. I don't have a grandchild as big as you, you little rascal. If you don't bring a wife home soon, I shall leave the family myself. Upon stepping out of the hospital room, an inexplicable figure flashed through Imo Hanjin's mind. He had always maintained a cold and aloof demeanor, avoiding the tedious soirees hosted by socialites and young masters. That time, however, he was coerced by Old Master Imo to attend. Initially, he intended to make a brief appearance and leave, but unexpectedly, a clumsy young girl stumbled in and fell right into his embrace. As he contemplated pushing her away, he looked down and was met with a pair of innocent, clear eyes that inexplicably softened his heart for a fleeting moment. Having maintained his integrity for 30 years, he never expected to bend his principles for a mere girl. Once was one thing, but he found himself becoming addicted, losing all self-control and restraint as he repeatedly bullied her, despite the panic and fear reflected in her eyes. The poor child cried until her eyes were red and her voice hoarse. Recalling that night, Imo Hanjin suddenly felt parched. He took a few deep breaths to suppress the unwarranted heat rising within him. His assistant hesitated, looking as if he wanted to speak. Mr. Imo, there is something I'm unsure whether I should tell you. Without pausing his stride, Imo Hanjin casually replied, Speak your mind. We just received news that Miss Jiang seems to have been expelled from the Jiang family. At this revelation, the tall figure of the man suddenly stiffened. Imo Hanjin turned around, his dark, piercing gaze directed at the assistant, exuding an overwhelming pressure. His voice was low and magnetic, laced with a chilling edge as he asked, Which Miss Jiang? Under the immense pressure, the assistant broke into a sweat, nervously stammering, It's Miss Jiang Nuan Nuan. Few in the elite circles were aware of Jiang Nuan Nuan's existence, as the Jiang family only acknowledged one Miss Jiang to the outside world, Jiang Yin'er. To protect Jiang Yin'er's reputation, even after returning to the Jiang family, Jiang Nuan Nuan had never made her status public. Her position within the Jiang family was merely that of a distant relative. However, the Imo family had its fingers in many pies. While the Jiang family may have succeeded in concealing this minor detail from others, they could not fool the Imo family. When was she expelled? The assistant felt a sense of foreboding. Imo Hanjin's voice seemed tinged with barely concealed anger. I heard it was yesterday when Jiang Yin'er, taking advantage of the family's absence, unilaterally decided to send her back. Mr. Imo, where are you going? A layer of frost descended upon Imo Hanjin's brow, his voice dripping with an unsettling coldness. Find her and bring her back today. Imo Hanjin held little more than a fleeting interest in Jiang Nuan Nuan, far from any genuine affection. His anger stemmed from a sense of provocation, as if a stranger had encroached upon his territory, a notion that the resolute Imo could simply not tolerate, since she had already become his woman. It was unacceptable for anyone else to bully her. If there was to be any bullying, it would be he who did it in the Jiang residence. The family had just returned from outside, only to learn of Jiang Nuan Nuan's departure. What's this? Jiang Nuan left, just like that? Jiang father exclaimed with displeasure. They raised her for 3 months, and she didn't even leave a word. Truly ungrateful, just like a wolf raised by outsiders. Jiang Yinner's eyes glistened with tears as she pitifully said, "My necklace went missing. I asked her about it, and perhaps she was upset and left without saying a word. Alas, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have asked her." Eldest brother scoffed, upset. "I think she is just guilty. She must have stolen your necklace. No matter, I'll buy you 10 better ones." Second brother patted Jiang Yinner's shoulder, comforting her. "Yinner, don't blame yourself. This is all Jiang Nuan's doing. She left without a word, clearly trying to make us chase after her. A classic case of wanting to trap us, truly crafty." Jiang Nuan was scheming and malicious, nowhere near Jiang Yinner's caliber. Upon hearing the news of Jiang Nuan's departure, Jiang Madam felt a sudden emptiness in her heart. After all, she was the child she had carried for 10 months. It was impossible not to feel heartbroken. Why was this child so thoughtless? Jiang Madam tentatively suggested, "Perhaps we should send the housekeeper to bring her back?" "Leave her be," Jiang father retorted coldly. "Let her throw her tantrums. In a few days, when no one pays her any attention, she'll come crawling back." Second brother chimed in, "She keeps threatening to run away." "It is utterly foolish. Dad is right. That girl will return on her own. She is so vain and materialistic. After being treated like a young lady in the Jiang family for 3 months, can she truly bear to let go of the Jiang family's wealth? If she weren't greedy, she wouldn't have stolen Yinner's necklace." Eldest brother remained relatively calm, saying little. However, the way he looked at Jiang Yinner was filled with tenderness and affection. "My sister, there is only one Jiang Yinner." Second brother agrees. "In this lifetime, there will only be one Yinner for me." Jiang Yinner felt deeply moved, throwing herself into the embrace of her 2 brothers. "Big brother, second brother, how wonderful it is to have you both." In a corner unseen by anyone, a flash of triumph flickered in Jiang Yinner's eyes. She was the most cherished daughter of the Jiang family. Did Jiang Nuan really think she could steal the love of her family? Not a chance. With a shy smile, Jiang Yinner said, "Dad, Mom, about my marriage to young Master Mo, rest assured. Only you shall marry into the Mo family. Jiang Nuan is too lowly. She'll end up marrying some working-class man." The last time young Master Mo visited their home, even old Master Mo himself came by. This clearly indicated how much the Mo family valued the union. "Yinner, rest easy. I will ensure you wed into the Mo family with great honor." Who is old Master Mo? He is a figure that sends chills down the spine of the entire capital. If he were to stamp his foot, the whole city would tremble. As the current head of the Mo family, his will is synonymous with that of the Mo family. Families like the Zhangs, while regarded as prominent, are nothing compared to the true elite like the Mo family. Yet, despite this, old Master Mo had personally visited the Jiang family. This was a testament to the Mo family's satisfaction with the match between young Master Mo and Yinner. They eagerly awaited Yinner to marry into the Mo family and become the most favored young mistress of the Mo clan. Chapter 4. The black card from M.R.Mo. At this moment, Jiang Nuan was in the hospital. After escaping from home, she called her most trusted teacher, only to learn that her teacher was now in the hospital. Upon hearing that her family intended to sell her off, her teacher immediately contacted former students to have Jiang Nuan brought to the city hospital. Rushing over, Jiang Nuan wore a worried expression. "Teacher, how is your health?" Upon seeing the frail figure in bed, tears immediately streamed down her face. She had only been gone for 3 months. How could her teacher have fallen ill? The teacher's complexion was sallow, her cheekbones protruding, yet upon seeing Jiang Nuan, her eyes sparkled with warmth. "Nuan, didn't you go to university in the capital? I heard you found your biological parents. Why are you back?" The teacher's voice remained as gentle and endearing as ever. Jiang Nuan grasped her teacher's hand, placing it against her cheek, feeling the familiar warmth that had always comforted her. Her adoptive parents had forbidden her from pursuing her studies. Had it not been for her teacher's insistence, Jiang Nuan would have been forced to drop out long ago. Many other girls, like her, faced discrimination against their education. Her teacher visited their homes one by one, even paying their tuition out of her own pocket. The teacher had provided them with the only warmth they had ever known. The adult Jiang Nuan trusted and depended on most was her teacher. Hearing the teacher's question, Jiang Nuan lowered her head, her eyes gradually filling with tears, resembling a kitten pricked by a thorn. The teacher, heart aching, gently stroked her face. "Did they treat you poorly?" Jiang Nuan blinked twice, and tears fell silently. She quickly turned away, wiping her tears, not wanting to worry her teacher. Those 3 months in the Jiang family were far from joyful. The Jiang family treated her with suspicion and wariness, fearing she might make demands of them or expose Jiang Yinner's false identity. On the surface, Jiang Yinner treats her as a beloved sister, but behind the scenes, she conspires with her friends to ruthlessly torment Jiang Nuan. They throw Jiang Nuan into the swimming pool, and as she struggles in the water, she chokes on a significant amount. When her father arrives, they deceitfully claim that she jumped in out of bravado. Moreover, a snake is hidden in Jiang Nuan's bed, causing her to flee in terror, only to be reprimanded by her second brother for being troublesome and disturbing the family's rest. However, there is no need for Teacher Wang to know about these matters. "Teacher, I no longer wish to return to my biological parents' home. I want to stay by your side and care for you in your old age. If you don't want to return to the Jiang family, then don't, but you cannot remain by my side." Jiang Nuan is bewildered and asks, "Why not?" Teacher Wang has dedicated her life to the field of education, remaining unmarried and childless, apart from her colleagues. The only company she has are the students she has taught. Why does Teacher Wang not allow her to stay and accompany her? Silly child. The teacher hopes you can go as far as possible, soaring like an eagle to the highest and farthest places. You should not sacrifice your future for anyone. Having finally gained admission to a university in the capital, you must not forfeit this opportunity. If tuition fees are a burden, the teacher will assist you. Cough, cough, cough. Teacher Wang appears somewhat fatigued, prompting Jiang Nuan to exit for the time being. From the words of Teacher Wang's former students, Jiang Nuan learns that Teacher Wang has developed a tumor that requires surgery for removal. Senior Sister Chen Rong states, "We inquired, and the local doctors lack confidence. Only the top hospital in the capital can perform this procedure." The person who just brought Jiang Nuan from the village is Senior Sister Chen Rong, a former student of Teacher Wang who now works in the capital. Will contact my colleagues to see if anyone has connections to transfer Teacher Wang to the best hospital. After making several calls, Chen Rong finds no one who can assist. With a sigh, she expresses regret. Teacher Wang's tumor cannot be delayed any longer. Since we cannot transfer her, we must have the surgery here. Jiang Nuan purses her lips and quietly asks, "Senior sister, how much is the surgery fee?" "It requires 500,000. Chen Rong comes from a poor family, having worked hard to gain admission to university and just recently found work in the capital. She has very few savings. As for Teacher Wang, she has never accepted gifts from students or parents, living solely on a meager salary, which she dedicates entirely to supporting her students. Raising this amount for the surgery seems nearly impossible." After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Nuan retrieves a black card from her pocket. "Senior sister, use this card." She is uncertain how much money is on the card, hoping it can cover part of the surgery fees. If it falls short, she will find a way to make up the difference. Upon seeing the black card in her hand, Chen Rong's eyes widen in astonishment. "Nuan, where did you get this black card?" "This is a globally accepted VIP black card, only available to those whose assets reach a certain level and have passed qualification verification." Chen Rong only learned of its existence from her boss, whose net worth is in the 12 digits and frequently appears in domestic news. Yet even he lacks the qualifications to possess a black card. The black card not only requires financial resources but also power and influence in the business world. Symbolizing the pinnacle of aristocratic status, Jiang Nuan's cheeks flush slightly as she instinctively tells ALIE.IT was given to me by the Jiang family. Chen Rong, having heard some of Jiang Nuan's background, does not question her words. "What is the password? I will take care of the payment." After Chen Rong leaves, Jiang Nuan breathes a sigh of relief, sitting on the hospital's metal chair, lost in thought. In truth, this is the card given to her by Amo Hanjin. During that night, Jiang Nuan was unaware of his identity. Later, when Amo Xiao came to discuss marriage with the Jiang family, they locked her in the back garden to prevent her from causing any disruption. As she leaned against the flower bed and fell asleep, she was awakened by a man's voice. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the handsome face of the man magnified before her. Jiang Nuan stared at him blankly for 2 seconds, recognizing his face and blushing in fright. She turned to flee. However, the man easily caught her by the collar, pulling her back effortlessly. "Where do you think you're running off to? Am I going to eat you?" The man stood tall and imposing, clad in a perfectly tailored black suit. accentuating his long, straight legs, radiating an air of inherent nobility. As if born to be a king, he still bore the familiar scent of wood, fresh and pleasant. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she felt there was a hint of mischief glimmering in his elongated eyes. As though he was in a good mood. Weren't you quite proactive last time? Why do you run away when you see me now? Feeling guilty? Jiang Wan's face turned as red as a ripe persimmon, her eyes shimmering with tears, unable to look up at him. The man extended a long finger holding a card, offering it to her. Take this card. The password is 6/8. Jiang Wan lowered her gaze, stubbornly replying, I don't want your money. That incident had merely been an accident. She did not wish to accept his money. If she did, what would she become? A wave of inexplicable grievance surged within Jiang Wan, leaving her both ashamed and sorrowful. Her almond-shaped eyes glistening with our Mo Hanjin flicked her forehead, asking, What are you daydreaming about? I injured you. This is for your medical expenses. From a distance, Mo Xiao's voice called out, Little uncle, where are you? Without further ado, Mo Hanjin shoved the card into the pocket of Jiang Wan's white dress. The man turned and swiftly disappeared from her view. It was only from the servants that Jiang Wan learned that besides Mo Xiao, there was another significant figure from the Mo family present, Mo Hanjin. Just after the black card was swiped at the hospital, Mo Hanjin received a notification on his phone. While in a meeting, he glanced at the screen, which displayed the payment address. Mo Hanjin's elongated eyes narrowed slightly, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his lips as, oh, the little one is hiding here. Chapter 5. Finding Wan seeing Chenrong return. Jiang Wan hurried over. Senior sister, how did it go? Is there enough money on the card? Chenrong nodded and returned the card to her. It's sufficient, don't worry. How could a black card not be enough? Jiang Wan was unaware of the significance of a black card. She only knew that the surgery fees had been paid, giving teacher Wang a chance for the operation. Although the hospital standards are limited and the doctors cannot guarantee the success of the surgery, this is still the best outcome. Having the opportunity for surgery is far better than waiting idly for death. That evening, Jiang Wan stood up obediently. Senior sister, you stay here. I will go buy dinner for teacher Wang. Go ahead, be careful on your way. As Jiang Wan prepared to head downstairs, she unconsciously paused in front of the gynecology department. Her small hand rested on her abdomen. The baby is still very small, and her belly remains flat, showing no signs. Yet Jiang Wan knows she must terminate the pregnancy before the baby grows, or the physical harm would be far greater. The doctor, noticing her lingering at the door, approached with curiosity. Young lady, what are you doing standing there? If you're feeling unwell, come in, and I will take a look. Jiang Wan, feeling like a stray cat caught by surprise, turned and fled. She dashed out of the hospital building, panting as she stopped in front of the flower bed. The thought of deliberately harming her own child brought tears to her eyes. Just moments ago, as she considered entering the ward, Jiang Wan even pondered whether she could keep the baby. But she cannot be so selfish. She cannot allow her child to be born without a father. Nor does she want her baby to become an illegitimate child of the Mo family. Most importantly, she knows she cannot raise him alone. If she cannot even support herself, how can she provide a good living environment for the baby? If she insists on giving birth to this child, it would be the greatest irresponsibility towards him. Rationality tells Jiang Wan that this child must not be kept under any circumstances. Yet her heart cannot help but feel sorrowed. I'm sorry, baby. When mommy is ready, I will come to take you home. Please wait for mommy. Okay. Jiang Wan wiped away her tears and was about to head out to buy dinner for teacher Wang when several luxury cars suddenly surrounded her. A sleek black Maybach opened its door, and a man in a tailored suit stepped out, striding towards her with long legs and a composed demeanor. Every move he made radiated elegance and nobility, a testament to his aristocratic heritage deeply ingrained in his upbringing. Jiang Wan did not expect to see Mo Hanjin here. Her bright almond eyes widened, and her small face went blank, almost doubting her own senses. Surely, the medical standards of this hospital cannot compare to those in the capital. Why is he here? Initially intending to pretend she did not see him, she was unexpectedly yanked back by her collar. As if she were a little chick, Mo Hanjin pulled her before him, his deep black eyes scrutinizing her as he asked in a low voice, What are you doing here? Jiang Wan bit her lip and replied softly, My teacher is ill. I came to the hospital to see her. Hearing that it was not her health that was at stake, Mo Hanjin subconsciously relaxed, even surprising himself. With his hands in his pockets, he leaned down, taking a keen interest in the little girl standing before him. When will you return to the capital? Jiang Nuan hung her head in silence. She feared she could not return. As long as she did, Jiang Yin'er would not spare her. The Jiang family had discarded her like trash. How could they wish for her return? Although Teacher Wang hoped for her to soar to greater heights, Jiang Nuan was acutely aware that she could not provoke Jiang Yin'er, so she planned to terminate the pregnancy and retake the college entrance examination next year. Then, report the university that is furthest from the capital. Far away from the Jiang family, Mo Hanjin slightly furrowed his brows, his deep, magnetic voice tinged with a hint of gravity. Why are you silent? Whenever Jiang Nuan approached him, she couldn't help but feel a wave of nervousness, akin to a primary school student facing a teacher's inspection for not having completed her homework. Perhaps it was her innocent nature that made her feel as though her thoughts were being laid bare before the mature and stern Mo Hanjin. Jiang Nuan chose not to respond to his earlier question, instead opting to change the subject. Mr. Mo, what brings you here? Mo Hanjin cast her a leisurely glance, deliberately trying to intimidate her. I saw you swipe your card, so I came to fetch you back. Jiang Nuan felt a tinge of embarrassment, blinking her watery eyes as a flush crept across her cheeks. I'm sorry, I truly cannot afford the medical expenses, so I temporarily used your money. Once I have the means, I promise to repay you the 500,000. Mo Hanjin was somewhat taken aback, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. Did you think I came here to ask you for money? As he spoke, Jiang Nuan timidly lifted her gaze, her dark eyes clear and innocent, reminiscent of a lost fawn in the woods. Isn't that so? If it weren't for money, why would Mo Hanjin come to this place to find her? It was then that he noticed her slightly reddened eyes, as if she had been crying. A subtle frown crossed his face, and the atmosphere around him grew icy. Has someone bullied you? Jiang Nuan's eyes flickered, and she shook her head guiltily. No, not at all. She didn't want to disclose her pregnancy to Mo Hanjin, as she had already decided to terminate the pregnancy. Revealing this to him would only complicate matters. However, Jiang Nuan had initially intended to use Mo Hanjin's card to cover the abortion costs. She hadn't anticipated that he would be able to see her transactions so clearly. That thought dissipated, and she resolved to find another way to cover the abortion expenses. Fearing that he might notice something amiss, she cautiously asked, Mr. Mo, may I leave now? Mo Hanjin's handsome face darkened instantly, his expression as grim as the bottom of a pot. His voice turned cold and biting as he asked, Do you wish to sever ties with me so readily? Jiang Nuan was startled by his gloomy gaze, her delicate face paling slightly as she spoke softly. I need to buy dinner for the teacher. If I take too long, the cafeteria will close. Mo Hanjin's mood shifted slightly from dark to light. Add my contact information. Without giving her a chance to refuse, he snatched her phone and assertively input his number. Just as he returned the phone to her, Jiang Nuan hurriedly slipped away. As if he were a fearsome beast, Mo Hanjin's expression oscillated between shades of anger and frustration, his mood plummeting to an all-time low. Unable to contain himself, he asked his assistant, Do I appear frightening? Otherwise, why would that girl run away at the sight of me? The assistant swallowed nervously, silently thinking, It's not your appearance that is frightening. It's your overwhelming aura. After all, you are a formidable figure in the business world, exuding a decisive air that would surely intimidate a young girl like Jiang Nuan. After a moment, the assistant tentatively remarked, Mr. Mo, I have a feeling that Miss Jiang seems to be hiding something from you. Mo Hanjin had already noticed. After all, her every thought was written across her face. Just moments ago, while speaking to him, her eyes darted around, her cheeks flushed like dawn, and even her delicate nose glistened with sweat. It was evident she was concealing a significant secret. Mo Hanjin coldly instructed, Find out what it is that she is hiding from me. Chapter 6. Mo discovers Nuan's pregnancy. Jiang Nuan thought she had successfully deceived Mo Hanjin. Little did she know, her feeble disguise was no match for the cunning fox before her. As soon as Jiang Nuan entered the hospital room, Chen Rong and Teacher Wang expressed their concern. Nuan, why does your complexion seem so pale? Have you been frightened? Jiang Nuan shook her head, claiming, No, perhaps it's just the cold wind. In the presence of someone as noble as Mr. Mo, she couldn't help but feel inferior, compounded by his formidable aura that left her feeling drained. Teacher Wang, expressing concern, said, Don't stay overnight. The hospital is cold. You should stay at senior sister Chanrong's place for a couple of days. Jiang Nuan stubbornly refused, insisting, Teacher, please let me stay. I wouldn't feel at ease otherwise. I wouldn't be able to sleep if I went home. After a while, a nurse entered. Teacher Wang, your surgical fees have been paid in full, and your surgery can be scheduled in a few days. Teacher Wang was taken aback, her spoon dropping into the porridge. Chenrong, Nuan, how did you manage to gather the surgery fees? That's 500,000. Please don't jeopardize your futures for me. You mustn't get involved with usury. Quickly, return the money. You both have bright futures ahead, and it's not worth straying from your paths for me. Upon hearing Teacher Wang's words, both Chenrong and Jiang Nuan felt an indescribable emotion welling up inside them. Teacher Wang had always been selflessly devoted, prioritizing her students' futures above all else, willing to sacrifice herself for their benefit. Alas, at my age, even after surgery, I might not gain many more years. It simply isn't worth it. Teacher Wang held onto the nurse's arm, saying, please refund the surgical fees to them. They are young and do not understand the dangers of usury. Jiang Nuan quickly stood up to stop Teacher Wang from refunding the money. It's not usury. This surgical fee was provided by my uncle. Uncle? Jiang Nuan bit her lip, speaking somewhat guiltily, while the Jiang family treats me poorly. One uncle has been very generous. He covered the surgery fees. Teacher Wang looked skeptical. Really? Nuan, please don't deceive me. Jiang Nuan steadied her grip on her arm, assuring her, I'm not lying. Everything I said is true. Technically, calling Mo Hanjin my uncle is appropriate, as I am of the same generation as Jiang Yener, who is engaged to Mo Hanjin's nephew. I'm not lying. It really was my uncle who provided the medical expenses. He is wealthy and kind-hearted, treating me very well. Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang finally felt reassured. Once I recover and leave the hospital, I will return to school as soon as possible to repay your uncle. Although he isn't lacking in funds, we must express our gratitude and not take advantage of his generosity. Jiang Nuan smiled sweetly, obediently responding with a soft, yes. Everything she said was overheard by Mo Hanjin. He often heard the term uncle, but somehow it sounded amusing coming from her lips. Keep a close watch on her. Inform me immediately of any developments. That day, Jiang Nuan had just returned from buying food when she received a phone call. It was from a hospital in the capital. Jiang Nuan, you scheduled a termination procedure for this afternoon. Why haven't you checked in yet? Upon hearing the term termination, Jiang Nuan's heart tightened involuntarily. Realizing that she did not plan to return to the capital, she apologized. I'm sorry. I won't be going for the procedure. Are you certain you don't want to go through with it? Waiting until the child grows larger to consider termination will cause even greater harm to your body. Jiang Nuan pressed her lips together, responding, I'm heading back to my hometown. I plan to have the procedure done at a local hospital. Very well, but I must remind you, termination is not a trivial matter. Do not go to any unlicensed clinics. You must find a reputable hospital. I understand. Thank you. After hanging up, Jiang Nuan's previously bright mood was once again shrouded in darkness. The time she had left with her baby was likely limited. After undergoing the procedure, she would have no further ties to either the Jiang family or the Mo family in the capital. As Jiang Nuan's figure entered the hospital, unbeknownst to her, someone behind her had overheard everything she said. That person immediately contacted Mo Hanjin's assistant. Assistant Zhang, I heard Miss Zhang say she wants to schedule an abortion. What? Assistant Zhang nearly dropped his phone upon hearing this news. He couldn't have heard wrong. Could he? Miss Zhang is pregnant, and she intends to terminate the pregnancy? This news must be immediately relayed to Mo Hanjin was in the midst of an important video conference when Assistant Zhang paced anxiously outside, torn between whether to interrupt. What if he disrupted a crucial international business meeting and angered Mr. Mo? Just then, he recalled the old master of the Mo family's fervent desire for grandchildren. This was a matter of great significance regarding the heir to the Mo family. If Miss Zhang was indeed carrying Mr. Mo's child, he would no longer face pressure from the old master to produce an heir. This was M's only bloodline. Should Miss Zhang proceed with the termination, the old master would surely be furious. Assistant Zhang's mind raced, and without further thought, he pushed the door open and entered. Mo Hanjin's expression darkened. Why did you come in? Assistant Zhang, flustered, stammered. Mr. Mo, you have a child. Mo Hanjin frowned, confusion evident in his eyes. Was he losing his mind due to the recent work pressure? How else could he spout such nonsense in broad daylight? After gathering his thoughts, Assistant Zhang rephrased his statement. Mr. Mo, Miss Zhang is pregnant, and she intends to terminate the child. This time, Imo Hanjin finally reacted. His dark pupils constricted sharply, his heart racing violently at the revelation, his breath quickening. Upon hearing the latter part of the statement, Imo Hanjin's expression shifted dramatically. He didn't even bother to remove his gold-rimmed glasses before rushing straight to the hospital. He arrived just in time to see Jiang Nuan standing outside the gynecology operating room. His complexion turned a ghastly shade of gray as he bellowed. Jiang Nuan. Standing at the entrance of the operating room, Jiang Nuan was queuing when she suddenly heard the furious voice of a man behind her. The voice struck a familiar chord within her. However, at that moment, the doctor called her name, and without turning back, she proceeded toward the operating room. Just as she was about to step inside, a strong grip seized her wrist, as if the individual intended to crush her delicate arm. When she looked up, she was met with the man's furious gaze, the anger behind his golden-rimmed glasses ready to erupt. Instinctively, she called out "Uncle." His expression was chillingly cold, his eyes dark and filled with malice as he ground out, "Are you planning to abort my child?" Chapter 7. President and Nuan obtain a marriage certificate. Jiang Nuan could not meet his gaze, lowering her head with faltering confidence. Her silence only served to stoke fury further. "Very well, this girl seems quite capable. She appears docile and obedient, yet dares to commit such a brazen act." The eyes of those around them turned in their direction. With status, it was inappropriate to attract too much attention. Thus, he hoisted Jiang Nuan into his arms and carried her to a secluded corner before setting her down. Jiang Nuan's face flushed crimson, and as her feet touched the ground, she instinctively attempted to flee. Thinking of escaping, positioned himself against the wall, trapping her between his chest and the barrier, his towering figure enveloping her entirely. She felt like a little rabbit ensnared in a trap, with no avenue of escape. Leaning against his chest, memories of the man's domineering nature flooded her mind, igniting a blend of anxiety and fear within her, her heart racing like a drum. "Why you need to move aside." Her voice was soft and sweet, akin to a kitten playfully swatting its tiny paws, devoid of any intimidation, grasped her delicate chin, compelling her to raise her head. His gaze was profound, and in a low, resonant tone, he inquired, "Answer my question. Were you indeed intending to terminate my child?" Forced to meet his gaze, Jiang Nuan's large, dark eyes were filled with trepidation and evasion, glistening with unshed tears that hinted at her grievance. "It's not your child." Tightened his grip on her chin, leaving an imprint on her fair skin. His dangerously intense gaze bore down on her. "If it isn't mine, whose could it possibly be?" Jiang Nuan's lips parted and closed, struggling to articulate a response. According to the cliches of television dramas, after she uttered those words, shouldn't the president erupt in rage and cast her aside? Why did he not seem to doubt her at all? Did he truly believe that the baby within her was undoubtedly his? Seemed to read her thoughts, his godlike visage drawing closer, an aura of mischief in his eyes. His tone laced with danger. "You ought to know the consequences of placing a green hat on me. I advise you to think carefully before speaking." Jiang Nuan swallowed hard in fear. How could she have forgotten that the infamous president was rumored to be a bloodthirsty tyrant? If she dared to provoke him, she might not even make it out of the hospital today. After a brief moment of hesitation, she reluctantly confessed, "I've only been with you. The baby is yours." Her cheeks bloomed with a rosy hue, her shy almond eyes fluttering, her voice dwindling to a whisper, almost indistinguishable. The fire of anger within subsided slightly, yet he remained a formidable presence before her, akin to an insurmountable mountain. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "Why would you wish to terminate my child?" Did she not realize the advantages of carrying the family's lineage? If it were any other woman, she would have leveraged her pregnancy to secure her place in the family, charming the elder for legitimacy, for luxury vehicles and grand estates. Yet here she was, wishing to conceal the child from him. He was at a loss as to whether to deem her foolish or innocent, disregarding the immense benefits that lay before her. Jiang Nuan's voice fell to a whisper, on the brink of tears. "I don't want my baby to become an illegitimate child of a wealthy family." During her 3 months back at the Jiang family, her status was shameful. Whenever guests arrived, she had to hide away to avoid bringing disgrace to the family. It was akin to being an illegitimate child herself. Any young master or miss could easily trample her underfoot, tormenting her like an ant. Jiang Nuan wished for her baby to never endure such a fate, fixed his unwavering gaze upon her, his expression inscrutable. After a moment, he appeared to reach a decision. Speaking with uncharacteristic calmness, if we obtain a marriage certificate, the child won't have to bear the stigma of being an illegitimate child. Jiang Nuan's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze fixed on him. What are you saying? How could someone of his esteemed stature possibly consider marrying her? Even the young master of the family looked down upon her, the uncherished daughter from the countryside. How could the head of the family be willing to marry her? Surely, she must have misheard, anticipated her joy, yet it did not materialize on Jiang Nuan's face. Any socialite in the capital would have been ecstatic to hear such words from President, perhaps even fainting from sheer delight. Yet Jiang Nuan's reaction was remarkably subdued. She tugged at her lips, her self-esteem crumbling as she lowered her gaze, unable to look at him. Please, don't joke. For reasons unknown, seeing the self-doubt and sorrow in her eyes made his heart feel heavy. What kind of indignities had she suffered in the Jiang family to render her so cautious? Once made a decision, it was immutable, towering before Jiang Nuan. His deep, penetrating gaze reflected her image as he declared resolutely, "You wish to spare your child from being an illegitimate offspring. Likewise, I do not wish for my child to be cast aside. Thus, whether you like it or not, from this day forth, you shall be known as Mrs. the wife of the president of group." Grasped Jiang Nuan's small hand, leading her away with determination. Jiang Nuan was still processing his previous words, momentarily dazed. She struggled against his hold but found it impossible to break free. "Where are you taking me?" "To get the marriage certificate, of course." Jiang Nuan's pupils dilated, her mouth agape in shock at the news, swiftly ushered her into a Maybach and sped toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. Photographers raised their cameras in front of them. "Newlyweds, come closer. You two seem rather unfamiliar with each other. You're married now. Relax a little, groom. Embrace your bride." That extended his arm, wrapping it around Jiang Nuan. His large, calloused hand radiated warmth, imprinting on her skin, sending her heart racing and her cheeks flushing with shyness. "Great. 3, 2, 1. Their wedding photograph was captured on their marriage certificate, the outcome breathtaking. The man stood tall and handsome, exuding an air of cold nobility, akin to an unattainable celestial being. Beside him, the petite and exquisite girl, her doe-like eyes brimming with bashfulness, revealed a hint of a dimpled smile in every regard. They appeared to be a match made in heaven. Before Jiang Nuan could examine the red booklet in her hands, snatched it away. "This certificate is only useful in the event of a divorce. I shall keep it for now." Confiscated the marriage certificate to prevent the girl from attempting to flee again. Having married him, she would never escape in this lifetime. "Uncle, you"'s thin lips curved into a smile. "What did you just call me?" Realizing her mistake, Jiang Nuan felt a flush of embarrassment. To avoid having her teacher forfeit the processing fee, she had repeatedly referred to his uncle in front of her teacher. After saying it so many times, it had slipped out so easily. Stammering, her cheeks aflame, she shyly glanced at him and sweetly uttered, "Husband." Raised an eyebrow, surprised. He had merely reminded the silly girl that they were now legal spouses, and she could no longer refer to him as uncle. Who would have guessed she would misunderstand? Regardless, a misunderstanding was still a misunderstanding. The title sounded rather pleasant. Chapter 8. The suit-clad tyrant, president, after obtaining their marriage certificate, insisted that Jiang Nuan return with him to the capital. "You cannot care for the child alone. You must come back with me. I will ensure you have dedicated support." The family placed immense importance on heirs, and they would not allow Jiang Nuan to carry the family's child while living independently. If any ill-intentioned individuals were to learn of this news, she would be unable to protect herself, let alone the child in her womb. As Jiang Nuan contemplated her time with the Jiang family, uncertainty clouded her features. She had initially believed she would never have to return to the capital. Yet, unexpectedly, just days after her departure, she was being summoned back. What would happen when she encountered the Jiang family again? Noticing her hesitation, revealed his trump card. "Your teacher requires surgery. The medical facilities here are subpar. She can only receive better treatment if she is transferred to the capital." Indeed, upon hearing about her teacher, Jiang Nuan's eyes sparkled with hope. "Are you willing to help transfer Teacher Wang?" Casually tapped his fingers, saying, "As long as you agree to return to the capital with me." I promise to provide your teacher with the finest medical resources." Unable to contain her excitement, Jiang Nuan clapped her hands and beamed. That would be wonderful. She and her senior lacked the connections in the capital to facilitate Teacher Wang's transfer. If we're to assist, she had no doubt that Teacher Wang would secure a place in the best hospital, with the most skilled doctors at her service. The family's power and status rendered what would be an insurmountable challenge for ordinary individuals a trivial matter for them. Had never before witnessed such a radiant smile on Jiang Nuanyuan's face. The young girl's laughter curved her almond-shaped eyes into crescent moons, and the dimples on her cheeks seemed to brim with honey. Both sweet and intoxicating. S elongated eyes gazed at her, his expression involuntarily deepening. "Will you partake in this transaction?" Jiang Nuanyuan nodded without hesitation. "Yes, I will return with you." Although she felt a surge of trepidation at the thought of encountering the Jiang family, the life of Teacher Wang far outweighed her fears. The mere thought of her teacher regaining health filled Jiang Nuanyuan with such joy that she felt like leaping with delight. In her excitement, she stood up, only to forget that she was in a car. Thud. She accidentally bumped her head. Cupping her head, she crouched down. At that moment, the luxurious vehicle traversed a bumpy stretch of road. Jiang Nuanyuan leaned to the side. Ant's gaze sharpened. He swiftly reached out to steady her arm. As a result, she found herself directly in his embrace, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, seated on the firm length of his leg. Her dewy almond eyes widened in surprise, her rosy lips slightly parted, and she stared at him without blinking. It was the first time she had seen wearing glasses. The man's sharp, narrow eyes were partially concealed behind gold-rimmed lenses, diminishing some of his intimidating coldness while adding an air of refined restraint. Yet, Jiang Nuanyuan knew he was anything but refined or restrained. He was an unabashed gentleman in a suit, akin to a ravenous wolf. After her previous encounter with him, she had suffered for several days, her gait awkward, nearly giving her family cause for suspicion. Lost in her thoughts, Jiang Nuanyuan remained unaware that was also studying her. He still vividly remembered how slender and delicate her waist was, easily enveloped by just one of his hands. The image of her tearful pleas tugged at his throat, causing his breath to quicken. His gaze darkened, flickering with embers of desire. "Not going to get down." His voice was a low, gravelly murmur, as if shaped by sandpaper. Jiang Nuanyuan was foolishly fixated on his Adam's apple when she suddenly sensed an undercurrent of danger. Her cheeks flushed with heat, and she promptly dismounted from. Sitting on the opposite side of the back seat, she lowered the window to let the cool breeze dissipate the warmth on her face. Once her temperature slightly abated, she stole a glance at his profile. The man removed his gold-rimmed glasses, his long fingers adjusting his tie. He commanded in a low tone, "Turn on the air conditioning." The driver complied. Activating the cool air, Jiang Nuanyuan's heart raced inexplicably, beating wildly, and her lips involuntarily curled upwards. In truth, was not as fearsome as rumored. To provide her with a sense of security, he had straightforwardly taken her to register their marriage. Ordinary men would find such gestures challenging. How much more for a man of his stature, a titan of wealth? His actions demonstrated a profound sense of responsibility and commitment. Jiang Nuanyuan felt he was simply breathtaking. Upon returning to the hospital, Jiang Nuanyuan relayed the news about the transfer to Teacher Wang and senior sister Chenrong. Teacher Wang exclaimed in surprise. "Nuanyuan, was this arranged by your uncle?" Jiang Nuanyuan scratched her cheek, feeling a twinge of guilt as she nodded. Although her uncle had now ascended to the status of husband, nevertheless, it seemed unnecessary to burden Teacher Wang with this detail at present. Would it trouble him too much? Perhaps it was better left unsaid. Jiang Nuanyuan understood that Teacher Wang did not wish for her to owe too many favors because of her. Yet, when it came to matters of health, what did favors matter? Jiang Nuanyuan slung Teacher Wang's bag over her shoulder and assisted her in rising from the bed. "Teacher, please refrain from overthinking. The hospital's vehicle is already waiting outside. I will help you out." Upon reaching the exterior, the sight of the car emblazoned with the hospital's insignia astonished both Teacher Wang and Chenrong. The best hospital in the capital had personally sent a vehicle for them. What an impressive display. Just who was Jiang Nuanyuan's uncle? Before boarding, Teacher Wang grasped Jiang Nuanyuan's hand. Speaking earnestly, "Nuanyuan, though your family may not treat you well, fortunately, you have an uncle who cares for and loves you. I am truly happy for you. You are a good child, and in the future, many more will cherish you. Do not forget to thank your uncle on my behalf." My life was saved thanks to you all. Jiang Nuanyuan felt a pang in her nose, nearly brought to tears. Teacher, rest assured, I will heed your words and strive to reach greater heights. Chun Rong supported Teacher Wang as they boarded the hospital vehicle. As for Jiang Nuanyuan, she naturally accompanied back to the capital. Along the way, she tugged at sleeve, and when he turned to her, she bashfully said, Mr. Mo, once I am capable, I will definitely repay you the 500,000. She almost let slip the word husband. But feeling shy, she instead opted for Mr. Mo. Her formal address caused to furrow his brow slightly. Mr. Mo? Was he that old? Replied coolly, no need to repay. That card was merely compensation from me to you. Gifts given cannot be retracted. Moreover, the deducted expenses amounted to not 500,000, but 450,000. Jiang Nuanyuan was taken aback. 450,000? It quickly dawned on her that senior sister Chun Rong had likely contributed 5,000 of her own. Recently graduated, starting anew in a bustling city was no easy feat, and that 5,000 must have been painstakingly saved. Without hesitation, she had given it all for teacher Wang's treatment. Jiang Nuanyuan produced the black card. Presenting it to, her eyes sparkled like stars as she sincerely said, Mr. Mo, thank you for arranging the surgery for the teacher. I no longer need this card, so I will return it to you. Chapter 9. Mr. takes Nuanyuan home did not take Jiang Nuanyuan directly to the old residence upon their return to the capital, but instead brought her to his regular villa. You will reside here for the time being. Given the news of Jiang Nuanyuan's pregnancy, dared not reveal it to the elder Mr. just yet, fearing a potentially adverse reaction due to overwhelming excitement. He intended to proceed gradually, waiting until the pregnancy stabilized before revealing such a delightful surprise. This is your room. I had it arranged temporarily. It may be somewhat modest, but we can add to it as needed. Jiang Nuanyuan opened the door, disbelief etched on her face as she surveyed the room. The walls were painted a soft pink, and a brand new white princess bed adorned the center. Against the wall stood an exquisite vanity cabinet. Beside the cabinet was a glass sliding door leading to a spacious, well-lit dressing room. At that moment, the dressing room was filled with designer clothing, shoes, bags, and an array of jewelry and accessories. Perhaps due to the time constraints, these gifts had yet to be unwrapped, still nestled in their packaging. Jiang Nuanyuan gaped at it all, breathless. Such a large room, is it truly mine? Replied nonchalantly, yes, the items are not yet complete. More will be delivered later. Not yet complete. Just how much had Mr. prepared for her? In that instant, Jiang Nuanyuan felt as if her heartstrings had been gently tugged. A rush of bittersweet emotion swelling within her. It wasn't merely the opulence of the room that moved her, but the realization that she finally had her own space, and no longer would she be cramped in a stifling storage area. She now had a warm, spacious bed where she would no longer need to curl up to sleep. Such ordinary yet profound happiness was something she had only just attained at the age of 20. Unable to resist, Jiang Nuanyuan walked over and lay down on the soft bed, sprawling her body wide. Not at all worried about falling off the edge, the bed was so soft, so warm, and carried a faint aroma of incense. Jiang Nuanyuan's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with brightness, her delicate face radiating sheer happiness. She found everything in the room to be a source of wonder, touching this and that, akin to a little squirrel that has suddenly stumbled upon a treasure trove of nuts. The satisfaction was overwhelming. Mo Hanjin had not anticipated that such ordinary items would bring Jiang Nuanyuan such joy. He resolved to arrange for more items to be sent, filling the room to the brim. With a slight smile, he remarked, my bedroom is right next door. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Mo Hanjin stepped into the adjacent room, leaving Jiang Nuanyuan to herself. After exploring the space, she returned to the bed. Embracing the fluffy blanket that felt like a cloud, tears streaming down her cheeks, it turned out that when one experiences profound happiness, tears may flow unbidden. Jiang Nuanyuan's once empty heart had never felt so filled with warmth as it did at that moment. For the first time, she savored the sensation of being loved, a feeling that was utterly delightful and almost addictive. Though she understood that Mo Hanjin's gestures were not solely for her, but also for the child growing within her. She felt immense gratitude towards him. After dozing off for a short while, Jiang Nuanyuan was awakened by the sudden buzz of her phone. Upon glancing at the screen, she was met with a barrage of scathing messages. You little brat, think you've grown wings and can run away? Where have you hidden yourself? Hurry back. I've found you a suitable husband, old Lu from our village, who has offered a bride price of 500,000. Come back and get married, or if I catch you, I will break your legs. Since leaving her home, Jiang Nuanyuan had blocked all contact from her family. She hadn't anticipated that her adoptive parents would resort to using someone else's phone to hurl insults at her. Old Lu had made it clear that he only wanted a virgin. If she dared to fool around with men and tarnish her reputation, she would face dire consequences from her father. Don't think you can escape without repercussions. If you don't return after seeing this message, we will report you to the authorities. Staring blankly at the messages, tears involuntarily fell from Jiang Nuanyuan's eyes. Just as she had begun to feel a glimmer of warmth, she was pierced by these venomous words. Old Lu was nearly 50, his last wife having nearly been killed by his abuse, barely managing to escape their marriage. Yet now, her adoptive parents were willing to sell her to an abusive old man for a bride price of 580,000. Mo Hanjin emerged from the room, announcing, "Let us have a meal, then I'll take you for a checkup at the hospital." Upon noticing the tear stains on Jiang Nuanyuan's face, he stepped closer, concern etched on his features. "What's wrong?" He glanced down, catching sight of the reprehensible messages on her screen. His brow furrowed deeply, a flash of cold light flickering in his eyes as he swiftly took the phone from her hands. "You are pregnant. Do not expose yourself to such distressing filth. I will get you a new phone with the new number. No one will disturb you again." Chapter 10. Mr. Mo's jealousy. Mo Hanjin ruffled Jiang Nuanyuan's hair before swiftly summoning the butler to bring her the latest model of a smartphone. Placing it gently in her hands, "Just keep the contacts of a few important people. Do not waste your time on those unworthy of it," with remnants of tears still glistening on her cheeks. Jiang Nuanyuan's eyes were red and swollen, resembling a delicate, pitiful little white flower. She had been using an old phone discarded by her family, and now, with the new one, she felt somewhat clumsy in its operation. Mo Hanjin's large hand enveloped hers, guiding her through the use of the phone's artificial intelligence assistant. His towering figure leaned closer. The crisp scent of wood enveloped Jiang Nuanyuan, providing an almost protective cocoon. His warm, dry palm pressed firmly against the back of her hand. "Have you understood?" Feeling a sheen of perspiration on her nose, Jiang Nuanyuan nodded shyly. Her cheeks flushed. It had merely been unfamiliarity that caused her hesitation. After a few instructions from Mo Hanjin, she grasped everything completely. With few friends, she saved the contacts of those she was close to, including that of Teacher Wang. Just as she was about to turn off the phone, Mo Hanjin stopped her. "You seem to have missed one," he stated coolly. Jiang Nuanyuan glanced at her old phone and then at the new one, her innocent eyes widening in confusion. "I haven't missed anyone. I've saved all the important contacts." As she looked up, she found herself gazing into Mo Hanjin's deep, sharp eyes, which seemed to carry a hint of displeasure. Suddenly enlightened, she understood his implication. Hastily, she input Mo Hanjin's number, setting him as an emergency contact and labeling him as husband. Completing this task brought a smirk to Mo Hanjin's lips, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. "Let us go. I'll take you to the hospital for your checkup." Jiang Nuanyuan let out a relieved sigh, chastising herself for her earlier oversight. Mo was her benefactor, the father of her child, and her legal husband. How could she have forgotten such an important person? It was utterly foolish of her. Mo Hanjin escorted Jiang Nuanyuan to a renowned private hospital in Beijing, known for its exorbitant fees and top-tier medical expertise, frequented by the wealthy elite. Next, Jiang Nuanyuan, "You may enter," called out Mu Shaoxian, clad in a white coat, without lifting his head. But upon seeing the tall man enter, Mu Shaoxuan's expression morphed into one of shock. His eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, Mu Shaoxian instinctively stood up, bowing slightly in a show of respect, his gaze tinged with a hint of wariness. "Third Master Mo, what brings you here?" He covertly glanced at the sign outside, confirming it was indeed the obstetrics and gynecology department. The infamous Third Master Mo, known for his cold and aloof demeanor, was not someone who frequented such places. His relationship with this department was as distant as fish and bicycles, entirely unrelated. Mo Hanjin narrowed his cold eyes, recognizing the young doctor as someone vaguely familiar, yet unable to recall his name. Sensing he should introduce himself, Mu Shaoxian spoke up, "Third Master, I'm Mu Shaoxian from the Mu family. I am a friend of young Master Mo and often interact with him." Only then did Mo Hanjin recall that his nephew had a medical student in his circle. "Which must be this individual." The Mu family head still held some standing with Imo Hanjin, but to Imo Hanjin, Mu Shaoxian was merely a junior, hardly worth his attention. Imo Hanjin's demeanor remained indifferent as he gestured towards Jiang Nuanyuan. Please conduct a full examination for her. It was then that Mu Shaoxian noticed the petite girl beside Imo Hanjin. Jiang Nuanyuan, shyly clutching Imo Hanjin's arm, stepped forward, her porcelain-like face tinged with a blush. Appearing somewhat timid, upon seeing her, Mu Shaoxian instinctively inquired, "How old are you?" "Are you of legal age?" Jiang Nuanyuan nodded, softly replying, "I am 20 years old." Mu Shaoxian then felt a wave of relief. He had feared that this young girl was yet another minor seeking an abortion due to the reckless behavior of affluent young men who often led underage girlfriends into such situations. Though accustomed to such sights in the hospital, he still found it hard to bear. Mu Shaoxian prepared the examination list for Jiang Nuanyuan, noting her slender frame and ordering additional nutritional assessments. "Third Master, the list is ready. The VIP examination room is upstairs." Imo Hanjin nodded, indicating for Jiang Nuanyuan to proceed ahead of him. As he turned, his tall and imposing figure cast an overwhelming aura, as if a mountain loomed over Mu Shaoxian. Without needing to say more, Mu Shaoxian understood the implication, and under immense pressure, he felt sweat bead on his palms. "I assure you, Third Master, I will keep this matter strictly confidential. Even from young Master Imo, that is understood." Once Imo Hanjin exited the consultation room, the heavy, oppressive atmosphere dissipated and Mu Shaoxian wiped the sweat from his brow, watching as Imo Hanjin took Jiang Nuanyuan's hand and led her away from the room. Witnessing this scene left Mu Shaoxian's mind swirling with astonishment and confusion. Yet, he dared not speak a word about today's events, fearing for his future and his family's standing. Despite being friends with young Master Imo, even he was filled with trepidation and reverence for Third Master Imo, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. Should he dare defy Third Master's wishes, the Mu family would likely be expelled from the Beijing Circle by the next day. However, Jiang Nuanyuan's name struck a familiar chord in his memory. Where had he heard it before? In the elevator, only Jiang Nuanyuan and Imo Hanjin were present. Jiang Nuanyuan was unaccustomed to being alone with a man, especially in the confines of an elevator, and felt somewhat uneasy. Seeking to break the silence, she ventured, "Mr. Imo, was that Dr. Mu a friend of young Master Imo?" Imo Hanjin's gaze snapped towards her, cold and piercing like a drawn blade. Jiang Nuanyuan felt increasingly uncomfortable under his scrutiny. "Did I say something wrong?" Imo Hanjin's tone was frigid, devoid of any warmth. "Are you particularly interested in the interpersonal relationships of those associated with Imo Yunting?" Jiang Nuanyuan's eyes widened in surprise, her head shaking vigorously. "No, I'm not interested at all. I only just learned young Master Imo's name." Her eyes, clear and innocent as a tranquil spring, betrayed her honesty. Imo Hanjin's expression softened slightly, though his demeanor remained stern. Believing she had misspoken, Jiang Nuanyuan cast her gaze down towards her toes, choosing not to speak further. As the elevator doors opened, Jiang Nuanyuan moved to step out, but the tall man stepped forward, blocking her path. His intense gaze remained fixed upon her face, scrutinizing her every expression. "Jiang Nuanyuan, originally, the union was to be between me and my nephew. But now it has shifted to me. Do you feel any disappointment in your heart?" Chapter 11. Twins. Jiang Nuanyuan's almond-shaped eyes flickered as she shook her head without hesitation. "Imo Xiao is Jiang Yan'er's fiancé. Not mine. I never contemplated marrying him. Since I never considered marrying Imo Xiao, how could I possibly feel disappointment?" Imo Hanjin gazed intently at Jiang Nuanyuan, his deep-set eyes seemingly piercing through her very being. Yet, no matter how he looked at her, Jiang Nuanyuan maintained an expression of innocence, her doe-like eyes clear and bright, devoid of any pretense. Stealing a glance at the elevator doors, Jiang Nuanyuan whispered, "Mr. Imo, the elevator has arrived." Imo Hanjin remained silent, taking her hand as they exited the elevator. Jiang Nuanyuan studied his profile, her thoughts racing. What did Mr. Mo's earlier words truly mean? Why was he so concerned about her relationship with Imo Xiao? Did he harbor a grudge against him? Jiang Nuanyuan's mind was in a whirl, unable to grasp the situation. Complying obediently, she entered the examination room, where the doctor instructed her to lift her clothing in preparation for the ultrasound. The private hospital ensured excellent privacy. Aside from the two female doctors, only Jiang Nuanyuan and Imo Hanjin remained in the room. Lying on the examination table, Jiang Nuanyuan shyly glanced at Imo Hanjin. The young woman's cheeks flushed as she stammered, "Mr. Imo, Could you possibly turn around first? Although they had already shared intimate moments together, and not just once, that previous occasion had found Jiang Nuan under the influence of a drug. Now, in a lucid state, she felt bashful at the thought of lifting her clothing in front of Imo Han Jin. Imo Han Jin grasped her hand, leaning down to whisper in her ear. His voice low and magnetic, infused with the charm of a mature man. Madam Imo, what do you say? The warmth of his breath brushed against Jiang Nuan's ear, akin to a feather-like caress, causing a tingling sensation. Her heart raced wildly. The way he addressed her reminded her that they were now a legitimate couple. How could a wife undergo an ultrasound while her husband deliberately avoided watching? Jiang Nuan's cheeks burned as she slowly lifted her clothing. The cold probe made contact with her abdomen, sending a shiver through her. Jiang Nuan glanced towards Imo Han Jin, only to find that his gaze was not on her but fixated on the ultrasound screen. Moreover, his expression was filled with concern and tension, entirely devoid of any romantic sentiment. This realization brought a wave of comfort to Jiang Nuan's heart that Imo was not the type of lecherous scion. She had heard that he had undergone a militarized upbringing with strict family rules, and thus every gesture he made reflected impeccable manners. Congratulations, Mr. Imo, Miss Jiang. The children are all quite healthy. Jiang Nuan let out a relieved sigh. Having decided to carry the child to term, she naturally wished for the little one to be healthy and safe. However, Imo Han Jin noted the doctor's choice of words. Children. She is not just carrying one? Imo Han Jin's breath hitched as he inquired. Indeed, we have detected 2 gestational sacs within Miss Jiang's uterus. At present, everything appears normal. Jiang Nuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. I am expecting twins? Yes, Miss Jiang. Jiang Nuan felt as though she had been struck by a delightful surprise from the heavens. Goodness, how fortunate she was to conceive twins at once. The thought of 2 adorable lives quietly developing within her filled her heart with profound joy and emotion. Babies, thank you for choosing me to be your mother. I promise to care for you well, ensuring your safe arrival into this vibrant world. Imo Han Jin held Jiang Nuan's hand while exiting the examination room. His body felt rigid. He had initially thought that the sudden news of impending fatherhood was enough to astonish him, but he had not anticipated the greater surprise that awaited. Not only would he become a father, but he would also have 2 children at once. Wouldn't the elder master be overjoyed to the point of fainting? Mr. Imo, we have 2 little ones. Jiang Nuan's words jolted Imo Han Jin from his reverie. His gaze instinctively drifted to her lower abdomen, and his breathing quickened noticeably. Imo Han Jin feigned calmness, replying with a simple Only he knew how anxious he truly felt, even during critical moments for the company. When making strategic decisions, he had never felt this way. He had always remained composed and unflappable. Yet at this moment, Imo Han Jin found his hands trembling, while he was lost in excitement and astonishment. Jiang Nuan's innocent voice broke through. That means we will need to change twice the number of diapers. Imo Han Jin. Such a significant piece of news, and the little girl is already thinking about diapers? The corners of his lips curved upwards as he ruffled her hair. Silly girl, you are the matriarch of our family. How could I allow you to change diapers for the children? Jiang Nuan blinked, quickly grasping the implication. The Imo family was vast and affluent, with many nannies and servants at their disposal. They would certainly take excellent care of the babies, sparing her, the mother, from needing to do so herself. Imo Han Jin, discerning her thoughts, softly said, I will handle the diaper changes. Jiang Nuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Did she just hear that correctly? The decisive and formidable Imo president declared he would personally change diapers for the children? You've already endured so much giving birth. I will take care of everything else. You need only focus on your well-being. Imo Han Jin offered no flowery promises, merely a straightforward statement. Once the children were born, he would naturally demonstrate everything through his actions. Upon leaving the hospital, Imo Han Jin received a work call. There are some matters at the company. I need to head over. Assistant Zhang will take you home. Jiang Nuan nodded in agreement. All right. Upon returning home, the table was laden with a variety of delectable dishes. Delicacies from land and sea, abalone, shark fins, and other top-quality items filled the table. Jiang Nuan gazed at the sumptuous spread, her mouth watering uncontrollably. With so many dishes, I think I'll wait for Mo to return before eating. The servant quickly urged, Miss Jiang, you mustn't go hungry while carrying a child. After considering, Jiang Nuan sat down at the table and began to eat. She had never tasted such exquisite meals. Each dish was so fresh it seemed to dance on her palate, the aroma wafting tantalizingly to her nose. It was evident that these dishes were crafted by a master chef. After finishing her meal, Jiang Nuan gently touched her round belly, her face glowing with happiness. She noticed the servant jotting something down in a notebook and felt curious. "What are you writing?" The servant smiled and replied, "Miss Jiang, this is per Mr. Mo's instructions. He asked us to note your culinary preferences so that we can prepare meals according to your tastes in the future." No wonder so much food had been prepared for her. It was all to record her preferences. A wave of warmth surged through Jiang Nuan's heart at Mo truly was a responsible and thoughtful person. He would undoubtedly make a wonderful father. Just as Mo Hanjin entered, he happened to overhear this remark, causing him to furrow his brow. From today onward, no one is to refer to her as Miss Jiang. She is Madame Mo. Chapter 12. The elder master Mo learns the servants were taken aback and quickly corrected themselves. Madame Mo Hanjin approached Jiang Nuan and gently inquired, "Are you full?" Jiang Nuan nodded. "After eating, we shouldn't go straight to bed. I'll accompany you for a walk in the garden." Jiang Nuan's eyes sparkled as she cheerfully replied, "All right." Just as before, she took the initiative to grasp Mo Hanjin's hand, feeling no sense of awkwardness whatsoever. This scene left the villa's servants in a state of astonishment. Wasn't Mo always aloof and disinterested in women? Countless socialites and celebrities had thrown themselves at him. Yet he had never even cast a glance in their direction. But who exactly was this Jiang Nuan? They had never heard of her before. How had she suddenly moved into the Mo residence and dared to hold Mo's hand? What was even more astonishing was that Mo Hanjin had not rejected her. Was this really the same aloof and ascetic Mo? One of the servants, her eyes gleaming, discreetly called the elder master. Seeking to inform him, "Elder master, Mr. Mo unexpectedly brought a girl home today, claiming she is pregnant, and instructed everyone to call her madam. Just now, I even saw Mo holding her hand." The elder master, who had been dozing off while listening to opera in the courtyard, was instantly invigorated upon hearing this. He sprang up from his reclining chair with the agility of a young man, his voice booming with vigor. "What did you say? That rascal has finally come to his senses." Without waiting for the servant to respond, the elder master burst into laughter. "I must certainly have a grandson now. The fortune teller said I would definitely hold my grandson within the year. And it seems to be coming true. That rascal, keeping such a grand piece of news from his father. Humph, don't let the word out. I shall go and test him first." The elder master began to fantasize about holding a chubby grandson in just a few months. He envisioned bringing the grandchild to the ancestral home for personal education, ensuring that the rascal Mo Hanjin would have no influence whatsoever. After all, how could he keep such good news from his own father? The butler, upon hearing this wonderful news, was equally delighted for the elder master. "Elder master, haven't you prepared many gifts for your daughter-in-law and grandson? It is time to present them." The elder master chuckled, stroking his beard with an air of mystery. "No rush. I will first go have a look at this young lady." Mo Hanjin had remained silent for so many years and had never shown any inclination towards any woman. The elder master was nearly frantic, even doubting whether his son had some flaw. Unexpectedly, he has silently become a father, which can only be described as a rare occurrence. The venerable Mo is now profoundly curious about the girl who has managed to capture the heart of this oblivious young man. In the bar, someone remarked, "Mo Shao, have you heard? Your fiancée from the village has been returned by the Jiang family, sent back to her village." Laughter erupted, mocking the unfortunate girl for her foolishness, claiming that even her own parents no longer wanted her. How utterly laughable. She must have stolen something. After all, she was raised in the countryside, so her wits are rather shallow. If it weren't for this ugly girl pilfering Jiang Yinner's belongings, she wouldn't have been cast out. Despite the Jiang family's public assertion that Jiang Yinner is their biological daughter and Jiang Nuan merely a relative from the village, the elite circles remain skeptical. Would the Jiang family have taken her in and hidden her for so long if she were not their true daughter? They are seasoned foxes, adept at playing games. Mo Yun-ting toyed with his wine glass and nonchalantly declared, "That fool dares to be my fiancé? Don't spout nonsense. My only betrothed is Yinner." The group in the private room erupted in playful jeers. "Oh, who would have thought Mo Shao is such a romantic at heart?"
Despite his dalliances, he remains untouched by the floral temptations surrounding him. Those models and internet celebrities are merely passing fancies. The true lady of the Mo family has long been determined as Jiang Yinar. With a cigarette pinched between his fingers, Mo Yunting wore a smug expression. From now on, do not utter the name Jiang Nuan in my presence. Hearing that ugly creature's name makes me nauseous. What is she, but a rustic hen from the countryside, to even be compared with Jiang Yinar? Mo Xiao, is Jiang Nuan truly that hideous? Someone interjected. Not just ordinary ugly, but extraordinarily so. At the last banquet, when she saw Mo Xiao, she shamelessly approached him and ended up falling into the pool. She couldn't swim, flailing about like a clumsy duck, and when she finally clambered out, her makeup was a complete mess. It was enough to make one retch. The disdain in Mo Xiao's eyes was unmistakable. Why speak of her? It's bad luck. Even if such a woman were to offer herself freely, I wouldn't touch her. Does she really think she could marry into the Mo family? Dream on. Although Mo Yunting had an engagement with the Jiang family, his affairs with women were never lacking. However, he was exceedingly selective. The foolish and unattractive village girl Jiang Nuan would never catch his eye. No matter how much she tried to improve herself. Suddenly, an unexpected burst of laughter came from the corner of the room. Mo Yunting turned to see Mu Xiaoxian, unable to contain his amusement as if he had just heard the most outrageous joke. Concealing his mirth behind a wine glass, he remarked, "It's nothing, just, I suddenly remembered something quite amusing." He had mentioned Jiang Nuan, and it struck him as strangely familiar. She was the true heiress cast out by the Jiang family. During their last encounter at the hospital, he had seen her without makeup. Her delicate skin appeared as if it could be squeezed for dew, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes seemed to speak volumes. She looked even better than stars without makeup. Moreover, she embodied the type that Mo Yunting adored, the innocent and delicate flower. Could it be that Mo Yunting was calling her an ugly creature? Surely, there must be some ulterior motive at play. Mo Yunting confidently believed that Jiang Nuan longed to marry him, while in reality, she had already become his little aunt. Being the wife of the head of the Mo family was 100 times more prestigious than merely being a powerless Mo family lady. After Mu Xiaoxian left, the conversation continued to revolve around Jiang Nuan. I hope she returns soon. Otherwise, we will miss out on some entertainment. Life would be so dull without her. Don't worry. She'll certainly come back on her own. After experiencing the grandeur of the Jiang family for 3 months, and having such an outstanding fiancé as Mo Xiao, she would have to be foolish to give it up. Chapter 13. Mr. Mo's heartache. This was Jiang Nuan's first night at the Mo residence. She lay on the soft bed, dreaming of the events that transpired at the Jiang family. The banquet. Upon hearing that Mo Xiao was coming, Jiang Yinar feared that Jiang Nuan might steal him away. Jiang Yinar purposely had someone apply an unflattering makeup on Jiang Nuan and, at the moment Mo Xiao arrived, pushed Jiang Nuan into the swimming pool. Help! Help! Jiang Nuan flailed in the water, gasping as it rushed into her lungs, causing her immense pain. Yet, those on the shore merely laughed, offering no assistance. Look at her, doesn't she resemble an ugly duckling? How utterly ridiculous. What gives her the right to compare with Jiang Yinar? Is Jiang Nuan truly that unattractive? Just look at her pale face and lips red as if she had bitten a child. Even the ugliest village girl surpasses her in beauty. With such a face, she dared to dream of marrying Mo Xiao. It was nothing short of a delusion. If Mo Xiao were to marry her, wouldn't he be plagued by nightmares? Laughter erupted from the onlookers, some even throwing water bottles that struck Jiang Nuan's head. Later, as the rain poured, the elite young men and women returned to their villas, leaving Jiang Nuan abandoned outside. After struggling back to the surface, she fought for her life against the downpour, finally returning to the villa. Yet, upon seeing her drenched appearance, her father's face was filled with disdain and impatience. Jiang Nuan, what on earth are you doing? To attract Mo Xiao's attention, you actually jumped into the pool. You truly know how to bring shame to the Jiang family. I have no daughter as ridiculous as you. It's simply laughable. Her mother echoed his sentiments. Nuan, can you not be more sensible? Do not covet what belongs to Yinar. Mo Xiao is her fiancé, not someone you can yearn for. Having soaked in cold water for so long and then being drenched by rain, Jiang Nuan felt a deep chill. However, compared to the words from her own parents, the coldness of her body was nothing. The words from those closest to her were the most piercing daggers. Mohan Jian had just finished his work, and it was already past midnight. As he was about to retire to his room, he noticed a sliver of light escaping from Jiang Wanwan's door. Was she still awake? Approaching her door, he overheard her murmuring in her sleep. "It wasn't me. I didn't steal the necklace. I never intended to take your fiancé. It wasn't me." Mohan Jian paused, a hint of confusion flickering across his eyes. He gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, treading lightly. The small bedside lamp was still on. Jiang Wanwan lay on her princess bed. The blanket kicked to the corner, her pale face trembling as she hugged her thin arms, so cold that, of course, with the blanket tossed aside. How could she not be cold? Mohan Jian turned off the light and tucked her in. As he was about to leave, Jiang Wanwan grasped his arm. The chill of her small body instinctively sought warmth from him. Mohan Jian's body stiffened, his gaze darkening. Yet, as the sleeping Jiang Wanwan unknowingly rubbed against his arm, her delicate face nestled into his palm, Mohan Jian's breath quickened as he stared at her in the darkness, like a beast fixating on its prey. However, considering her pregnancy, he had to suppress his impulses. After finally coaxing her to sleep, Mohan Jian gently extricated his arm and exited the room. Once back, he lingered in the bathroom for a long time. Yet, the fire within him felt insatiable. As if no amount of cold water could extinguish it. Mohan Jian irritably closed his eyes, regretting that the child had come too soon. The next morning, Mohan Jian shared breakfast with Jiang Wanwan. He tapped his long fingers on the table twice. "Why didn't you lock the door last night?" Jiang Wanwan, finding it hard to speak, stole a glance at him, her head drooping in a self-deprecating manner. Her voice quivering as if she might see or why family never allowed me to lock the door. "I'm just used to it." Previously, Jiang Wanwan had lived in a storage room, with her parents and brother always coming in and out to take or store things. Thus, they never permitted her to lock the door to a young girl. She had never known privacy or personal space. Mohan Jian's usually unyielding heart softened unexpectedly. How pitiful had her life been in her original home? It was no wonder she looked so emaciated that night. Like a starving stray cat, Mohan Jian gazed deeply at her, feeling a mix of curiosity and concern about her past. He lifted his coffee cup to his lips and took a sip. "How did you rest last night?" A faint smile appeared on Jiang Wanwan's face as she replied, "I slept very well." Although she had begun with nightmares, she later found herself in a warm and comforting embrace, which provided her with a profound sense of security, shielding her from all storms. Eventually, Jiang Wanwan fell into a sweet slumber, filled with countless joyous dreams. Seeing her smile, Mohan Jian found his own lips curving upward for reasons unbeknownst to him. Noticing his assistant's astonished expression, he suddenly realized he had smiled. Quickly, he suppressed the smile, returning his expression to a cold, indifferent line. "Breakfast is important. Eat more." Jiang Wanwan looked up in surprise. Mohan Jian cleared his throat. "I am not concerned for you. I just want to ensure the child in your belly receives adequate nutrition." Jiang Wanwan blinked her large, glistening eyes, lowered her head, and obediently consumed the bird's nest. "Mr. Mo, I am aware. There is no need for special emphasis." She was certainly not narcissistic enough to believe that Mo was particularly concerned about her. Jiang Wanwan understood clearly that all of Mr. Mo's kindness towards her stemmed solely from the child she carried within her. After leaving her home, Mohan Jian instructed Assistant Zhang investigate Jiang Wanwan's past, as well as her experiences during those 3 months at the Jiang family. Spare no detail. A flicker of surprise passed through Assistant Zhang's heart. Understood. Assistant Zhang acted swiftly, and before long, he presented a stack of documents to Mohan Jian. "Mr. Mo, here are the details of Miss Zhang's past 20 years. Assistant Zhang's expression was complex, tinged with sympathy and reluctance. He hadn't anticipated that Miss Zhang's past was so tragic. She was undoubtedly an outstanding girl, excelling academically, kind-hearted, innocent, and always eager to help others. Yet, her background was fraught with turmoil. As Mohan Jian perused the documents, his countenance darkened with each page he turned. Previously, he had only known that Jiang Wanwan was the true daughter the Jiang family had reclaimed. However, he was unaware that her prior existence within the Jiang household had been akin to living in hell. After being brought back to the capital's Jiang family, instead of being embraced by her parents and brother, she was met with disdain and contempt from the entire family. Jiang Yinair bullied Jiang Nuanwan behind the scenes, pouring alcohol over her head countless times and pricking her fingers with needles, all while reveling in her humiliation. Yet, the Jiang family turned a blind eye, favoring Jiang Yinair and labeling Jiang Nuanwan as a gold-digging and vain woman. They believed that her return to the Jiang family was solely for their wealth and to usurp everything from Jiang Yinair. Upon witnessing the terrifying expression on Imo Hanjin's face, Assistant Zhang's heart involuntarily sank. "Mr. Imo, are you all right?" Chapter 14. Nuan cares for Mr. Imo Hanjin closed his eyes, seemingly suppressing the raging fury within. His peripheral vision caught sight of a collaboration proposal with the Jiang family on the table. He extracted the proposal, glanced through it, and noted that the signature on the last page was that of Imo Yunting. Assistant Zhang explained, "Mr. Imo, this is the proposal from young Master Yunting, which was just delivered to you today, awaiting your approval." Although Imo Yunting appeared to be the heir of the Imo family, everyone knew that the true power rested with Imo Hanjin. After 3 months of tireless effort, Imo Yunting had finally drafted the proposal, ready for Imo Hanjin's signature to commence the collaboration. However, after a mere glance, Imo Hanjin furrowed his brow and discarded the proposal with disdain. With a swift motion, he marked a large red cross on the first page of the contract. Signifying his disapproval of the partnership between the two families, Imo Hanjin's brow furrowed deeply, his voice low and chilling, reminiscent of ice clinking in a metal cup. "Give this to Imo Yunting and advise him to refrain from meddling in company affairs in the future. This proposal is utterly nonsensical." Assistant Zhang forced a smile. "Understood. Mr. Imo." He took the proposal and delivered it to Imo Yunting, who was waiting outside. Upon seeing Assistant Zhang, Imo Yunting immediately stood up, anxious not to leave a poor impression. "Assistant Zhang, did my uncle sign the contract?" Assistant Zhang handed him the contract. "Young master, Mr. Imo suggests you focus on your studies and gain more experience to produce better proposals in the future." Lowering his gaze, Imo Yunting spotted the large red cross on the contract, as if his uncle were standing before him, casting a cold and piercing glare. His heart raced in terror. "Assistant Zhang, did my uncle mention any areas for improvement on the contract?" Assistant Zhang pondered Imo Hanjin's expression and tone, awkwardly shaking his head. This implied that there were no areas for improvement because the entire proposal was a pile of rubbish. Any modifications would only be decorative embellishments on excrement. Imo Yunting felt a sense of grievance. After all, he had worked diligently on this collaboration proposal, and those around him had praised it. Why had his uncle dismissed it outright? Frustrated, Imo Yunting paced back and forth in front of the president's office, ultimately hesitating to enter. He would rather face the old man than confront his unpredictable uncle. The old man might scold him, but incurring his uncle's wrath would lead to a fate too dreadful to contemplate. Even being sent off to construct a desert would seem mild. The shadow Imo Hanjin cast over him was simply too daunting. Imo Yunting wiped his face and tossed the contract into the trash, leaving in frustration. "Young master, has Mr. Imo agreed to the collaboration between the Imo group and the Jiang family?" At that moment, Jiang Yinair called, inquiring. Her question struck Imo Yunting like a bullet. He was already seething with anger, and he barked into the phone, "Collaboration? My foot! Does your Jiang family even understand its own standing? This matter is non-negotiable. Don't bother me in the future." Jiang Yinair was at a gathering with friends, deliberately putting the call on speakerphone to flaunt her relationship. As a result, Imo Yunting's furious tirade echoed clearly, reaching the ears of everyone present. Her friends exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with amusement, eagerly anticipating her embarrassment. "Jiang Yinair, didn't you say that young Master Imo had agreed to the collaboration with your family? Why hasn't it succeeded? From what I just heard, his attitude towards you doesn't seem as favorable as you claimed. Your Jiang family's business is declining, and it's only natural that the Imo family would be reluctant to collaborate with you. I never expected young Master Imo to be so unsparing. Doesn't he fear hurting your feelings?" Jiang Yinair's face turned a deep shade of anger, her teeth gritting. Unable to contain her fury, she glared and grabbed her bag, storming off. Today was the day teacher Wang was undergoing surgery, and Jiang Nuanwan was at the hospital to provide care. "Nuanwan, are you currently living with your uncle?" Jiang Nuanwan paused momentarily while pouring hot water and nodded. "Yes. Is his family not rejecting you? Is your uncle married? How does your aunt treat you?" Teacher Wang's concerned inquiries left Jiang Nuanwan at a loss for words. She couldn't possibly say, "My uncle just got married and we have just registered our marriage. That would surely shock Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang, please don't worry about me. I am doing well. Let me take you outside for some sun. Zhang Nuan accompanied Teacher Wang in the hospital for the entire morning, and during lunch, she received a call from Imo Hanjin. Seeing the screen flashing with the word husband, Zhang Nuan hurriedly covered the screen. Fearful of being seen by Teacher Wang, she stealthily stepped outside the hospital and put the phone to her ear. Hello? On the other end, Imo Hanjin's deep, magnetic voice resonated, amplified by the electronic transmission, making it even more alluring. While handling contracts, he casually spoke to his little wife. The family mentioned you didn't come home for lunch? Zhang Nuan replied softly, I'm at the hospital with Teacher Wang. I want to be going back for lunch today. She could hear the sound of a pen scratching against paper on the other end. Mr. Mo, you're probably still at work, right? Mo Hanjin glanced at his watch and gently reminded. I had someone place the folic acid in your bag. Don't forget to take it. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Mr. Imo and Mo Hanjin merely hummed in acknowledgement. The two of them, separated by distance, listened to each other's breathing, neither speaking further. After a while, Imo Hanjin had to attend to something and asked Zhang Nuan to hang up. Something else? Zhang Nuan gripped her phone nervously, blurting out, Mr. Imo, make sure you eat lunch on time too. On the other side, just as Imo Hanjin was stepping out of his office, he paused abruptly. The girl's voice sounded soft and sweet, tinged with urgency, as if she had held back her words for a long time before finally mustering the courage to speak. Since taking charge of the Imo family, no one had ever dared to tell him what to do. This was the first time someone had so boldly done so, and moreover, it was a delicate and endearing little girl. Strangely enough, he felt no anger whatsoever. Mo Hanjin's lips curled into a slight smile. Understood, I will go eat now. Originally intending to skip lunch in favor of attending another meeting, Imo Hanjin decided at the last minute to have lunch first. Zhang Nuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Goodbye, Mr. Imo, she quickly said before hanging up, her heart racing with nervous excitement. She hoped her concern for M.Mo hadn't annoyed him. Yet, since M.Mo treated her so well, it felt ungrateful not to show any appreciation. Zhang Nuan opened her fluffy little sheet bag and indeed found several types of vitamins inside. She bought a bottle of water and took the folic acid. Just as she turned to leave, she unexpectedly encountered someone quite unexpected, Madame Jiang, her biological mother. Chapter 15. The mysterious old man. Zhang Nuan's smile froze on her face. Madame Jiang was conversing with two other ladies from affluent families. Upon noticing Zhang Nuan, her expression reflected a hint of surprise. Since Zhang Nuan had left home, Madame Jiang had not seen her in quite some time. Zhang Nuan stood rooted to the spot, staring in a daze as Madame Jiang approached, her heart instinctively racing. Although she was aware that her biological parents favored Zhang Yin, she couldn't help but feel a longing for maternal affection. What child doesn't yearn for their mother's love? Madame Jiang, I heard you have a biological daughter who has been lost but was recently found. Where is she? Why don't you ever bring her out? Madame Jiang's expression stiffened momentarily, her gaze darting swiftly across Zhang Nuan's face. She forced out a couple of awkward chuckles, inquiring, Where did you hear that? Yinner is my biological daughter. I have no other daughter. The one who previously stayed in my home was merely a distant relative's child, temporarily lodging with us. You have misunderstood. At that moment, another wealthy lady seemed to grasp the situation, realizing the truth. Zhang Yinner is gentle and understanding. Mr. Imo has recognized her as the future mistress of the Imo family. Madame Jiang, you are truly fortunate. Madame Jiang, with a hint of implication, responded, Yinner has always been my pride. M.Mo has also acknowledged her. This engagement is not something others can covet. At that instant, Mrs. Mu noticed Zhang Nuan. Oh, that girl bears a striking resemblance to Madame Jiang. Are you related? A flicker of panic crossed Madame Jiang's eyes. How could that be? I don't know her. Let us hurry into the hospital. We shouldn't keep the doctor waiting. Without sparing Zhang Nuan a glance, Madame Jiang hastily passed by her and entered the hospital. Her demeanor suggested a fear that Zhang Nuan might rush forward to claim kinship, tarnishing the Jiang family's reputation. With a crash, the water bottle in Zhang Nuan's hand suddenly shattered on the ground. It felt as though her heart had been pierced, sending waves of excruciating pain through her. Mrs. Mu, hearing the commotion, glanced back at her. The girl had porcelain-like skin, delicate features, and a pair of almond-shaped eyes that glistened with a hint of moisture. She had a slender figure, her long, fair legs peeking from beneath her skirt, and an ethereal glow that made her resemble the most cherished of artworks. This girl bore a striking resemblance to Madame Jiang in her youth. Perhaps even more beautiful, rumors circulated within their circles that the Jiang family was embroiled in a scandal regarding the legitimacy of their daughters. Jiang Yenner was supposedly not Madame Jiang's biological child. Were these rumors true? Jiang Nuan tasted salt on her lips, belatedly wiping her face to find it damp with tears. She wiped away her tears with her sleeve, discarded the water bottle into a trash bin, and then feigned nonchalance as she returned to Teacher Wang's hospital room. From that moment on, she resolved to sever all ties with the Jiang family. She had finally come to terms with the painful reality that her biological parents did not love her. Jiang Nuan felt foolish for having transformed herself into a pitiable creature, desperately yearning for a familial affection that was never meant for her. Perhaps, in this lifetime, she was destined to remain distant from familial love and care. Over half an hour later, Madame Jiang seized an opportunity to step out, arriving at the hospital entrance. However, after circling around a couple of times, she found no trace of Jiang Nuan. Initially inclined to ask a nearby security guard, she hesitated, fearing the spread of gossip that could tarnish the Jiang family's reputation. How could Jiang Nuan be so thoughtless? She clearly saw me but didn't wait here, Madame Jiang sighed inwardly. Vexed that she, as a mother, had to search for her daughter, shouldn't she exhibit a bit more understanding? Madame Jiang called Jiang Nuan's phone, but it rang unanswered, further fueling her dissatisfaction and impatience. Just how long is Jiang Nuan planning to cause a ruckus? She was the one who stole and ran away from home. Does she expect our family to coax her back? Yenner, having been pampered since childhood, had never behaved in such a manner, threatening to leave home at the slightest provocation. Clearly, she had been raised by outsiders, lacking any commendable traits, having wholly inherited the pettiness of her adoptive parents. Madame Jiang resolved to ignore Jiang Nuan for the time being. Jiang Nuan's deliberate appearance here, coincidentally encountering her, suggested that she still yearned to return to the Jiang family. If she wished to return to a life of luxury, she must demonstrate a repentant attitude and sincerely apologize to Yenner, admitting her mistakes. Otherwise, she could forget about stepping foot into the Jiang household. Jiang Nuan trudged along the road, her spirits low. Although she had rationally accepted that she would no longer yearn for the love of the Jiang family, her heart still ached at that moment. A weathered voice called out from the roadside. "Little girl, would you like to play a game of chess with me?" Jiang Nuan instinctively looked up to see an elderly man in worn clothes sitting beneath a tree, having set up a chess table. Despite his tattered attire, he was impeccably clean, and his sharp eyes exuded an extraordinary aura. "I can see that you seem troubled. Play a game of chess with this old man, and if it doesn't ease your burdens, I shall grant you any request. How does that sound?" Jiang Nuan found herself amused by his confidence. Memories of the village elder surfaced. He too enjoyed playing chess beneath the trees and often treated Jiang Nuan to sweets. The elder's granddaughter had drowned in the river, and upon seeing young girls, he would be reminded of her. He was the only one in the village who had ever shown her kindness. However, good people do not live long, and the elder had passed away a few years ago. Suppressing her sorrow, Jiang Nuan took a seat on the stone bench opposite the old man. "Grandfather, I'm not very skilled at chess and no worries. I shall let you win," he replied, and she believed his words. Yet, not long after, she found herself at a loss, exclaiming, "Grandfather, didn't you say you would let me win?" How was it that she was utterly defeated without any chance to fight back? The old man stroked his beard, seemingly unfazed by her accusation, his demeanor suggesting he was quite shameless. "I can only say, young lady, that your chess skills are lacking. It's not my fault that it is often said that one's chess style reveals their character. You are too naive." The old man beamed, gazing at Jiang Nuan with a warm smile. She felt a peculiar resemblance between him and someone she knew, but she couldn't quite place it. Clenching her fists, her cheeks puffed out like a stubborn pufferfish, she declared, "Grandfather, I refuse to believe I can't win against you. Let us go again." The pair sat beneath the tree, engrossed in their game, as the sky gradually darkened. Jiang Nuan's phone rang, snapping her back to reality. "Oh dear, I was having so much fun that I lost track of time. Thank you for helping me forget today's troubles, Grandfather. If we meet again, I promise to bring you a gift." As she answered the call from Mo Hanjin, she made her way towards the villa. "Mr. Mo, I'm just outside the villa. I'll be there shortly. Her figure gradually faded into the distance. After her departure, the old man watched her retreating silhouette, stroking his beard with a smile. Had Imo Hanjin been present, Jiang Nuan would have noticed the striking similarity between the old man and him, particularly in their sharp, discerning eyes. Chapter 16. The Big Bad Wolf Bullying the Little Rabbit. When Jiang Nuan returned home, Imo Hanjin was already seated at the dining table. Why are you back so late? Jiang Nuan felt a twinge of guilt in her eyes as she hurried to sit beside him. Just as she reached for the chopsticks, Imo Hanjin grasped her wrist. Jiang Nuan blinked innocently. Mr. Imo, what's wrong? Imo Hanjin had the servant bring a mirror and held it up before her. His voice was deep, laced with a hint of helplessness. Little kitty, take a look for yourself. He was perplexed as to where this girl had spent her day, returning in such a state. Upon glancing at her reflection, Jiang Nuan saw several streaks of dirt marring her face, as if she had just emerged from a coal mine. Lowering her gaze, she noticed her palms were similarly grimy. It must have happened while playing chess at the stone table. In her contemplation, she had absent-mindedly touched her chin, smudging dirt across her face. Feeling embarrassed, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, she hurried to wash her hands and face before returning to the dining table. As they ate, Imo Hanjin observed that she was somewhat picky with her food. When presented with dishes she favored, she devoured them eagerly, her cheeks stuffed like a content little hamster. Yet, when faced with something she disliked, she wouldn't touch it at all. Imo Hanjin pressed his fingers to his temples and asked in a low voice, "Can't you see what you're eating tonight?" Jiang Nuan widened her eyes in surprise. How did you know? This was something she had never disclosed to anyone, not even to her closest friend, Qin Lingxian. How could Imo possibly know? Did he possess mind-reading abilities? Seeing the confusion in her eyes, Imo Hanjin's expression became bemused. This cunning fox could easily deduce what she was thinking. Indeed, I possess mind-reading skills. This revelation, Jiang Nuan dropped her chopsticks in shock. Mr. Imo, can you actually hear my thoughts? Her face was painted with astonishment, as if the sky had fallen. Imo Hanjin found her reaction amusing. His cold gaze narrowed slightly as he casually inquired, "Are you hiding something shameful in your heart? That you're so afraid I'll discover it?" Jiang Nuan shook her head vehemently. No, absolutely not. Yet, her cheeks betrayed her, growing increasingly flushed. She certainly didn't want him to know that after that night, she occasionally dreamed about him, dreams that were far too embarrassing to mention. Her face was so red it seemed it might bleed, and she wished for nothing more than to find a crevice to hide within. Clearing his throat, Imo Hanjin decided to refrain from teasing her further, lest her temperature rise too high and cause her to faint. All right, there's no such thing as mind-reading. I simply noticed that you didn't touch the carrots, which made me suspect you might be lacking in carotene, making you prone to night blindness. The previous night, with the dim lighting in the room, only a few warm wall lamps flickered. Imo Hanjin had not been affected at all. Clearly seeing the frightened expression on the little girl's face in his embrace, her eyes wide and doe-like. However, it seemed that Jiang Nuan struggled to discern the path beneath her feet. Were it not for his protective presence, she would have collided with the corners of tables on several occasions. At that moment, Imo Hanjin assumed that her unsteady gait was merely a result of the effects of the medication. Now, observing her severe pickiness with food, he speculated that she was, in fact, afflicted with nyctalopia, making it difficult for her to see clearly at night. Jiang Nuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she bashfully remarked, "Mr. Imo, you've discovered my secret." Indeed, Mr. Mo's powers of observation were exceedingly keen, akin to that of an astute detective. Imo Hanjin instructed the kitchen to prepare 2 items. One was a carrot, and the other, freshly squeezed carrot juice. He placed the 2 dishes before Jiang Nuan, his demeanor exuding an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. "Choose one." Jiang Nuan shrugged her shoulders, hesitantly asking, "Can I not choose either?" She loathed carrots with a passion. Carrots were, without a doubt, the most detestable vegetable in existence. Imo Hanjin watched her with keen interest, his long fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. With a voice laced with amusement, he inquired, "Little one, what do you say?" In Imo Hanjin's eyes, Jiang Nuan's occasional childish antics were not unlike those of a young child. Just a simple carrot had rendered her pale with fright. Yet, she must consume some carrots. Otherwise, how could she navigate the night without risking injury? Jiang Nuanyuan's delicate face contorted in a struggle as she pondered her decision for what felt like an eternity before reluctantly pointing at the carrot. I will choose this. Very well, you must finish everything on your plate. Imo Hanjin picked up a carrot and brought it directly to her lips, offering her no chance to evade. Jiang Nuanyuan opened her mouth and cautiously took a bite. However, upon tasting the carrot, she was immediately overwhelmed by its bitter flavor, tears welling up in her eyes. She attempted to push the carrot out with her tongue, but Imo Hanjin steadfastly held it before her, asserting, "This was your choice. Do you wish to renege?" With tears in her eyes, Jiang Nuanyuan took a bite of the carrot, chewing a few times before hastily swallowing it down. This time, she decisively pointed at the other dish. "I choose carrot juice. Carrots were simply not meant for human consumption. Perhaps, just perhaps, the juice would be a tad more palatable." Imo Hanjin extended his finger, nudging the carrot juice towards her. Jiang Nuanyuan grasped the glass, pinching her nose and gulped down the entire contents in one go. The intense bitterness assaulted her palate, nearly causing her to faint. Imo Hanjin offered her a cup of honey water to help wash away the taste. "Do you truly detest carrots so much?" Jiang Nuanyuan nodded with a pained expression. "I absolutely loathe them." Imo Hanjin chuckled softly. "What kind of little rabbit despises eating carrots? You are such a delicate and willful little creature, so disobedient and in need of guidance." Jiang Nuanyuan, cradling the honey water, focused on eliminating the taste of carrot from her mouth, oblivious to Imo Hanjin's playful teasing. Otherwise, the little rabbit would surely blush with embarrassment in front of Jiang Nuanyuan. Imo Hanjin instructed a servant, "From now on, prepare a cup of carrot juice for my wife every day, and ensure she drinks it." Jiang Nuanyuan's lovely face immediately fell, her lips pouting in dismay. "Oh no, I don't want to drink carrot juice every day. This is so unfair." Imo Hanjin took in all her expressions, the amusement in his gaze deepening. He suddenly thought that having a charming little wife at home was quite delightful. A little playful banter with her made life so much more entertaining. Chapter 17. M.R.Mo is getting jealous that evening. Jiang Nuanyuan logged into her long-neglected WeChat. Her best friend, Chen Lingxian, had sent her a flurry of messages. "Nuanyuan, why have you suddenly stopped coming to school? Why can't I reach you on your phone? Nuanyuan, are you still at the Jiang family? I'm so worried about you. Please respond." Just as Jiang Nuanyuan typed a reply, a voice call came in. "Nuanyuan, is that you?" Jiang Nuanyuan felt a lump in her throat. "Lingxian, it's me. I was so scared. I thought someone had stolen your account." Chen Lingxian exclaimed. "Nuanyuan, you haven't been to school in over half a month. What is going on?" Jiang Nuanyuan had been brought back to the Jiang family just as she was about to enroll in Jing City University. Thus, she had been fortunate enough to attend classes for over 2 months. However, due to Jiang Yinner's scheming and the lack of support from her family, she ultimately left school. "Nuanyuan, I heard from the counselor today that your tuition hasn't been paid. Has the Jiang family not covered it?" Jiang Nuanyuan's smile turned somewhat bitter. No, the Jiang family had completely forgotten to provide her with living expenses and tuition. They had never even bought her a new piece of clothing, let alone cared about her education. Chen Lingxian felt indignant on Jiang Nuanyuan's behalf, unable to fathom how the Jiang family could cherish the false Jiang Yinner while treating their own flesh and blood so coldly. They are utterly heartless. "Nuanyuan, you must continue your studies. I'll talk to the teacher about your tuition. Maybe they can extend the deadline. My family has said they would give me an extra 2,000 for living expenses, and I can cover part of it for you." Upon hearing her friend's words, a wave of gratitude surged within Jiang Nuanyuan. If given the opportunity, she certainly wished to continue her university education. When she met teacher Wang today, he had urged her that since she had a good-hearted uncle, she must seize the chance to study. Only by achieving success could she repay him. Yet, Jiang Nuanyuan felt overwhelmed with shame. Unsure how to confess the truth to teacher Wang, she also didn't know how to explain the situation to Chen Lingxian. Jiang Nuanyuan's tone was mixed with guilt as she replied, "Lingxian, thank you. My situation is a bit complicated. Please refrain from helping me with the tuition for now." Chen Lingxian inquired with concern, "Nuanyuan, are the Jiang family bullying you?" This matter was one that could not be succinctly explained in a few words. Chen Lingxian resolutely stated, "Nuanyuan, are you in Jing City right now? I have no classes tomorrow afternoon. I will come find you. Don't keep things to yourself. I can help you share the burden." Jiang Nuanyuan couldn't help but cover her mouth, trying hard to suppress her tears. "Lingxian, thank you. Having you is truly a blessing." "Oh, silly Nuanyuan, what are you saying?" Have you forgotten that we are the best of friends? If it weren't for your help with my studies in high school, I wouldn't have made it into Jing City University. The two girls agreed to meet the next afternoon. Jiang Nuanyuan set down her phone, her heart in a tumult. Although she had already registered her marriage with Imo Hanjin, she was acutely aware that their union was merely temporary and must remain a secret. For someone of Imo Hanjin's stature, having a wife who was pregnant out of wedlock would be his greatest blemish. If Jiang Nuanyuan returned to school, it was inevitable that their relationship would be exposed over time, which would reflect poorly on Imo Hanjin. Now that she was pregnant, would Imo Hanjin agree to let her continue her education? Jiang Nuanyuan understood that all of Imo Hanjin's kindness stemmed from the child she carried, not from any affection for her. She feared provoking Imo Hanjin's ire. If that happened, the warm little home she had just acquired would dissolve into nothingness. Jiang Nuanyuan longed so deeply for a family tea breakfast. Imo Hanjin noticed that Jiang Nuanyuan appeared to have had a restless night and inquired with concern. Are you troubled? Jiang Nuanyuan dared not mention her schooling, quietly shaking her head. Her mind was occupied with thoughts, leaving her appetite diminished. Nevertheless, for the sake of the child within her, she forced herself to consume a fair amount of food. Yet, the delectable dishes felt as though she were chewing on wax in the afternoon. Jiang Nuanyuan ventured out alone, taking the bus to the place she had arranged to meet Chun Lingxian. Nuanyuan, I'm over here. Chun Lingxian excitedly ran over, arms outstretched, enveloping Jiang Nuanyuan in a warm embrace. Jiang Nuanyuan instinctively protected her belly, gently returning the hug. Chun Lingxian took Jiang Nuanyuan's hand and scrutinized her from head to toe. You look a bit better than before. Your complexion has improved, and you've gained a little weight. That puts my mind at ease. Nuanyuan, now you can tell me what has been happening lately, right? The two settled onto a park bench. Jiang Nuanyuan lowered her gaze, her voice subdued. So much has happened in the past few days that my mind is a jumble. I didn't log into WeChat. Chun Lingxian grasped her hand, encouraging her, it's all right, take your time. I'm here to listen. Jiang Nuanyuan did not wish to dwell on her hardships, so she briefly recounted her experiences with the Jiang family. After being brought back by the Jiang family, I wasn't welcomed at all. Not long ago, they kicked me out. My foster parents wanted me to marry quickly, so I ran away. Teacher Wang was undergoing surgery in Jing City, so I came here. Upon hearing her words, Chun Lingxuan's face filled with concern. She had a good sense of how Jiang Nuanyuan had been faring at the Jiang family, even without her explicit description. After all, Jiang Nuanyuan had often arrived at class bearing injuries, all thanks to Jiang Yen'er. Nuanyuan, regardless of what happens, you must not give up on your studies. I met a senior in my club who said he could help you apply for a student loan. If you can pay your tuition soon, you can return to school. Senior, over here. Chun Lingxian waved her hand, and a bespectacled, fair-skinned young man approached. He was tall and slender, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. With above-average looks, clearly hailing from an affluent family. Hello, Jiang Nuanyuan, I'm sure Zhe. Chun Lingxian has informed me about your situation. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to assist you in returning to school. Upon seeing Jiang Nuanyuan, his fair face flushed slightly. Jiang Wanwan found him somewhat familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Zhe smiled brightly, recalling, at the beginning of the semester, I was moving things for the teacher. And you kindly came over to lend me a hand. Jiang Wanwan suddenly remembered. So it was you. Wanwan, I didn't expect you to have met Senior Shi before. What a coincidence. Once you finalize your student loan, you'll be able to return to school. Don't worry about your living expenses. I'll ask my family for a bit more, and we can share. Across the street, Imo Hanjin was inspecting the development situation of the land with several project managers. Assistant Zhang glanced over and exclaimed, Mr. Imo, is that Miss Zhang sitting by the roadside? It seems she has a male classmate beside her. Chapter 18. M. Ardanum O embraces Nuan Imo Hanjin coldly lifted his gaze to look across. The girl in the white dress, with flushed cheeks and a shy demeanor, could only be Jiang Nuan. Opposite her stood a fair young man, and the two were engaged in conversation. Imo Hanjin's eyes darkened slightly, an inexplicable flame igniting within him. Assistant Zhang noted the tension in Imo Hanjin's profile and cautiously inquired, Mr. Imo, do you wish to greet Miss Jiang? After all, we are outside. He dared not reveal the fact that Mr. Imo was married, thus maintaining the formal address of Miss Jiang. Imo Hanjin retracted his gaze, his fists clenched at his sides, and replied coldly, no need. His expression appeared indifferent and frigid, Yet those around him sensed the palpable low pressure emanating from him. It was evident that Mr.Mo was in a foul mood, and they had to tread carefully to avoid provoking his ire. Assistant Zhang walked at the rear, wishing he could slap himself for speaking out of turn. Shirzai invited Jiang Nuanwan and Chen Lingxian to a nearby dessert shop for a chat. It's too sunny outside. Let's talk in the shop. As the three of them approached the dessert shop, Jiang Nuanwan couldn't help but glance back. Chen Lingxian curiously asked, Nuanwan, what are you looking at? Jiang Nuanwan shook her head, nothing. She had felt a scorching gaze upon her, as if it could burn her to ashes. However, upon looking back, there was nothing there. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. They entered the dessert shop, and Chen Lingxian ordered 2 ice cream cones, giving one to Jiang Nuanwan. Considering the child in her womb, Jiang Nuanwan pursed her lips and shook her head. Lingxian, you eat it, I'm not really in the mood. Chen Lingxian assumed she was worried about her studies and comforted her. Nuanwan, don't worry, you will surely return to school smoothly. The three of them chatted in the dessert shop for the entire afternoon. By evening, Jiang Nuanwan parted ways with Chen Lingxian and Shirzai. Taking the bus home, suddenly, Chen Lingxian exclaimed, realizing she had forgotten to ask Jiang Nuanwan where she was currently living. Surely, she wasn't staying in the hospital, was she? Nuanwan had no relatives or friends in the capital. It was indeed possible she was living in the hospital. Imagining Jiang Nuanwan all alone, curled up on a chair in the hospital, Chen Lingxian's expression turned to one of sympathy. In her heart, she mentally punched and kicked every member of the Jiang family, feeling a surge of anger towards those cold-hearted individuals who were unworthy of being Nuanwan's family. Nuanwan deserved to be loved by someone far better. Upon returning home, Jiang Nuanwan discovered that Mo Hanjin had not yet returned. Madam, Mr. Mo is working late at the company and may not be back until tonight. You need not wait. Jiang Nuanwan asked with concern, does Mr. often work this late? The maid smiled and replied, yes, Mr. Mo manages a vast corporation with tens of thousands of employees all by himself. Not only does he work late, but he often works through the night. We've all grown accustomed to it. Jiang Nuanwan responded with a thoughtful oh. She had assumed that someone like Mr. Mo, a big boss, would have a relatively easy life, but it seemed he worked very hard. Seeing that it was still early, she settled in the living room to watch television while waiting for Mo Hanjin to come home. However, when the clock struck 11, he still had not returned. Glancing outside at the pitch-black sky, exhaustion overcame her, and she decided to retire to her room for the night. In the middle of the night, feeling parched, Jiang Nuanwan ventured out of her room for a glass of water. As she passed through the living room, her eyes, unable to see clearly in the dark, caused her to accidentally bump into something. Ouch! Jiang Nuanwan exclaimed softly, expecting to fall, only to be caught by someone who pulled her into a strong embrace. Blinking in surprise, she felt her arm being held in the darkness. Is anyone there? Jiang Nuanwan suffered from severe night blindness. Without the lights on in the living room, she was effectively blind. In the dark, a deep voice resonated from above her. There's no one here, only a ghost. Jiang Nuanwan paused, a smile spreading across her face, her bright eyes curving like a crescent moon. Her voice brimmed with joy as she sweetly replied, Mr. Mo, you're back. Her exclamation was so delightful it could melt hearts. Even the stoic Mo Hanjin felt a momentary softening within him. He grasped her flailing arms, holding both of her wrists firmly in the darkness. His voice was rich and magnetic, sending shivers down her spine. What are you doing out so late? Jiang Nuanwan licked her lips. I was a bit thirsty and wanted to get a glass of water. Why didn't you bring your phone? How can you see where you're going? The girl adorably tilted her head. I forgot. Just waking up, her mind was still hazy, and she had overlooked that detail. The Mo family's living room was spacious, filled with furniture and various antiques, and given her night blindness, it was a wonder she hadn't tripped over something. Concerned she might injure herself further, Mo Hanjin lifted her effortlessly, carrying her as if she were a feather. Jiang Nuanwan instinctively clung to him like a flustered koala. Mr. Mo, please put me down. Mo Hanjin chuckled. If I put you down, what will happen to the antiques I've collected? Jiang Nuanwan's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling embarrassed as she lowered her head. Her fluffy little head nestled against his shoulder. Bashfully, she murmured, I'm afraid I'm too heavy. Mo Hanjin, accustomed to rigorous training, possessed a physique of lean muscle, and carrying Jiang Nuanwan posed no challenge whatsoever. You're light as a feather. Just stay still. Imo Hanjin carried her to the refrigerator, opening the door to illuminate the space. With the light from the fridge, he poured a glass of warm water for Jiang Nuan. She was like an ornament hanging on him. Not hindering his movements in the slightest, Mo Hanjin held the glass up to her lips, but it was evident he was inexperienced at feeding someone water. He was too hasty, causing much of it to trickle down her chin and disappear into her collar. Ahem, Mr. Imo, could you go a bit slower? This is too fast. Mo Hanjin slowed his pace, eventually finishing the entire glass of water. Would you like more? Jiang Nuan wiped the water from her chin with the back of her hand and shook her head. No more. Her delicate lips glistened with moisture, resembling a perfectly ripe peach, inviting and tempting. With his exceptional eyesight, Imo Hanjin was completely unaffected by the darkness and found himself irresistibly drawn to her again. His gaze deepened as he poured another glass of water, this time cold-eyeing Jiang Nuan's bewildered stare. He tilted his head back and swallowed the cool water in one gulp. Jiang Nuan, nestled in his embrace, felt her ears grow warm, because the cup Imo used was the one she had just used. Sharing the same cup was akin to an indirect kiss, wasn't it? Chapter 19. Mr. Mo's punishment. Imo Hanjin approached the refrigerator, but before he could reach out, Jiang Nuan proactively closed the door for him. Mo Hanjin affectionately brushed his fingers against her nose. His voice laced with a hint of laughter. Clever. Unexpectedly, he found himself in sync with this little girl. I'll take you back to your room to rest. Jiang Nuan obediently nodded, wrapping her arms around his neck. As they neared the door to her room, she asked with concern, Mr. Imo, why were you sitting in the living room instead of going to your room to sleep? Imo Hanjin's eyes darkened. A hint of a headache evident. I didn't feel like sleeping. His tone was casual, as if discussing something trivial, yet it caused an inexplicable tightening in Jiang Nuan's heart. Could it be that Mr. Imo often suffered from insomnia and headaches? Having reached her door, Mo Hanjin was about to set her down when Jiang Nuan quickly spoke up. Mr. Imo, I've learned a bit about traditional Chinese massage. Let me help you with some acupressure. It might make you feel better. Mo Hanjin was taken aback. You can do massage? Yes, I used to assist in an old traditional Chinese medicine shop and learned a few techniques. My massage skills are quite effective. I can surely make you feel drowsy. Jiang Nuan had been working various jobs since middle school to earn her tuition and had picked up some useful skills along the way. She had thought they would never come in handy, but today, she had the opportunity to put them to the test. Mo Hanjin turned, lowering his voice as he whispered in her ear. Then, shall we try in my room? Sure. He carried Jiang Nuan back to his bedroom next door. This was Jiang Nuan's first time in his room. The decor was simple, embodying a minimalist style. Infused with the refreshing scent of cedar, Mo Hanjin switched on a small nightlight and sat cross-legged on the bed. Jiang Nuan knelt softly behind him, gently massaging his temples. Mr. Imo, is this pressure acceptable? Imo Hanjin's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he replied, Jiang Nuan treated him as her patient, diligently attending to his needs. Her gaze was focused and earnest, a few silky strands of hair cascading down. Brushing against Imo Hanjin's neck, unnoticed by her, Imo Hanjin closed his eyes, and miraculously, the tumult of thoughts in his mind began to quiet. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the soft sounds of their breathing. Just as Imo Hanjin began to feel drowsy, he suddenly sensed a weight on his shoulder. Turning his head, he discovered Jiang Nuan had nestled against him, peacefully asleep. The dim glow of the nightlight cast a warm hue upon her, illuminating her fair, rosy cheeks and slightly pouted lips, with her curled lashes resembling delicate fans. Imo Hanjin couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Despite her assurances of lulling him to sleep, she had succumbed first. The following morning, Jiang Nuan awoke, stretching luxuriously. To her surprise, she found herself in her own princess bed. Last night, while massaging Mr. Imo, exhaustion had overtaken her, and she had unknowingly drifted off on his shoulder. So, had Imo carried her back to her room? Hastily lifting the covers, she realized she still wore her pajamas from the previous night, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she had changed into sleepwear. Otherwise, it would have been even more embarrassing. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she ventured into the living room for breakfast. Spotting Imo Hanjin seated on the sofa, engrossed in a magazine, her cheeks flushed as she greeted him. Mr. Imo, did you sleep well last night? Imo Hanjin glanced up, his eyes glinting with intrigue. What do you think? This response left Jiang Nuan feeling somewhat awkward. Her cheeks tinged with embarrassment as she scratched her face. She had volunteered to massage Mr. Mo, yet while he remained awake, she had been the one to succumb to fatigue. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. She glanced at the screen, bringing it to her ear. "Senior Sure, what is up? I'm sorry, I didn't see your message yesterday." As Jiang Wan stepped into a corner to take the call. She failed to notice Mo Hanjin's brow furrowing deeply. Assistant Zhang had arrived early, intending to deliver a contract to Mo Hanjin, only to find his boss wearing a dark expression, his eyes icy and piercing, radiating an aura so intimidating it felt as though he could commit murder. Assistant Zhang couldn't help but break into a sweat. What kind of senior was this, calling the madam so early in the morning? The anger that Mo Hanjin had managed to suppress yesterday was now reignited, and this time, it burned even more fiercely, likely not to be extinguished easily. Upon finishing her call, Jiang Nuan returned. Sensing a palpable tension in the room, just as she was about to sit down, a glass of carrot juice was placed before her. Mo Hanjin, his expression stern, commanded, "No honey added." "Drink it all." Jiang Nuan's mouth fell open in disbelief. A large glass of carrot juice, with no sugar or honey permitted. How could she possibly consume it? Biting her lip and remaining silent, she simply gazed at Mo Hanjin. Her large, sparkling eyes seemed to convey a silent plea, enough to soften the heart of anyone else. But Mo Hanjin was not just anyone. His heart was harder than stone. Irrationally irked, Mo Hanjin's tone grew colder. "Drink it obediently. Otherwise, the next time you fall, there may not be anyone nearby to catch you." Jiang Nuan tugged at Mo Hanjin's shirt sleeve, her eyes wide and innocent as she whimpered, "Mr. Mo, you can't repay kindness with ingratitude. I helped you last night." Sensing the danger in Mo Hanjin's gaze, she hesitated, unwilling to finish her thought. What good would it do? He was determined to bully her. Making a face at Mo Hanjin's retreating figure, she resigned herself to sipping the carrot juice. Taking small, reluctant gulps, to start the day with the very juice she detested was a true misfortune. Had she known, she would have refrained from massaging Mo last night, allowing him to suffer his headache in solitude. Humph! The ungrateful scoundrel! Mo Hanjin's peripheral vision caught her expression, and inexplicably, his mood lightened. However, the thought of her being out with her senior yesterday and now chatting with him over the phone darkened his features once more, transforming his attractive visage into a mask of displeasure. The rest of breakfast passed in silence, the atmosphere heavy. Yet, aside from the two of them, Assistant Zhang and the servants wore expressions of keen curiosity. Had they heard correctly? What had the madam said? That she had helped Mo last night. Why had she abruptly stopped mid-sentence? This was exasperating. Unbeknownst to Jiang Nuan, her casual remark had set the entire living room abuzz with speculation. Chapter 20. O is angry that day. As Jiang Nuan strolled past the tree where she had encountered the old man playing chess, she spotted him once more. "Grandfather, I've run into you again." The old man smiled warmly at her. "Would you like to play a few more rounds?" "Of course," she replied eagerly. Sitting opposite him, they played several matches as before. She lost miserably each time, showing no sign of improvement. The old man stroked his beard thoughtfully and asked, "Child, do you have something on your mind?" With no one to confide in, Jiang Nuan felt overwhelmed by emotions she had been bottling up. This old man, being a stranger, allowed her the freedom to speak without reservations. "Grandfather, I'm facing a rather complicated issue." "Oh? What is it?" "Do share." Resting her chin on her hand, her delicate brows knitted together. "I want to return to school, but my current situation may not allow for that." The old man was somewhat taken aback. He had expected her troubles to be related to the Mo family. "Not about education." "Why do you wish to study?" he inquired. Without hesitation, Jiang Nuan replied, "Because I want to change my fate. Ever since I was little, those around me have told me that getting into a good university is the only way out for us rural children. I worked hard to get into Jing City University, selecting my favorite major, but," her voice trailed off, "but I've become pregnant with Mr. Mo's child. He probably wouldn't agree to let me attend school, since education is so important to you." "Why not give it a try?" The old man's words startled Jiang Nuan. "But I feel I won't succeed." Thus, she had even hesitated to mention this to Mr. Mo. "If you don't try, how will you know the outcome?" The old man's encouragement sparked a realization within her. Sighing, She acknowledged her cowardice. Afraid of Mr. Mo's rejection, she had not dared to voice her desires. What a timid soul I am. Clenching her fists, she reignited her determination. Grandfather, you're right. Regardless of the outcome, I should attempt it and not let my future self regret it. Wallowing in self-doubt would change nothing. It was better to bravely approach Mr. Mo. Even if he disagreed, they could discuss it together and find a solution. Perhaps they would even devise a mutually beneficial plan. Oh, grandfather, I mentioned wanting to give you a gift last time. Please wait a moment. I'll fetch it. Returning to the villa, Jiang Wanwan emerged with a book. Grandfather, this is a chess manual written by Mr. Chung Feng. It's quite rare to find on the market, and I wish to gift it to you. Mo Hanjin's home was filled with many tomes, and this manual was among them. Last time, Jiang Wanwan had inquired if she could give it away. Mo Hanjin had raised an eyebrow and told her, "You are the mistress of this house. You may dispose of anything at your discretion." Seeing the old man hesitate to accept, Jiang Wanwan questioned, "Grandfather, do you not like chess manuals?" The old man's lips twitched slightly. His expression oddly complicated. "I do. Old man loves chess manuals most." Jiang Wanwan smiled brightly. "I'm glad you like it. I must take my leave now, but I will come back to play chess with you again." After she departed, the old man glanced at the manual in his hands, flipping through it absent-mindedly, each page familiar to him. How had his own manual returned to him after such a journey? Jiang Wanwan only saw the author as Cheng Feng, unaware that the author's surname was Mo, and his full name was Mo Chung Feng. This chess manual, crafted by Mo Chung Feng, was invaluable, often sought after in the black market at exorbitant prices, with counterfeit copies frequently circulating. Realizing that this girl recognized the manual's worth yet willingly chose to give it to a stranger, Mo Chung Feng pondered for a moment, wondering if his son's wife was perhaps too innocent. She appeared somewhat naive, a stark contrast to her cunning husband. The two of them combined had 800 cunning schemes, while Mo Hanjin possessed 801. Upon hearing that Mo Hanjin had finished work, Jiang Wanwan dashed outside. She caught up with him and led him to a quiet garden. Mo Hanjin regarded her with surprise. There's something you need." Jiang Wanwan nodded, her delicate fingers twisting together nervously. Sensing her hesitation, Mo Hanjin patiently awaited her to gather her thoughts, refraining from urging her. "Mr. Mo, I would like to return to school." "May I?" Mo Hanjin was taken aback for a moment, then recalled that a while back, Assistant Zhang had mentioned that Jiang Wanwan had excellent academic performance. She had never attended tutoring classes, instead gaining admission to the prestigious Jing City University through her own efforts. She is a remarkably intelligent young child. "Do you wish to return to Kyoto University?" Jiang Nuanyuan gazed sincerely at him. "Yes, I left school previously due to the interference of the Jiang family. Now, I can apply for a student loan, and I can attend university without relying on them. Mr. Mo, may I go to school?" Jiang Nuanyuan cautiously finished speaking and kept stealing glances at Mo Hanjin's expression. Mo Hanjin stood leisurely at the edge of the flower bed with his hands in his pockets. Upon hearing her words, his brows furrowed slightly, and his chest heaved violently. He appeared quite angry. Jiang Nuanyuan's heart involuntarily tightened, and her gaze dimmed. Could it be that Mo disapproved of her returning to school? Although she had anticipated this outcome, she still felt a pang of disappointment. She lowered her head and said, "Mr. Mo, if it's not possible," then Mo Hanjin spoke in a deep voice, "You may go to school." But Jiang Nuanyuan's eyes rekindled with hope as she looked at him expectantly. "You cannot apply for a student loan." Confused, Jiang Nuanyuan asked, "Why?" Mo Hanjin earnestly replied, "Because I am your husband, the person you can depend on." This girl had seemed so distracted these past few days. Mo Hanjin had thought she was burdened with something significant. After all this time, it turned out she merely wished to return to university. Mo Hanjin's anger stemmed from 2 points. First, she kept things from him and bore them alone. Second, they were married. Yet Jiang Nuanyuan insisted on maintaining a clear separation in their affairs, showing no desire to rely on him financially. Jiang Nuanyuan, attending university is your freedom. Whatever decision you make, I will not interfere. However, since we are already married, I do not wish for you to conceal matters from me, nor do I want you to face challenges alone without seeking my assistance. Mo Hanjin's voice remained steady and calm, yet despite his efforts to temper his imposing aura, it still radiated a strong sense of pressure. Jiang Nuanyuan felt a twinge of shame at his words. Accompanied by profound emotion, No had ever told her throughout her life that they would be her unwavering support. Mo was the first and only person willing to be her backing. Chapter 21. The little one of the Mo family, Jiang Nuanyuan, took the initiative to grasp Mo Hanjin's hand, enveloping his rough yet warm palm with her soft little hand. I'm sorry, Mr. Mo. I won't be so distant with you from now on. Noticing Mo Hanjin's profile remained tense, Jiang Nuanyuan stood on her tiptoes and boldly planted a kiss on his cheek. The girl playfully tugged at his arm. Speaking softly, husband, could you help me pay for my tuition? Mo Hanjin suppressed the smile that threatened to surface, though he could not conceal the satisfaction in his eyes. He maintained an aloof demeanor. Yet it was a step in the right direction. But why did you think I would prevent you from returning to school? Jiang Nuanyuan bit her lip. I'm worried that if others find out about us, it could cause you trouble. Mo Hanjin pondered for a moment before chuckling softly. It may be a bit troublesome, but it's not an insurmountable issue. Hearing him say this, Jiang Nuanyuan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Just before leaving the garden, Mo Hanjin extended his long fingers and pinched Jiang Nuanyuan's face, threatening mock seriously, if you dare to keep things so separated from me, I'll make you eat a carrot feast 3 times a day. The big bad wolf understood what frightened the little rabbit most. As soon as those words left his lips, Jiang Nuanyuan immediately covered her mouth in terror, shaking her head vigorously like a little rattled drum. No, I don't want to eat that many carrots. Help. Mr. Mo is trying to murder his wife. Mo Hanjin chuckled at her expression, unable to resist pinching her cheeks a couple of times. Her small face was warm and soft, providing a delightful sensation that made one unable to let go. As Mo Hanjin gazed at Jiang Nuanyuan's bright smile, his heart suddenly felt a tug. He realized that Jiang Nuanyuan's reluctance to rely on him stemmed from a lack of ever having been loved. She had no one to depend on, so when faced with difficulties, she had grown accustomed to hiding away and finding solutions on her own. Perhaps in her childhood, she had sought help from her foster parents. But all she received was scorn and blame, leading her to never dare to open her heart to anyone again. That day, Mo Hanjin gathered with a few childhood friends, all of whom had grown up in the same neighborhood and played together since they were young. However, due to Mo Hanjin's exceptional nature, he had always been a role model in the eyes of others, leading to a certain degree of reverence. Spotting a book on child psychology on his friend's bookshelf, Mo Hanjin set down his wine glass, pulled out the book, and casually flipped through its pages. The second-generation heir of the Zhao family wandered over, his expression exaggerated as he exclaimed, Mr. Mo, you're not suddenly having an epiphany and wanting a child, are you? Mo Hanjin, still focused on the book, didn't even glance at him. What, is that a problem? Of course not. I wouldn't dare say you can't. But if you want a child, shouldn't you first find a woman? Isn't it a bit early for you to be reading about children? With a sharp clap, Mo Hanjin closed the book. That I'm taking this book with me. After Mo Hanjin left with the book, his friends huddled together, chattering away. Oh, you think Mo might already have an illegitimate child. And perhaps it's a rather unruly child, which is why he's reading about child psychology. Very possible. Otherwise, why would he be looking at such a book? But where would he have an illegitimate child? There hasn't been a woman in sight. Who knows? I wouldn't dare speak out about Mr. Mo's affairs. I'm not looking to tempt fate. Whoever wants to ask, go ahead. They pondered endlessly, but would never comprehend that Mo Hanjin was reading this book to understand the thoughts of his little wife. In Mo Hanjin's eyes, his little wife was just a peculiar child. Since she was a child, he could only address her with child psychology. Ever since Jiang Nuanyuan had openly communicated her feelings with Mo Hanjin, she found herself feeling considerably lighter. It was as if a heavy stone that had been pressing on her chest for ages had finally been lifted. She immediately shared this good news with Chan Lingxian. Lingxian, I can return to school, and I don't need to apply for a student loan. I have a relative willing to help pay for my tuition. After sending this message, Jiang Nuanyuan proactively contacted her academic advisor and transferred the tuition fee to him. The advisor added Jiang Nuanyuan to the college's main group chat and tagged everyone. Welcome back, Jiang Nuanyuan, to our big family. However, upon sending the message, the group fell eerily silent, with not a single response. Jiang Nuanyuan bit her lip, puzzled as to why the lively conversation had halted the moment she appeared. Upon hearing of her return to campus, Chen Lingxian immediately called to congratulate her. Nuanyuan, that's wonderful. Your grades are so good. It would be such a pity to give up on your favorite major. Jiang Nuanyuan replied affirmatively, but recalling the earlier silence in the group, She felt a bit uncomfortable. Lingxian, why did everyone go quiet when I showed up? Chen Lingxian checked the group chat and sent a message welcoming Jiang Nuanyuan. She also rallied her friends to create a lively atmosphere. The previously quiet group buzzed back to life. Just then, someone accidentally posted a screenshot of a message in the group. Though she retracted it quickly, Jiang Nuanyuan still caught a glimpse of its content. Why did Jiang Nuanyuan return to school? Didn't her sister say she was out there fooling around and caught a disease, making her unfit for school? Yes, her sister said it herself, so it must be true. Her sister claimed that Jiang Nuanyuan was getting cozy with men at the birthday party and even tried to seduce her sister's fiancé. What if she returns to school and infects us? The advisor is being irresponsible. How can he let someone like her back in school? Doesn't he care about student safety? Jiang Nuanyuan's hands trembled with anger upon reading these messages. In no wonder the school had abruptly notified her to temporarily take a leave of absence. Jiang Nuanyuan had thought it was due to her unpaid tuition that led to her suspension. Little did she know, it was Jiang Yin'er who was maligning her behind her back, spreading rumors that she was fooling around and had contracted a disease. It was Jiang Yin'er who had drugged her, causing her to lose her innocence in confusion. If not for her fortunate encounter with a responsible man like Mr. Mo, her entire life could have been ruined by Jiang Yin'er. Not only had Jiang Yin'er schemed against her, but she was also spreading rumors that led others to believe she was a promiscuous woman. Jiang Nuanyuan typed a response, but ultimately deleted it. No matter what she explained in the group, no one would believe her. Once she returned to school, all the rumors would naturally shatter. Taking a few deep breaths, she resolved not to let these misfortunes affect her mood. She asked a servant to bring her a chessboard, hoping to distract herself with the game. When Mo Hanjin returned, he found the girl quietly sitting in the courtyard, playing chess against herself. Chapter 22. Mr. Mo helps Nuanyuan choose clothes. Jiang Nuanyuan had set up the chessboard, but she was unsure of her next move. Just then, a low, sensual voice came from behind her. Move here. Jiang Nuanyuan was taken aback, not yet comprehending, when a warm touch enveloped her hand. The man's coarse yet warm hand wrapped around her delicate one, guiding her to move the chess piece. Upon seeing where he had moved, her eyes instantly filled with delight. How had she not noticed that this move was possible? How should one defend against the opponent? Jiang Nuanyuan initially believed that there were no opportunities left for the opposing side. Yet Mo Hanjin shifted another piece, instantly altering the course of the game. Is it truly possible to make such a move? Mr. Mo, please impart some wisdom to me. Jiang Nuanyuan clung to Mo Hanjin's arm, reluctant to let him depart. Observing her infatuated demeanor, Mo Hanjin acquiesced to her wishes, instructing her on the art of offense and how to let go. After concluding a game, Jiang Nuanyuan's mind was enriched with numerous strategies, and she felt immensely rewarded. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, Mr. Mo, your chess skills are truly remarkable. Mo Hanjin modestly replied, It's rather ordinary. The old gentleman simply enjoys the game, and I occasionally indulge him in a few matches. Naturally intelligent and quick-witted, Mo Hanjin had become a master through frequent games with the elder. Why was he suddenly playing alone? Was there something troubling him? Jiang Nuanyuan shook her head. Mr. Mo, I can return to school tomorrow. I wish to select an outfit for the day. Could you assist me? A hint of surprise flickered in Mo Hanjin's eyes. You wish for me to help you choose? Indeed. Your taste is undoubtedly exquisite. Mr. Mo, a faint smile graced Mo Hanjin's lips as he gazed at her. Are you so certain? Jiang Nuanyuan nodded without hesitation. Mo appeared impeccably handsome every day. His taste must be exceptional. Upon entering the wardrobe, Mo Hanjin surveyed the garments and pointed towards a plain cotton dress adorned with a limited edition teddy bear at the waist. Jiang Nuanyuan eagerly retreated to the restroom, donning the outfit he had selected. She twirled around, lifting the hem of the dress as she emerged. Mr. Mo, does this look good? Mo Hanjin stood casually by the door with one hand in his pocket, engrossed in responding to work messages on his phone. Upon hearing her voice, he glanced up, and a look of astonishment washed over his otherwise icy gaze. Indeed, it suits you splendidly. Jiang Nuanyuan touched the plush teddy bear at her waist, suddenly realizing that this dress bore a striking resemblance to the one she wore when she first met Mr. Mo. However, that particular dress had been torn to shreds by him. Mo Hanjin's gaze lingered on her, as if recalling something, and a dangerous aura began to emanate from him. His voice, slightly husky, suggested, Perhaps you should choose another. This girl possessed an excessively pure aura. The white attire on her evoked a sense of sanctity and innocence. Yet, such beauty only stirred the beast within Imo Hanjin, igniting a desire to dominate her, to tarnish her purity and envelop her in his essence. Jiang Nuanyuan smoothly returned to her classes at school. Nevertheless, regardless of where she sat in the classroom, a space would always clear around her. As if she were a feared source of contagion, Jiang Nuanyuan overheard whispers behind her. That is Jiang Nuanyuan. Her attire is certainly not inexpensive. Who knows where she acquired the funds to purchase such clothing? I have photographs of her from her sister's birthday party, shamelessly seducing men. She even attempted to entice her sister's fiancé. It is said that her sister is betrothed to young Master Imo, and she must be coveting the Imo family's power, brazenly trying to get close. However, young Master Imo is no fool. How could he possibly take a liking to such a vain woman? When Jiang Yin'er drugged Jiang Nuanyuan and deliberately arranged for a man to assist her to a private room. Photographs of their encounter were captured. Due to lighting and angle, it appeared as though Jiang Nuanyuan was the one willingly approaching the man. These images became irrefutable evidence for Jiang Yin'er to besmirch her reputation. Jiang Nuanyuan had initially intended to remain oblivious to external matters and focus solely on her studies. However, the rumors continued to proliferate. News of her return to school swiftly reached Jiang Yin'er's ears. "What did you say? Jiang Nuanyuan is back at school?" Jiang Yin'er exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed, Yin'er. She actually has the audacity to return. I suspect she is looking for an opportunity to get close to young Master Imo. After all, he is also a student at Jing University, currently in his final year and about to graduate." Jiang Yin'er sought every possible means to prevent Jiang Nuanyuan from attending school, solely to thwart her from approaching Imo Yunting. Who would have thought that this despicable girl would remain undeterred, attempting to seize the engagement with young Master Imo from her grasp? Jiang Yin'er dug her nails into her palm, nearly breaking her slender fingers. "No, I must devise another plan to expel Jiang Nuanyuan from Jing University." That evening, once the Jiang family returned home, Jiang Yin'er threw herself into Mrs. Jiang's arms, weeping, "Mother, I just heard that Nuanyuan has returned to school. But why hasn't she come to our home? Is she angry with me?" Before Mrs. Jiang could respond, Jiang's second brother disdainfully interjected. "I knew she couldn't let go of the good life in the capital. After wandering around, she still yearns for young Master Imo." Mrs. Jiang's expression turned cold as she recalled the events at the hospital. "That day when I visited the hospital, Jiang Nuanyuan inquired about my schedule and deliberately came to see me. However, I was with several friends and chose to ignore her." Jiang Yin'er, with tear-filled eyes, pleaded, "Mother, regardless of the situation, she is still your biological daughter. If she remains in the capital, it would be best for her to return home soon. Otherwise, if outsiders learn of this, they will surely gossip about our family. I shall go and console my sister, apologize to her, and urge her to return home promptly." Jiang's second brother slammed his hand on the table. "No, Yin'er, why should you apologize to her? Have you forgotten how she bullied you when she lived at home? Your trophies, your clothes and jewelry, didn't she ruin them all? She stole your belongings, never once offered an apology. And now she expects us to welcome her back? Not a chance." Mrs. Jiang's brows furrowed tightly. Jiang Nuanyuan was utterly ungrateful. Her return to school would undoubtedly lead her to flaunt her origins, tarnishing our family's reputation. Jiang Yin'er bit her lip fiercely. No, she was the sole heiress of the Jiang family. Jiang Nuanyuan must not take away what rightfully belonged to her. Jiang Yin'er feigned innocence. "If my sister desires the position of Jiang family's heiress, I would willingly relinquish it. However, even if I agree, the Imo family would never consent to her being with young Master Imo." Jiang's second brother placed a reassuring hand on Jiang Yin'er's shoulder. "Do not worry, sister. I shall go to school and find Jiang Nuanyuan, demanding that she return home immediately. If she insists on staying at school to pursue young Master Imo, I will ensure she can never set foot in the Jiang family home again." Chapter 23. Nuanyuan's distress. As Jiang Nuanyuan exited the school, she was abruptly stopped. Upon raising her gaze, she saw her second brother, Jiang Tsongnan. His eyes filled with disdain as he beheld her clad in designer attire. "You stole Yin'er's necklace just to buy such expensive clothing?" Jiang Nuanyuan's face paled slightly, but she defiantly retorted, "I did not steal anything from Jiang Yin'er. Who would believe you when you claim you haven't stolen? If you hadn't pilfered from home and sold the items, how could you afford such fine clothing?" Jiang Nuanyuan recognized that the Jiang family would never believe her. Not a single person would stand by her. She wished to ignore Jiang Tsongnan and walked past him, but he refused to let her go, blocking her path. With a condescending gaze, he stated, Jiang Nuanyuan, why do you so enjoy taking from Yenner? I warn you, young Master Mo is Yenner's fiancé. If you dare to entice him and cause her heartache, I will not let you off easily. Jiang Nuanyuan retorted, when have I ever tried to seduce Mo Yunting? Yenner likes him. I have no interest. It was no surprise that Jiang Tsongnan approached her. It was all in defense of Jiang Yenner. Jiang Nuanyuan knew that the Jiang family had never regarded her with any significance. If it weren't for Jiang Yenner's provocation, they would hardly remember she existed. After speaking, Jiang Nuanyuan attempted to move left, but Jiang Tsongnan blocked her. She shifted right, and once again, he obstructed her path. Jiang Nuanyuan's cheeks flushed with anger. What exactly do you want? What do you think? Withdraw from school immediately, or as long as I am present, you shall never enter the Jiang family home. I never intended to. Jiang Nuanyuan had long since lost all hope in the Jiang family. Even if they begged her, she would never return to that repugnant place. Her face radiated determination, causing Jiang Tsongnan to briefly believe she might truly sever ties with the Jiang family. However, that notion quickly dissipated. When Jiang Nuanyuan first arrived at the Jiang household, she had been eager to please, bending over backward to curry favor. They were her only relatives. How could she not wish to return to the Jiang family? Her current words were merely a form of rebellion. Jiang Tsongnan scoffed, if you truly wish to leave, then why did you rush back to the capital and deliberately go to the hospital to confront my mother? The hospital is not owned by the Jiang family. Is it only permissible for your family to visit? Must I refrain from going? Jiang Tsongnan clicked his tongue dismissively, speaking in a condescending tone. Are you done with your tantrum? Come home with me now, and I will arrange for you to withdraw from school tomorrow. If you comply, we will overlook the previous theft and allow you to return home. Jiang Nuanyuan's simmering anger ignited. Why should she be forced to withdraw from the university she worked so hard to attend? Jiang Nuanyuan clenched her fists at her sides. There are many girls at Jing University besides me. No matter how powerful the Jiang family is, can they compel all the female students to withdraw? If Jiang Yenner fears losing Mo Yunting, then she should rely on her own merits to gain admission to Jing University rather than strip others of their right to education. Jiang Tsongnan was momentarily at a loss for words. If Jiang Yenner had the capability to gain admission to Jingda, she would have done so long ago. Why would she need to mention it? However, in Jiang Tsongnan's eyes, even if Jiang Yenner struggled academically, she remained his most cherished sister. Yo, you think Yenner is like you? Solely devoted to rote studying? Gaining admission to Jingda is hardly an achievement. Yenner has achieved a grade 10 in piano and excels in several forms of dance. Do you believe you are worthy of comparing yourself to her? A fleeting glimpse of pain crossed Jiang Nuanyuan's face. She, too, wished to learn the piano and dance, but had her upbringing provided her with such opportunities? Suddenly, Jiang Tsongnan recalled that Jiang Nuanyuan had grown up in a village and had naturally never had the chance to learn the piano or dance. A hint of an indescribable discomfort stirred in his heart, but it swiftly dissipated. Jiang Nuanyuan, do not overstep your bounds. With your daily attempts to ingratiate yourself with Mo Xiao, he would not even spare you a glance. Jiang Tsongnan abruptly reached out, roughly yanking the small bear off Jiang Nuanyuan's clothing, tossing it to the ground and trampling it twice. With a cold glare, Jiang Tsongnan declared, this is Yenner's favorite toy. You are not worthy to wear it. You, a vain little thief, deserve nothing less than to be trampled underfoot by Yenner. Yenner is their beloved princess, to whom Jiang Nuanyuan, the interloper, cannot even begin to compare. Jiang Nuanyuan gazed at the soiled toy, her heart seemingly gripped by a powerful hand, tears welling in her eyes. She had already been cast out by the Jiang family. Why could they not let her be? The clothes personally chosen for her by M.R.Mo were now tarnished by Jiang Tsongnan's contempt. Jiang Tsongnan, indifferent, observed the tearful Jiang Nuanyuan, utterly disbelieving of her words. You do not care for Mo Xiao? Then why did you rush back to school? If even Mo Xiao looks down on you, do you presume to entice Mo Sanyi? Absurd. That member of the Mo family is far beyond your reach. Should you dare to overestimate your worth, the consequences will be dire. Jiang Nuanyuan picked up the soiled teddy bear and walked away in silence. Once home, she filled a basin with water and immersed the bear to clean it. Madam, if you need to wash something, just let us know. There is no need for you to do it yourself. Allow me to assist you. A servant rushed over, helping her aside. Isn't this the teddy bear from your clothes? How did it get so dirty? Jiang Nuanyuan lowered her head, biting her lip, her voice barely audible. I accidentally dropped it. The servant reassured her, "Do not worry, madam. I can make it spotless again, as good as new." Jiang Wanwan's expression warmed slightly, "Thank you." When Imo Hanjin returned that evening, he expected to find Jiang Wanwan waiting for him in the living room as usual. Upon his arrival, she would lift her small head, rub her sleepy eyes, and greet him with a smile. However, today he learned that Jiang Wanwan had already retired to her room. Mo Hanjin frowned. Why is she asleep so early today? Perhaps it's because it was her first day of classes. She may be quite exhausted, came the response. Mo Hanjin tugged at his tie, discarding it onto the sofa. Did she drink her carrot juice today? Yes, madam was very obedient today, and finished it all in one go. Imo Hanjin, skeptical, inquired, did she say nothing? Based on his understanding of the little one, she would normally act coy or delay drinking it. No, madam usually jokes with me, but today she simply drank the carrot juice without a word. She didn't even touch the milk candy I prepared for her. Imo Hanjin's brow instinctively furrowed. He approached Jiang Wanwan's bedroom door, raised his hand to knock, but ultimately lowered it. After finishing his shower, as he prepared to turn off the lights, his gaze fell upon the book titled Child Psychology on the table. By some strange impulse, Imo Hanjin sat in the armchair and opened the book. Children who have not been loved in their childhood carry that yearning for love within their souls even as adults. Upon reading this sentence, Imo Hanjin felt as if his heart had been struck. He deepened his gaze and continued reading. The next day, as Jiang Wanwan arrived at the school gate, she was stopped by several police officers. "Miss Jiang Wanwan, someone has reported you for stealing jewelry valued at 200,000. Please come with us for an investigation." Turning around, she spotted Jiang Tsongnan in the police car, looking at her with an air of arrogance. Beside him sat Jiang Yin'er, her eyes gleaming with a smug satisfaction. Jiang Wanwan pressed her lips together. "I did not steal anything. Please accompany us to the police station. If you truly have not stolen anything, we will clear your name." Jiang Wanwan had no choice but to get into the car. Inside, Jiang Tsongnan noticed that Jiang Wanwan had changed into a designer outfit, his disdain intensifying. "Jiang Wanwan, with all these designer clothes, don't tell me they were bought by your adoptive parents. I advise you to return Yin'er's necklace promptly or voluntarily withdraw from school. Otherwise, the charge of theft is one you cannot bear." Jiang Wanwan understood that Jiang Tsongnan and Jiang Yin'er had orchestrated this scheme to force her to drop out. Was Jiang Yin'er truly so fearful of losing Imo Xiao to her? He who is clear. I have never even seen Jiang Yin'er's necklace. Jiang Tsongnan slammed his fist against the car door. "Imph, keep being stubborn. Once we arrive at the police station, we shall see what you have to say." Jiang Yin'er's gaze flickered, feigning generosity as she advised, "Wanwan, I heard your adoptive parents live in the village. If you stole my necklace to improve their living conditions, I might still commend your filial piety. However, I never imagined you would steal it merely to buy designer clothes for yourself. That is truly vain of you." Jiang Wanwan had initially intended to treat them as if they were invisible. Upon hearing this, she could no longer contain herself. Jiang Wanwan's eyes sparkled with clarity as she looked at Jiang Yin'er. "My adoptive parents are, in fact, your biological parents. While you enjoy a life of luxury in the Jiang family, did you ever consider improving their living conditions? This ring on your hand must be worth over 100,000. As their biological daughter, you neglect them and expect me, an adopted daughter, to care for them?" Jiang Yin'er was momentarily at a loss for words, her eyes fixed on Jiang Wanwan. Jiang Tsongnan, filled with disdain, retorted, "When did you become so sharp-tongued? Your pitiable existence in the Jiang family was merely an act, wasn't it? This is your true nature, and you are quite the actress." When Jiang Wanwan was part of the Jiang family, she had always been humble and accommodating, believing them to be her true family. She wished to coexist with them as one family, so she endured grievances without complaint. Yet the Jiang family only favored Jiang Yin'er, never caring for her. Why should she continue to humble herself before them? Were they worthy? Jiang Wanwan coldly responded, "From the moment you cast me out of the family, we cease to be related. Whatever I do or say is no longer your concern." Jiang Tsongnan frowned. "Who cast you out? Was it not your own mischief that drove you to leave?" Jiang Yin'er felt a sudden pang of anxiety and hurriedly grasped Jiang Tsongnan's arm. "Second brother, it seems we have arrived at the police station." The topic abruptly shifted as the three exited the car. Upon reaching the police station, the officers asked, "Jiang Yin'er, you reported Jiang Wanwan for stealing your necklace. What evidence do you have?" Jiang Yin'er's eyes flickered with guilt. "I doubt I have no evidence, but I am certain Jiang Nuanwan stole it. She has been in my room, and now my necklace is missing." Jiang Tsongnan scoffed loudly, pointing at Jiang Nuanwan. "It must be her. Ever since she arrived at our home, we have lost countless items. Who else could it be?" The officers, reviewing the documents, hesitated. "Jiang Ershao. Jiang Nuanwan appears to be your biological sister. Why is Jiang Ershao not supporting his own sister but rather siding with Jiang Yener?" This situation left outsiders utterly perplexed. Jiang Tsongnan looked at Jiang Nuanwan with disdain. "She is not worthy to be called my sister. Which of her clothes could she afford? If she hadn't stolen Yener's jewelry, how could she afford such fine clothing?" A nearby young officer interjected. "Jiang Nuanwan is a true Jiang family daughter. Does she not have money to buy clothing and jewelry? That seems unreasonable." Jiang Nuanwan felt a bitter pang at this remark. Look, even outsiders could easily discern the Jiang family's favoritism. Yet the Jiang family had never perceived their treatment of her as unjust. They only loved Jiang Yener, leaving Jiang Nuanwan as the superfluous. Jiang Tsongnan impatiently declared. "Jiang Nuanwan insists on returning to the Jiang family solely for its wealth and status. She is only after our money. If we simply hand her money, we would become fools. You must arrest Jiang Nuanwan. Either she returns the money or withdraws from school and leaves Jingda." The officers turned to Jiang Nuanwan. "Miss Jiang, are the clothes and jewelry you are wearing your own purchases?" Jiang Nuanwan shook her head. "No, they were bought for me by someone else." "These items were prepared by Mr. Mo," she added, unaware of their origins, only knowing that they were all quite expensive. Jiang Tsongnan roughly seized Jiang Nuanwan's arm, leaving red marks on her fair skin. "Still not confessing? You must have stolen them. Otherwise, who would buy you so many clothes and bags? Do you think you are worthy?" Jiang Yener added fuel to the fire, declaring, "Jiang Nuanwan, just admit it. Considering that you also bear the surname Jiang, we won't truly imprison you. I merely wish for you to withdraw from Jing University. Why do you insist on clinging to Mo Xiao? He is my fiancé. And no matter how much you throw yourself at him, he will never regard you. The Mo family does not allow just anyone to enter. Do you think Jiang Nuanwan, with her background, could ever cross the threshold of the Mo family? The old master of the Jiang family would never permit it. Miss Jiang, if you cannot clarify the origins of these clothes and jewelry, you will be temporarily detained." Jiang Nuanwan's delicate brows knitted tightly. All she desired was to attend school peacefully. Why was it so difficult? "Jiang Nuanwan, do not attempt to wriggle out of this. Simply confess that you are a thief, just as Jiang Yener and Jiang Tsongnan reveled in their perceived victory over Jiang Nuanwan." A deep, sultry voice interrupted. "Who claims she is a thief?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Nuanwan looked up in disbelief. A tall, imposing figure entered against the light, his features sharp and handsome, resembling a sculpture chiseled from stone. His narrowed, cold eyes radiated an intimidating aura that left others feeling small. The crowd gasped in shock and respectfully approached him. "Mr. Mo, what brings you here?" Jiang Yener, upon seeing Mo Hanshin, momentarily dazzled and begrudging, sweetly called out, "Uncle." Chapter 25. The Mo family bought it for her after Jiang Yener addressed him as uncle. Mo Hanshin's brows visibly furrowed. When children called him uncle, he found it amusing and pleasant, but hearing it from Jiang Yener made him feel inexplicably nauseated. His icy gaze fixed on her. "Who is your uncle?" Jiang Yener stood frozen, stammering, I embarrassed in front of so many witnesses, her face flushed crimson, wishing for a hole to hide in. Mo Hanshin ignored her completely and walked past her without a glance. Jiang Tsongnan, with a respectful demeanor, spoke. "Third master, Jiang Nuanwan stole my sister's necklace to buy herself designer clothes and jewelry, which is why we brought her here. However, rest assured, I will handle this matter properly and ensure Jiang Nuanwan does not tarnish the Jiang family's reputation or the engagement between our families." Mo Hanshin's cold eyes narrowed, devoid of any emotion. His gaze bore down heavily, causing Jiang Tsongnan to break into a cold sweat, unable to lift his head. How could the third master of the Mo family be here? If he discovered that the Jiang family had raised a thief, would it jeopardize Yener and Mo Xiao's engagement? It was all Jiang Nuanwan's fault, the greedy and materialistic woman. She nearly brought disgrace upon them. Mo Hanshin's voice was chilling as he inquired, "Which one is your sister?" Jiang Tsongnan hesitated. "This is my sister Yener. You should have met her the last time you visited the Jiang family." Jiang Yener shyly stepped forward. "Third master, I saw you from a distance when you brought Yunting to the Jiang family." Since that encounter, she had remembered this godlike figure. Mo Hanshin scoffed and turned his attention to Jiang Nuanwan, casually asking, "Then who is Jiang Nuanwan?" Jiang Tsongnan was momentarily at a loss. "She is the daughter of our family's relative." Mo Hanshin abruptly raised his gaze, his expression suddenly frosty. "I advise you to think carefully before you speak." Terrified, Jiang Tsongnan lowered his head and had no choice but to confess, "She is the biological daughter of my parents." Though he wished to conceal this fact, he dared not lie in front of the Mo family's authority. Given the Mo family's immense power, they would have likely already discovered that Jiang Nuanwan was the true heiress of the Jiang family. Continuing to hide it would be futile. Mo Hanshin's eyes were filled with cold mockery as he regarded Jiang Tsongnan. His assistant, Zhang, pretended to be astonished, saying, "Your Jiang family is quite peculiar. You would slander the true heiress as a thief for the sake of a false one." Jiang Yenner clenched her fists and exclaimed, "We did not slander her. Jiang Nuanwan is indeed a thief. Otherwise, where did her clothes and jewelry come from? After just a few days, she is already wearing the latest designer outfits and diamond jewelry. She is sporting an ensemble worth a fortune, one that even she cannot afford. How could Jiang Nuanwan possess such things?" Mo Hanshin cast her a cold glance and replied leisurely, "The Mo family provided them for her." "Do you have any objections?" Jiang Yenner's face flushed crimson. What? Both she and Jiang Tsongnan were filled with shock, utterly unprepared to hear the words from the Mo family's third master. It turned out that Jiang Nuanwan had already secretly connected herself to the Mo family. The Mo family had gifted her such extravagant jewelry. Could it be that she was the favored choice for the Mo family's future lady? Jiang Yenner glared at Jiang Nuanwan with envy, her lower lip nearly bitten through. Although Jiang Nuanwan was indeed the true heiress, having been raised in the village for so many years, she lacked any semblance of aristocratic grace. If the Mo family were to marry her, they would surely become a laughingstock. Jiang Yenner shot a glare at Jiang Nuanwan before sweetly asking, "Third master, Jiang Nuanwan grew up in the village, and I've heard her foster parents are quite lazy and have a poor reputation in the village. Are you certain you want to let such a vain and materialistic woman into the Mo family's gates?" Mo Hanshin smiled coldly, his amusement not reaching his eyes. "The Mo family's decisions are not for you to question. Furthermore, I seem to recall that her foster parents are your biological parents." Jiang Nuanwan stepped behind Mo Hanshin, emboldened by his support, and asserted, "Uncle is right. Since they are lazy and deceitful, it is only natural that Jiang Yenner, being their biological daughter, inherits their fine traits." Jiang Nuanwan's use of uncle was entirely intentional. She aimed to provoke Jiang Yenner and Jiang Tsongnan. Jiang Yenner gritted her teeth, her long nails pointing accusingly at Jiang Nuanwan. "You dare call him uncle too?" Jiang Nuanwan raised her chin, resembling a proud little swan that I have. "So what? They have bullied me for so long. Now that someone stands by me, I might as well retaliate." Jiang Yenner looked expectantly at Mo Hanshin, hoping to see displeasure on his face that would result in Jiang Nuanwan being thrown out. However, Mo Hanshin leisurely sipped tea, his actions utterly delightful to behold. One might think they were in the Mo family's garden. Most crucially, there was not a hint of displeasure on Mo Hanshin's face. Instead, he seemed to indulge Jiang Nuanwan's address, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. How dare Jiang Nuanwan, that wretched girl, call him uncle? Why could she do so while Jiang Yenner could not? Mo Hanshin set down his teacup and instructed Assistant Zhang, "You stay and assist with the investigation. As for Jiang Nuanwan, I shall take her with me." The police officer stood up and said, "Mr. Mo, since the misunderstanding has been clarified, you may take her." Jiang Nuanwan willingly followed Mo Hanshin as they exited the police station. Jiang Yenner erupted in fury. "Jiang Nuanwan stole my jewelry, and you are just letting her go. Miss Jiang, you have no evidence, so please refrain from making baseless accusations." Assistant Zhang just showed us the gift list sent by the brand. All the items Jiang Nuanwan possesses were voluntarily given to the Mo family by the brand, with no suspicious circumstances. Given the Mo family's stature, they need not even visit the store to make purchases. A mere call from the Mo family would prompt those lofty luxury brands to eagerly deliver the latest clothing and jewelry directly to them, a privilege that even the Jiang family did not enjoy. Jiang Yenner, filled with resentment, felt her temper flare. "Sister Yenner, let us return for now. This time we have no evidence, but next time Jiang Nuanwan steals something, we won't let her off so easily." Jiang Yenner bit her lower lip, looking pitifully at Jiang Tsongnan. "Second brother, what should we do? It seems the Mo family favors Jiang Nuanwan as the future mistress. Imo Hanshin held absolute power in the Imo family. If he did not permit her entry, Imo Yunting would dare not defy his wishes. Jiang Tsongnan reassured her, "Yinner, do not worry, I will definitely find a way to ensure that everything that belongs to you remains yours. Jiang Nuan shall not take it away." Jiang Yinner revealed a grateful smile, throwing herself into Jiang Tsongnan's embrace. "Second brother, you are the best." Chapter 26. Re-raising a wife as soon as they exited the police station. Jiang Nuan couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Imo, how did you come to be here?" Imo Hanshin chuckled, looking at her with amusement. "Just a moment ago you called me uncle, and now you address me as Mr. Imo. What an interesting girl you are. In times of need, she calls him uncle, but when convenient, she refers to him formally." Jiang Nuan blinked awkwardly, quickly shifting the topic. "You still haven't answered my question." Mo Hanshin tersely replied, "There was a minor issue with the project, so I came to handle some paperwork." Jiang Nuan nodded, understanding that. "Oh, I see. I'm relieved that Mr. had business to attend to. Otherwise, I might have been detained by the police today." What Mo Hanshin did not disclose was that the matter regarding the project was trivial and did not require his personal attention. He had merely dropped everything upon hearing from the driver that Jiang Nuan had been taken away by the police before even reaching school. Prompting his swift arrival, Mo Hanshin softly inquired, "Why did you not call me when the Jiang family made things difficult for you?" Jiang Nuanyuan bit her lip and stammered, "I thought I was afraid of disturbing you. So I didn't call." Mo Hanshin halted in his tracks, an inexplicable surge of anger rising within him, his tone turning icy. "Jiang Nuanyuan, is this how you protect our child?" Jiang Nuanyuan lowered her head in guilt, her voice barely above a whisper, akin to a mosquito's hum. "I'm sorry. I won't act stubbornly again." Mo Hanshin frowned. "When faced with difficulties, you should call me. Otherwise, what was the point of buying you a phone?" Jiang Nuanyuan nodded obediently, resembling a docile little quail. "Mr. Imo, I will remember." Yet, as he observed her compliant demeanor, a sense of unease washed over him. He recalled her earlier stance at the police station, hands on her hips, confronting Jiang Yinner with fierce bravado. That was the authentic her. According to child psychology, childhood traumas can linger throughout a person's life. To heal someone, one must nurture the childhood version of them all over again. A fleeting glimmer of tenderness flashed in Mo Hanshin's eyes as he took Jiang Nuanyuan's hand. Enveloping her cold fingers in his warm palm, he intended to care for his little wife as if she were a child once more. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family residence, Jiang Yinner had been unable to eat or sleep for days, plagued by dreams of Jiang Nuanyuan stealing everything from her. Having failed to expel her from Jing University last time, Jiang Nuanyuan would undoubtedly seek opportunities to approach Mr.Mo again. It was imperative to devise a plan. Jiang Yinner dialed Mo Yunting's number. Soon as the call connected, raucous music blared from the other end, accompanied by a woman's sultry and flirtatious voice. Jealousy surged within Jiang Yinner, but in her quest to retain Mo Yunting, she feigned nonchalance. "Yunting, I saw third uncle a few days ago, and it seems he wishes for you to marry Jiang Nuanyuan." Mo Yunting's voice brimmed with disgust. "What did you say? Marry that ugly country bumpkin Jiang Nuanyuan? Impossible, Yunting. Perhaps you should meet with third uncle and discuss this matter properly." Mo Yunting's brow furrowed, his expression one of discomfort. Mo Hanshin was the person he feared most in life. The thought of approaching his younger uncle to plead for mercy was akin to inviting death. "Rest assured, I will clarify things with the old man. The only fiancé I acknowledge is you. I will never marry Jiang Nuanyuan." He pushed the woman in his arms away and left the bar, heading straight for the Mo family estate. Compared to his younger uncle, he would rather plead with the old man. Least the old man would not be overly harsh with him, considering he was his biological grandson. "Grandfather, I've heard that third uncle wants me to marry Jiang Nuanyuan. Please spare me. I have no desire to wed an ugly woman. Wouldn't that be a laughingstock?" Old man Mo was playing chess alone when he noticed Mo Yunting's arrival and beckoned him over. "Come, play a couple of games with me." Mo Yunting was not particularly fond of chess. "Grandfather, I have an engagement later. Playing chess is rather dull." Old man Mo casually glanced at him while fiddling with the pieces. Despite having once been a formidable family head, Mo Yunting felt compelled to maintain decorum in front of him, sitting up straight with tension. "Very well, I will keep you company in a game." Just as he was about to reach for a jade chess piece, old man Mo blocked his hand. No need for that. The old man's expression was indifferent, yet his tone held an air of authority. You may marry whomever you choose. The Mo family will not interfere, and neither will your third uncle. Did he not understand his own son? Mo Hanjin was already overwhelmed with his work at the company and had enough rivals to contend with. He wouldn't waste time meddling in Mo Yunting's romantic affairs. Even if Mo Yunting begged for his attention, he would have no time for his private matters. Mo Yunting exhaled in relief, a look of gratitude crossing his face. That's good. As long as I am not forced to marry that ugly country bumpkin, I am content. After Mo Yunting left, the butler sighed and shook his head. The young master's temperament is far too unstable. He pales in comparison to third uncle. Old man Mo chuckled with pride. That rascal may often vex me, but few can rival his temperament. He has always possessed composure, a steady disposition, and the ability to endure, truly born to wield power. Wait, what was that girl's name again? Jiang Nuanyuan, was it? Suddenly, old man Mo recollected and tossed the jade chess piece in his hand to the ground, shattering it into several fragments. He slammed the table in rage, his beard trembling. Humph, this boy is truly blind. How dare he call my daughter-in-law ugly? He may wish to marry, but he ought to look in the mirror and ponder whether he is worthy. Although that rascal was older, cold-tempered, and lacking in affection, how could Mo Yunting dare covet his aunt? Nuanyuan is such a beautiful and well-behaved girl. How could he afford to be picky? The butler, observing the shattered pieces on the floor, looked at old man Mo with concern. Sir, please do not anger yourself. Your health is paramount. Old man Mo, fuming, retorted, that rascal has finally found himself a wife. If Mo Yunting dares to covet my aunt, I shall break his legs. On a stormy day, the Jiang household was in chaos. Due to Jiang Madam's postpartum complications, her head would throb unbearably during windy or rainy weather. My head hurts so much. Jiang Madam clutched her head, her complexion pale, cold sweat beading on her brow. The rest of the Jiang family stood helplessly by, watching with concern. Had the painkillers prescribed by the doctor proven ineffective? Jiang Madam lacked the strength to shake her head, leaning weakly against Jiang Qinggang as she spoke in a fragile voice. It's useless. It doesn't help at all. She had consulted countless doctors for this ailment. But postpartum complications were not easily remedied. At that moment, Jiang's eldest brother suddenly recalled something. On the day of Yinner's birthday banquet, it rained too, yet mother didn't seem to have a headache. Jiang Madam's expression grew somewhat complex. That evening, Jiang Nuanyuan made me a nourishing soup and massaged my head for a while, and I felt much better. For many years, whenever the weather turned foul, Jiang Madam had suffered sleepless nights due to her headaches. Yet, only during Jiang Nuanyuan's presence had she managed to sleep soundly through an entire night. Chapter 27. Jiang's eldest brother's suspicion at the mention of Jiang Nuanyuan. The Jiang family fell silent. Jiang Tsongnan said impatiently, Jiang Nuanyuan has now latched onto the Mo family and speaks to me with disdain. She likely believes she can soar to new heights and has turned her back on the Jiang family. After all, with the affluent Mo family, who would still regard the Jiang family? A woman as disdainful of poverty as Jiang Nuanyuan would surely refuse to return to help Jiang Madam with soup and massages. Jiang Madam sighed. Forget it. Don't bother looking for her. She won't care about me. Jiang's eldest brother, Jiang Dingbei, disagreed. Mother, your illness stems from the very condition she left behind. How could she stand idly by? Even if she doesn't come to prepare medicine for you herself, I can ask her to write down the recipe. That should suffice, right? Jiang Qinggang spoke in a deep voice. Let her write down the recipe? I don't believe that girl knows anything about good remedies. It could just be a coincidence. Seeing the Jiang family so concerned for her, Jiang Madam gratefully clasped their hands. This illness was indeed difficult to endure. How fortunate to have you all by my side. Jiang Tsongnan scoffed. Our Jiang family has a pristine reputation, yet we have produced only one disgrace. Jiang Nuanyuan, the last time I had her detained at the police station, she even turned the tables and claimed that we drove her away. It was she who had stolen, envious of Yinner. Yet she had the audacity to blame us for favoritism. Truly an ungrateful wolf. Jiang Dingbei patted his shoulder. Brother, let's not burden mother with these matters. It would only add to her distress. However, Jiang Tsongnan's words piqued his interest. Why did Jiang Nuanyuan claim that they had driven her out of the house? Their entire family had been absent that day. Her lies would be easily exposed. Did she really need to fabricate such a story? Jiang Nuanyuan approached the dining table only to find Mo Hanjin absent. Has Mo already gone to the company? The servant shook her head. Madam, Mr. Mo did not return last night. Jiang Nuanyuan's eyes widened in surprise, her spoon clattering into the bowl. Mo stayed up all night? Yes, it is said that the Mo Corporation is extremely busy, currently expanding into new markets. Mr. Mo has much on his plate. Jiang Nuanyuan took a sip of bird's nest porridge, which she usually found delicious. But today it lacked flavor. Suddenly, she recalled the last time she had come out for water at night, witnessing O sitting alone in the darkened living room. He had appeared so lonely, as if the whole world had shut him out. Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Nuanyuan asked, "Does O often suffer from insomnia?" "Yes, madam. Did you not know?" Noticing the peculiar look in the servant's eyes, Jiang Nuanyuan felt her cheeks flush involuntarily. She had only shared a bed with Mo Hanjin for one night. And even then, they had hardly rested, with her fainting in the latter half of the night. Whether Mo Hanjin suffered from insomnia was something she had never considered. Jiang Nuanyuan lowered her head, her ears turning red from embarrassment. I wasn't paying much attention to him. Mo frequently experiences headaches and insomnia. He has consulted numerous doctors, yet there has been little improvement. Jiang Nuanyuan inquired, "Has Mo ever seen a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner?" The servant shook her head. It seems not. Indeed, my dear madam, just moments ago, Mr. Mo instructed Assistant Zhang to place a call to your residence, reminding you not to forget to take your folic acid and vitamins today. Ah, I shall remember. After finishing her meal, Jiang Nuanyuan retrieved a notebook and pen from her bag, swiftly jotting down a line of text before tearing the sheet free. "Aunt Feng, this is a medicinal recipe I learned from an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Designed to nourish the qi and blood and promote restful sleep, I would appreciate it if you could assist Mr. by preparing it a few times to observe its effects." Aunt Feng looked astonished. "Madam, you are knowledgeable in traditional Chinese medicine?" Jiang Nuanyuan offered a shy smile. "I merely know a handful of prescriptions. Traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound, and my understanding barely scratches the surface." She owed her knowledge to that elderly practitioner, who generously shared his decades of research with her without reservation. It was this experience that led Jiang Nuanyuan to choose traditional Chinese medicine as her field of study. Aunt Feng gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Madam, you are truly impressive. No wonder you can make Mo bloom like a blossoming tree." Jiang Nuanyuan's cheeks flushed deeper. "Aunt Feng, I must take my leave." She packed her pen into her bag and hurriedly exited the door. The Mo residence was located some distance from the school, and Mo had arranged for a dedicated driver to escort Jiang Nuanyuan to and from her classes each day. Once seated in the car, her mind replayed Aunt Feng's words. Mo blooming like a tree. Imagining the scene of Mo Hanjin's cold demeanor while flowers sprouted from him, Jiang Nuanyuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. However, her good mood vanished the moment she caught sight of her elder brother from the Jiang family. She felt an immediate aversion to her family, wishing to avoid any interaction with them. Attempting to pretend she hadn't seen him, she walked past, but Jiang Dingbei called out to her. "Jiang Nuanyuan, how long do you intend to cause a scene?" Jiang Nuanyuan ignored him. Jiang Dingbei rudely grasped her wrist, his movements coarse and impatient. "Are you done yet? Mother nearly fainted from a headache yesterday, and you still wish to provoke her? Can't you be a bit more considerate?" Jiang Nuanyuan turned her head, her porcelain white face devoid of expression, lacking the sympathy Jiang Dingbei had anticipated. "I have long been cast out by your family. Your mother's headache has nothing to do with me." Jiang Dingbei was taken aback. "What did you say? When had they ever cast her out? Wasn't it her own guilt over stealing Yin Er's belongings that had driven her to leave?" Observing the confusion on his face, Jiang Nuanyuan felt he was merely playing the fool. When she was bullied by Jiang Yin Er, the Jiang family had always acted oblivious, choosing not to see. "I have severed all ties with the Jiang family. Do not disturb me again." With that, she pushed Jiang Dingbei's hand away and strode through the school gates without looking back. Jiang Dingbei instinctively followed her. But just as he reached the entrance, the gatekeeper stopped him. "Non-students are not permitted to enter." Jiang Dingbei, irritated, replied, "I am her elder brother. I have something to say to her." The gatekeeper turned to Jiang Nuanyuan, kindly asking, "Is he your elder brother?" Jiang Nuanyuan resolutely shook her head. "I do not know him." The gatekeeper nodded, then, right in front of Jiang Dingbei, firmly shut the gate. The dust from the door hit Jiang Dingbei's face, causing him to cough. "Jiang Nuanyuan, you." Jiang Dingbei's face turned a shade of iron, but his position did not permit him to cause a scene at the university gates. He watched as Jiang Nuan's figure merged into the crowd, feeling an indescribable sense of oddity in his heart. Wasn't Jiang Nuan so intent on returning to the Jiang family for wealth and status? Why, then, had her expression been so resolute just now? It was as if she truly did not care about the Jiang family any longer. Impossible. Even if she ingratiated herself with the Mo family, how could she sever ties with the Jiang family? Without the identity of a Jiang family daughter, she was merely a country bumpkin. How could the Mo family ever allow her in? Jiang Dingbei's eyes darkened as he recalled Jiang Nuan's words, and he immediately called Jiang Yin-er. Yin-er, I need to ask you something. Were you at home the day Jiang Nuan left? Chapter 28. Isolated and helpless Jiang Yin-er's face betrayed her guilt. Elder brother, why do you suddenly ask this? I just spoke with Jiang Nuan. She claimed she did not leave home on her own accord, but was driven out by someone. Jiang Yin-er, flustered, paced anxiously. Elder brother, please return home. I wish to speak to you in person. Upon returning home, Jiang Yin-er threw herself into his arms, sobbing, Elder brother, I am sorry. I may have said a few harsh words. And Nuan likely misunderstood, which is why she left. Jiang Dingbei frowned. What did you say? Jiang Yin-er wept, her tears flowing like rain. She stole my things, and I merely scolded her a bit. Who knew her temper was so fierce that she would leave without a word? Jiang Dingbei suddenly sensed something was amiss. Jiang Nuan had no money. Where could she go after leaving their home? The Jiang family had never given her a single cent. If she had not stolen the necklace, she would have been left with nothing. Surely, she would not end up sleeping on the streets? I will call her adoptive parents to inquire. Jiang Dingbei had long since blacklisted Jiang Nuan's adoptive family. Ever since they had found her, they had been calling the Jiang family incessantly, seeking money under various pretexts. Jiang Dingbei unblocked their number and dialed. Jiang Yin-er, sensing trouble, attempted to intervene, but it was too late. On the other end, Jiang Fan and his wife greeted him with overly flattering voices. Young Master Jiang, you finally called. That ungrateful girl, Jiang Nuan, has been disobedient, angering you, but you can't just throw her out. After all, she's your biological sister. How about this? I'll find her and bring her back. Tie her up and let you vent your anger on her. Then we can pretend this never happened. How does that sound? Jiang Fan and his wife were lazy and did not wish to lose their cash cow in Jiang Nuan. As long as she returned to the Jiang family, they could extort a considerable amount from her. They could not deal with the powerful Jiang family in the capital, but how difficult could it be to handle a mere girl like Jiang Nuan? A few sweet words would suffice. If that did not work, they could pressure her with the debt of gratitude for raising her. Jiang Dingbei's expression hardened. What did you say? Jiang Nuan was driven out by us? A sharp voice came through the phone and I saw with my own eyes a luxury car tossing her out at the village entrance. Your family steward was present. This incident had become a laughingstock in their village. How could that ungrateful girl be so disobedient? With wealth at her fingertips, she chose to live a life of poverty. On the phone, Jiang Fan and his wife continued to insult Jiang Nuan mercilessly. They were in debt from gambling, and their son owed considerable loans, with creditors knocking at their door daily. Their front door had even been smeared with excrement. Their only hope was to capture Jiang Nuan and return her to the Jiang family, then extort money from her. However, Jiang Dingbei had no patience to listen to their complaints and hung up the phone. His cold gaze fixed on Jiang Yin-er. Yin-er, what is going on? That day, you were the only one at home. We were all away. Jiang Yin-er's face turned pale, her eyes darting nervously. Jiang Dingbei summoned the steward, demanding sternly, Wang Bo, please explain how Jiang Nuan was driven out. The steward instinctively glanced at Jiang Yin-er, his expression hesitant. Jiang Yin-er bit her lip, speaking with agitation. It was because Jiang Nuan provoked me first. She said in front of me that she resented our parents and elder brother for abandoning her in the countryside, and that once she had the chance, she would surely take revenge on you all. She even claimed she would steal away Yun Tinggu and all that belonged to me. I was so frightened that I had Wang Bo take her away. Jiang Dingbei turned to the steward. Wang Bo, is this true? The steward lowered his head, obsequiously replying, Miss Yin-er is correct. Jiang Nuan was indeed too excessive. Not only did she break the gift that young Master Mo gave to Miss Yin-er, but she also stole Miss Yin-er's necklace and uttered many disrespectful words. Miss Yin-er has a good temper, but Jiang Nuan was truly malicious, constantly cursing Miss Yin-er. Thus, in a fit of anger, she ordered us to expel Jiang Nuanwan. Jiang Dingbei's gaze sharpened, catching the hint of guilt on the faces of the steward and Jiang Yin heir. Elder brother, you must believe me. Jiang Dingbei did not respond to her plea, merely rising coldly. We shall discuss this when our parents return. With an icy demeanor, Jiang Dingbei brushed past Jiang Yin heir and exited the room without a backward glance. That evening, Jiang Dingbei relayed the incident to the rest of the Jiang family. Madame Jiang appeared heartbroken. What? I painstakingly gave birth to her, and she resents me, even wishing to take revenge. What a black-hearted child. Jiang Yin heir, pretending to be magnanimous, interjected, Father, Mother, it is all my fault. I enjoyed your love in her place. If she is to harbor hatred, let her direct it at me. Jiang family's second son stood up abruptly. How dare she? If Jiang Nuanwan dares to hate you, I will be the first to not spare her. Jiang Qing consoled her. Yin heir, you were also a victim in that incident of the baby swap. Do not speak of it anymore. Yin heir, with such a grave matter, why did you not inform us at the time? Jiang Yin heir's eyes filled with tears, as though she had suffered a tremendous grievance. Father, Mother, Jiang Nuanwan has said many outrageous things. I feared you would be heartbroken upon learning the truth, which is why I did not tell you. I merely arranged for Jiang Nuanwan to be returned to her original home, where she has resided for 2 decades and has long since grown accustomed. I asked that truly excessive? Jiang Qing sighed, asserting that it was not excessive at all. After all, it was her childhood home. And one should not indulge in baseless thoughts. Jiang Dingbei furrowed his brow and opened his mouth. Since Jiang Nuanwan did not leave home of her own volition, should we not consider bringing her back? Mrs. Jiang rebuked. Bring her back for what? Did you not hear how she cursed me and your father? Who would have thought she harbors such resentment? What use is there in bringing someone like her back home? Jiang Dingbei's suggestion was unanimously dismissed by the rest of the Jiang family. The wave of frustration surged within him as he suddenly experienced the feeling of isolation that Jiang Nuanwan must have felt in this household. In 4 words, it could be described as utterly forsaken. Everyone aligned with Jiang Yin heir, and no one cared for his perspective. Jiang Dingbei said nothing, rising silently to depart. Jiang Yin heir watched his retreating figure with a triumphant smile. It was all his elder brother's fault for being meddlesome, causing her anxiety throughout the afternoon. Thankfully, the family indulged her. However, if her elder brother did not recognize her intentions and continued to seek Jiang Nuanwan's return, he would have no one to blame but himself for her displeasure. Jiang Yin heir lowered her head, concealing the fleeting cold light that flickered in her eyes. Chapter 29. Embraced by Mr. Mo and returned to bed the following day. As Jiang Nuanwan headed to school, she once again encountered Jiang Dingbei. However, this time, he did not approach her to obstruct her path but stood by his car. Watching her from a distance, Chunling Xian curiously inquired, Nuanwan, who is that person? He seems to be watching you intently. Jiang Nuanwan replied candidly, he is Jiang Yin heir's elder brother, not hers. Chunling Xian's expression instantly shifted to one of disdain as she pulled Jiang Nuanwan away, as if fearing contagion from a virus. So, he is a member of the Jiang family. Let us keep our distance, for we dare not engage with someone so unhinged. For several consecutive days, Jiang Dingbei lingered outside the gates of Jing University, observing Jiang Nuanwan discreetly. He suddenly realized that Jiang Nuanwan was not as he had imagined. She attended her classes punctually, accompanied only by her close friends, and he had never seen her make any effort to approach a boy. If she truly intended to woo Mo Xiao, would she not take the initiative to get closer to him? Moreover, although she wore designer clothes, they were not ostentatious. The logos were meticulously concealed, indicating that she had no desire to flaunt her attire's value. What sort of person was she, indeed? On this day, as Jiang Dingbei parked his car at the entrance of Jing University, someone knocked on his window twice. He looked up in surprise to find Jiang Nuanwan standing there. Gazing at her delicate, porcelain-like face, he felt an inexplicable sense of kinship, prompting him to lower the window hastily. Nuanwan, Jiang Nuanwan tossed a crumpled piece of paper into the car, her tone distant and frigid, as if he were merely a stranger. Weren't you coming for the prescription? Here it is. Do not disturb my life any further. Jiang Dingbei waited outside the school each day, his status as a young master of the Jiang family and his striking appearance garnering much attention. Speculation arose regarding his relationship with Jiang Nuanwan, with some gossiping about whether they shared any unspeakable secrets. Eager to escape the clutches of rumor, Jiang Nuan sought out Jiang Dingbei to clarify matters once and for all. After tossing the crumpled paper, she turned to leave. Jiang Dingbei hurriedly exited the car, anxiously stating, Nuan, was it Yin Er who forced you out? Did you say anything about cursing our parents? Jiang Nuan did not turn back. Does it matter what I said? She had repeated countless times during her time with the Jiang family that she did not come for their wealth. But did the Jiang family believe her? In the eyes of those who do not trust you, no amount of explanation will suffice. They will only view your words as mere evasion. Jiang Dingbei stood frozen in place. He unfolded the crumpled paper, which clearly detailed the prescription for a nourishing soup. Uncertain whether to trust Jiang Nuan, he pondered the possibility that she still harbored resentment and sought revenge against the Jiang family. He called a doctor to inquire if there were any harmful components in the prescription. Young Master Jiang, where did you obtain this prescription? The quantities of the herbs are perfectly balanced, and their effects complement one another, posing no harm to the body whatsoever. Jiang Dingbei felt a wave of relief wash over him. The next time his mother suffered from a headache, he would prepare the nourishing soup for her. Mo Hanjin had prepared himself for a sleepless night, yet when he closed his eyes and reopened them, it was already the following morning. How long had it been since he had rested so well? Every pore in his body felt rejuvenated, and the heaviness in his mind had dissipated as he exited his bedroom. The door to the adjacent room swung open. A girl clad in a rabbit-themed nightgown emerged. Groggy and casting a sleepy glance at him, greeting him softly, Mr. Mo, good morning. The little girl's eyes still held the remnants of sleep, thick with drowsiness. As she passed by Mo Hanjin, he playfully tugged at the little tail of her outfit. Jiang Nuan took a few steps before realizing she could not move, slowly turning her head to look at him, her cheeks still flushed from her slumber. Mr. Mo? Mo Hanjin grasped the fluffy fabric, thinking how adorably designed the outfit was, perfectly suited for Jiang Nuan. Clad in it, she resembled a soft and harmless little rabbit, evoking a desire to tease her. His gaze drifted down to her delicate, bare feet, and his expression darkened. Why did you come out without shoes? Jiang Nuan rubbed her eyes, glancing down and murmuring with a tilted head, I forgot. The girl, still half asleep, spoke with a thick, nasal voice. Innocent and endearing Mo Hanjin, having rested well the previous night and brimming with energy, felt a surge of warmth at her unintentional actions. His heated gaze lingered on her as he stretched out his long arm and effortlessly lifted her into his embrace. Jiang Nuan instinctively attempted to struggle but was met with a playful slap on her backside. Mo Hanjin's voice was low and firm, leaving no room for refusal. Put on your shoes before coming out. The girl in his arms fell silent. Mo Hanjin carried her back to the bedroom, and as soon as he placed her on the bed, Jiang Nuan rolled away like a top. Landing on the opposite side of the bed, Mo Hanjin pressed his long fingers to his brow, chuckling helplessly. Why run so far? Jiang Nuan's face was as red as a ripe persimmon, nearly bursting with embarrassment. Just now, had she been spanked by Mr. Mo? Goodness, in all her years, she had never been spanked, let alone by a man. A wave of shame and shyness washed over her, and Jiang Nuan bit her lower lip, wishing she could find a crack in the wall to hide herself. The girl looked bashful, like a flower bud ready to bloom. Exceedingly vibrant and enticing, Mo Hanjin swallowed hard, casting a deep gaze at her before turning to leave. The floor is cold, do not run around barefoot again. Exiting the little girl's room, Mo Hanjin closed the door behind him. The faint but sweet fragrance finally dissipated. Taking a couple of deep breaths, he made his way to the living room. Aunt Feng was watering the flowers and respectfully inquired, Mr. Mo, for dinner these past few days, I have been preparing dishes according to the medicinal recipes provided by Madam. How do you find them? Mo Hanjin was slightly taken aback. Medicinal recipes? That daft little girl could actually concoct prescriptions? Aunt Feng suddenly recalled something and grew anxious. Oh no, I haven't consulted a doctor yet. Should we get one to check? She nearly forgot that prominent families placed great importance on safety, and one must not casually use prescriptions of unknown origin. Aunt Feng feared that Mo Hanjin would be displeased. But to her surprise, he merely replied nonchalantly, no need to consult. The recipe works wonderfully. He trusted that the little girl would not provide him with a dubious prescription and was confident that she would not wish him harm. Aunt Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Then I shall continue preparing dishes according to the medicinal recipes to help you recuperate. Just as they spoke, Jiang Nuan emerged, having put on her slippers. Mo Han-jin pulled out a chair at the dining table for her, observing her leisurely. I never realized you were quite the little healer. Chapter 30. Mr. Mo's jealous kiss. Jiang Nuan felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment at his teasing. She scratched her cheek, bashfully replying, I am no healer. I merely learned these prescriptions from an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. That old doctor is quite remarkable. People travel great distances to seek his treatment. And any ailment becomes a non-issue in his hands. Mo Han-jin's interest peaked. Oh? He is that impressive? Jiang Nuan nodded vigorously. Yes. Everyone calls him Dr. Zhou. He even claims to have served as a military doctor in the army, treating many prominent figures. Yet, he says that when he gets drunk, he tends to boast. Mo Han-jin's brow furrowed slightly. I have indeed heard of a military doctor named Zhou Tianwen. His family has a long lineage in medicine, and his skills are exceptional. Many would spare no expense to seek his services. But how could such a renowned doctor be found in a small county's traditional medicine clinic? After finishing breakfast, Jiang Nuan noticed that Mo Han-jin had no intention of leaving. Instead, he sat in the living room, seemingly waiting for someone. Curiously, she asked, Mr. Mo, are you waiting for someone? Mo Han-jin lifted his gaze to her. I am waiting for you. Waiting for me? Today is the day of the prenatal checkup. Let us go. I will take you to the hospital. Mo Han-jin approached and took Jiang Nuan's hand. Jiang Nuan paused for a moment, taking a few seconds to process his words before finally reacting. She initially assumed that Mr. Mo, being so occupied with work, would not have the time to accompany her to the hospital. However, to her surprise, Mr. Mo remembered that today was the day of her checkup and carved out a moment from his hectic schedule to be with her. A warm surge flowed through Jiang Nuan's heart, thawing her icy spirit. Although she was aware that her marriage with Mo was merely temporary, perhaps destined to end with the birth of their child, she vowed to cherish the kindness he had shown her during this time for the rest of her life. The examination results were excellent, a cause for no concern. As Mo Han-jin emerged with the report, he lifted his gaze and spotted Jiang Nuan gazing longingly at the candied hawthorn across the street. He gently ruffled her hair and inquired, Do you wish to have some candied hawthorn? Jiang Nuan quickly licked her lips and shook her head. No, I don't want any. Yet, Mo Han-jin could easily discern that she was lying. Just moments ago, her eyes had been glued to the candied hawthorn, and now she claimed otherwise. Jiang Nuan placed a hand on her small belly, fearing that indulging in street food might displease Mr. Mo. After all, as a pregnant woman, she had to be responsible for the child within her and could not afford to be too reckless. Mo Han-jin pinched her soft cheek and leaned down, speaking in a soothing tone usually reserved for children. If you want to eat it, just say so. I'll have Aunt Feng prepare some candied hawthorn for you at home. You need not worry about it affecting the baby. Jiang Nuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, brighter than the stars above. Really? Can I have a skewer? Of course, Mo Han-jin replied earnestly, his voice steady and mature, imbued with a profound sense of security. Even though you are pregnant, you can still be yourself. Who says that carrying a child means you must become a mature mother? It is perfectly fine to indulge occasionally. Upon hearing Mo Han-jin's words, Jiang Nuan felt a stirring within her heart. No one had ever told her that she could afford to be herself without restraint. In her past, her foster parents and brother had always urged her to be sensible and obedient. And her biological parents had been no different. It seemed that only when enveloped in love could one possess the right to be capricious. A pang of bittersweet emotion washed over Jiang Nuan, and her eyes grew warm as she averted her gaze. Unfortunately, in doing so, she caught sight of a person whose expression was one of utter shock. Chunling Xian. Chunling Xian stood across the street. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Jiang Nuan standing with a man. What had she witnessed? When had Nuan started dating? Jiang Nuan met her best friend's gaze and suddenly felt a sense of guilt wash over her. Instinctively loosening her grip on Mo Han-jin's hand. What's wrong? He asked, noticing her sudden change. Jiang Nuan pointed across the street, lowering her head as she whispered, My friend is over there. Chunling Xian, clutching a freshly purchased candied hawthorn, had her hair tousled by the wind, strands sticking to the hawthorn. Yet, she paid no heed to her snack, her expression dazed, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Nuan. How infuriating! Who was that tall, handsome man who had seemingly whisked her best friend away? Mo Han-jin took a deep breath, grasping Jiang Nuan's chin, his tone laced with displeasure. Is your husband so unworthy that upon seeing an acquaintance, you immediately let go of his hand? How ruthless. Jiang Nuan was compelled to meet his gaze, her doe-like eyes blinking in confusion and panicked. Mo Hanjin's face inched closer, an overwhelming wave of beauty striking Jiang Nuan like a force of nature. Her gaze uncontrollably fell upon his lips. The shape of his lips was perfect, appearing cold and unfeeling, yet they were incredibly inviting, and he was a remarkable kisser. What on earth was Jiang Nuan thinking? Was this truly the time to be swooning? Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily cast aside those inappropriate thoughts. She blinked her eyes and stammered an explanation. Uncle, I didn't mean it that way. Mo Hanjin's towering figure enveloped her petite frame, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. His lips parted slightly, his voice a chilling, magnetic whisper. Oh, do you think I'm too old? Jiang Nuan vigorously shook her head. No, absolutely not. Uncle, my best friend over there is unaware of my marriage. Could you please assist me? The moment she mentioned Chun Lingxian, an image of a male classmate flashed through Mo Hanjin's mind. His cold gaze narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. Was that male student brought along by her last time? Jiang Nuan was perplexed by his sudden train of thought. After pondering for 2 seconds, she nodded like a chick pecking for food. Lingxian wanted to help me apply for a student loan, so she brought her senior. However, before Jiang Nuan could finish her sentence, Mo Hanjin's frustration erupted. The moment he heard senior, a surge of anger ignited within him. He grasped the girl's chin and, filled with rage, kissed her fiercely. His other hand cradled the back of her head, leaving her no room for escape. The kiss was unyielding and enveloping, and Jiang Nuan instinctively parted her lips, passively surrendering to him. The strength in her hands, which had pressed against his chest, gradually faded, and they fell limp. Mo Hanjin held her tightly, their bodies fitting together seamlessly, as he assertively claimed her mouth. After what felt like an eternity, the kiss finally ended, and Jiang Nuan nestled against Mo Hanjin's chest, her almond eyes hazy. Gasping for breath, that was close. She had nearly been kissed into oblivion. Mo Hanjin's gaze lingered on her swollen lips, his thumb tracing her soft lip corners, his eyes reflecting a lingering desire. After years of emotional restraint, how was it that the moment this girl appeared, his composure crumbled so easily? What magic did she possess? Mo Hanjin inhaled deeply, concealing the turmoil in his eyes. Suppressing the restlessness within him. Get in the car. I will take you home first. I need to stop by the company afterward. Jiang Nuan rubbed her flushed cheeks, lowering her head as she entered the car. The moment the vehicle started, her phone buzzed incessantly. Without needing to check, she knew it was her best friend Chun Lingxian messaging her. How was she to explain this to Lingxian? It was such a headache. After dropping her off at home, Mo Hanjin headed to the company, seemingly entangled in important matters. Jiang Nuan held her phone, hesitating for a moment before dialing Chun Lingxian's number. As soon as the call connected, Chun Lingxian's voice boomed through the line. Jiang Nuan, when did you start dating? Who is that incredibly handsome man with you? You better spill the beans. Jiang Nuan winced, instinctively pulling the phone away from her ear. Lingxian, please let me explain. You better clarify everything. I can't believe you kept such a significant matter from me. It's truly heartbreaking. They had been best friends for years, and Jiang Nuan hadn't informed her about dating. Chun Lingxian felt utterly betrayed. Jiang Nuan was well aware that what she had done was not right, but her situation was far too complex to explain in a short time. Lingxian, why don't you come to my house? I can explain everything to you in person. All right, send me the address. Jiang Nuan sent her the address, and soon after, her phone echoed with Chun Lingxian's astonished exclamation. This is the most expensive villa area in the capital. It's truly a case of land being worth its weight in gold. When did you become so prosperous? Cough, cough. I'm just temporarily living here. Hurry over to find me. Chun Lingxian flagged down a cab and rushed to the Mo family's villa at breakneck speed. Standing at the villa's entrance, she gazed at the towering European-style mansion and the sprawling green lawn with a fountain, her calves trembling in fear. Hey, Nuan, could you come to the door and meet me? I am a bit scared. Jiang Nuan couldn't help but laugh. All right, just wait for me. As soon as she opened the door, Chun Lingxian enveloped her in a tight hug, nearly collapsing against her. Nuan, I can't be dreaming, can I? How did you come to live in such a lavish mansion? Did the Jiang family finally have a change of heart and decide to compensate you with this house? Yet that didn't seem right. She had heard that this area wasn't just about wealth, but also required top-tier power and connections. Even the Jiang family probably wouldn't qualify to buy a villa here. Chen Lingxian was like a child in a wonderland, her eyes darting around in an idea so extravagant. I wouldn't dare to dream of something this grand. This is truly a private residence? How many servants must be employed to maintain such a vast space? Jiang Wanwan completely understood her astonishment. When she first moved in, she too felt as if she were in a dream. Lingxian, please sit down, and let me explain everything to you slowly. Chen Lingxian sat stiffly on the leather sofa, afraid to move. The decor screamed opulence, and she was terrified of accidentally damaging something. Wanwan, please tell me, what is this place? And who is that man? Jiang Wanwan lowered her lashes. Actually, that man is my uncle. What? Uncle? You two are. Chen Lingxian's eyes widened in shock, disbelief flickering across her face as if her worldview had shattered. Jiang Wanwan hurriedly waved her hands. You misunderstood. We have no blood relation. Chen Lingxian's emotions were like a roller coaster, swinging wildly, nearly leaving her dizzy. Phew. You scared me. Wanwan, please, just tell me everything at once. My heart can't take this, Jiang Wanwan, her cheeks flushed, explained. He is the younger uncle of Jiang Yin Heir's fiancé. Previously, at Jiang Yin Heir's birthday banquet, I was drugged, and in a state of confusion. I spent a night with him. To my astonishment, I became pregnant after that encounter. Do is willing to take responsibility for the child, so he brought me here and arranged for someone to care for me. He is also covering my tuition fees. Chen Lingxian widened her eyes, gazing at Jiang Wanwan's abdomen. Are you saying that you are carrying the child of the heir to the Mo family? You are pregnant? Jiang Wanwan bit her lip, feeling a pang of shame as she nodded slightly, yes. Chen Lingxian cautiously extended her hand. May I touch it? After receiving Jiang Wanwan's consent, Chen Lingxian gently placed her palm on her belly. Although Jiang Wanwan's abdomen remained flat, and there was nothing to feel, Chen Lingxian was nonetheless profoundly shocked. This was the bloodline of the esteemed Mo family. Ever since learning that Jiang Wanwan's biological parents were from the Jiang family, Chen Lingxian had immersed herself in the intricacies of the elite circles in Beijing. The name of the wealthiest man in Beijing was, of course, well known to her. Chen Lingxian had assumed that such matters were far removed from her life, but she never expected that her close friend would be carrying the child of a powerful figure in Beijing. Is the child you carry the heir of the Mo family? The man I saw outside is indeed Mr. Mo? Jiang Wanwan nodded, and then shook her head. Today, Mr. Mo accompanied me for a prenatal checkup. The person you saw was indeed him. However, the child I bear may not be the heir of the Mo family, as I am merely an unvalued daughter of the Jiang family, of lowly status. Unworthy of the Mo family's prestige. Chen Lingxian grasped her hand. Wanwan, you are truly Navi. Our Dam O is renowned for his virtue and has a reputation for being indifferent to women. Who does not know this? I have heard that people in the circle privately refer to him as the Buddha child. He has no women around him. Your child is his only bloodline. If your child does not inherit the Mo family, who else could? The words Chen Lingxian spoke had never crossed Jiang Wanwan's mind. She only wished to have the opportunity to give birth to her baby, and she felt immense satisfaction with that. As for the wealth and glory of the Mo family, she dared not covet or desire it. Lingxian, I know you mean well, but I only hope that my child can grow up healthy and safely. Everything about the Mo family has nothing to do with me. Chen Lingxian sighed. You make a valid point. I have been too simplistic in my thinking. Previously, when you returned to the Jiang family, you endured so much hardship, yet no one stood by you. If the Jiang family is so treacherous, how much more perilous is it to be involved with the top-tier Mo family? If one is not careful, they might not even know how they met their demise, let alone whether the Mo family will acknowledge Jiang Wanwan's child, even if they choose to accept it with their immense power. It would be easy for them to dismiss any claims. Relying solely on the child to ascend the ranks is not so simple. Chapter 32. Enjoying life with a best friend. Jiang Wanwan smiled and said, Indeed, thus I have no desire to interfere with these matters. Once the child is born, my mission will be complete, and then I shall leave the Mo family to live my own life. Chen Lingxian felt a pang of sympathy and embraced her. Wanwan, you have truly had a tough time. She initially thought Jiang Nuanwan must have struck a stroke of luck to bear the child of the Mo family's third master, and that she could leverage the child to reach the pinnacle of life. At that time, she could only imagine the shock and regret on the faces of those from the Jiang family. Jiang Nuanwan smiled nonchalantly. I am quite content with the current situation. No one bullies me here, and Aunt Feng and the others take good care of me. I can focus on giving birth to the child. Moreover, Mr. Mo treats me well, and I believe he will be a responsible father. Chen Lingxian chuckled. You are right. Let us leave the future for another time. For now, let us relish the present. At least you can reside in a luxurious house, no longer cramped in that small space akin to a coffin. Perhaps in time, you and M.O will develop feelings for each other and truly come together. Nuanwan, I am particularly eager to see the expressions on Jiang Yin and the Jiang family when they learn of all this. Haha, they will be anxiously watching Mr. Mo, fearing that Jiang Nuanwan might usurp Jiang Yin's engagement. Little do they know that Nuanwan does not even fancy that frivolous young master of the Mo family. Compared to the principled and virtuous Mr. Mo, what is Mo Yunting? Even a fool would know how to choose between the two. Jiang Nuanwan placed her finger to her lips. Shu, this is a secret I have only shared with you. Please keep it confidential. I do not wish to trouble Mr. Mo, rest assured. I won't let it slip. I was merely imagining in my mind. If this matter were to leak and provoke the notoriously unpredictable Mr. Mo, wouldn't Nuanwan's situation become precarious? Chen Lingxian would never betray her best friend. Soon it was time for dinner, and Jiang Nuanwan insisted that Chen Lingxian stay to eat. Chen Lingxian shivered. Nuanwan, I dare not. I fear M.O might kill me. Do not worry. Mr. Mo is not that intimidating. He is quite nice. Chen Lingxian tugged at the corner of her mouth. Are you sure? One of her friends happened to be acquainted with the elite circles, and from her friend, Chen Lingxian had heard plenty about the third master of the Mo family. He was known to be ruthless and never showed mercy. Anyone who inadvertently provoked him could only wish for good fortune. Jiang Nuanwan could only chuckle. Really, Mr. Mo is not that fearsome. Those are just baseless rumors. Mo is indeed very responsible, attentive, and dependable, just occasionally a tad fierce. Lingxian, just stay and have dinner. Mr. Mo has company matters to attend to and may not return tonight. Upon hearing that Mo Hanjin would not return tonight, Chen Lingxian finally felt relieved. Then I shall stay. It has been a while since we dined together. Soon, a sumptuous dinner was served. Upon seeing the lavish spread of exquisite dishes, Chen Lingxian gulped with desire. Nuanwan, do you usually eat this lavishly? Bird's nest, shark fin, ginseng soup, and even emperor crabs I've never seen before. Chen Lingxian tasted a spoonful of soup, so delicious she almost leapt up to applaud. This must be made by a top chef, right? The flavor is exquisite, just like the national banquet I saw on television. Jiang Nuanwan took a sip of porridge, smiling brightly. I have no idea where this chef comes from. It suits my taste perfectly, so I just enjoy it. You are right. Why bother with such details? Let's boldly indulge in the delicacies. I shan't hold back. After the meal, Chen Lingxian's stomach was round with satisfaction. I have never eaten such delicious food. Nuanwan, come with me. Jiang Nuanwan pulled Chen Lingxian to the bedroom. Upon opening the wardrobe, Chen Lingxian was nearly blinded by the sight. You can choose any of these bags, jewelry, and perfumes. Chen Lingxian pointed at herself. Are you gifting me presents? No, this is far too expensive. I cannot accept it. Each item here undoubtedly started from 6 or 7 figures. How could she dare accept such lavish gifts? Do not worry. I have already spoken to Mr. Mo, and he permitted me to dispose of these items as I please. Jiang Nuanwan wrapped her arms around Chen Lingxian's, sweetly pleading, with so many pieces of jewelry and bags, I cannot use them all myself. New ones will arrive next week. Please help me share the burden. Chen Lingxian stepped into the closet, gazing at the mountain of luxury goods, shaking her head in amazement. Nuanwan, to be honest, I wouldn't dare buy like this even at a 2-yuan store. This necklace would look perfect on you. Try it on. Jiang Nuanwan took a necklace, eagerly draping it around Chen Lingxian's neck. When Chen Lingxian glanced in the mirror, she felt like a sparkling princess on the run. Try this ring and this bag as well. Jiang Nuanwan stuffed a handful of jewelry into Chen Lingxian's hands. She had adorned her neck with several pieces, becoming almost overwhelmed. Nuanwan, let my neck rest for a moment. Jiang Nuanwan could not help but laugh. All right, I am just too excited. She had always dreamed that if she ever became wealthy, she would first indulge her best friend. Today, that dream had finally come true. How could she not be jubilant? Qinling Xian caressed the jade ring on her hand, marveling. Is this the joy of seeing a best friend thrive? I feel so happy. An hour later, the bedroom door opened slightly, and Jiang Nuan's little head peeked out. Aunt Feng, I would like to make candied hawthorn. Could you help us prepare some ingredients? Aunt Feng smiled kindly. Madam, please wait a moment. I will prepare it right away. As the servants brought in the fruits and syrup, Jiang Nuan and Qinling Xian strung the candied hawthorn together while enjoying some to eat. The two chatted and laughed, playing until late into the night. I can't take it anymore. I'm so tired I can't hold on any longer. I have to go home, it's too late today. Stay and sleep together. Qinling Xian shook her head repeatedly. No, if I don't go back, my parents will break my legs. Jiang Nuan arranged for a driver to take Qinling Xian home. Before getting into the car, Qinling Xian held Jiang Nuan's hand and whispered, Nuan, you have endured so much hardship. I truly hope you can always be this happy in the future. You deserve to be the cherished daughter. From this moment onward, Qinling Xian suddenly felt an immense gratitude towards the legendary Mo Sanye. She was thankful that he had provided her dear friend, Nuan, with such a splendid life. Nuan had endured too much suffering in the past. She truly needed someone to bestow upon her the finest and most abundant life, a proper healing for her soul. Jiang Nuan felt a pang in her heart, yet couldn't help but smile. Very well, you may take the gift. The gossip we didn't finish today will continue tomorrow at school. Chapter 33. The sweet child. In the evening, when Mo Hanjin returned home, he noticed 2 skewers of candied hawthorn on the table. Aunt Feng explained, Today, Madam's friend visited, and these candied hawthorns were personally made by her. She specifically instructed me to keep them for you to enjoy upon your return from work. Mo Hanjin pressed his fingers against his temples and, upon hearing this, looked towards the dining table. Madam doesn't know that you dislike sweets. I shall remove the candied hawthorns, Mo Hanjin blurted out, leaving them behind. Aunt Feng gazed at him with surprise as he approached the dining table and casually inquired, How was her mood today? Madam was in splendid spirits today. She spent the entire day joking and playing with Miss Chun, and the dimples on her face have yet to fade. Recalling Jiang Nuan's radiant smile, Mo Hanjin suddenly felt that the weariness in his heart had dissipated somewhat. It was as if a warm little sun had shone upon him, softening even the hardest of hearts. Mo Hanjin sat alone in the living room, picking up the candied hawthorn made by Jiang Nuan. The transparent sugar coating made it look quite enticing. He took a bite, and the sourness made him furrow his brow. After a moment of silence, he tried another strawberry. It was even more sour than the first. He even wondered if this girl had done it on purpose, seeking revenge for his impromptu kiss on the street by choosing the sourest strawberries for the candied hawthorn. Mo Hanjin smirked and bit down on the last strawberry. Though the treat made by the little one was quite tart, her lips were undeniably sweet. In recent days, Madame Zhang's headaches had become increasingly frequent. After several visits to the hospital without improvement, Jiang Dingbei thought of Jiang Nuan's prescription and had a servant brew a bowl of soup to present to Madame Zhang. After consuming it for 2 or 3 days, her headaches indeed improved significantly. Where did you find this prescription? It's remarkably effective. In front of the entire family, Jiang Dingbei replied honestly, This is the prescription that Nuan gave me. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the Jiang family shifted, and the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Madame Jiang halted her medication, frowning slightly. This is the prescription that Nuan gave you. You didn't even consult a doctor before bringing it to me? Jiang Dingbei said, I consulted a doctor. This prescription is sound. Madame Jiang pursed her lips, placing the remaining half bowl of soup on the table without taking another sip. Jiang Yinner rolled her eyes and maliciously remarked, Sister has lived in the countryside since childhood. Where would she have obtained any prescription? However, I have heard that her teachers at school are renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Could it be that she stole the prescription from her teacher? Jiang Sonan scoffed disdainfully. If she could steal your necklace before, she could certainly steal a prescription from her teacher. A dog cannot change its nature. I reckon she'll always be destined to be a thief. Jiang Dingbei proposed, Dad, Mom, why don't we bring Sister home and ask her where she got the prescription? His impression of Jiang Nuan had changed somewhat. He felt she was not as materialistic and vain as he initially thought. Thus, he wished to bring Jiang Nuan home to further assess her character and see if she was worthy of belonging to the Jiang family. Madame Jiang did not even raise her eyelids, coldly stating, even if you wish to bring her home, she may not be willing to return. Now that she is at school, flaunting herself in front of young Master Mo, why would she still look favorably upon our Jiang family? Jiang Dingbei had nothing to say and turned to leave the room. Jiang Yin'er glanced at the prescription on the table, her eyes flashing with a scheme. At Jing University, rumors began to circulate once more. Have you heard? That Jiang Nuan, who used to seduce men, has even stolen an old professor's treasured prescription. Is that true? The prescriptions from our academy's old professors are worth a fortune. If she dares to steal this, won't she end up in prison? What kind of prescription did she steal? It wouldn't be one for treating a venereal disease, would it? Ha ha ha, serves her right for being so promiscuous. She can't live without a man. Not long ago, Jiang Dingbei had been waiting at the gate of Jing University every day for Jiang Nuan. Many students had witnessed this, leading to speculation about whether Jiang Nuan had seduced another man. Young Master Mo, this woman looks so pure. She must be just your type. Mo Yunting grew intrigued and leaned over to look at the person's phone. What does she look like? Let me see. Upon seeing the girl in a white dress in the photo, Mo Yunting's eyes sparkled with admiration, and he burned his fingers on the cigarette he was holding without noticing. The girl appeared unadorned. Her fair face as pure as jade, her neck and wrists delicate, resembling tender lotus roots, both fresh and innocent. She was precisely Mo Yunting's preferred type. Mo Yunting's voice became husky as he asked, "Where did this photo come from? This is this year's newcomer at our school. She's quite the sensation. I've seen several posts about her lately." Someone nearby glanced at Jiang Nuan's photo and disdainfully remarked, "Forget it. That girl is not trustworthy. I heard she even seduced her sister's fiancé, and all those branded items are from men she latched onto. The key point is, she seems to be promiscuous and has contracted a venereal disease. A loose woman like her is not worthy of young Master Mo." Mo Yunting felt a wave of irritation wash over him as he downed his drink in one go. Damn it. Just when I finally take a liking to a beautiful and innocent girl, it turns out she's a worn-out shoe. Young Master Mo, don't be upset. Next time, I'll find you someone even better, guaranteed to be more beautiful. Rumors spread throughout Jing University, and the teachers called Jiang Nuan to the office. As soon as she entered, a male teacher pointed at her and began to scold her fiercely. "Where did you steal this prescription from? This is Professor Zhou's ancestral secret formula. It cannot be found on the market." An elegant old man with white hair nearby waved his hand with a smile. "Teacher Fong, please do not rush to conclusions. We cannot be certain if it was stolen. How could it not be stolen? Every ingredient's proportions are identical, down to the last gram. Professor Zhou, she must have gone to your office and stolen your prescription." Jiang Nuan stood calmly among them, her gaze clear and unwavering. Her slender back was straight, her voice sweet yet resolute. "I have never been to Professor Zhou's office, nor have I stolen his prescription." Teacher Fong scoffed disdainfully, interrogating her. "Then tell us how you obtained this prescription." "I have investigated, and your family are mere farmers without any medical background. With such a background, what good student could possibly emerge?" Chapter 34. Professor Zhou takes a disciple. Jiang Nuan did not answer his question but instead turned to Professor Zhou. She scrutinized his face for a moment before slowly frowning. "Is this prescription truly a family heirloom of the Zhou family?" Before Professor Zhou could respond, Teacher Fong rebuked loudly, "How dare you speak to Professor Zhou like that? He is one of the top traditional Chinese medicine masters in the country. Had he not chosen to teach at Jing University, you would never have had the chance to meet him in your lifetime." Professor Zhou appeared somewhat displeased. "Enough, Teacher Fong. My background has nothing to do with this matter. Please do not bring it up again." He cared little for the accolades. He simply wished to know how this prescription had come to be. Jiang Nuan fixed her gaze on Professor Zhou, stating, however, "This prescription was taught to me by my master. It cannot possibly be a family heirloom of yours." Teacher Fong rolled his eyes, wearing a mocking expression. "Your master? Who is this master of yours?" Jiang Nuan replied clearly, "My master's name is Zhou Tianwen." Upon hearing this, the room fell into a stunned silence. Teacher Fong, who had just been so animated, suddenly turned pale, as if he had been choked by an unseen force, and fell silent. Professor Zhou's eyes gleamed with intensity as he eagerly asked, "What did you say? Who is your master?" "My master is Zhou Tianwen, an old Chinese medicine practitioner from my area." Professor Zhou stood up abruptly and approached Jiang Nuan. "When did you become his disciple?" Where is he now? Jiang Nuan's eyes dimmed as she shook her head. Why, master passed away long ago. Professor Zhou seemed to suffer a tremendous blow, swaying slightly as if about to collapse. His students rushed to support him. Professor, are you all right? Professor Zhou closed his eyes, a look of weariness and regret crossing his face. Had I known it would come to this, I should have listened to him back then. Jiang Nuan was confused and asked, Professor Zhou, do you know my master? Professor Zhou smiled wryly. Not only do I know him, but he is also my biological brother. He is the true master of traditional Chinese medicine, and many of our family's ancestral prescriptions have been improved by him. Teacher Fong rushed over, his face pale with urgency. Professor Zhou, please do not believe her lies. This student has a terrible reputation, known for her promiscuity. How could she possibly be your brother's disciple? The esteemed reputation of Dr. Zhou has spread throughout the nation. He is a figure of unparalleled expertise in the realm of medicine. Would he truly take an undisciplined village girl as his apprentice? It's simply absurd. Jiang Nuan's delicate face flushed with indignation. Regardless of whether you believe it or not, I am indeed Dr. Zhou's disciple. And the prescription was imparted to me by him. Professor Zhou's demeanor grew stern as he commanded, Leave. Teacher Fong, brimming with arrogance, smugly declared, Did you hear that? Professor Zhou instructed you to get out. Cease your fabrications. You sound like a jester. Professor Zhou pointed pointedly at Teacher Fong. I said to leave. The smile on Teacher Fong's face froze, and in a fit of exasperation, he exclaimed, Professor Zhou, you can't possibly believe her nonsense. She is no ordinary university student. Her motives are surely dubious. Professor Zhou's expression turned icy. Whether she is my brother's disciple is something I can ascertain for myself without your interference. With a stern demeanor, Professor Zhou compelled Teacher Fong to exit reluctantly. Just before leaving the classroom, he turned back to glare fiercely at Jiang Nuan. Just wait. This girl is clearly deceitful, and her lies will undoubtedly be exposed. Could you share more with me about my brother? Professor Zhou personally pulled out a chair for Jiang Nuan to sit in. Surprised by the attention, Jiang Nuan was touched by the sorrow etched on Professor Zhou's face. The others discreetly vacated the classroom, leaving only Jiang Nuan and Professor Zhou. She began recounting her experiences at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, along with some stories about the venerable Zhou Tian. Professor Zhou removed his glasses and wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes. Initially, my brother wished to reveal all the Zhou family's prescriptions for the benefit of society. However, I feared that these secrets would be exploited by foreign entities, and thus I opposed him. We had a significant disagreement, resulting in a fierce quarrel, after which my brother left the Zhou family to wander the world, and I have no knowledge of his whereabouts since. Jiang Nuan sighed. Both your and my master's perspectives hold merit. They both think of society and the common people. They are truly compassionate healers, uncertain of who is right or wrong. She continued, Nuan, my elder brother's willingness to accept you as a disciple indicates your remarkable talent. I happen to be in need of a personal disciple. Would you like to pledge yourself to me and help propagate the Zhou family's medical legacy? Jiang Nuan's eyes widened in shock. Professor Zhou, you wish to take me as your apprentice, but your renown is unparalleled. I am merely an ordinary university student. So many people vie for the chance to be your direct disciple. Why would you choose me? If she were to truly become Professor Zhou's disciple, countless individuals would undoubtedly envy her. Professor Zhou chuckled warmly. If my brother can take you as a disciple, why can't I? Jiang Nuan scratched her head, recalling that when she first became a disciple of the venerable Zhou, she was unaware of his esteemed status. Had she known the true extent of Dr. Zhou's prowess, she would have hesitated to approach him. It is settled then. Rest assured, my teachings will be no less than my elder brother's. You are a disciple of both of us brothers, and you shall achieve great things in the future. Jiang Nuan, overwhelmed with excitement, promptly knelt to perform the customary bow of apprenticeship. Master, beloved disciple. Professor Zhou personally assisted Jiang Nuan to her feet, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He and his elder brother had contended for a lifetime. Little did he expect to share the same disciple in the end. After all, the medical knowledge learned is from the Zhou family, making them a family in essence. My expectations are quite stringent. Even more so than my brother's. Be prepared for that. Jiang Nuan's eyes sparkled with determination. Yes, master. The news of Professor Zhou accepting Jiang Nuan as his disciple left everyone at the university astounded. Professor Zhou had not taken on a disciple in many years, and he had scarcely admitted any students. Yet, he had chosen Jiang Nuan. This would undoubtedly elevate her status. Who would dare to underestimate her now? I heard that the affluent families in the capital must prepare lavish gifts and personally invite Professor Zhou for consultations. The connections he has amassed over the years would now benefit Jiang Nuan. Though Professor Zhou has many students, the distinction between students and disciples is significant. Jiang Nuan had become his sole disciple. In the future, she would be the sole inheritor of the Zhou family's medical legacy. How fortunate she was, to an enviable extent. Chapter 35. Mr. Mo's gift to Mo Xiao. There's been a twist. The girl you were interested in has now been taken as a disciple by Professor Zhou. Mo Yunting appeared somewhat taken aback. Professor Zhou, the geographer? Indeed. Who else could it be? He is the honorary principal of our school and a nationally renowned physician, with countless wealthy individuals eagerly offering substantial sums for his services. Mo Yunting stroked his chin, intrigue flickering in his eyes. I didn't anticipate her to be so impressive. Send me her photo. I'll have someone look into her background. Upon receiving the photo, Mo Yunting casually set it as his wallpaper. The girl appeared pure and sweet, and he found his mood significantly brightened each day he gazed at her. Mo Xiao, are you not concerned about the rumors? Mo Yunting scoffed lightly. What is there to concern myself about? If she were truly a disreputable woman, would Professor Zhou take notice of her? Others may not have interacted with Professor Zhou, but he had. Professor Zhou is a close friend of his family's patriarch, frequently playing chess together. Individuals of their status are astute. They have a keen eye for character and hold high expectations of those around them. If she were the sort of dubious character, she would certainly not attract their attention. Thus, Mo Yunting was convinced that this girl in the white dress must possess a commendable character. Mo Xiao, Miss Jiang has arrived. Jiang Yin'er entered the private room with a smile. Wrapping her arms around Mo Yunting's waist, Mo Xiao, why didn't you answer my call? Mo Yunting replied with a hint of impatience. Didn't he see it? He subtly pushed Jiang Yin'er away, creating distance between them. Her expression changed as she caught sight of his new wallpaper, and she stood up abruptly. Mo Xiao, what is this? Mo Yunting regarded her quizzically. What's wrong? Is there something amiss with my new wallpaper? Jiang Yin'er's complexion soured as she discreetly clenched her nails. No objections. She forced herself to regain her composure and sat back down on the sofa. Mo Yunting was oblivious to the fact that the person in the photo was Jiang Nuan. If he were to learn that, he would surely ask why Jiang Nuan had appeared so unrefined during her time at the Jiang family. Jiang Yin'er feigned a strained smile. Mo Xiao? Who is this girl? Mo Yunting casually rotated his phone, responding nonchalantly. I forgot to ask her name. Why do you care so much? You're merely my fiancée, not yet the lady of the Mo family. The notion of having a well-matched wife at home while enjoying the company of several pure and sweet girlfriends outside was the ideal life Mo Yunting envisioned. Hearing him say that in front of so many people nearly shattered Jiang Yin'er's carefully crafted facade of gentility. She gritted her teeth. Mo Xiao, I want to interfere in your personal matters. However, this girl doesn't seem to have a good disposition. If you're searching for a girlfriend, it would be best to choose someone else. Mo Yunting brusquely pushed her away. No need for your meddling. As Jiang Yin'er exited the bar, she immediately contacted her lackey to inquire about the situation regarding Jiang Nuan. Yin'er, I don't know what happened. I followed your instructions to spread rumors about Jiang Nuan stealing prescriptions, and it circulated throughout the school. But suddenly, Professor Zhou made an unexpected decision and accepted Jiang Nuan as his disciple. She has now become his only disciple, so the previous rumors have lost credibility. Jiang Yin'er could hardly believe her ears. What? Jiang Nuan is now Professor Zhou's disciple. How is that possible? She is merely a village girl raised in the countryside, unworthy of such recognition. Professor Zhou has a long-standing friendship with the Mo family patriarch. If Jiang Nuan were to cultivate that relationship, she could easily ingratiate herself with the Mo family. What if the Mo patriarch were swayed by her and consented to her marrying Mo Xiao? Jiang Yin'er's face contorted with rage as she tossed her Chanel bag into the trash. That wretched girl. Why does she always have such luck? When Jiang Nuan joined Professor Zhou's ranks, she immediately thought of calling Teacher Wang to share the good news. Teacher Wang, how is your recovery? I have wonderful news to share. Teacher Wang's affectionate voice responded. I'm recovering well and should be discharged in a couple of days. What is the good news, Nuan? Are you familiar with Professor Zhou from Jing University? He has decided to take me as his disciple. Teacher Wang was overwhelmed with joy. Really? The geographer Professor Zhou? The heir of the nationally renowned medical family? Nuan. To be accepted as his disciple is an incredible achievement. I am so proud of you. After chatting with Teacher Wang for over 10 minutes, Jiang Nuan hung up reluctantly, fearing she might disrupt her teacher's rest. Her heart raced with excitement, prompting her to rise and pace several times. Aunt Feng, concerned for her well-being, gently urged her to sit down and rest. Madam, take it easy. Remember, you are with child now. Aunt Feng chuckled. Madam, do you have some good news today? Jiang Nuan smiled shyly. Yes, indeed. Sitting in the living room, she pondered whether to share the news with Mr. Mo. Such a significant piece of good fortune. She yearned to share it with Mr. Mo, yet she feared that he might not be interested. Jiang Nuan fretted for an entire afternoon. When Imo Hanjin returned from the company, he found her sitting at the table lost in thought. He extended his hand and waved it in front of Jiang Nuan. Little one, what delightful news has so captivated your attention? Jiang Nuan blinked, realizing he was home, her eyes instantly brightening. Mr. Mo, you're back from work? Imo Hanjin sat beside her, observing her with an air of leisure. What were you thinking about just now? Jiang Nuan bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before softly confessing, Mr. Mo, I have good news to share with you. Mo Hanjin raised an eyebrow slightly, inquiring, what is it? Jiang Nuan's cheeks flushed lightly as she leaned a bit closer to him. I have been accepted as Professor Zhou's apprentice, and from now on, I shall learn more advanced medical skills to help more people. Imo Hanjin's gaze widened slightly in surprise, and he remarked with admiration, You're quite remarkable. Jiang Nuan puffed out her chest proudly, her expression a mix of playful arrogance and cuteness. Indeed, Imo Hanjin gazed at her proud demeanor, his smile unconsciously widening. According to child psychology, when a child is willing to share her joyful news with you, it indicates that she has begun to regard you as one of her own. In other words, he was now considered a trustworthy person by Jiang Nuan. Imo Hanjin clasped his hands on the table, leaning slightly toward her, his deep, resonant voice both alluring and mature. That is wonderful news. Coincidentally, I have a gift for you as well. As he spoke, his breath drifted toward her neck, causing Jiang Nuan's profile to flush with a faint crimson. Her heart raced a little faster. Her eyes filled with tension and anticipation. Mr. Mo, what gift are you giving me? Chapter 36. Illuminating the darkness beside her, Imo Hanjin glanced at her with a smile in his eyes. You will find out shortly. He clapped his hands, summoning the household staff. Close all the doors and windows, and draw the curtains. The servants complied with his orders, scattering to close doors and draw curtains. As the curtains were drawn, the living room quickly dimmed. Jiang Nuan's night blindness had not yet improved. As the light faded, everything before her turned into a dark blur, rendering her unable to see. She felt a surge of anxiety and insecurity. Instinctively grasping Imo Hanjin's arm, her sole anchor in this uncertainty, Mr. Mo, I can't see. Imo Hanjin took her hand, gently encouraging her. Follow me. Jiang Nuan found herself inexplicably enchanted by him, following his lead until they reached the staircase. Go upstairs. Jiang Nuan glanced at Imo Hanjin in confusion, but the darkness of the room obscured her view of his expression. Mr. Mo, I can't see. Imo Hanjin encouraged her. Try taking a step forward. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nuan summoned her courage and stepped toward the staircase. As her foot touched the ground, a soft light suddenly illuminated her path. Her eyes brightened, and she continued ascending the stairs. With each step, twinkling lights flickered to life around her, like fireflies in the night, illuminating the entire sky. Jiang Nuan moved lightly, lifting her skirt as she ascended, resembling a forest sprite enveloped by fireflies. Exuding an ethereal charm, she dashed to the top of the stairs, standing at the edge, gazing down at the man bathed in the luminous glow of the starry lights. Mr. Mo, is this the gift you prepared for me? Imo Hanjin, with one hand in his pocket, lifted his gaze slightly to meet hers. Do you like it? With the starlight illuminating the space, Jiang Nuan caught a glimpse of the gentle smile in his eyes, warm enough to drown her in its depths. Her heart felt as though it had been tightly squeezed. No one had ever shown her such heartfelt consideration. Even her biological parents, aware of her night blindness, had never expressed concern for her. Yet Mo had arranged for her to have carrot juice daily and installed star-like lights in the villa. Thus, she would no longer suffer from her night blindness. No matter how dark the night, someone would always light a lamp for her. Jiang Nuan rushed down the stairs and leaped into Imo Hanjin's embrace. The refreshing and fragrant scent of sandalwood enveloped her, providing an overwhelming sense of security. Leaning against his strong chest, she closed her eyes, stifling the tears that nearly spilled. Mr. Imo, thank you. Imo Hanjin paused for a moment, then wrapped his arms around her delicate form. Whenever he held her frail body, he couldn't help but think of the grievances and mistreatment she had endured over the past 20 years. He gently patted her back, unable to refrain from advising. Eat more. Take care of yourself. Jiang Nuan sniffled, her eyes brimming with tears as she tightened her embrace around his lean waist. Her voice, muffled with emotion, sounded as though she were fighting back tears. All right, for the baby in my belly, I will eat a bit more. Imo Hanjin intended to say something, but the words caught in his throat. This is merely part of the renovation. I will have the entire villa, including the garden, equipped with sensor lights. Wherever Jiang Nuan wishes to go, she will always be illuminated. At the Imo Group headquarters, a serious investment conference was underway. Originally, Imo Yunting was not qualified to attend the meeting, but his father relinquished his position, allowing Imo Yunting to take his place. However, a considerable distance separated Imo Yunting from Imo Hanjin, who occupied the foremost seat among the board members and shareholders. Now, we invite young Master Imo to introduce our cooperative partners for this investment conference. Under the eager anticipation of the crowd, Imo Yunting nervously cleared his throat and projected his computer screen. Upon lifting his gaze, Imo Hanjin was met with Imo Yunting's desktop wallpaper. A girl sitting in the bright sunlight, her smile radiant and innocent, with two shallow dimples gracing her cheeks, every strand of her hair exuding warmth and happiness. Imo Hanjin's face darkened in an instant. He tossed the proposal on the table, radiating an aura of cold ruthlessness, as though he were about to tear apart everything around him. The shareholders and executives suddenly heightened their vigilance. Fearing they might provoke this formidable figure, Imo Yunting, sensing the tense atmosphere, grew increasingly anxious, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, his tongue tying in knots enough. Imo Hanjin's cold interruption cut through his report. Imo Yunting's legs weakened, and had he not steadied himself against the table, he might have crumpled to the floor. He glanced at Imo Hanjin, seated at the head of the table, and was met with a gaze filled with icy disdain and hostility that left him breathless. Uncle, did I say something wrong? Imo Hanjin's brows knitted tighter, his cold eyes reflecting his displeasure. This is a corporate meeting, not a family gathering. Imo Yunting quickly corrected himself. Yes, Mr. Imo Hanjin didn't even spare him a glance, ruthlessly chastising him in front of everyone, illogical and insubstantial. A wave of humiliation and embarrassment surged through Imo Yunting, turning his face a deep shade of crimson. This was a proposal he had prepared for so long, and he had finally been given a chance to shine before the shareholders, only to be dismissed before he could finish. It was a profound disgrace. Yet, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to defy Imo Hanjin. Frustrated, Imo Yunting returned to his seat. Stifling his ire, Imo Hanjin called upon another individual to complete the report on Imo Yunting's behalf. His subordinate's capability and presence surpassed Imo Yunting's by leaps and bounds. Articulating the points convincingly and persuading the attending partners in hushed tones, some began to speculate, is Imo targeting young Master Imo? But isn't he young Master Mo's uncle? Why is he treating him so harshly? Who told young Master Imo to be so incompetent? What on earth was he talking about? Even Imo couldn't bear to listen. In such an important context, young Master Imo had the audacity to use a picture of a beautiful woman as his wallpaper. It was undeniably foolish. Did he not know that Imo despised women and preferred to keep them at a distance? Among all the attendees, only Assistant Zhang understood the true reason. Why did young Master Imo have to use the photo of Mrs. Imo as his wallpaper? Jiang Nuan was his little aunt. Did Imo Yunting deserve to use her picture as his wallpaper? If it were to be used, it would have to be by Mr. Imo himself. However, Mr. Imo was not one to engage in such sentimental displays. He likely wouldn't partake in such childish antics. Chapter 37. The stubborn Imo. After the meeting, Imo Yunting caught hold of Assistant Zhang. Why was my uncle so angry? Was my presentation really that poor? Imo Yunting dared not approach his uncle directly and opted instead to discreetly seek out Assistant Zhang. Assistant Zhang smiled modestly. Young Master Imo, How could I possibly know Mr. Mo's thoughts? Come on, Assistant Zhang, don't be so humble. You've been by my uncle's side for many years. You understand him best. Please help me with this, and I'll remember your kindness. Assistant Zhang chuckled lightly. Young master, I want to comment on the issues with your proposal, but I can only suggest that you change your wallpaper as soon as possible. Change my wallpaper? Mo Yunting pondered this, about to inquire further when Assistant Zhang had already departed. Could it be that the girl's appearance did not align with his uncle's taste? Perhaps upon seeing such a woman, his uncle felt an aversion, coupled with Mo Yunting's stuttering presentation, which led to his dismissal. The more Mo Yunting thought about it, the more it seemed plausible. This had to be the reason. He abruptly slapped his forehead, chiding himself for his foolishness. Despite knowing that his uncle had little interest in women, and that over the years he had been persistently hounded by various socialites and celebrities, leading to a palpable disdain for the fairer sex, he still insisted on using a woman's photo as his wallpaper. Was he not inviting trouble? Quickly dialed a number, requesting assistance to change his computer wallpaper. He swiftly reverted his phone wallpaper back to its original state. Ever since Jiang Wanwan became a disciple of Professor Zhou, she had become even busier than before. Not only did she have to complete her school coursework, but on weekends, she accompanied Professor Zhou to various traditional Chinese medicine clinics to offer free consultations. Only by encountering numerous cases could she broaden her horizons and learn to treat various difficult ailments. Jiang Wanwan obediently nodded. Master, I shall remember this. The academic pressure at Peking University was already immense, and now she had to frequently accompany him on these consultations. Are you exhausted, dear? Professor Zhou inquired. Jiang Wanwan shook her head. Not at all. It is a tremendous honor to learn by your side, and the thought of being able to help more people in the future invigorates me. Professor Zhou stroked his beard with satisfaction, saying, Excellent. You are indeed a promising talent. One cannot fear hardship or exhaustion in the pursuit of traditional medicine. Meanwhile, in the office of the Mo Corporation, Mo Hanjin had just signed a contract and pressed his fingers against his temple, casually asking, Is my wife at home? Assistant Zhang's eyes flickered with surprise. Mo was typically preoccupied with work, rarely inquiring about other circumstances. According to the household staff, Madam is out this weekend accompanying Professor Zhou for free consultations, so she should not be at home. Mo Hanjin paused, his brow furrowing. She is attending classes during the week, and now she is also doing consultations on the weekend? Assistant Zhang nodded. Indeed. But Madam mentioned that she has yet to conduct a proper consultation. She is merely following Professor Zhou to learn. Mo Hanjin inhaled deeply, a fiery intensity igniting in his gaze. Does she not realize she is pregnant? How dare she exhaust herself like this, showing such disregard for her health? He picked up his phone, locating Jiang Wanwan's number in his contacts. However, his slender fingers hovered in the air, hesitating to press the call button. Perceptive to his mood, Assistant Zhang suggested, Mr. Mo, if you are concerned about Miss Jiang, perhaps it would be best to wait for her return and speak with her directly. I am certain she will heed your words. Mo Hanjin tossed his phone onto the desk, an unusual flicker crossing his eyes. Who said I am worried about her? My concern is for the child she carries. Assistant Zhang smirked slightly, clearing his throat. If you are worried about the young master or young miss, it would be prudent to communicate this to Miss Jiang. If you find it difficult to broach the subject, I have an idea. Mo Hanjin lifted his gaze, intrigued. What idea? Isn't there a cordial relationship between Old Master Mo and Dr. Zhou? If Old Master were to intervene and request Dr. Zhou to look after Miss Jiang, the matter would be much easier to handle. Since you find it awkward to speak with Miss Jiang directly, why not find another way in? Mo Hanjin's fingers drummed lightly on the desk twice before he waved his hand dismissively, signaling Assistant Zhang to leave. He stood and moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, dialing his grandfather's number. Old Master Mo haughtily huffed. You finally remembered you have a father. Mo Hanjin rubbed his temples. Feeling a headache coming on, I called for a specific reason. Old Master Mo scoffed. What is it? Unless it concerns my daughter-in-law and future grandson, I have no interest in your affairs. Old Master Mo's focus was solely on his daughter-in-law and the prospective grandson. As for Mo Hanjin, the disobedient rascal, he could go cool his heels elsewhere. Mo Hanjin couldn't help but chuckle. It seems you are already aware of Wanwan's situation. He had long suspected that someone close to him was keeping Old Master Mo informed. The news of Jiang Wanwan's pregnancy would not remain hidden for long. This was precisely the reaction Mo Hanjin desired. Old Master Mo fumed, shouting into the phone, Humph! You didn't even bother to tell the family about such a significant event. If I hadn't discovered it myself, how long were you planning to keep me in the dark? Imo Hanjin replied nonchalantly. I was merely concerned that you might be so excited upon hearing this good news that it would adversely affect your health. Hence, I intended to share it with you gradually. Stop with the useless chatter. When did you meet Nwanwan? When did you two get together? Your wife is pregnant. When do you plan to introduce her to the family? Imo Hanjin paused for a moment. Not just yet. The time is not right. Old Master Imo slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, You little rascal! Let me tell you, our Imo family has a reputation for integrity. We have no history of keeping mistresses. You cannot leave your child without a name. Since Nwanwan is carrying your child, you should give her proper recognition and ensure she is treated with respect. Don't allow her to suffer any indignation. Imo Hanjin smiled helplessly. Rest assured, I have already registered our marriage. She is legally my wife. Now that's more like it. After a long roundabout, Imo Hanjin finally had the opportunity to address the matter at hand. Nwanwan has been studying medicine under Old Master Zhou recently, but considering she is pregnant, I am concerned about her health and the well-being of the child. So I would like to ask you to speak with Old Master Zhou. Old Master Imo was quick to cut through his pretense. What concern do you have for the child? I see you are more worried about your wife than anything else. How shameful to use the child as an excuse. Imo Hanjin firmly denied. I am solely worried about the twins she carries, nothing more. Old Master Imo regarded him with an expression that suggested he had seen through him long ago, speaking with a teasing lilt. Oh, is that so? You better remember what you said today. A nearby servant chimed in. Old Master, didn't Third Master just mention twins? Old Master Imo's eyes instantly lit up, his spirit revitalized. What? Twins? You little rascal. You didn't tell me such wonderful news. This means I will have 2 grandsons at once. Won't all my old comrades be envious? You better not let my daughter-in-law run around and expose herself. If anything were to happen to her or the child, I swear I'll have your skin. Old Master Mo's excitement surged too strongly, causing him to faint from the overwhelming emotions. Old Master. Are you all right? Chapter 38. Triplets Imo Hanjin heard the commotion on the other end of the line and, filled with concern, drove back to the ancestral home. How is the old master, young master? Rest assured, we have already called the family doctor. The old master is fine. He merely fainted from excitement. After taking a dose of medicine, Old Master Imo gradually regained consciousness. Imo Hanjin shrugged helplessly. This is why I didn't want to tell you. The old master had eagerly awaited the day his grandson would marry and bear children. With the sudden news of twins, it was no surprise that he would be overwhelmed. Initially irked by Imo Hanjin's presence, Old Master Mo's mood lightened at the thought of having 2 grandsons. Twins are wonderful. Ideally, 1 grandson and 1 granddaughter. Then I won't have to envy others anymore. Old Master Imo called up an old friend. Old Imo, what made you think to call me today? How did you know I'm having a grandson? Twins, no less. Don't get too envious. Such fortune isn't common. On the other end. Old Imo, have you taken your medicine? After finishing one call, Old Master Imo immediately dialed another. The weather is lovely today. Haha, I just found out I'm about to have a pair of twins. Possibly even a dragon and phoenix pair. When can we play chess? I'll be busy with my grandchildren soon, and I want to have time to play with you folks without grandchildren. Regardless of what the other person said, Old Master Imo was self-absorbed in boasting about the delightful news of his impending grandchildren. Imo Hanjin watched this spectacle with exasperation. Old Master, if you're feeling well, I'll take my leave. Please don't forget what I told you. Of course, go ahead. This afternoon, I'll visit old Zhou and ensure he takes good care of your wife, sparing her any distress. All right. In the afternoon, Old Master Imo donned a loose-fitting tang suit and arrived at the entrance of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic where Professor Zhou was conducting free consultations. I hear Dr. Zhou is offering free consultations today? Where is it? In the garden behind. Just follow the signs. Following the signs, Old Master Imo arrived at the consultation booth. Officially, it was said that Professor Zhou was personally attending, but in reality, it was his students who were handling the cases. Only for particularly challenging cases would Professor Zhou intervene. Upon seeing Old Master Imo, Professor Zhou approached with curiosity. What brings you here? Come to play chess. Old Master Imo glanced behind him and, sure enough, spotted his daughter-in-law amidst the crowd. Professor Zhou inquired, What are you looking at? Old Master Imo pulled him aside. ensuring Jiang Nuan could not overhear their conversation. Is that girl your new disciple? Professor Zhou beamed with pride. Indeed. Isn't she a clever one? No wonder my brother accepted her as a disciple. She is perceptive and diligent, truly a rare talent. Every week, I take her out to participate in free medical consultations, where students attend to patients while she diligently records and learns by their side, never once voicing a complaint. Upon finishing his statement, he noticed the elder Ardana wearing a look of hostility. Old Mo, have I offended you in any way? The elder Mr. Mo, visibly irritated, huffed in response. Well, I haven't offended you, but I certainly have upset your precious daughter-in-law and darling grandson. The sweet girl is pregnant. Yet old Zhou has the audacity to let her work so hard. This is utterly unacceptable. Professor Zhou, initially puzzled, queried. How do you know her name is Jiang Nuanyuan? Moments later, he widened his eyes in astonishment. Is she truly pregnant? It's imperative that a pregnant woman does not overexert herself. How can she endure such an intense study routine? Why would I deceive you? If you doubt me, feel her pulse yourself. Professor Zhou swiftly returned, pulling Jiang Nuanyuan aside without hesitation, and directly grasped her wrist to check her pulse. Jiang Nuanyuan tilted her head in confusion. Master, what's wrong? I still need to record the cases. Be quiet, I am concentrating, he admonished, listening intently to her pulse, anxious about misinterpreting it. The joyful pulse was indeed easy to detect, yet it felt distinct from the usual. After several minutes of scrutiny, Professor Zhou finally confirmed his suspicions. Jiang Nuanyuan was indeed pregnant. And not just with one child, Nuanyuan. Why didn't you inform me of your pregnancy? A pregnant woman must not overwork herself. It could jeopardize her health. Let's conclude our lessons for today. I'll have someone take you home shortly. Jiang Nuanyuan's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Master, I don't feel tired yet. Let me study for a little longer. No. You must return home to rest. A balance of work and relaxation is essential for efficiency. You have ample time to study ahead, so a brief pause will not hinder you. Professor Zhou insisted on escorting Jiang Nuanyuan home. After all, old Mo had made a special trip for her. How could Professor Zhou dare to refuse? Once Jiang Nuanyuan departed, Professor Zhou entered the room, curiosity etched across his face. Old Mo, you must enlighten me now. How did you know Nuanyuan was pregnant? Are you related to her? The elder Mr. Mo, beaming with pride, declared, She carries my son's bloodline. She is my grandchild. Professor Zhou observed the elder's spirited demeanor, noticing the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. Although Mo had 3 sons, the first 2 were best left unmentioned. The fact that Mo was so elated could only mean it was the lineage of Mo Hanjin. Isn't Nuanyuan just starting university? How could she possibly end up with Mo Hanjin? I'm genuinely curious. This question puzzled even the elder Mr. Mo. That rascal had always shunned women, never even allowing a hint of their presence. So how had he suddenly acquired a wife and children without a word? Whether it was due to his exceptional concealment or the unexpected nature of his encounter with Nuanyuan remained unclear. Clearing his throat, the elder feigned mystery, saying, We shall discuss this later. Now, tell me honestly, is Nuanyuan in good health? She hasn't overexerted herself under your tutelage, has she? Rest assured, she and her 3 children are all healthy. It was fortunate you came to see me today. Otherwise, persisting in such fatigue would have been detrimental. The elder Mo sighed in relief, feeling reassured. After all, Jiang Nuanyuan carried his precious grandchild, and nothing could go awry. Just as he was about to take a sip of water, he suddenly recollected something. What did you say? She is carrying 3 children. So she is not having twins, but triplets. Professor Zhou nodded. Indeed, triplets. This pulse pattern is quite rare. I am certain of my diagnosis. The elder Mr. Mo, having just swallowed his tea, spat it out in shocked. So, not only will I have 2 grandsons, but now I have 3. What a tremendous surprise. Chapter 39. Delivering items to Mr. Mo. The elder Ardana was overwhelmed by a series of delightful revelations, causing his blood pressure to spike, and he clutched his chest, nearly gasping for breath. Old Mo, take it easy. Why are you so excited? Professor Zhou quickly supported him, offering some ginseng soup to stabilize his condition. Mo shot him a glare. What do you expect? If you suddenly gained 3 precious grandchildren, wouldn't you be thrilled? Such good fortune is rare. He had been troubled by that rascal's lack of progress in life, only to discover that he had astonishingly delivered him 3 beloved grandchildren. How many people in the world could boast of such fortune? However, something felt amiss. That boy had previously mentioned twins, so how had it transformed into triplets? Old Joe, are you trying to tease me? Professor Joe scoffed. Why would I jest about something so significant? It's simply that Nguyen is still in her early stages of pregnancy. And some embryos develop slowly, which is why the ultrasound hasn't revealed all of them yet. When she goes for her next checkup, she'll likely see the 3rd embryo. Hearing this, the elder Mr. Mo finally relaxed. What a wonderful daughter-in-law. This truly is a blessing sent to the Mo family. The gifts I prepared for her will finally be put to use. He promptly called his trusted steward, instructing him to transfer all his luxury cars and properties into Jiang Nguyen's name. Indeed, everything I had prepared for her is now hers. Even the exquisite palace jewelry that was part of my late wife's dowry shall be included. Suddenly feeling anxious, Mr. Mo exclaimed, Old Joe, with Nguyen's remarkable medical talent, she is destined to become a little miracle worker. What if she ends up looking down on that rascal in the future? After all, you are well aware of that boy's temperament. His words can be infuriating, moreover. He is 10 years her senior and lacks compassion. Contemplating their age difference, the elder M.R.D.O. couldn't help but worry. Jiang Nguyen was so lively and charming, destined for a bright future as a burgeoning miracle worker. What if she were to overlook that rascal, Mo Hanjin? Professor Zhou stroked his beard, smiling knowingly. You needn't fret. I happen to have an unremarkable son around the same age as Nguyen. If she seeks a younger partner in the future, my son would be a perfect match. The elder Mr. Mo's eyes widened in indignation. You, Old Joe, are you trying to steal my daughter-in-law? Are we not good friends anymore? Professor Zhou cleared his throat. I'm merely considering Nguyen's future in case she and Mo Hanjin are truly incompatible. My son is a viable option. After all, his son was a medical enthusiast with no interest in romance, and if he could forge a bond with Nguyen, it would alleviate his and his wife's worries regarding their son's marital prospects. Fuming, the elder M.R.Mo rolled up his sleeves. You sly old fox. You're plotting to snatch my daughter-in-law, aren't you? I challenge you to a match today to show you my prowess. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Nguyen called her close friend, Chen Lingxian. Nguyen, aren't you supposed to be learning from Professor Zhou during the free consultations? Why do you have time to call me? Jiang Nguyen sighed. Alas, Professor Zhou discovered I'm pregnant. He insists I balance work and rest, but I don't feel tired at all. Chen Lingxian couldn't help but laugh. Nguyen, if anyone else heard that, they'd be terrified. Everyone else craves rest. Yet here you are, refusing to take a break. With a twinkle in her eye, Jiang Nguyen replied, I simply wish to learn more about medicine and start helping others as soon as possible. You should focus on nurturing your health. After all, you carry the Mo family's bloodline. If you wear yourself out, the Mo family will surely confront your master. Jiang Nguyen chuckled helplessly. I'm merely pregnant. I am not that delicate. Having endured so many hardships over the past 20 years, I'm still thriving. A girl raised in a village ist so fragile. After finishing her call with Chen Lingxian, Jiang Nguyen, feeling somewhat bored, began to study chess. Assistant Zhang reporting, Mr. Mo, the madam has returned home from the hospital. Mo Hanjin replied nonchalantly. Is she resting at home? Assistant Zhang hesitated. No, madam is studying chess strategies. He couldn't help but admire her incredible energy. Not only could she manage the rigorous curriculum at Jing University, but she also accompanied the professor for medical consultations. Even during her rare half-day of rest, she was engrossed in chess. Madam was truly like M.R.D.O. Both were tireless beings. Mo Hanjin took a deep breath, feeling a pulse of frustration. Why was it so difficult to get this girl to rest? Suppressing his irritation, he commanded, call home and say I left something behind. Ask the madam to bring it over to AT home. Aunt Feng received Assistant Zhang's call and informed Jiang Nguyen, Madam, Mr. Mo seems to need a document. Could you please deliver it? Jiang Nguyen set down her chess strategies, cheerfully replying, Of course, I have some free time. The document is on Mr. Mo's desk in his study. You may go in and retrieve it. Jiang Nguyen opened the study door and stepped inside. This was her first time entering Mo Hanjin's study, where towering bookshelves overflowed with volumes, many of which were related to economics and politics. Jiang Wanwan approached the desk and, as expected, discovered a document. However, she also noticed a book titled Child Psychology. Since when did Mo delve into psychology, particularly that concerning children? Was he perhaps preparing in advance for a baby? A faint smile graced Jiang Nuan's lips as she picked up the document and stepped outside. She entered the car, yet the driver did not take her directly to the Mo Corporation. Instead, he brought her to a picturesque wetland park. "Why have you brought me here?" she inquired. "Madam, this is Mr. Mo's instruction. He is currently occupied with other matters and asked me to take you for a leisurely stroll in the park." Jiang Nuan was somewhat puzzled. Had he not just said that the document was urgently needed? Why was it no longer a pressing matter? The driver chuckled awkwardly. "Well, Mr. Mo's intentions are beyond our understanding. We merely follow his orders." Jiang Nuan contemplated this reasoning and decided to embrace it. After spending some time in the park, breathing in the refreshing air, her spirits lifted considerably as dusk approached. The driver received a phone call and subsequently escorted Jiang Nuan to an elegant, secluded garden restaurant. "Madam, Mr. Mo is waiting for you inside." Chapter 40. Reluctant to part with him, Jiang Nuan was momentarily taken aback. Her heart racing with a hint of anxiety. She had never dined alone with Mo before. This was her first time. Gazing at the opulent decor of the restaurant, she couldn't help but check her reflection in the glass door. After spending an entire afternoon outdoors, her cheeks were flushed, her hair slightly tousled, with a few strands rebelliously sticking up. "Madam, why are you hesitating to enter?" the driver inquired. Jiang Nuan bit her lip in embarrassment. "I'll go in now." She quickly smoothed down her slightly disheveled hair and, filled with anticipation and trepidation, stepped into the private dining room as indicated by the driver. As she pushed open the door, her eyes immediately fell upon a tall man standing by the window, giving instructions to his assistant. The man was remarkably tall, nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with a broad-shouldered, slender physique, a natural model for any attire. Mo Hanjin was clad in a sharply tailored, expensive black suit that exuded elegance. His sharp gaze behind gold-rimmed glasses resembled a blade drawn from its sheath. Once Assistant Zhang departed, Jiang Nuan timidly whispered, "Mr. Mo, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I just arrived myself," he replied. Mo Hanjin handed her the menu, encouraging her to select something she desired. Jiang Nuan rarely dined in such upscale establishments, and this was her first time in one of such grandeur. The lavish decor alone had left her feeling intimidated. As she perused the menu, overwhelmed by the array of dishes, she felt at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. Noticing her discomfort, Mo Hanjin extended his long, elegant finger, pointing to a dish on the menu. "This is our signature dish, Buddha jumps over the wall. Would you like to try it?" Jiang Nuan stared at his finger in a daze, nodding absent-mindedly. Her gaze drifted to the soup section of the menu as Mo Hanjin gently explained. "This Fu Rong soup is light and nutritious, perfect for pregnant women, and should suit your taste." Encouraged by his words, Jiang Nuan mustered the courage to ask, "What is Lingji Inu Chan?" Mo Hanjin exhibited no signs of impatience as he poured her a cup of tea, patiently elaborating on the unfamiliar dishes she had never encountered before. Jiang Nuan felt her cheeks flush, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Then I'll have one of those, please." She picked up the teacup, pretending to sip while secretly stealing glances at Mo Hanjin's profiled Mo was considerate and attentive, exuding an air of refinement, in stark contrast. During her previous dining experiences with the Zhang family, she had been ridiculed for her lack of knowledge about ordering food. "This is a piano piece. We asked you to order food, not music. Who orders a steak to be medium rare? How embarrassing it would have been had you attended the banquet. You would have brought shame to our family." Jiang Nuan was already timid. Being mocked further deepened her insecurities, and she barely ate a few bites that evening. In contrast, Mr. Mo never looked down on her, but instead respected her dignity. The comparison between him and the Zhang family was like that of the heavens and the earth. By the way, Mr. Mo, here is the contract you requested." Jiang Nuan suddenly remembered the purpose of her visit today. Why had she not gone to the company but ended up in a restaurant instead? Mo Hanjin accepted the contract with a slight smile. "Thank you for your trouble." He had no real need for the contract. He merely sought an excuse to lure the young woman out of her home, hoping she might take a breath of fresh air rather than being consumed by her medical studies or chess research, which could lead to exhaustion and harm her health. Feeling inexplicably relaxed, Jiang Nuan softly asked, "Mr. Mo, I saw a book on child psychology in your study. Are you preparing for the education of the baby in advance? Mo Han-jin paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on her charming face. With a hint of amusement in his cool eyes, he replied, well, something like that. Jiang Nuan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at him. Akin to a sky sprinkled with starlight. Mr. Mo, you're truly remarkable. Mo Han-jin's eyes deepened with intrigue as he suddenly reached out to her. Jiang Nuan instinctively held her breath, her gaze fixated on him. Her heart racing uncontrollably. His large hand hovered near her cheek. His rough yet warm fingertips against her skin felt as if she were on fire. Yet, he merely tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. After that brief gesture, he withdrew his hand. Jiang Nuan's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, a subtle sense of loss blossoming within her. She could not fathom why Mr. Mo's casual action had stirred such tension and anticipation in her, making her heart race as if it were out of control. Why did she feel a twinge of disappointment when he pulled his hand away? Fortunately, the waiter entered with the dishes, allowing Jiang Nuan to lower her head and conceal her earlier unease. However, her slender fingers trembled slightly, and her heart showed no signs of calming down. After the meal, Jiang Nuan returned home with Mo Han-jin. The garden had been adorned with ground lights as per his instructions. As they walked along the path, blossoms of starlight illuminated their steps, resembling fireflies in the night. The surrounding darkness was dispelled by these twinkling lights. Jiang Nuan's cheeks felt excessively warm, prompting her to rub them. Are you cold? Mo Han-jin presumed she was chilled by the evening breeze, promptly removing his coat and draping it over her shoulders. The familiar woody fragrance enveloped her, igniting an impulse to weep. Noticing the redness in her eyes, Mo Han-jin asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Jiang Nuan shook her head, feigning nonchalance. "It's nothing. Perhaps just some sand blown into my eyes." Upon hearing this, Mo Han-jin immediately guided her to a well-lit street lamp. Their shadows intertwined in a suggestive dance. Mo Han-jin cupped her face in his hands, softly instructing, "Open your eyes wide. Let me see." Jiang Nuan bit her lip, striving to keep her eyes wide open while intentionally avoiding his gaze, fearful of revealing her unease. Mo Han-jin saw no sand but, to alleviate her discomfort, leaned closer and gently blew twice near her face. Jiang Nuan's heart raced tumultuously, the emotions she had suppressed bubbling forth like air escaping a punctured balloon. "I'm fine now, thank you." Mr. Dadamo suddenly, she pushed him away and ran towards the villa without looking back that night. Jiang Nuan tossed and turned in bed for a long time, unable to fall asleep. She was suddenly gripped by the fear of the day she would have to leave. Once the baby arrived, she would have to part ways with the Mo family and Mr. Mo for reasons she could not comprehend. A wave of profound reluctance surged within her. Was she truly reluctant to leave her current life? Or was it reluctance to leave him? Chapter 41. An atmosphere of ambiguity. The following morning, when Jiang Nuan rose, she discovered that Mo Han-jin had already left the house. "Has Mo gone to the company?" she inquired. "Yes, madam. Would you like to have breakfast now? I can bring it out for you," replied the maid. Jiang Nuan glanced towards the door, nodding sullenly. While quietly eating her breakfast, she reflected on how she wished she had risen earlier. If only she had woken up sooner, perhaps she could have encountered Mr. Mo. Jiang Nuan quickly dismissed this dangerous thought. No, she had to leave eventually. She must not grow too attached to Mr. Mo. The more she clung to him, the harder it would be to part when the time came. She intended to read some medical books to divert her attention, but before long, the company called. "Madam, Mr. Mo needs a pen. Could you please deliver it to the company?" Aunt Feng inquired with a smile. Jiang Nuan's eyes lit up. "Sure." She hurried back to her bedroom's cloakroom, carefully selecting an outfit before retrieving Mr. Mo's fountain pen from the study, then climbed into the family car and set off. However, just like the previous day, the driver brought her to a park owned by the Mo Corporation, instructing her to take a leisurely stroll and enjoy the scenery. After exploring the park thoroughly, the driver finally took her to the foot of the Mo Corporation building. Upon entering, she unexpectedly ran into Mo Yunting. The moment she saw him, memories of the ridicule and oppression she had faced at the Jiang family's hands flooded back, prompting her to lower her head and attempt to avoid him. Yet, upon spotting her, Mo Yunting's eyes brightened. He deliberately approached her. "Aren't you my junior? What brings you here?" Surely, she must have heard that he was interning at the company and specifically came to seek him out. Jiang Nuanyuan took 2 steps back, distancing herself from him. I am here to see President Mo. A smile graced Mo Yunting's lips. Oh, you came to see me? What business do you have with me? Jiang Nuanyuan, incredulous, lifted her head, her delicate brows knitting together. Surely, she must have misheard. How audacious of Mo Yunting to refer to himself as President Mo. The true head of the Mo Group is the third master. And Mo Yunting holds no shares whatsoever. How could he shamelessly claim such a title? I am not here to see you. After saying this, Jiang Nuanyuan maneuvered around him and made her way toward the elevator. Mo Yunting gazed at her retreating figure with interest and dialed a friend. I forgot to ask you last time. What is the name of that girl you sent me? Young Master Mo. That woman is called Jiang Nuanyuan. She is a freshman at our university. Mo Yunting paused. What? Jiang Nuanyuan? Are you certain? Of course I am certain. She is a prominent figure at our school. How could I possibly mistake her name? Mo Yunting hung up the phone, a spark of interest flickering in his eyes. So, Jiang Nuanyuan was indeed quite beautiful and exquisite. But why had she appeared so unappealing at the Jiang family's birthday banquet? Could it be that her makeup had been unflattering? Upon learning her identity as Jiang Nuanyuan, Mo Yunting's interest was piqued once more. She claimed she wasn't looking for him. Yet, if that were true, why would she come all the way to the Mo Group? Wasn't it simply a case of feigning disinterest to entice him? He understood. Mo Yunting confidently stroked his chin, deciding to thoroughly engage with Jiang Nuanyuan. As Jiang Nuanyuan stepped into the elevator, she discovered it was restricted and unable to reach the executive office on the top floor. Reluctantly, she approached the front desk for assistance. Hello, I would like to see President Mo. The receptionist glanced at her. Do you have an appointment? Jiang Nuanyuan shook her head. No, without an appointment. Do you think you can just waltz in to see President Mo? He is quite busy and has no time for you frivolous girls. Be gone! Jiang Nuanyuan was inexplicably reprimanded and stood frozen in place. Just then, a voice spoke beside her. Miss Jiang, President Mo sent me to escort you. Recognizing him, she replied, Assistant Jiang, it's you. Could you please deliver this pin to President Mo? I think I'll just stay here. Assistant Jiang quickly waved his hand. Miss Jiang, I believe it's best if you deliver it personally to IT Woon Tidu for MRS. Mo to visit the company and leave without seeing President Mo. If he found out, he would surely be displeased. Jiang Nuanyuan responded gently, in that case, I will accompany you upstairs. Upon seeing Assistant Jiang, the receptionist's expression instantly soured, as though she had swallowed a fly. Ahem, Assistant Jiang. Who is this lady? Assistant Jiang coldly replied, That's none of your concern. Yes. The receptionist cast a reluctant glance at Jiang Nuanyuan, a flicker of jealousy crossing her features. Who exactly was this woman to warrant such a personal welcome from Assistant Jiang? Was she perhaps entangled with President Mo? It was hard to believe that this seemingly innocent woman could possess such cunning to ensnare men. With that thought, the receptionist's gaze towards Jiang Nuanyuan turned hostile. Assistant Jiang led Jiang Nuanyuan into the exclusive elevator for the president's office. Upon reaching the top floor, he paused outside the office, inviting Jiang Nuanyuan to enter on her own. President Mo is inside. Jiang Nuanyuan took a deep breath and pushed open the office door to Mo Hanjin. Having finished reviewing a contract, looked up in surprise at the sight of the girl. What brings you here? Jiang Nuanyuan blinked. Her expression puzzled as she asked, Mr. Mo, didn't you ask me to bring you a pin? She glanced at the pin in Mo Hanjin's hand, which appeared perfectly fine. Why did he need her to bring another? It was then that Mo Hanjin recalled the request. He tossed the pin aside and extended his hand towards her. Jiang Nuanyuan hesitated for a moment before slowly placing her hand in his palm. Mo Hanjin raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smile at the silly girl before him. I asked you to bring me the fountain pen. Jiang Nuanyuan finally realized, her cheeks flushing red as she hurriedly handed it to him. However, when she tried to withdraw her hand, Mo Hanjin held onto it. Jiang Nuanyuan shyly spoke. Mr. Mo, come here. Mo Hanjin grasped her small hand, guiding her to the desk, effectively entrapping her with his tall frame. From behind, it appeared as though he was cradling Jiang Nuanyuan in his embrace. The solid, firm expanse of his chest pressed against her back, and his warm breath against her neck, infused with a pleasant masculine scent, caused Jiang Nuanyuan's heart to race uncontrollably. Had she not steadied herself against the edge of the desk, she might have crumpled to the ground. Mo Hanjin seemed oblivious to the intimate tension between them. Extracting a contract from the desk, guiding her hand to the lower right corner. Sign here. Jiang Nuanyuan blinked, looking at the contract on the desk, only to realize it was a stack of asset transfer documents. As she absorbed the lengthy list of assets, her eyes widened in disbelief. Villas, luxury cars, orchards, land. Assets valued at over 100 million were to be transferred into her name. Overwhelmed, Jiang Nuanyuan bit her lip. Instinctively seeking refuge in Imo Hanjin's embrace. Mr. Imo, this is Imo Hanjin smirked, speaking nonchalantly, a welcoming gift from the old man. Chapter 42. Nuanyuan strikes it rich. Jiang Nuanyuan was left astounded, her mouth agape. All of this is for me? Mo Hanjin responded with a casual affirmation, as if these items were trivial and inconsequential. Yet, Jiang Nuanyuan, gazing at the extravagant gifts, felt unworthy of such generosity. Each item was something she could never hope to acquire through a lifetime of hard work. To suddenly be bestowed with so much, how could she accept it? Mr. Imo, this is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Terrified, Jiang Nuanyuan dropped the fountain pen, attempting to escape, but her body was trapped between Imo Hanjin's solid chest and the desk. As she prepared to turn away, she collided into his sturdy embrace. Ouch! Jiang Nuanyuan rubbed her reddened nose, looking up at him with pitiful eyes, her soft voice pleading, Mr. Imo, can I not sign? Imo Hanjin narrowed his eyes. His arms propped on either side of her body, enveloping her entirely within his domain. Gradually, he leaned down, deliberately approaching his prey, until the sweet scent emanating from her enveloped him. Jiang Nuanyuan's body arched. Instinctively pressing against him, leaving no space between them, Mo Hanjin's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he gazed at the trembling girl in his arms, inhaling her fragrant scent, while the beast within him stirred with renewed vigor. His gaze darkened, his prominent atoms apple-bobbing. Just then, Jiang Nuanyuan timidly suggested, well, after I give birth, I can return all of this to the elders, Mo Hanjin replied gruffly. Once something is given, it cannot be taken back. But I cannot possibly leave with so much money. I cannot accept what I do not deserve. Mo Hanjin keenly caught the key word in her words. Leave. Instantly, a tempest brewed within his eyes. Darkening with rage, he grasped her delicate face, questioning her heatedly, leave? Where do you intend to go? Jiang Nuanyuan flinched, her shoulders hunching slightly as she cautiously replied, once I give birth, I will leave on my own and won't trouble you. You need not worry. She understood that Imo Hanjin marrying her was merely to ensure she felt secure enough to carry the child to term. Once the baby was born, there would be no reason for her to remain. Jiang Nuanyuan never harbored the delusion that she could permanently occupy the position of Mrs. Imo. She knew it was only temporary. Imo Hanjin's chest heaved with anger, a fire igniting in his gaze. As it became clear he could not bear the thought of her leaving him, this ungrateful girl, whom he had treated with such care, unexpectedly wished to depart. Did she intend to leave the Imo family and seek another man? No way. Since they were bound together, she could forget about escaping for a lifetime. Are you willing to let our child be born without a mother? Imo Hanjin glared at her fiercely, and just as Jiang Nuanyuan braced herself for his wrath, he merely lowered his head and bit her lip. Ow! Jiang Nuanyuan gasped, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at him with a pitiful expression. He resembled a fierce beast, his thin lips curling slightly, his voice deep and commanding, filled with overwhelming possessiveness. Little white-eyed wolf, if you dare think of escaping, I will break your legs. Jiang Nuanyuan sniffled, feeling wronged, knowing that in the face of such overwhelming strength, she dared not harbor any thoughts of resistance. With her slender arms and legs, provoking a tyrannical overlord would yield no good outcome. Sign the contract, be good. And Mo Hanjin pinched her cheek, coaxing her as he pressed the pen into her hand. Under his coaxing and coercion, Jiang Nuanyuan trembled as she signed her name on the contract. After signing, a strong sense of unreality washed over her. She had initially aspired to attend university, find a good job, and work tirelessly to secure a small home in a modest city. Yet, in a blink of an eye, she had suddenly acquired assets that would take others 10 lifetimes to amass. Just like that, she had transformed into a wealthy woman, possessing luxury cars and lavish estates. After Jiang Nuanyuan departed from the office, Imo Hanjin received a call from the old master. How is it? Did my gift to you please the young lady? Did she accept it? The elder's tone was laced with anxiety, fearful that his offerings would not meet his daughter-in-law's approval. Rest assured, the gifts have been delivered into her hands. You need not worry so much. Imo Hanjin replied. The old master, exasperated, retorted, this is all for your sake. The young lady is now Master Zhou's apprentice. Numerous people are eyeing her, eager to take her home. You're already of an age and lack the tenderness required. You are not worthy of my fine daughter-in-law. Should she find you wanting, you'll have reason to lament. Imo Hanjin raised an eyebrow. Dare she? The young lady carried his child. Where could she possibly run off to? Even if she ventured to the ends of the earth, he would retrieve her and keep her by his side. Humph! Stop being consumed by work. Spare some time to accompany Nuanyuan and take good care of your wife. If she loses even a single hair, I shall no longer recognize you as my son. Imo Hanjin was accustomed to his father's disdain. In the elder's eyes, the disobedient rascal he was could never compare to the obedient grandson with a bright future. With a sigh, Imo Hanjin assured, you need not fret. I will take good care of her. Even without his father's admonitions, Imo Hanjin had no intention of neglecting Jiang Nuanyuan, as it was his duty as a man. The old master deliberately withheld from Imo Hanjin that Jiang Nuanyuan was, in fact, expecting triplets. When they next attended a prenatal checkup, Imo Hanjin would surely be taken aback. Just imagining that scene made the old master chuckle inwardly. After all, it was this impudent lad who had initially kept secrets from him. Now, it was his turn to keep a secret from him. Jiang Nuanyuan returned to the villa, clutching a stack of property deeds and car keys. She placed the proof of assets on the table and took a photograph with her phone, only to find that the entire screen could not contain it. Overcome with excitement, she sent the image to her best friend, Chen Lingxian. Chen Lingxian scratched her head and messaged back, Nuanyuan, are you filming a short drama? I've only seen such numerous property deeds in dramas. Jiang Nuanyuan typed back eagerly, this is no film prop. It's real. This is a gift from the head of the Imo family. What? Chen Lingxian, lying in bed, sat up with a start. Her eyes sparkled as her fingers flew over the screen, nearly sparking. Are you saying that all these property deeds and luxury cars are gifts from the Imo family? Jiang Nuanyuan trembled as she typed, yes. On the other end, a voice message came through, infused with excitement surpassing her own. Oh my goodness, Nuanyuan. So many luxury cars and mansions. The Imo family is incredibly generous. You have struck it rich. This is a major windfall. I want to cling to your leg, wealthy lady. As Jiang Nuanyuan's closest friend, Chen Lingxian felt no twinge of jealousy upon learning of Jiang Nuanyuan's fortune. Shouldn't she seize the opportunity to cling to her friend's success? Who would be jealous of their best friend at such a moment? Chen Lingxian called Jiang Nuanyuan, Nuanyuan, you're not pulling my leg? Are you? Jiang Nuanyuan, still somewhat dazed, nodded slowly. It should be real. The contract is right here with me. The contract was signed in front of Imo on the top floor of the Imo Corporation. So it could not possibly be fake. Furthermore, with the Imo family's immense wealth, there was no reason to deceive her over such trivial matters. Chen Lingxian erupted into ecstatic screams, bouncing high in place. Is this what it means for a drama to leap into reality? I used to think those dramas were exaggerated. Who would have known there exists such a generous family in real life? You've just become pregnant, and the elders are making such grand gestures. It seems the Imo family values you and the lineage within you greatly, Nuanyuan. Do you realize how fortunate you are? That is the pinnacle of the Beijing elite, the Imo family. Having gained the favor of the elder Imo, you will enjoy endless riches and honors. Even if you desire hardship, you will find none. Jiang Nuanyuan swallowed nervously, recalling that earlier in the company, she had yet to process everything. Now back at home, she slowly began to regain her senses. It wasn't that she was slow to react. Rather, the surprise was simply too overwhelming and too sudden. It felt akin to winning the lottery multiple times over. Faced with such astonishing fortune, who could immediately comprehend it? As Jiang Nuanyuan reflected on what Imo Hanjin had said at the office, she hesitated before asking, Lingxian, I mentioned leaving after giving birth, and Imo seemed quite upset. He even warned me not to think of escaping, or else he would break my legs. What do you think he means by that? Jiang Nuanyuan had initially thought Imo brought her home merely to ensure she could safely deliver the child, but his words today left her feeling somewhat perplexed. Simpleton, you don't understand. Mr. Imo must be infatuated with you. He is already head over heels in love. If you were to leave, it would be akin to taking half his life. Jiang Nuanyuan couldn't help but laugh at her friend's words, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. How could that be? It's not as exaggerated as you say, Lingxian. You must have read too many romance novels. Chen Lingxian retorted confidently. How could it not be possible? Have you seen those celebrity couples flaunting their love on trending topics? Or the grand weddings of the wealthy? I've long realized that the world is but a massive romance novel, Nuanyuan. You have no idea how wonderful you are. You are pure and beautiful, with a gentle and kind personality, not to mention your intelligence and excellent academic performance. You are the sole disciple of Professor Zhou. It is only natural that Mo has fallen deeply in love with you. In my opinion, you two live and work in close quarters. Given time, love will blossom, and Mo will surely fall at your feet. Jiang Nuanyuan chuckled. I am not as remarkable as you say, my dear friend. In my eyes, you are the finest fairy in the world. If it weren't for Mo being so handsome and disinterested in women, I would never consent to his relationship with you, however, considering Mr. Mo's exceptional qualities, I can begrudgingly accept this union. After hanging up, Jiang Nuanyuan sent her dear friend a lucky red envelope filled with 88888. Good friend. Blessings should be shared. As Jiang Nuanyuan recalled Mr. Mo's reaction when she had mentioned leaving, she couldn't help but ponder quietly. Could it be that Mo was reluctant to let her go? Her cheeks flushed as she shook her head, trying to dismiss the thought. Surely not. Mr. Mo was likely only considering the child's perspective, not wanting the baby to grow up without a mother, which was why he forbade her from leaving. She was already content with her current life and should not ask for more. Sometimes, excessive greed is not a virtue. The more one desires, the more one risks losing. Mo Hanjin rarely left work early. Upon returning home, he found Jiang Nuanyuan seated on the swing in the yard. Lost in thought one moment and giggling at the sky the next, Mo Hanjin approached her, curious about what occupied her mind that brought such joy. Jiang Nuanyuan, feeling somewhat guilty, blinked and replied, nothing much. She would never confess that she was thinking about Chen Lingshuan's words. The moment she recalled that Chen Lingxian had said Mo Hanjin was deeply infatuated with her, she couldn't help but smile foolishly. Tilting her head, she glanced at the man beside her, offering a sweet smile. Mr. Mo, you're back quite early today. Mo Hanjin shrugged off his suit jacket, casually draping it over his arm, revealing the toned muscles beneath his shirt, especially his well-defined chest, which strained against the fabric. He unbuttoned 2 buttons, his Adam's apple visibly pronounced, his collarbone straight, and faint outlines of his chest muscles peeking through. Jiang Nuanyuan felt as though her gaze had been scorched. Hastily averting her eyes, she suddenly felt regretful. If only she didn't have night blindness. Perhaps on that fateful night, she could have glimpsed Mr. Mo's abs and V-line. Jiang Nuanyuan, what are you daydreaming about? She scolded herself, embarrassment flooding her cheeks as she wished she could disappear into the ground. Mo Hanjin observed her with interest, taking in the changes in her expression. Just moments ago, she had been giggling. Yet now her face was as flushed as a boiling kettle, steam nearly rising from her head. Mo Hanjin glanced down, seemingly understanding something. A smirk played at his lips as he spoke in a lazy, teasing tone. Little one, did you see something you shouldn't have? Jiang Nuanyuan, feeling guilty, shook her head. No, I didn't see your chest muscles. The moment the words escaped her lips, she wished she could bite her tongue. Goodness, how foolish could she be to inadvertently confess? Mo Hanjin leaned closer, his eyes glimmering with mischief, his voice low and sultry. Would you like to see something else? Jiang Nuanyuan swallowed nervously. I don't want to see. I have no interest in that at all. Jiang Nuanyuan chastised herself, reminding herself that she was pregnant. This was not the time to be thinking about such matters. Moreover, the man before her was Mr. Mo. They were merely in a temporary contractual marriage, not in a sincere romance. Jiang Nuanyuan quickly shut her eyes, silently chanting. Chest muscles, abs, waist muscles, neck muscles, back muscles, biceps. Mo Hanjin watched her lips moving, curious about what she was muttering. He leaned in closer, straining to listen, and finally discerned that she was reciting medical terminology. He couldn't help but chuckle. This silly girl, was she attempting to maintain her purity by such means? Who would have thought that beneath her seemingly naive exterior, she was quite the little vixen? Chapter 44. The confident Jiang family. Upon learning that Jiang Nuanyuan had become a disciple of the renowned Dr. Zhou, the thoughts of the Jiang family began to stir. Madame Jiang furrowed her brows, astonished that Jiang Nuanyuan possessed such remarkable abilities to have garnered the esteemed Dr. Zhou as her mentor. Jiang Tsongnan scoffed dismissively, suggesting that she must have employed some unscrupulous means to have bewitched Dr. Zhou into accepting her. What skills could Jiang Nuanyuan possibly possess? Surely, it was merely the result of some underhanded tactics. Given her lack of likability, it was inconceivable that anyone would genuinely care for her. However, Jiang Dingbei held a different perspective. How could that be? Wasn't the remedy she provided for Mother quite effective? Perhaps Dr. Zhou recognized her innate talent and thus chose to nurture her personally. Brother, why are you suddenly defending Jiang Nuanyuan? Has she cast some spell on you to blur your judgment? Let us not forget how Jiang Nuanyuan treated Yenner back then. Jiang Dingbei clenched his fist, asserting, I am not defending Jiang Nuanyuan. Rather. And what is that? Jiang Dingbei rationally articulated. Regardless of Jiang Nuanyuan's less than pleasant demeanor, the fact remains that she is now the sole disciple of Dr. Zhou, and she has also endeared herself to the Mo family. If we were to reintegrate her into the Jiang family, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to us. Jiang Nuanyuan was no longer the same. Previously, she had been merely a village girl raised in the countryside, devoid of any value. Yet now, not only was she under the Mo family's protection, but she was also the sole disciple of Dr. Zhou. If the Jiang family were to accept her back at this juncture, other prominent families in the capital would only envy the Jiang family for having such a promising daughter. Jiang Qinggang exchanged a glance with Madame Jiang, each pondering the validity of Jiang Dingbei's assertions. Jiang Qinggang remarked, we cannot hide the news about Jiang Nuanyuan any longer. We might as well take this opportunity while she is connected with Dr. Zhou to welcome her back. Madame Jiang concurred. If we accept her back now, and if she possesses any sense of gratitude, she will remember our kindness in the future. Should we require Dr. Zhou's assistance, I am certain Jiang Nuanyuan would lend a helping hand. Jiang Tsongnan erupted in frustration, exclaiming, but what about Yenner? If Jiang Nuanyuan returns to the Jiang family, she will undoubtedly bully Yenner even more, leaving her without anyone to care for her. Jiang Qinggang spoke with authority. Tsongnan, do not mention this to Yenner just yet. Once Jiang Nuanyuan returns to the Jiang family, we shall warn her to behave and refrain from causing trouble. If Jiang Nuanyuan continues to act with her previous vanity and schemes against Yenner, we shall not hesitate to expel her from the family. After class, Jiang Nuanyuan accompanied Chen Lingxian to pick up a package. Upon exiting the school gate, she unexpectedly encountered Jiang Dingbei. Upon seeing a member of the Jiang family, feelings of aversion instinctively arose within her. Nuanyuan, let us go. Chen Lingshuan's smile vanished instantly as she pulled Jiang Nuanyuan back. Jiang Dingbei positioned himself before them, stating, Nuanyuan, I am here to share some good news with you. Upon meeting Jiang Nuanyuan's puzzled gaze, Jiang Dingbei confidently declared, Father and Mother have decided to bring you back home, Nuanyuan. Your household registration can also be transferred to the Jiang family. He anticipated a look of delight and gratitude to wash over Jiang Nuanyuan's face, for she had long yearned to return to the Jiang family. However, upon hearing his words, her expression remained devoid of joy. She replied coolly, I have already made it clear that I have no connection with the Jiang family. I do not wish to return, nor will I. Jiang Dingbei frowned, displeased Nuanyuan. There is no need for you to act out now, is there? Father and Mother are already aware that you were driven away by Yenner, and it was not your choice to leave. They have agreed to welcome you back, so what are you dissatisfied about? If you are merely being stubborn, it will only lead to our disappointment. Jiang Nuanyuan was about to respond, but Chen Lingxian could no longer contain herself, interjecting, Are all of you from the Jiang family deaf? Did you not hear what Nuanyuan just said? She has no desire to return to your wretched family, nor does she want to associate with your biased lot, for you are not worthy. Jiang Dingbei's visage darkened. When have we ever shown bias? Nuanyuan, the past was merely a misunderstanding. Father and Mother have forgiven you. You ought to cease your rebelliousness. His tone suggested that their forgiveness was a grand privilege bestowed upon Jiang Nuanyuan, oblivious to the harsh treatment she had endured from them. Chen Lingxian clenched her fists, her eyes turning red with urgency. And oh bias? Where were you Jiang family members when Nuanyuan was pushed into the water by Jiang Yenner? Where were you when Jiang Yenner set snakes on Jiang Nuanyuan's bed? Each time Jiang Nuanyuan was bullied by Jiang Yenner, you all pretended not to see. Is that not bias? Jiang Dingbei instinctively countered, that is impossible. Yenner is not that kind of person, Nuanyuan. Why can't you coexist peacefully with Yenner? The mix-up with the two of you was not intentional. Yenner is also a victim. Why must you harbor resentment towards her? Jiang Nuanyuan inhaled deeply, a hint of self-mockery glinting in her eyes. Since you all still believe that Jiang Yin'er is in the right and that I am at fault, why then do you call me back to the Jiang family? Did you not say explicitly that the Jiang family had only one daughter? Jiang Yin'er? Jiang Dingbei's tone dripped with reproach. It is not as if Yin'er has stolen something from you. There is no need for you to target her. I will ask you one last time. Are you returning to this family or not? Miss this opportunity, and there will be no second chance. They lowered their stance, willing to forgive Jiang Nuanyuan's past transgressions and welcome her home. What more could she possibly find to be dissatisfied about? Truly, the audacity was astounding. Jiang Nuanyuan replied indifferently, that is not my home. Why should I return? Chen Lingxian linked her arm with Jiang Nuanyuan's, affirming, exactly. If you do not care for Nuanyuan, there are others who will. Step aside. Do not harass her again, or I shall make the truth about Jiang Yin'er being a fake daughter known to all with that. Chen Lingxian pulled Jiang Nuanyuan away. Nuanyuan, the Jiang family surely harbors ill intentions. Do not let them deceive you. You must never return to the Jiang family. Jiang Nuanyuan smiled softly, rest assured. I have long been utterly disillusioned with the Jiang family and shall never return. Jiang Dingbei stood rooted in place for a long while, utterly astonished by Jiang Nuanyuan's attitude. Very well, since she is so ungrateful, she shall have no cause for regret in the future. Let her not be misled into thinking that aligning herself with the Zhou and Imo families guarantees her marriage to Imo Yunting. Without the support of her maternal family, which noble family would welcome her? Truly, raised in the countryside, she lacks foresight. The day will come when she regrets her decisions. Chapter 45. Sharing the same bed, Jiang Nuanyuan sat in the living room, engrossed in a book, when suddenly, the volume was yanked from her grasp. She turned in confusion to see the imposing figure of a man. Mr. Imo? Is that you? Jiang Nuanyuan yawned. Imo Hanjin flipped through the pages of the book in her hands and noted the densely packed annotations. Revealing just how diligently she had studied during class, he glanced at his watch, his brow furrowing. Tea is quite late. Why are you still reading? Jiang Nuanyuan offered a weary smile. I have fallen behind in my studies and wish to catch up quickly. The pressure of studying medicine is already immense, and having missed 2 months of classes only intensifies that burden. Mo Hanjin observed her slightly reddened eyes, his lips forming a thin line. It is too late today. You should continue this tomorrow. Jiang Nuanyuan tugged at his sleeve, playfully pleading, Mr. Imo, just let me read for a little longer, just a bit more. Once I finish this knowledge point, I promise I will rest. Imo Hanjin maintained a stern expression. No, it is time for bed. He tossed the medical book onto the table, and as Jiang Nuanyuan reached for it, he swiftly scooped her up in his arms. With a clatter, the corner of the book that Jiang Nuanyuan had just grasped slipped from her fingers and fell to the floor once more. Jiang Nuanyuan widened her eyes in shock. My book? Imo Hanjin shot her an amused yet exasperated glance before carrying her upstairs, locking the door behind them as he brought her into his bedroom. You will sleep in my room tonight? No more late nights studying. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Jiang Nuanyuan protested. I was not studying late. But under the piercing gaze of Imo Hanjin, she suddenly felt as if all her thoughts had been laid bare. Taking a deep breath, Imo Hanjin intoned gravely, You sneak out to the balcony at midnight to study, thinking I cannot hear you. Jiang Nuanyuan's gaze flickered guiltily. I might have been sleepwalking. Imo Hanjin's expression darkened. Throwing her onto the soft single sofa, his robust arms bracing her on either side. Trapped in his embrace, she found herself at a standstill. Mo Hanjin, both furious and sardonic, remarked, Little one, do you take your husband for a fool? You think such an obvious lie could deceive me? Jiang Nuanyuan inhaled the enticing scent of his mature masculinity, tinged with the potency of his virility, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Her delicate hand pressed against his chest. Attempting to ward off his domineering presence, I was merely temporarily distracted. Imo Hanjin's handsome features tightened. Do you not recall that you carry my child? The vastness of medical knowledge cannot be mastered in haste. At your age, what is the rush? Jiang Nuanyuan lowered her head in remorse. I am sorry. Perhaps her anxiety had overwhelmed her. Growing up in a home devoid of security had left her yearning for a sense of safety. She constantly grapples with anxiety, her urgency to achieve her goals often leading her to neglect her own health. The ire that simmered in Imo Hanjin's gaze gradually transformed into a sense of compassion. His voice, once deep and commanding, softened with tenderness. You need not force yourself to be extraordinary. Even if you do not measure up to your own standards, you are still deserving of love. Sometimes, haste leads to failure. A gentle, steady flow is the most enduring. Jiang Nuan absorbed his words, contemplating their wisdom. What was the rush? There were countless days ahead for her to learn and grow at her own pace. The tension that had long gripped her heart finally began to ease. She offered him a relaxed smile, expressing her gratitude. Mr. Mo, I understand now. I won't push myself so hard anymore, Mo Hanjin smirked slightly. Acknowledging the ingrained habits that would not be easily shed, I shall keep an eye on you. Should you disregard your health again, do not blame me for being harsh. Do you remember? Jiang Nuan nodded earnestly. As if pecking like a chick, she breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Perhaps now, she would not need to sleep in Mr. Mo's room anymore. Next week, when the old gentleman celebrates his birthday, you will accompany me back to the ancestral home. Jiang Nuan's eyes widened in surprise. Mr. Mo, do I have to go too? Mo Hanjin raised an eyebrow. Why not? Jiang Nuan bit her lip hesitantly. But isn't this a marriage of convenience? Why must we meet the family? Mo Hanjin's dark eyes narrowed dangerously as he stepped closer. What do you mean? Jiang Nuan averted her gaze, feeling a pang of nervousness. I don't know how to explain it to the elders. After all, their union stemmed from an unexpected event, and it was precisely because of the child that Mo felt compelled to marry her. Mo Hanjin gently tapped her forehead. Do not fret so much. When the time comes, simply enjoy the banquet and partake in the festivities. I shall handle the rest. If the old gentleman has any questions, I will clarify everything with him. As for others, they did not even register in Mo Hanjin's eyes. He had no reason to concern himself with their opinions, he sighed. At such a young age, why are you so troubled? What insecurity burdens you? Enough of this. Go take a shower and get to bed. Jiang Nuan acquiesced with a soft acknowledgement, intending to return to her room. Just as she reached the door and had yet to open it, she found herself blocked by the man. Mr. Mo, I am going to my room to sleep. Mo Hanjin gestured toward the floor. Sleep here. I will watch over you. This was to prevent the disobedient young lady from sneaking onto the balcony in the middle of the night to study. She was at an age when she should be savoring life, not burdened by endless studying. Jiang Nuan was ushered into the bathroom, where she lingered for a considerable time before finally emerging. Mo Hanjin chuckled at her delay, having assumed she had fallen into the bathtub. Jiang Nuan's cheeks flushed, her hair still dripping as she wrapped herself tightly in a towel. Mo Hanjin handed her the hairdryer. Dry your hair before sleeping. As he rose and headed toward the door, she instinctively asked, Mr. Mo, where are you going? I have a work call to make. I will return shortly. You need not wait for me. Jiang Nuan released a sigh of relief. Taking her time to dry her hair before climbing onto the soft bed. It was her first time sleeping in a man's bed, feeling as though she had inadvertently trespassed into a beast's territory. Surrounded by an aura of masculinity, nervously, she curled up beneath the covers, her eyes wide and heart racing. However, the room was eerily quiet, and after a long day of studying, her mind grew weary. Gradually, her eyelids grew heavy, her breathing deepening until she succumbed to slumber. After leaving the room, Mo Hanjin did not make the phone call. He merely sought an excuse to exit the bedroom, ensuring the young girl felt at ease. Once he estimated that she had likely fallen asleep, he ascended the stairs to his own room. Chapter 46. Octopus Nuan. The first rays of morning sunlight spilled onto the soft bed. Jiang Nuan, still in a daze, rolled over and instinctively embraced the soft, warm pillow beside her, unaware that it had stiffened momentarily at her touch. Not content with just her arms, she even wrapped her legs around it. Resembling an octopus entangled in its embrace, Mo Hanjin's sleepiness vanished entirely as he opened his sharp, dark eyes to behold the restless figure in his arms. The girl remained blissfully asleep, her soft body pressed against his. A faint smile gracing her lips as she dreamt. Mo Hanjin attempted to extricate himself from her grasp, only to find her clinging tighter than before. His chest heaved with restrained desire as he held her shoulders. His voice low and husky. Jiang Nuan, let go. Yet the girl remained deeply asleep, showing no signs of waking. Mo Hanjin resorted to pinching her cheek, contorting her soft features into amusing shapes. Silly girl. Wake up. At last, Jiang Nuan groggily opened her eyes, confusion written across her face. Who are you? Mo Hanjin's expression darkened. I am your husband. Who else could the man appearing in her bed be? Jiang Nuan blinked slowly, recalling the events of the previous night. Go prevent her from secretly studying at midnight. Mr. Mo had allowed her to sleep in his room. Thus, they had shared a bed. The realization jolted her awake, a mix of embarrassment and awkwardness flooding her senses. Mr. Mo, did we not sleep together? Mo Hanjin felt his temples throb, grinding his teeth as he replied, Get off me. Only then did Jiang Nuan notice their awkward position, her face instantly flushing crimson. She scrambled to disentangle herself from him, covering her face as she exclaimed, Mr. Mo, we can't for the first 3 months. Mo Hanjin's movements froze, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he regarded her. Initially, he had no intention of stirring her, but her early morning antics had provoked him. Nevertheless, her words served as a reminder. After the first 3 months, many restrictions would be lifted, and there would be no need to wait until the child was born. Mo Hanjin grasped her wrist, thwarting her escape attempt. Tonight, do not forget to come back here to sleep. Jiang Nuan's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Dio, I have to come back? Mo Hanjin's gaze bore into her, a smirk playing on his lips. You are carrying my child. If I do not personally supervise you, I cannot rest easy. As for when it ends, that depends on my mood. Jiang Nuan struggled briefly, but found herself unable to escape his grip. The disparity in their strength felt akin to that of a ferocious wolf and an innocuous little rabbit. An insurmountable gap. Resigned, she agreed. Okay, fine. Mo Hanjin was pleased with her response and finally released her hand. As Jiang Nuan descended from the bed, her legs felt weak. The thought of sharing a bed with Mr. Mo every day made her heart race, almost as if it would leap from her chest. As the old gentleman's birthday approached, Jiang Nuan felt compelled to bring a gift, despite Mr. Mo's reassurances that he had everything arranged. Yet, she could not shake the feeling of wanting to contribute. Lingxian, will you accompany me to Lingxi Mountain this Saturday? I wish to seek a string of prayer beads for longevity and safety. Chen Lingxian readily agreed. Sure. There will be a Dharma assembly this Saturday. It should be quite lively. The two arrived at Lingxi Mountain, where they were met with throngs of visitors. Chen Lingxian furrowed her brow at the crowd. Nuan, there are too many people. What if you get squeezed? I can go up and pray for the beads. You can wait here. Jiang Nuan waved her hand mysteriously. Do not worry. I know a shortcut. Really? Where? Follow me. Jiang Nuan led Chen Lingxian to a secluded courtyard, where indeed lay a hidden path. How did you know about this shortcut? Mr. Mo told me. After a devastating fire years ago that destroyed many statues, the Mo family had funded the temple's reconstruction, providing golden statues to replace the lost ones. Thus, Lingxi Temple had established a discreet path for the Mo family, if you wish for prayer beads. Since they are meant for the old family patriarch, couldn't you simply ask the temple to retrieve them for you without going up the mountain yourself? Jiang Nuan smiled. I desire a string of prayer beads blessed by the abbot. That is not available to the public. Only by ascending the mountain with sincerity can one obtain it. I see. The two chatted and laughed, leisurely making their way up the mountain. Please wait here. Benefactors. A young monk guided Jiang Nuan and her friend to a resting hall. As Jiang Nuan stepped inside, she unexpectedly encountered members of the Jiang family. In addition to Madame Jiang and Jiang Yan'er, there was also Madame Mu, whom she had met previously at the hospital, along with several distinguished ladies whom she did not recognize but could tell by their attire that they belonged to affluent families. Jiang Nuan pretended not to see Madame Jiang, discreetly averting her gaze. Madame Jiang frowned, her expression betraying her displeasure. A certain lady suddenly remarked, This young lady bears a striking resemblance to Mrs. Jiang. A flicker of panic crossed Mrs. Jiang's eyes. Does she? I feel it's rather unremarkable. Jiang Nuan has undeniably inherited her mother's fair and delicate complexion, her face devoid of any blemishes. However, her features are even more refined than Mrs. Jiang's, and her face takes on the perfect shape of an oval. It is precisely due to Jiang Nuan's resemblance to Mrs. Jiang that the Jiang family dares not allow her to make public appearances. For fear that outsiders might discern their mother-daughter relationship, Mrs. Zhou approached gracefully, her eyes glimmering with surprise. You must be Nuan, am I right? Old Zhou has shown me your photograph. He sings your praises daily, and whenever he speaks of you, he can't help but smile. Jiang Nuan quickly gathered her composure and replied politely, Nuan is honored to meet you. Madam, I had planned to visit in a few days, but did not expect to encounter you here. Mrs. Zhou took her hand, affectionately patting it. What a good child. It seems we are fated to meet, Maurice, you interjected. Ah, I recall that old Zhou's disciple is named Jiang Nuan. What a coincidence that she shares the same surname. Jiang Nuan offered a faint smile, deeming it merely a coincidence. Chapter 47. A fortuitous turn of events. Mrs. Jiang observed Jiang Nuan's nonchalant demeanor and, for some inexplicable reason, found it somewhat irksome. In the past, whenever this girl had been in the Jiang household, she would look at her with a cautious, eager demeanor, brimming with a longing for maternal affection. Now, having aligned herself with the Mo and Zhou families, she seemed indifferent to her own mother. Such a gold-digging and vain girl. Mrs. Jiang took a sip of tea and remarked sarcastically, with the Mo and Zhou families backing you up, you certainly carry yourself with confidence. One might mistake you for the daughter of some affluent family. Several families allied with the Jiang family echoed. She cannot possibly compare with Miss Yin. Your Yin is truly the epitome of a refined lady, exuding a grace that small families cannot hope to rival. Indeed, besides, Yin will eventually become the young mistress of the Mo family. Can some people really think they can curry favor with the Mo family and still marry into it? Chen Lingxian, overhearing these remarks, felt an intense anger welling up within her. She could hardly contain her heartache. How much more so for Nuan? Chen Lingxian glanced at her with concern. Jiang Nuan shook her head lightly. I am naturally no match for the daughters of wealthy families. After all, I am an orphan with no family to rely on. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Jiang's expression darkened instantly. What do you mean by that? This ungrateful girl dared to curse her own parents. Did she not understand the concept of filial piety? Such behavior is akin to that of a beast. Jiang Nuan, with indifference, replied, I merely stated that my parents passed away long ago. Why is Mrs. Jiang so anxious? What relation do we have? Mrs. Jiang's chest heaved with rage, nearly exposing Jiang Nuan's background in front of everyone. Jiang Yinner's eyes flickered, quickly stopping her mother from speaking. My mother is a lady of high standing. You cannot hope to forge any connections. However, this is a sacred place, and speaking of death is inauspicious. Do you not fear retribution? Jiang Nuan stood tall and replied with dignity. I have never done anything to feel guilty about in my life. Should retribution come, it will surely be borne by the wicked first. Both Jiang Yinner and Mrs. Jiang found themselves at a loss for words. Mrs. Jiang's face turned an ashen shade as she stared at Jiang Nuan. What did she mean by that? Was she implying that her mistreatment of her would lead to retribution? After all the hardship she endured during her pregnancy to bring her into this world, Jiang Nuan showed no gratitude, instead uttering such vicious curses. Clearly, it was a wise decision for Yinner to have cast Jiang Nuan out. Chen Lingxian excitedly pulled Jiang Nuan's hand. Whispering in her ear, Nuan, you were absolutely magnificent just now. I was worried they might bully you, and you wouldn't dare to retort. When Jiang Nuan first heard Mrs. Jiang's words, it indeed stung, as though someone had plunged a dagger into her heart. Yet, she had long since lost all hope in the Jiang family. Such pain was merely temporary and would not defeat her. Esteemed ladies and young misses, the abbot is still in seclusion. Please draw lots first before partaking in the vegetarian meal. Didn't they say the abbot would come out today? We have all taken time out of our busy schedules to come. Why is he still in seclusion? The young monk replied kindly. Master will emerge from seclusion this afternoon. Please be patient. With that, the monks brought forth a container for drawing lots, a long-standing tradition of Lingxi Temple, where all guests must draw lots, and only those who draw the fate character may meet the abbot. Quickly, draw lots. Jiang Yinner assisted Mrs. Jiang forward, deliberately jostling Jiang Nuan aside, pushing her out of the crowd. Oh dear, Jiang Nuan collided with the door, her elbow bruised. Nuan, are you all right? Chen Lingxian asked with concern. Jiang Nuan shook her head. I'm fine, let us draw lots. When they reached the lot drawing container, everyone else had already chosen, leaving only a few lots remaining. Jiang Nuan picked one at random, turning it over to find a golden character inscribed with auspicious cloud patterns, Fate. Chen Lingxian nearly jumped with joy. How wonderful! We can finally meet the abbot. This trip was not in vain. The young monk smiled and congratulated. Congratulations, esteemed guest. You have drawn today's top lot. Once the abbot emerges, you may visit him first. Jiang Nuanwan's face lit up with joy. Thank you, master. Seeing Jiang Nuanwan draw the golden lot, others expressed envy. This girl is incredibly fortunate. How could she draw the only top lot? Mrs. Zhou smiled and congratulated. Such a lot is rare and not easily drawn. You are truly blessed, my dear girl. I find myself envious. You're too kind, madam. In stark contrast to Jiang Nuanwan's delight, the atmosphere was decidedly awkward for Mrs. Jiang and Jiang Yin'er, for both had drawn empty lots, signifying a fruitless endeavor. Jiang Yin'er stamped her foot in frustration. Why is it another empty lot? Why does Lingxi Temple have so many empty lots? The abbot rarely meets guests. To see him is no easy feat, requiring both timely information and the luck to draw a lot. Mrs. Jiang had come thrice, each time drawing an empty lot, and this time was no different. Making her furious, upon hearing that Jiang Nuanwan not only drew the fate lot, but also the rare golden lot, Mrs. Jiang was so enraged she felt her teeth might crack. Since Jiang Nuanwan returned, her luck had been consistently abysmal. Could it be that Jiang Nuanwan's fate was detrimental to the Jiang family? Or had she stolen the family's fortune? During the vegetarian meal, Mrs. Jiang seized the moment when no one was paying attention and approached Jiang Nuanwan. With a forced smile, she said, Nuanwan, this mango sticky rice is quite delightful. I remember it is your favorite. Jiang Nuanwan regarded the dish, a smirk of derision curling her lips. She could easily guess that Mrs. Jiang was seeking something in return for this apparent kindness. Sure enough, Mrs. Jiang swiftly picked up the lot Jiang Nuanwan had placed on the table. Please let me have this lot. At my age, it is inconvenient for me to climb the mountain and descend again. Surely you wouldn't want me to make a trip for nothing. Chen Lingxian could hardly contain her exasperation. Was it inconvenient for Mrs. Jiang to climb the mountain, while it was convenient for Nuanwan, who was with child? After finally drawing the fate lot, if she relinquished the opportunity, who could say if such good fortune would ever come again? Just as Mrs. Jiang reached for the lot, Jiang Nuanwan snatched it back from her grasp. Looking up at her, Jiang Nuanwan stated, Mrs. Jiang, to think you can exchange a bowl of sticky rice for another's top lot is rather disrespectful. Don't you think? All eyes turned to them. Mrs. Jiang felt her pride pricked and awkwardly said, I only thought that the mango sticky rice from Lingxi Temple is delicious. I was merely trying to do you a kindness. Chapter 48. Consecutive rolls of Rolls-Royce. Before Jiang Nuanwan could respond, Chen Lingxian pushed the mango sticky rice aside. Mrs. Jiang, are you not aware that Nuanwan is allergic to mangoes? Even her good friend knew that Jiang Nuanwan broke out in rashes at the slightest touch of mango. Yet, as her biological mother, Mrs. Jiang was completely oblivious to such an evident fact. Mrs. Jiang was momentarily stunned, instinctively replying, impossible. Isn't she fond of mangoes? Before she could finish, realization struck her. It was Jiang Yin'er who loved mangoes. Not Jiang Nuanwan. On Jiang Yin'er's birthday, the Jiang family had specially ordered a multi-layered mango cake, filled with fresh mangoes airlifted from abroad. While the whole family indulged in the birthday cake, Jiang Nuanwan had not touched even a morsel. Mrs. Jiang had scolded her. What a lack of understanding! In such a grand setting, why are you throwing a tantrum? If you continue to behave in such an unbecoming manner, you may as well return to your original home. At that time, Jiang Nuanwan had mentioned her mango allergy, but the Jiang family dismissed her words, thinking it was merely her way of opposing Jiang Yin'er. Now, Mrs. Jiang noticed that Jiang Nuanwan's plate was filled with various fruits, yet conspicuously absent of mangoes. Meeting Jiang Nuanwan's clear and innocent gaze, Mrs. Jiang suddenly felt a pang of guilt, but before she could utter anything, Jiang Nuanwan calmly averted her gaze, as though she were merely an inconsequential stranger. After partaking in a vegetarian meal, Jiang Nuanwan, accompanied by Chen Lingxian, entered the tranquil room and encountered the venerable abbot. Umitba, esteemed guest, please take a seat. The abbot's gentle demeanor radiated a serene force that enveloped the entire space. Miraculously, the unsettling emotions that Jiang Nuanwan had harbored, influenced by Madame Jiang, began to dissipate. Master, I have come with a heartfelt request for a string of blessed prayer beads. The abbot, seemingly discerning her innermost thoughts, smiled and inquired, Are these beads intended for an elder? Jiang Nuanwan was taken aback. How did you know? The abbot merely smiled in silence and handed her an antique wooden box. Upon opening it, she discovered a string of warm sandalwood prayer beads, inscribed with verses invoking blessings of longevity and peace. perfectly suited as a gift for an elder. She gazed at the abbot in astonishment, realizing why so many affluent ladies sought out this eminent monk. Making the pilgrimage to visit him, it appeared that the abbot was far more formidable than she had initially perceived. With a flicker of curiosity, Jiang Nuan asked, "Master, could you help me discern whether I am destined to be devoid of familial affection in this lifetime?" She lowered her eyes, concealing the sorrow within. Witnessing the love that others received from their parents, it was disingenuous to claim she felt no envy. Yet, she could not fathom what transgressions had led her adoptive parents to treat her with disdain. Nor could she comprehend why her biological family held her in such low regard. Was her fate truly to be deprived of familial love? The abbot sighed softly and poured her a cup of warm tea. "Dear guest, there is no need for concern. Kinship extends beyond parents and siblings, encompassing future partners and children as well. I perceive that you possess the fortune to lead a fulfilling life. Allow me to impart this wisdom. The consequences of good and evil are predetermined, and the debts you owe will surely find recompense." As she exited the tranquil room, Jiang Nuan pondered the meaning behind the abbot's words. Chunling Xian offered reassurance. "Nuan, I believe the abbot's words are meant to enlighten you. The Jiang family has wronged you deeply. They will inevitably come to regret it. Moreover, having endured such hardship in your early years, you are destined for great wealth and success in the future. What fate owes you will be returned twofold." Jiang Nuan nodded, a hopeful smile gracing her face. "I too wish that the abbot's words hold such meaning." Furthermore, the master had mentioned that kinship was not limited to parents and siblings, but also included future partners and children. Did this imply that her future marriage would be blissful, with a devoted husband and children? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation for what lay ahead. As she descended the mountain, Jiang Nuan encountered the Jiang mother and daughter once more. They traversed the crowded main road, jostling through the throngs of people, their makeup smudged in the process. In contrast, Jiang Nuan, having taken a secluded path, descended leisurely and undisturbed, requiring little time to reach the bottom. Madame Jiang departed in the family car, but Jiang Yin remained behind. She deliberately approached Jiang Nuan, condescendingly taunting, "Are you waiting for the bus? Ha, soon Mo Xiao will come to pick me up. Would you like a ride?" Jiang Nuan blinked and replied, "Sure." This caught Jiang Yin off guard. Her intention had merely been to mock Jiang Nuan, not to genuinely invite her into the vehicle. Jiang Yin glanced at Jiang Nuan's exquisite features, a flash of jealousy crossing her eyes. If Jiang Nuan were to board the car, who knew what charms she might employ to shamelessly entice Mo Xiao? Never mind, Mo Xiao's car was not something just anyone could ride in, lest some individuals shamelessly sought to become a third party. Jiang Nuan waved to the roadside. "Uncle Lu, we're over here." Jiang Yin scoffed, expecting to see a cheap taxi, only to be taken aback when a matching set of Rolls-Royces approached. As the luxurious vehicle drew near, many passers-by were left in awe, some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Jiang Yin's eyes widened in disbelief as the opulent car approached Jiang Nuan. Such understated luxury must cost several million at the very least. Even Mo Xiao did not possess a car of such value. How could Jiang Nuan, cast out by the Jiang family, afford such an extravagant vehicle? Consumed by jealousy, Jiang Yin's face contorted as she maliciously remarked, "Jiang Nuan, where did you rent this car? You must be quite desperate to satisfy your vanity. Surely, you didn't sell your body just to afford such an expensive ride." A nearby onlooker interjected, "It's obvious you've never driven a luxury car. Who would rent out a limited edition like this?" Jiang Nuan glanced at Jiang Yin. "Do you often rent cars? I had no idea one could rent luxury cars." This statement implied that Jiang Yin must frequently rent cars to flaunt. Otherwise, how would she know so much? Jiang Yin's face twisted in anger, struggling to maintain her composure as she retorted, what does it matter? Once I marry into the Mo family, I'll have access to all the luxury cars I desire." Regardless of where Jiang Nuan procured her vehicle, she would never surpass Jiang Yin's future prospects. She was the true heiress of the Jiang family, destined to marry into a top-tier family like the Mo family and live a life of opulence. Before getting into the car, Jiang Nuan turned back and earnestly said, "I genuinely hope you marry into the Mo family. This way, she and Jiang Yin would be family once again." Chapter 49. An unexpected encounter. After Jiang Nuan left in the car, Jiang Yin waited for 3 or 4 hours, finally seeing Mo Yunting arrive to pick her up. Her legs ached from standing, Yet before Mo Yunting, she dared not utter a word of complaint. Today, I saw a matching set of Rolls Royces. They looked so impressive. Yunting, when we get married, could you gift me one? Mo Yunting shot her a glance. Are you out of your mind? Where would I find you a matching set? Jiang Yin-er's expression stiffened as she replied stubbornly, but I just saw one today, and I even took a picture. Your Mo family holds a prominent position in the capital. It shouldn't be too difficult for you to acquire such a card. Mo Yunting glanced at the photo on her phone, his brows furrowing. Isn't this my uncle's car? Jiang Yin-er's voice shot up an octave as she exclaimed. What did you just say? Mo Yunting rubbed his ears, his expression showing impatience. Why are you shouting? Who else would dare use such an impressive license plate besides my uncle? Look closely, the tires are custom-made in Italy. Marked with an M, it's exclusive to my uncle. Where did you see it? Did my uncle come to Lingxi Temple today? Why didn't you say so earlier? Mo Yunting's mood soured instantly. Had he known his uncle was here, he would have come sooner to make a good impression. Jiang Yin-er was lost in a whirlwind of shock, barely comprehending Mo Yunting's words. This was actually Mo Sanye's car. She had seen with her own eyes Jiang Nuan board that vehicle. Could it mean no? It couldn't be possible. Mo Sanye was so unattainable. Many debutantes in the capital could not catch his eye. What made Jiang Nuan worthy of his attention? There had to be another explanation. Regardless, there was no way Jiang Nuan could ascend to the heights of Mo Sanye. Mo Yunting, growing impatient, shoved Jiang Yin-er aside. I'm asking you a question. If my uncle is here, why didn't you mention it sooner? Jiang Yin-er swallowed her anger and replied, I didn't know it was Sanye's car. Had she known it was Mo Sanye's vehicle, she would have rushed over to interrogate the driver about why Jiang Nuan was allowed to board. Was it possible that Jiang Nuan had charmed Mo Sanye's driver? The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that her suspicions were valid. On the day of the old master's birthday celebration, she would publicly expose Jiang Nuan's sordid affairs, ensuring that she would lose face and no longer pose a threat to her engagement with Mo Xiao. Soon, the day of the old master's birthday celebration arrived. Jiang Nuan spent a considerable amount of time in the dressing room, her eyes weary from the selection process. Ultimately, she chose a delicately colored qipao. Just as she donned it, before she could fasten the buttons, someone entered from behind. Still not ready? Mo Hanjin assumed she was still choosing her outfit, not realizing she was already in the midst of changing. The girl quickly turned, exposing a large expanse of her fair back to the AI art. Mo Hanjin's gaze deepened. Do you need assistance? Jiang Nuan, her cheeks flushed, bashfully replied. No need, Mr. Mo. Please wait for me outside. Mo Hanjin smiled slightly, gentlemanly retreating to the hallway. The qipao Jiang Nuan had chosen was quite distinctive, featuring an exquisite pearl button at the back, which she struggled to fasten. In her moment of frustration, she called out for Mo Hanjin. Mr. Mo, are you still outside? Mo Hanjin's deep voice resonated from outside. What is it? Jiang Nuan, feeling shy, said, could you please help me fasten the button? The girl's voice was soft and timid, barely audible. Mo Hanjin strode into the dressing room, coming to stand behind Jiang Nuan. She faced a full-length mirror, catching a glimpse of the tall and upright man behind her. Mo Hanjin's keen gaze fixed upon her through the mirror, their eyes locking. Noticing how Jiang Nuan flinched like a startled rabbit, quickly averting her gaze, a hint of amusement glimmered in Mo Hanjin's eyes. Where's the button? It's right here. Jiang Nuan brushed aside her seaweed-like long hair, revealing a slender and delicate swan neck along with her porcelain-like back. As Mo Hanjin extended his slender fingers to touch the pearl button, his fingertips inadvertently grazed the nape of her neck. Jiang Nuan's back instantly stiffened, as if an electric current had coursed through her. She cautiously peered through the floor-length mirror to observe Mo Hanjin's expression. The man's strikingly handsome brows framed deep-set eyes, and his chiseled features resembled a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the creator. Mo Hanjin pinched the pearl button, playing with it gently between his fingers for a moment, allowing the warmth of his touch to imbue the pearl before fastening it. As he withdrew his hand, Jiang Nuan carefully exhaled, fanning the heat from her flushed face. However, just as she intended to turn around, her high heels wobbled precariously beneath her, causing her to stumble forward. Ah! Jiang Nuan exclaimed in panic, her hands flailing at her sides, inadvertently grasping a rectangular piece of fabric. Mo Hanjin swiftly reached out, encircling her slender waist. Yet, as her grip tightened around his thigh, his tall frame was compelled to descend. Pinning her against the mirror, Jiang Nuanyuan's eyes widened in alarm as she beheld their intimate reflection in the glass. She leaned against the mirror, while the veins on Mo Hanjin's hand stood out as he held her waist firmly. His broad chest was nearly flush against her petite back. Jiang Nuanyuan bit her lower lip, her cheeks flushing crimson, her heartbeat racing almost beyond control. Help! She truly hadn't intended for this to happen. Mo Hanjin's eyes narrowed slightly, a predatory glint flickering within them, as if he wished to devour the person in his embrace. He closed his eyes, suppressing the savage impulse. Extracting his tie from Jiang Nuanyuan's grasp, he helped her stand upright before the mirror. Noticing the sparkling high heels adorning her feet, Mo Hanjin furrowed his brow. "Why are you wearing high heels?" Jiang Nuanyuan tucked her hair behind her ear. Her heart racing nervously. "I thought high heels would be more formal." Yet she overlooked the fact that she had never worn high heels before. Just moments ago, if not for Mo Hanjin's timely support, she would have certainly fallen. Mo Hanjin spoke in a deep voice. "If you're not accustomed to them, there's no need to force yourself. Change into flats." The thought of her wearing high heels made him uneasy. Fearing she might once again trip and fall, it would be better to simply switch to flat shoes. Jiang Nuanyuan nodded awkwardly. "I'll change right away." As she sat down to switch shoes, she caught a glimpse of Mo Hanjin adjusting his disheveled tie. His fingers were elegantly articulated, akin to an exquisite jade sculpture. The contrast of his pale fingers against the dark tie created a striking image. A simple action performed by him inexplicably exuded sensuality. Jiang Nuanyuan recalled their recent physical contact, swallowing hard against her will. Chapter 50. Meeting the old master Mo outside the Mo family estate. A procession of understated luxury cars rolled in, parking gracefully on the lawn. Jiang Nuanyuan sat in the car, her heart racing with anxiety even before arriving at the old residence. Mo Hanjin noticed her tension and gently clasped her hand, offering a reassuring pat. "There's no need to be nervous. The old master is quite fond of you." Jiang Nuanyuan blinked in confusion. "Huh. But I've never met the old master." Mo Hanjin smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out soon enough." With a heart full of curiosity, Jiang Nuanyuan followed Mo Hanjin as they exited the vehicle. The Mo family's butler stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Third master, I will park the car for you." Mo Hanjin tossed the car keys to the butler, taking Jiang Nuanyuan's hand as they entered the ancient, charming residence. However, Jiang Nuanyuan withdrew her hand. "Mr. Mo, I'd prefer to go in by myself." Mo Hanjin raised an eyebrow. "What's the matter? You must have many social engagements today." "Don't worry about me, just go ahead." Jiang Nuanyuan glanced around, gently pushing Mo Hanjin forward. As they entered the old residence, they took a different path than the other guests, hoping they wouldn't be seen. Although Jiang Nuanyuan had come to the banquet, she did not wish to expose her relationship with Mr. Mo, fearing it might tarnish his reputation. Mo Hanjin ruffled her hair. "Once we reach the banquet hall, enjoy yourself and don't forget to eat and drink well, all right?" Jiang Nuanyuan nodded obediently. "I understand. You can rest assured." She would take care of herself and the babied. Mo Hanjin, still concerned, cautioned, "If anything comes up, call me." Jiang Nuanyuan smiled sweetly. As Mo Hanjin's figure disappeared into the garden, Jiang Nuanyuan waited a moment before making her way toward the path taken by the other guests. She blended into the crowd, catching sight of Mrs. Zhou, whom she had met previously. "Nuanyuan, you're here. Come in with me," Mrs. Zhou said kindly. "Auntie, what a coincidence," Jiang Nuanyuan replied, linking her arm with Mrs. Zhou's as they entered the banquet hall together. Inside the banquet hall, guests mingled in clusters, toasting with glasses of red wine. Mrs. Zhou handed Jiang Nuanyuan a glass of red wine. "Would you like a drink?" Jiang Nuanyuan politely declined. "No, thank you, Auntie. Just a glass of juice will suffice." Given her pregnancy, she was cautious about drinking alcohol. After Mrs. Zhou departed to socialize with old friends, Jiang Nuanyuan wandered alone in the dessert area. Spotting a delectable little cake, she picked it up to taste. Coincidentally, she suddenly realized that the entire banquet hall was filled with her favorite afternoon tea and desserts. An icy glint flashed in Jiang Yinner's eyes as she approached with a mocking expression. "Jiang Nuanyuan, I didn't expect you to worm your way in here. This is the old Master Mo's birthday banquet. Do you think you're worthy of attending? To impress the Mo family?" Jiang Yinner had dressed to the nines, even hiring a professional makeup artist. However, Her darker complexion and less refined features still betrayed a sense of clumsiness despite her efforts. Jiang Nuanyuan took a bite of cream, the white frosting adorning her crimson lips giving her an irresistible charm. If you can attend, why can't I? Jiang Yin'er stepped closer, arms crossed disdainfully. I'm the fiancé of young Master Imo, the future mistress of the Imo family. What makes you think you can compare with me? Her entourage of friends quickly chimed in, deriding Jiang Nuanyuan. Exactly. Yin'er is the only young lady of the Jiang family and the future mistress of the Imo family. You, a country bumpkin, are not fit to be compared, they sneered. I really don't know how you managed to get in here. I suggest you leave voluntarily before you embarrass yourself in front of the old Master Imo. I hear your parents are farmers. You probably can't even present a decent birthday gift, right? Truly shameful. Jiang Yin'er and her friends glared at Jiang Nuanyuan with eyes burning with jealousy. Dressed in simple attire, Jiang Nuanyuan radiated elegance in her plain qipao. Her gentle smile and the dimples gracing her cheeks made her resemble a celestial being sprung to life from an ancient ink painting. Who is that young lady? She is stunning. The guests began to notice Jiang Nuanyuan, their attention shifting from the overly adorned Jiang Yin'er and her friends, who now appeared utterly ridiculous in comparison. Jiang Nuanyuan's sweet voice rang out, neither servile nor arrogant. Since I am here in the banquet hall, I must have been invited. If Miss Jiang wishes to expel me, perhaps you should wait until you become a true member of the Imo family. Implicitly, she suggested that Jiang Yin'er had yet to marry into the Imo family, and thus should refrain from flaunting her so-called status as the mistress. Whether she could become young Master Mo's true wife was still uncertain. Jiang Yin'er's expression darkened, her teeth practically grinding in frustration. Hemph, the Imo family is known for keeping promises. They will not go back on their word regarding our engagement. As for you, in your desperate attempt to climb the social ladder, you would stoop to associating with a lowly. Jiang Nuanyuan furrowed her brow. What do you mean by that? Jiang Yin'er smirked triumphantly. Don't think I'm unaware of your situation. I will expose your true colors in front of everyone. With that, Jiang Yin'er strutted away like a victorious rooster. Jiang Nuanyuan pondered Jiang Yin'er's words, bewildered by their meaning. Whatever. Why should she care? After all, she knew that Jiang Yin'er would never utter anything kind. The celebratory yet classic music began to play, marking the official start of the birthday banquet. Dressed in a vibrant red tang suit, the old Master Imo appeared spirited and sharp-eyed, surveying the guests. Following their gaze, Jiang Nuanyuan looked up and gasped in astonishment. This was the very grandfather with whom she had played chess. No wonder she had felt a strange familiarity with him. It turned out he was the head of the Imo family. Upon closer inspection, the old man's piercing hawk-like eyes were strikingly reminiscent of young Master Mo's. How had she failed to notice their remarkable resemblance after seeing young Master Imo daily? Chapter 51. The old master's favor. The old Master Mo's penetrating gaze swept over the assembled guests, finally landing on that little rascal's treasured wife in the corner. Suddenly, the gaze of old Master Imo softened considerably, filled with affection and satisfaction as he looked at Jiang Nuanyuan. The moment Jiang Nuanyuan met his eyes, she nervously lowered her head. How could the grandfather she was playing chess with be old Master Imo? Surely, he wasn't misunderstanding her intentions and deliberately approaching him. Why did old Master Imo keep glancing towards the corner? Was he watching that girl in the qipao? She was perplexed. Wasn't it said that Jiang Yin'er was the true young mistress of the Imo family? Why did old Master Imo not even cast a glance in her direction? The guests were whispering amongst themselves, but none of them considered the possibility of Imo Sanyi. They were all thinking of Imo Yunting. After all, Imo Sanyi was notoriously cold-hearted and indifferent to women, and there had never been any news of a woman appearing by his side. May old Master Zhu enjoy good health, with blessings as vast as the Eastern Sea. The guests approached old Master Imo one after another, offering their gifts and well-wishes. Jiang Yin'er's sharp voice cut through the air. Jiang Nuanyuan, you didn't come empty-handed, did you? What gift do you plan to present to old Master Imo? Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for those nearby to hear. Madame Zhou looked at Jiang Nuanyuan with concern and whispered, I happen to have prepared a small gift. Why don't you take it to old Master Imo? Jiang Nuanyuan shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, Madame Zhou, but I have brought a gift. With all eyes upon her, she walked towards old Master Imo. Jiang Nuanyuan retrieved a wooden box from her bag, saying, This is my humble offering. I wish you longevity, old master, with a house full of descendants and happiness and health. Upon hearing the phrase "a house full of descendants," Old Master Mo's smile blossomed radiantly. He personally accepted Jiang Nuanyuan's gift and said with a beaming smile, "You are thoughtful, dear Nuanyuan. Thank you for your blessings." Jiang Nuanyuan secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, Old Master Mo did not suspect her intentions. Otherwise, it would have led to a significant misunderstanding. Little did she know, Old Master Mo had not merely happened upon her by chance. He had been waiting for her all along. Jiang Yin'er, upon hearing this, displayed a look of shock and disbelief. Old Master Mo actually knew Jiang Nuanyuan's name and spoke to her so affectionately. What right did she have to that? Jiang Yin'er gritted her teeth in frustration. Pushing past Jiang Nuanyuan to stand before Old Master Mo with a fawning expression, she said, "Grandfather Mo, this exquisite jade Buddha was painstakingly sourced by the Jiang family at great expense. I hope you will like it." Old Master Mo glanced at it casually and instructed the servants, "Take it and note it down on the gift list." Just as Old Master Mo was about to say a few words to Jiang Nuanyuan, Jiang Yin'er stubbornly blocked her way again. She opened the box, revealing the jade Buddha with a smug expression. "Grandfather Mo, this jade Buddha is a rare deep green, perfect for displaying on the antique shelf in the living room. If this gift from the Jiang family could be placed on display by Old Master Mo, my marriage to Mo Shao would be secure. Unfortunately, what the Jiang family deemed immensely valuable was hardly worth a glance in the eyes of the Mo family." Old Master Mo frowned. No need for that. Jiang Yin'er's smile froze momentarily, but she quickly adjusted her expression. "Grandfather Mo, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Jiang Yin'er, the fiancée of Mo Shao. If I were to marry into the Mo family, I would treat you with the utmost respect, just like your own granddaughter." Confidently, she thought to herself that surely the old man was just losing his eyesight and memory, having forgotten her. As long as she mentioned her status as Mo Shao's fiancée, Old Master Mo's attitude would surely take a complete turn. Old Master Mo attempted several times to converse with Jiang Nuanyuan, but was consistently obstructed by Jiang Yin'er, leaving him in a foul mood. The old man coldly remarked, "Do not be so eager to call me grandfather. I do not lack for granddaughters." This, the atmosphere in the banquet hall shifted to a delicate tension. Other guests turned their attention, their gazes filled with scrutiny and curiosity, while whispers began to circulate. Wasn't the Jiang family always claiming that the Mo family was very pleased with Jiang Yin'er as the young mistress? Why did it seem like Old Master Mo's demeanor was rather frigid? Not merely cold. Did you not see Old Master Mo's brows furrowed together? He clearly looked down upon Jiang Yin'er. It seems Old Master Mo is quite interested in Jiang Nuanyuan. Could it be he is considering a change in alliances? This would be quite the spectacle for the Jiang family to witness. As these discussions reached Jiang Yin'er's ears, she felt as if her lungs would burst from anger. Why was this old man not supporting her and instead being so friendly with Jiang Nuanyuan? Was Jiang Nuanyuan truly the future granddaughter-in-law of the Mo family? Once she married into the Mo family and helped Yunting manage the Mo group, her first order of business would be to show this old man a thing or two. Not daring to confront Old Master Mo directly, Jiang Yin'er directed her ire towards Jiang Nuanyuan. "Jiang Nuanyuan, what gift did you bring? Why not open it for everyone to see?" Before Jiang Nuanyuan could respond, Jiang Yin'er strode over to the servant, swiftly opening the wooden box Jiang Nuanyuan had gifted. Upon seeing its contents, a mocking smirk curled at the corners of Jiang Yin'er's lips as she derisively stated, "Old Master Mo's birthday is such an important occasion, and you brought a string of worthless beads? Didn't your family teach you what manners are?" She had known all along that Jiang Nuanyuan, this impoverished wretch, could not possibly have anything of value to offer. No wonder she hesitated to open the box, keeping it hidden away. Jiang Nuanyuan pressed her lips together, replying, "These are prayer beads I personally sought from the abbot at Lingxi Temple. They can bless our elders with longevity and health. I believe the most important aspect of a gift is the sentiment behind it, rather than its value." Old Master Mo looked at Jiang Nuanyuan with appreciation, his eyes filled with satisfaction. No wonder that Brat had taken a liking to her. She truly was a perceptive individual. So different from those vulgar women. Jiang Yin'er retorted sharply, "Ha! No matter what excuse you come up with, it cannot disguise the fact that your gift is miserly. Such prayer beads are plentiful at street stalls. Who knows if they were truly consecrated by the abbot of Lingxi Temple?" Jiang Nuanyuan blinked innocently. "Miss Jiang, have you forgotten? When I visited Lingxi Temple, I happened to encounter you and Madame Jiang there as well. However, I was fortunate enough to draw a golden slip, while you and Madame Jiang seem to have drawn a blank, implying an empty basket fetching water. Jiang Yiner's triumphant smile instantly froze on her face. Many wealthy families believe in certain superstitions. Otherwise, those affluent ladies would not make the special trip to Lingxi Temple to seek the abbot. The Jiang family had attempted to visit the abbot several times, but they had never drawn a good slip, making each trip a wasted effort. If this news spread, everyone would think the Jiang family was cursed. Who would dare collaborate with them? Chapter 52. Nuanyuan strikes back. Jiang Yiner's expression turned sour as she gritted her teeth. We merely happened to draw a blank slip. This notion of an empty basket fetching water is just superstitious nonsense. I do not believe in it. Jiang Nuanyuan feigned puzzlement. If you don't believe, then why did you go to draw a slip? This time, Jiang Yiner was rendered speechless. She shot Jiang Nuanyuan a venomous glare. What if you met the abbot? Not everyone can obtain prayer beads consecrated by the master. The abbot's actions were always elusive. How could it be so fortunate that Jiang Nuanyuan, on her first visit to Lingxi Mountain, was able to obtain the master's consecrated prayer beads? Jiang Nuanyuan held up the string of sandalwood prayer beads. Locating the 18th bead, she raised the prayer beads high, exclaiming, "Everyone, please look behind the 18th bead. There is the master's hand-carved Dharma name." Madame Zhou leaned in closely to examine it. Indeed, this is the calligraphy of Master Liaowu. I recognize it. Several other affluent ladies stepped forward to verify Jiang Nuanyuan's statement. Yes, I can confirm. This string of prayer beads is genuine. I have seen the master's calligraphy before. This is indeed his signature. With this affirmation, Jiang Nuanyuan's gift was cleared of any suspicion. The prayer beads consecrated by the master of Lingxi Temple were treasures that money could not buy. The mere fact that Jiang Nuanyuan possessed such prayer beads indicated that she was a person of good fortune and affinity. Others could only envy her eye in the gaze of everyone's admiration. Old Master Amo donned the string of prayer beads on his right hand. He openly expressed his fondness, declaring, "Nuanyuan is indeed thoughtful. Among all the gifts, this one truly captures my heart." After all, this string of prayer beads was not only consecrated by the master, but was also personally sought by his future daughter-in-law. How could he not cherish it? Old Master Amo decided he would wear this string of prayer beads daily, as if his future grandchildren were by his side. Jiang Nuanyuan's intentions were vindicated, and she was publicly praised by Old Master Amo, stealing the limelight. Now, it was Jiang Yiner's turn to feel awkward. Why had Jiang Yiner always targeted Jiang Nuanyuan? Did they know each other in the past? Even if Jiang Nuanyuan's prayer beads were fake, it was hardly Jiang Yiner's place to nitpick. She had not even married into the Mo family yet. Surely she was being overly eager. Was this truly the Jiang family's young lady? One might think she was merely a clown from elsewhere. Faced with the derisive stares from others, Jiang Yiner wished she could find a hole to hide in. She watched Old Master Amo prepare to express his anger. Jiang Dingbei stepped in hastily. Jiang Dingbei scolded disapprovingly, "Yiner, this is Old Master Mo's birthday banquet. Why are you causing such a ruckus?" Jiang Yiner's face flushed with anger as she spoke. "Old Master Amo, my younger sister is still quite young and has been spoiled by our family. She lacks understanding. She was merely joking with everyone earlier, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Old Master Amo did not even lift his eyelids, clearly looking down upon the Jiang family. I recall she is of the same age as Nuan girl, yet their dispositions are worlds apart. Is this the kind of upbringing the Jiang family provides? Jiang Dingbei instinctively glanced at Jiang Nuan, hoping she would help smooth things over. However, Jiang Nuan averted her gaze, her smile tinged with irony. When Jiang Yiner had been troublesome earlier, the Jiang family had acted as if they were blind to it. Now that Jiang Yiner was in disgrace, they were eager to defend her. Such deep sibling affection indeed. Jiang Yiner was seething with rage and blurted out, "What does she understand?" In fact, Jiang Nuan has long been involved with the driver of Master Amo. Before she could finish her words, Jiang Dingbei coldly interrupted, "Enough. Don't you think you've embarrassed us enough already? Old Master Amo, I apologize for the inconvenience. Once we return home, we will certainly discipline my younger sister and ensure she no longer behaves so willfully." With that, Jiang Dingbei awkwardly led Jiang Yiner away. Once the siblings departed, the guests began to gossip about the Jiang family. I heard that the Jiang family has been embroiled in some scandal regarding a true and false young lady. Could it be true? Why is Jiang Yiner so antagonistic towards Jiang Nuan? They are exactly the same age and both share the Jiang surname. What a coincidence. I believe Jiang Nuan is the true heiress. Jiang Yin'er is dark and unrefined, bearing no resemblance to Madame Jiang at all. It was evident to all that Madame Jiang had fair, delicate skin, which Jiang Nuan had completely inherited. As for Jiang Yin'er, her skin was dark and coarse. No amount of makeup could mask her lack of beauty. If Jiang Yin'er were indeed an adopted false heiress, while Jiang Nuan was the biological daughter of the Jiang family, then everything would make sense. It was perplexing why the Jiang family had not swiftly brought the true heiress back to compensate for the years of neglect, yet chose to treasure a false heiress instead. No wonder every time they visited Lingxi Mountain, they drew nothing but ominous blank lots. Their family had no one with a clear head. All were foolish with nonsensical reasoning. In a corner, Jiang Yin'er shot a venomous glance at Jiang Dingbei. Why did you pull me away? I still have important matters to discuss. Jiang Nuan is fooling around with a man. I intend to ruin her reputation. Jiang Dingbei frowned. Yin'er, how can such filthy words escape your lips? Is this the gentle and kind sister I remember? Jiang Yin'er's eyes flickered. I am merely afraid she will take what rightfully belongs to me. Why is old Master Emo so close to her? I fear Jiang Nuan may say something detrimental to me in front of him. How can you, a young lady, say such things? Jiang Dingbei attempted to continue, but was interrupted by his younger brother. Jiang Tsongnan, brother, why are you being so harsh on Yin'er? You know how vain Jiang Nuan is. Yin'er's concerns are not unfounded, in Jiang Tsongnan's view. Jiang Nuan had no grounds to curry favor with old Master Emo and would undoubtedly speak ill of Yin'er before him. She wants to ruin Yin'er's engagement with young Master Emo so that she can take her place. Jiang Yin'er looked gratefully at Jiang Tsongnan. Second brother, you are the best to me. Rest assured, Yin'er, if Jiang Nuan dares to tarnish your reputation, I will not let her off lightly. Jiang Yin'er feigned a demure demeanor, yet inwardly plotted to unearth Jiang Nuan's secrets and reveal her true nature to all. Chapter 53. Returning home with Mr. Mo. Old Master Emo smiled warmly. Nuan girl, we meet again. Jiang Nuan felt a bit anxious. Grandfather, I did not know your identity before. I did not mean to approach you intentionally. Old Master Emo chuckled gently. I understand. No need for explanations. He had intended to assess his future daughter-in-law, and of course, Jiang Nuan was unaware of his true identity. Come, don't stand for too long. Sit and rest a while. Have something to eat. Old Master Emo personally pulled out a chair for Jiang Nuan and even placed refreshments before her. I heard that young people enjoy afternoon tea, so I had these specially prepared. I hope they suit your taste. Jiang Nuan's lips parted in surprise as she stood up. Grandfather, you need not be so courteous. Old Master Emo waved his hand dismissively. We are family, no need for such formality. Please, sit down. If you tire yourself, that unfilial scoundrel will surely be in for it. Moreover, Old Master Emo was aware that Jiang Nuan was expecting triplets and naturally took extra care of her. Their conversation was overheard by several of Old Master Mo's old comrades. Old Emo, why are you so attentive towards this girl? You wouldn't truly consider her as your future granddaughter-in-law, would you? Upon hearing this, Old Master Emo nearly choked in indignation. Granddaughter-in-law? With someone like Emo Yunting, she is far too good for him. He shot a glare at the man and scolded him. Enough. Don't speak nonsense. His precious daughter-in-law could only be matched with that rascal Emo Hanjin. By the way, old Emo, didn't you say you were soon to have a grandson? You've been boasting about it lately. Where is he? Old Master Emo coughed a couple of times, his old face nearly losing composure. At his age, the prospect of a grandchild had him giddily elated. Yet if word got out, he, as the patriarch of the Emo family, would lose face. Hurry and eat. Stop talking nonsense. How can such delightful dishes still not silence your mouths? The esteemed gentlemen at the main table were all leading figures in their respective industries. Shrewd and perceptive, upon observing Old Master Mo's attitude towards Jiang Nuan and recalling how he had been boasting about soon becoming a grandfather, they easily deduced that Jiang Nuan likely shared an unspoken bond with Emo Hanjin. However, given their status, they refrained from spreading rumors. Old Emo, congratulations. At our age, there is nothing more joyous than holding one's grandchild. You are truly blessed. Hearing this, Jiang Nuan felt her cheeks heat up. She glanced around but did not see Emo Hanjin. Old Master Emo noticed her searching gaze and discreetly informed her, looking for that scoundrel? He went out for a moment but asked me to look after you, ensuring you aren't bullied by that bunch from the Jiang family. As the current president of the Emo Group, Emo Hanjin was exceedingly busy. Today was the old patriarch's birthday, and numerous business partners from out of town had called to offer their congratulations, leaving Imo Hanjin with little choice but to socialize. Thus, he had yet to appear in the banquet hall. The warm sensation coursed through Jiang Nuan at the thought of Imo Hanjin having entrusted Old Master Imo with her care. Old Master Imo grumbled, "Those Jiang family miscreants are not worth your regard. Do not treat them as family. They do not deserve it." Jiang Nuan couldn't help but smile. "I understand. Grandfather Imo, she had already resolved to sever ties with the Jiang family completely, henceforth leading her own life, separate from theirs. What a perceptive girl. No wonder old Zhou took a liking to you and insisted on taking you as his disciple." The more Old Master Imo observed Jiang Nuan, the more he appreciated her intelligence and clarity. Such a girl was indeed rare. If it weren't for old Zhou being away for a meeting, he would have insisted on toasting him today. "Nuan girl, tell me what you wish to eat. Do not starve yourself." Old Master Imo took the lead in serving Jiang Nuan dishes, ensuring she was well taken care of. His comrades treated her like a granddaughter, even replacing an entire table of liquor with tea. That moment, Jiang Nuan became the cherished darling of the table full of distinguished gentlemen. Each one of them was a top figure in their field. And to be seated at the same table as them while being served by such influential figures was enough to incite envy among many. After the meal, the distinguished guests began chatting. Fearing she might disrupt their conversation, Jiang Nuan excused herself to get some fresh air and rose from the table. As she reached the flower bed outside, she spotted Imo Hanjin approaching. Her eyes lit up, and she sweetly called out, "Mr. Imo?" Imo Hanjin looked her up and down, relieved to see her unharmed. He approached her, reached out, and ruffled her soft hair. "Have you eaten well?" Jiang Nuan nodded. "Yes, Grandfather Imo is conversing with his comrades. So I stepped out for a moment. Did anyone bully you at today's banquet?" Jiang Nuan smiled gently, her dimples appearing sweetly. "Mr. Imo, you need not worry. Grandfather Imo has been watching over me, ensuring no one from the Jiang family dares to bully me." Upon hearing her address, Imo Hanjin's expression turned peculiar. "Why are you addressing me incorrectly?" Jiang Nuan, still oblivious to her mistake, muttered regretfully, "Mr. Imo, I once played chess with Grandfather Imo and even gifted him a collection of your chess strategies. Today, I discovered that the chess manual was actually written by him." Reflecting on this incident, Jiang Nuan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, instinctively digging her toes into the ground. She had gifted Mr. Imo a book of chess strategies that he himself authored. Could there be anything more mortifying? Surely, in Mr. Mo's eyes, she must seem like a fool. Imo Hanjin perceived her thoughts and couldn't help but let a subtle smile grace his lips, his eyes glimmering with amusement. "You are still young. It is perfectly normal to make such blunders. The old man will not hold it against you." Imo Hanjin glanced at his watch and softly inquired, "Shall I go in to mingle, and would you like to accompany me, or would you prefer to wait outside?" Jiang Nuan hastily shook her head. "I will wait for you outside." "Very well. You can wait in the car for me. We shall return home together shortly." Upon hearing the words "return home," a comforting sense of security enveloped Jiang Nuan. She had longed for a warm home. And now that dream was finally coming to fruition. In high spirits, she hummed a tune and settled into the back seat of the Bentley to rest. Chapter 54. M. Ardamo discovers the triplets the moment Imo Hanjin made his entrance into the banquet hall. He captured everyone's attention instantly. This was not only due to his esteemed status, but also because of his extraordinarily handsome visage, which outshone even the brightest stars. In the elite circles of the capital, countless young ladies harbored secret affections for the illustrious Third Master Imo, causing a stir from the West City to the east. However, those who previously attempted to approach him had not fared well, leading the wealthy daughters to observe from afar, too intimidated to even strike up a conversation. As Imo Hanjin approached the main table, Mr. Imo set down his chicken leg and glanced behind him. "Where is that girl, Nuan?" Imo Hanjin curled his lips into a smile, his tone laced with a hint of affection that he was unaware of. "She is quite young and shy. I will raise a toast to everyone on her behalf." Upon hearing this, the dignitaries at the main table revealed benevolent smiles, confirming their earlier suspicions. That soft and lively young girl was indeed the one who had managed to melt the heart of the seemingly unyielding Third Master Imo. One elder patted Imo Hanjin on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Most of your peers are already married with children, and you are the last remaining bachelor. We old fellows are just waiting to celebrate your nuptials." Old Mo had been deeply concerned about his son's marital prospects, and finally, there was news to share. Now he can stop pestering us with his endless worries. Mo was slightly embarrassed by his comrades' teasing. Him, who is worried about this rascal. With his perpetual scowl, it's a miracle if he finds a wife. Perhaps having enjoyed a few drinks, buoyed by the celebratory atmosphere, Mr. Mo waved Mo Han-jin over. Since I'm in good spirits today, let me share some news. Old Joe examined Nuan and mentioned that she is not expecting twins, but rather triplets. Mo Han-jin's pupils dilated in shock. What? Mr. Mo reveled in his son's astonishment, chuckling joyfully. You should hurry and take care of Nuan. Don't keep her waiting. I will handle the socializing here. Mo Han-jin's eyes sparkled with a mixture of astonishment and delight. He never anticipated that he would become a father, and not just to one, but to 3 children at once. After raising a toast to the elders at the table, he swiftly departed the banquet hall. Old Mo, what were you and your son whispering about just now? Mr. Mo shook his head playfully, a conspiratorial grin on his face. I won't tell you. Heh. Just imagine the shock on their faces when his 3 grandchildren arrive. The mere thought sent a wave of exhilaration through Mr. Mo. Although his son was the last to marry, he never expected him to have triplets. What a splendid turn of events for the Mo family. Jiang Nuan sat in the back seat of the car, while Uncle Lu, the driver, was engaged in a video call with his family. The sound of a little girl babbling in the background filled the air as she adorably called out, "Daddy." "Daddy?" Uncle Lu beamed with pride. "Oh, my sweet daughter, call out Daddy again." Jiang Nuan watched this heartwarming scene unfold, a tinge of envy creeping into her expression. Ever since she could remember, she had never experienced the warmth of familial love, and she longed for such comfort. Unable to resist, Uncle Lu held up his phone to showcase his daughter. "Madam, look at how adorable my daughter is." Jiang Nuan gazed at the little girl on the screen. Her hair styled in a delightful topknot, dressed in a festive red outfit, resembling a miniature Neza. Yes, she is indeed very cute, and quite charming as well. Little did she know, this tender moment was fortuitously witnessed by Jiang Yin-er. While out with her friends, Jiang Yin-er looked up just in time to see Jiang Nuan in a seemingly intimate exchange with the driver. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she exclaimed, "See, I wasn't lying, was I? Jiang Nuan is actually getting involved with Third Master Mo's driver. My goodness, that driver must be quite elderly. How can she not feel disgusted? He must have a family. Isn't Jiang Nuan just being a mistress?" Jiang Yin-er couldn't fathom what she was thinking. To ride in Third Master Mo's car, she would stoop so low as to entangle herself with such an old driver? Was she truly that materialistic and vain? Jiang Yin-er's lips curled into a smug smile as she hurried her friends to take out their phones for evidence. Now they had proof, and they could watch Jiang Nuan squirm. "Humph, you all don't understand her. She would sell anything for money. What is the big deal about getting involved with a driver? If luck is on her side, she might even get a chance to show off in front of Third Master Mo." As Jiang Yin-er articulated her thoughts, the other young ladies began to catch on. So, Jiang Nuan was indeed scheming. They had never considered this angle before. She appeared so innocent, yet her cunning was unexpectedly deep. They had assumed she was merely a naive girl, but in reality, she was quite the schemer. Third Master Mo was far beyond her reach. How could a village girl like her ever tarnish his reputation? Third Master Mo despised women who played tricks to climb the social ladder. If he were to find out about this, he would not let her off easily. Jiang Yin-er eagerly anticipated how Mo Han-jin would react when he learned of this. And what about the old man of the Mo family, who seemed so fond of Jiang Nuan? Once this matter became public, it would certainly slap him in the face. Jiang Yin-er was confident that by that time, he would no longer support Jiang Nuan as his granddaughter-in-law. The position of the Mo family's young mistress was destined to be hers. "Let us go. We mustn't be discovered." Jiang Yin-er and her friends hurriedly departed the area. Shortly after they left, Mo Han-jin approached from another direction. Upon spotting him, Jiang Nuan was about to greet him. "Mr. Mo, have you finished socializing?" Before she could complete her sentence, Mo Han-jin tenderly enveloped her in his embrace. Jiang Nuan rested her head on his shoulder, her bright, doe-like eyes blinking in confusion. Why had O suddenly embraced her? After a moment of surprise, she slowly wrapped her arms around his neck. Her cheeks flushed, and her delicate nose twitched as she caught a whiff of the alcohol on his suit. "Mr. Mo, have you been drinking?" Only then did Imo Han-jin remember that she was pregnant and sensitive to alcohol. Just a little, he removed his suit jacket, still carrying the scent of alcohol, and handed it to the driver. Please dispose of this. The driver, sensing that the couple had something to discuss, discreetly exited the vehicle. Waiting outside, Jiang Wan furrowed her brows in concern. Mr. Imo, what's wrong? Why do you seem so agitated today? Yet, just moments earlier, he had appeared perfectly fine during their meeting. Had something disturbed him at the banquet? Imo Han-jin grasped her arm, his dark eyes shimmering with intense emotion, his voice deeper than usual. Little one, I need to take you back to the hospital. Chapter 55. Healthy triplets. Jiang Wan blinked in bewilderment. Why? Imo Han-jin inquired sternly. Did Professor Zhou examine you? Jiang Wan nodded. Yes. Suddenly, she realized the implications, her face paling with anxiety. She grasped his arm tightly. Mr. Imo, is something wrong with our baby? Her heart raced with dread. Although she had initially contemplated terminating the pregnancy, her feelings had shifted since being with Imo Han-jin, and she had grown attached to the baby, eagerly anticipating the day they would meet. If something were amiss, she couldn't bear it. Imo Han-jin noticed her fear and gently reassured her, do not be afraid. The baby is fine. We previously checked for twins, but Professor Zhou has informed me that you are actually expecting triplets. Jiang Wan's pale cheeks regained their color as she processed the news, her eyes wide with disbelief. Is there a mistake? We were told it was twins during our last visit. Imo Han-jin held her hand firmly. Professor Zhou personally checked your pulse. There should be no error. Let us head to the hospital to confirm. All right, upon arriving at the hospital, they found that Mu Xiaoxian was on duty that day. Mr. Imo, what brings you here? Imo Han-jin gestured toward Jiang Wan, instructing him to arrange for her examination. Noticing the serious expression on Imo Han-jin's face, Mu Xiaoxian instinctively assumed the matter must be of great importance and wasted no time. He quickly organized a VIP examination room and had a nurse escort them upstairs. During the ultrasound, Jiang Wan felt slightly more at ease than before, yet she still experienced a hint of shyness. Imo Han-jin held her hand, whispering softly, relax. There's nothing to fear. Jiang Nuanyuan took a deep breath, gradually adjusting her mood. She gazed at the ultrasound screen, but it appeared as a dark blur. Inscrutable to her, the female doctor stared at the screen, gasping in astonishment. How could there be another gestational sac? This sac was hidden behind the twins, and it had not been detected during the last examination. She meticulously rechecked several times, confirming without a doubt that there were indeed 3 gestational sacs. This meant that Jiang Nuanyuan was truly carrying 3 babies. Congratulations to both of you. Miss Jiang is expecting a remarkably rare set of triplets. And all 3 babies are very healthy and in excellent condition. A profound joy welled up in Jiang Nuanyuan's eyes as she instinctively looked up at Imo Han-jin. That moment, Imo Han-jin also lowered his head to meet her gaze, his dark eyes brimming with delight. Once he regained his composure, he anxiously inquired, why was it not detected last time? The development of gestational sacs varies, and since Miss Jiang was in the early stages of her pregnancy during the last check, it went unnoticed. This is the first time we have encountered such a situation. It is not that the hospital's diagnostic capabilities are lacking. It is simply that multiple pregnancies are inherently rare. Let alone triplets. Judging by your attire and demeanor, it is evident you come from a wealthy family, so you need not worry about being unable to support additional children. Instead, you likely embrace the belief that more children bring more blessings. Miss Jiang appears so youthful. It is surprising she is so fortunate as to conceive 3 at once. If she were to bear 3 children for a prominent family, her in-laws would surely dote on her. Treating her as a treasure, Imo Han-jin asked a few more questions, confirming that both Jiang Nuanyuan and the 3 children were in good health, finally alleviating the worry that had hung over him. Upon exiting the examination room, Jiang Nuanyuan remained transfixed by the report in her hands, which boldly proclaimed, triplets in good condition. Jiang Nuanyuan swallowed hard, unable to believe her ears, and asked, Mr. Imo, are we really having 3 babies? Imo Han-jin ruffled her hair, his voice somewhat hoarse. Indeed. The prospect of twins was already a delightful surprise, but I never anticipated that the joy would extend even further. This silly girl has unexpectedly conceived a rare set of triplets. I will show the report to the old master to reassure him. Imo Han-jin took the report, snapped a photo, and sent it to old master Imo. The old master, who was still boasting to old friends at a banquet, burst into hearty laughter upon seeing the report. Bring the wine, old Zhao. Why haven't you brought out your prize collection yet? Today, I shall celebrate thoroughly. Nuanyuan is truly expecting triplets. This is now definitively confirmed. Once the 3 grandsons are born, I shall take them out for strolls every day. Just imagine walking 3 exquisitely chiseled little dolls in a row. How envious would others be? Imo Hanjin grasped Jiang Nuanyuan's hand. His gaze complex, and his voice low and raspy as he said, I do not even know how to express my gratitude. The surprises she had brought him were simply overwhelming. Jiang Nuanyuan smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling like stars. Mr. Imo, you need not thank me. Moreover, you have been so kind to me. I should be thanking you instead. Had it not been for the fortunate encounter with you, I would still be suffering elsewhere. It was you who rescued me from hell and provided me with a warm home. If anyone should express gratitude, it should be me towards you. Mo Hanjin was not one to indulge in sweet words. He preferred to express his appreciation through actions. Pregnancy is inherently arduous, and bearing 3 children is even more so. Therefore, you must ensure that you do not overexert yourself. If there is anything you need, do not hesitate to inform me. If I am not at home, let the servants assist you, or call me. Understood? Jiang Nuanyuan nodded. Yes, I will. On the way home, Imo Hanjin's phone received a bill from the black card. Upon reviewing the month's spending records, Imo Hanjin pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat displeased. In just 1 month, she had spent so little. Moreover, in the past 7 days, she had not purchased a single item. The little one was unwilling to spend his money. Did she still regard him as an outsider? Or perhaps she was preparing to leave at any moment, which is why she was reluctant to engage with him too much. With this thought, Imo Hanjin's gaze darkened, and his brows furrowed together. No, he had to dispel her thoughts of leaving. Mo Hanjin's eyes flickered slightly. That friend of yours who came to the house last time. Jiang Nuanyuan, who had been admiring the scenery outside the window, turned her head upon hearing his voice. Chen Lingxian? Imo Hanjin replied with a faint affirmative. Are you classmates? Yes, we have known each other since high school. She is my best friend. Mo Hanjin nodded slightly, pretending to bring it up casually. Since she is a good friend, you two should go shopping together on weekends and buy some things. Jiang Nuanyuan pondered for 2 seconds, tilting her head. But I don't have anything I need to be UY.M. or .mo had provided her with the most luxurious living conditions, covering all her needs with the highest standards. What could she possibly want? Imo Hanjin reminded her, you do not have to limit yourself to only buying necessities. You can purchase things you like. Jiang Nuanyuan scratched her chin. I don't even know what I like. Perhaps when she was younger, she had many things she adored. However, her wishes had never been fulfilled, and instead, she was often scolded by her adoptive parents for being greedy. Over time, she had learned not to dare to like anything. Chapter 56. Nuanyuan spends Mr. Mo's money. Imo Hanjin suddenly felt a headache coming on. What reasoning could he use to persuade the little one to willingly spend more of his money? After contemplating for a moment, Imo Sanyi finally devised a plan. Could you do me a favor? Jiang Nuanyuan's eyes brightened, and she leaned in like a curious kitten. What favor? I am willing. Imo Hanjin's gaze softened unconsciously. My black card has a spending limit. The minimum expenditure is 700,000 per week. However, I am busy with work and have no time to shop. Would you be willing to assist? Jiang Nuanyuan considered it for a moment. Mr. Imo, are you saying you want me to help you buy things? You can spend however you like, as long as you reach the minimum amount. Jiang Nuanyuan bit her lip, feeling somewhat troubled. 700,000, that's a lot of money. How am I supposed to spend that? She had never spent such a sum before. In her past life, she would count every penny even when spending 70 yuan. And now she was expected to spend 700,000 within a week. Imo Hanjin deliberately stated, this is already the minimum limit. If I do not reach this amount, my black card will be downgraded. Jiang Nuanyuan clenched her fist. I will help you spend it. Although she had yet to figure out how to spend such a large sum, Mr. Imo had helped her with so many things. She couldn't possibly refuse this small favor. Imo Hanjin's scheme succeeded, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Then I will trouble you. Jiang Nuanyuan, with a serious expression, began to strategize how to allocate the money. 700,000 in a week. Wasn't that several million a year? That was an enormous sum. Although it was not her own money, Jiang Nuanyuan couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. The next day, Jiang Nuanyuan invited Chen Lingxian out and shared her new task with her. Upon hearing her words, Chen Lingshuan's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly spitting out the water she had just drunk. What? You have to spend 700,000 within a week? Jiang Nuanyuan nodded. Yes, and after completing this week's task, another one will come next week. Chen Lingxian clutched her chest, nearly fainting from the shock. She took a moment to recover, counting on her fingers, 700,000. Even if I earned 10,000 a month after graduation, it would take me 7 years to save that much. Chen Lingxian stood up abruptly, grabbing Jiang Nuanyuan's hand. Spending money isn't difficult. Let's go to the most upscale mall in Beijing. The driver took the two of them to the mall. However, upon reaching the entrance of these high-end luxury stores, Chen Lingxian hesitated, looking at the exquisite displays inside. I feel a bit nervous. Jiang Nuanyuan whispered, me too. The two of them squeezed into a corner, peering into the store, yet they dared not step inside. Having grown accustomed to poverty, they felt intimidated in such upscale places. Jiang Nuanyuan pushed Chen Lingxian, shoving the card into her hand. You go in, buy whatever you want, and just spend the money. Chen Lingxian, as if receiving a hot potato, quickly shoved the card back into Jiang Nuanyuan's hand, firmly pressing it down. In a way, I can't do it. You go spend it. Jiang Nuanyuan looked at the stores, unable to muster the courage to enter. For some reason, she felt inexplicably guilty and lacked confidence. Although the money came from Mr. Mo's task, she and Chen Lingxian felt like children holding a large sum of red envelope money, too fearful to spend it. If someone were to see them, they might think the money was ill-gotten, which made them even more reluctant to spend. Jiang Nuanyuan's face fell, and she pitifully asked, what should we do, Lingxian? She had promised Mr. Mo, and if she failed to complete the task, how would she explain it to him? Chen Lingxian, feeling anxious, scratched her head. She never expected that the wealthy would have their own troubles, unable to spend the money. She lived on just 2,000 a month, and suddenly being tasked with spending such a large sum made her feel utterly daunted. The two of them spent the entire morning in the mall without spending a single cent. And by then, their stomachs were starting to grumble. After browsing restaurants for half the day, they finally walked into the KFC in the adjacent mall. Chen Lingxian took a hearty bite of her burger, nearly swallowing half of it whole. Damn, I can't believe I'm laughing at my own poverty. Is there anything more humiliating than being unable to spend money? Jiang Nuanyuan found herself in a rather helpless situation, exclaiming with distress, we have barely managed to spend 100 yuan. What shall we do about the remaining tasks? There is still a staggering 699,900 yuan left. At this rate of expenditure, how long will it take us to deplete it? Lingxian, how about we use this money to top up our meal cards? Chen Lingxian quickly interrupted this absurd notion. Nuanyuan, are you suggesting we load tens of thousands into our meal cards? Have you lost your mind? Even if we could deposit such a sum, we would never be able to spend it all. What will happen to the remaining balance once we graduate? It would be far better to top up our public transport cards. Imagine loading 200,000 at once. We could travel freely on buses and subways. Jiang Nuanyuan pouted in grievance. But how are we supposed to spend it then? Her spirits sank, and even the meat bun in her hands lost its allure. Just then, as she looked up, she spotted a shop on the second floor across the way and suddenly had an idea. I know how we can spend it. Chen Lingxian inquired, what are you planning to buy? Jiang Nuanyuan smiled mysteriously, you'll find out soon enough. Let us finish our meal quickly, then we can head to the store. Mr. Mo, today Madam went to the mall with her friends. The housekeeper mentioned that she returned in high spirits, having purchased many items. Upon hearing Assistant Zhang's report, Mo Hanjin raised an eyebrow, feeling a flicker of delight. That stubborn little girl has finally decided to spend some of his money. Upon returning home, he found the living room cluttered with packaging bags. His little wife was seated on the sofa, busily pressing buttons on a calculator. Mo Hanjin settled beside her, intrigued. Have you completed the task? Jiang Nuanyuan beamed at him, her voice sweet enough to melt. Mr. Mo, the task has been successfully accomplished. She pressed a button on the calculator, producing a mechanical sound. Total 700,000. Mo Hanjin, genuinely curious, asked, what did you buy? He was eager to know what delightful treasures the little one had acquired during her day out. Jiang Nuanyuan had been waiting for him to ask that question. She sprang from the sofa, rummaging through the bags on the floor, opening the boxes, and displaying the contents on the table. Jiang Nuanyuan arranged a bountiful array of items before turning back to him, her expression one of pride. Mr. Mo, look. Chapter 57. Nuanyuan's gift. Mo Hanjin approached her, taking in the sight of the table laden with gold jewelry, and then glanced at Jiang Nuanyuan's adorable expression. He couldn't help but rest his hand on her head, ruffling her hair. You have a fondness for gold jewelry? Jiang Wan's eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously. I do. Moreover, they can be sold later. So spending this money feels like spending nothing at all. Mr. Mo, am I not clever? Mo Han-jin chuckled softly, realizing that her intention in buying gold was to have a future investment. He pinched her nose playfully, his tone laced with affection. Little money grubber. Jiang Wan handed him a list documenting all her expenditures for the day. Mr. Mo, Ling Xian accompanied me to the gold shop, and I gifted her 2 gold bracelets. Is that all right? Everything in this household is at your disposal, he assured her. Jiang Wan chirped, thank you, Mr. Mo. Mo Han-jin casually glanced at her account summary, noting that she had indulged in fast food for lunch, and his brow furrowed slightly at the thought. The last 2 entries read, topped-up meal cards for the children and Chun Ling Xian, each with 250 yuan. Altogether, it summed precisely to 700. 000, not a cent more or less. A wave of exasperation washed over Mo Han-jin. The little one had grown accustomed to frugality, unwilling to spend an extra penny. When allowed to shop, she returned with nothing but appreciating assets. This left him momentarily speechless. Typically, a man would feel gratified to see his wife being thrifty, but for Mo Han-jin, witnessing Jiang Wan's behavior stirred only feelings of tenderness and concern. When would she learn to indulge herself without guilt? He longed for her to spend freely like most girls her age, buying anything she desired without a hint of remorse. Mo Han-jin remained silent, studying the bill, which left Jiang Wan feeling uncertain. Her eyes flickered anxiously, and she timidly tugged at his sleeve. Mr. Mo, did I not do well enough? Mo Han-jin lifted his gaze, catching the unease in her eyes. And his heart ached. Instinctively, he loosened his grip, letting the bill flutter to the ground. No. You did exceptionally well. Remembering principles from child psychology that emphasize the importance of encouragement to foster confidence, he added. Choosing to invest in gold jewelry shows your astute financial sense. You are remarkable. Jiang Wan blushed with excitement at his praise, her fingers tightening in delight. I am not that impressive. I just happened to see a gold shop and thought of buying gold. Oh, and Mr. Mo, I have a gift for you. Jiang Wan retrieved a simple black gift box from the shelf. Mo Han-jin noticed that the bags containing the gold jewelry were strewn across the floor, while this particular box was carefully placed on the shelf, indicating its significance. Seeing the anticipation on Jiang Wan's face touched something in his heart. What is it? Jiang Wan opened the box to reveal a modest silver tie clip. Yesterday, when I grabbed your tie, I accidentally pulled off the tie clip. So, today, while shopping, Jiang Wan made a point to look for a tie clip and purchased an elegant one for Mo Han-jin. The silver tie clip was designed simply, devoid of ostentation, exuding an air of restraint and maturity. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern an intricately carved rose adorning it. Mo Han-jin inquired, puzzled, why isn't this listed on the bill? Jiang Wan brushed her hair back, explaining, I bought this with my own money. After all, it was a gift for Mr. Mo. She couldn't very well use his money to buy him something. Mo Han-jin chuckled in disbelief. Where did you get that money? He was unsure whether to applaud her for being so meticulous. She had managed to spend precisely 700, not a cent more, yet even when buying him a gift, she had used her own savings. Jiang Wan confessed earnestly, previously, when Grandpa Mo gifted me those luxury cars and mansions, there was also a sum of pocket money deposited into my account. It was just that the 3 million in pocket money seemed insignificant amidst her other assets, which is why she hadn't noticed it initially. Mo Han-jin rubbed his temples in frustration. Save that money for yourself. You are not to use it again. Jiang Wan blinked in confusion. Why not? Mo Han-jin replied firmly, since you married me, all your expenses are my responsibility. My wife should not have to rely on anyone else for support, not even the old master. Jiang Wan pouted, wanting to argue, but couldn't find the words. Mo Han-jin interrupted her thoughts, his gaze landing on the tie clip in the box. Could you help me put it on? Jiang Wan hesitated for a moment, then replied, sure. She carefully took the tie clip from the soft velvet box. Sensing her hesitation, Mo Han-jin gently enveloped her hand with his, I'll show you how. Under his guidance, Jiang Wan clumsily affixed the tie clip between his tie and shirt. As her fingers brushed against the cool silver, she suddenly felt a jolt of warmth, blushing fiercely as she withdrew her hand. Mo Han-jin, curious, asked, how did you know my tie clip was missing? Such a small item, and I hadn't even noticed it was gone. She blinked, feeling guilty. I just happened to see it. When Mo donned the tie clip, he exuded an aura of charm and sophistication, radiating the essence of a refined, mature gentleman, reminiscent of a noble from the affluent eras of European history, captivating anyone who gazed upon him. She would never admit that she often stole glances at Mr. Mo's tie clip. Mo Han-jin noticed her slight discomfort, assuming it was due to her having misplaced his item. Little did he know that Jiang Nuan was so attentive to the details of him. Although the tie clip was not particularly valuable to Mo Han-jin, he found it oddly fitting. However, he pondered why she could not bear to buy herself anything yet was willing to spend lavishly on him. With a complex expression, Mo Han-jin remarked, "You bought me a gift, but what about your own?" Jiang Nuan paused, blinking in confusion. "I don't need a gift. It's not my birthday today." Mo Han-jin looked at her helplessly, a barely perceptible sigh escaping him. "What a silly girl. You remember to be kind to others but neglect yourself. Wake up early tomorrow. I have a little surprise prepared for you." Jiang Nuan's eyes lit up with excitement, yet she instinctively wanted to decline. "No need, Mr. Mo. I'm already very content with how things are. You don't have to go through the trouble of preparing anything." Mo Han-jin firmly silenced her protests, pinching her lips. Its settled then. No objections. Chapter 58. Is Nuan being spoiled? That night, Jiang Nuan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Although she verbally insisted that Mo need not prepare any surprises for her, deep within her heart, an involuntary anticipation began to stir. After countless tosses and turns, Jiang Nuan found herself ensconced in the embrace of the man. Mo Han-jin's voice, deep and husky, resonated sensually in the stillness of the night, imbued with an alluring charm. "Are you still so restless while sleeping?" he murmured, as she kept shifting, occasionally brushing against him. Seemingly oblivious to his desire for slumber, Jiang Nuan blinked twice and declared, "I won't move anymore." She obediently lay flat on the bed, intending to maintain this position until the morning. However, barely 2 minutes had passed before she found herself unable to resist flipping over once more. Mo Han-jin's temple throbbed, and unable to tolerate any further, he effortlessly pulled her into his arms, his robust arm encircling her waist. "Do not move," he commanded in a voice that was unusually raspy, his chest radiating an intense warmth against her back. The breath he exhaled was fervently warm against her ear, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her. Jiang Nuan sensed a dangerous allure and nestled obediently against him. Too intimidated to make another move, her heart raced with anxiety. If she continued to share a bed with Mr. Mo, it was only a matter of time before something untoward occurred. The heat on her cheeks intensified, compelling her to forcibly expel these unhealthy thoughts from her mind. The following morning, she inadvertently woke up late and hurriedly dashed down the stairs. After running for a short distance, Jiang Nuan suddenly discovered that the floor beneath her feet had transformed into a warm, soft surface. Looking down, she realized that the entire villa floor was covered with plush wool carpets. Her bare feet sank into the fabric, akin to stepping upon thick, velvety clouds, soft, warm, and decidedly not cold. Oh, when did they lay down carpets? She wondered aloud. The housekeeper smiled and explained, "Madam, this was specifically instructed by Mr. Mo. He mentioned that you enjoy running about without shoes and feared you might catch a chill, so he had us carpet every inch of the floor. Even these carpets were custom-made by a master craftsman, ensuring they are exceptionally soft." Jiang Nuan slowed her pace, savoring the warmth that enveloped her feet. "So this is the surprise Mo spoke of." Despite his demanding work schedule, he was so observant of her habits. No one had ever treated her with such tenderness before. Her heart swelled with an unprecedented sweetness. While Jiang Nuan was diligently attending class at school, she remained unaware of the swirling rumors about her online. Jingda female student being kept, flirting with an older man in a luxury car, truly disgraceful and shameless. Isn't that Jiang Nuan? I heard her family is from a rural area, so impoverished they could barely afford her education, yet here she is sitting in a Bentley. That old man beside her must be her sugar daddy. This man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. How could Jiang Nuan stoop so low, not feeling disgusted? Moreover, at that age, he must have a family. She was shamelessly intruding upon someone else's relationship for money. Initially, these rumors circulated within the elite circles of Beijing. But soon, Someone seeking to stir trouble leaked photographs, and the sensationalism quickly escalated. Chen Lingxian, who had been nearly dozing off in class, was jolted awake when a friend showed her the rumor. Who was so shameless as to tarnish Nuan's name? Chen Lingxian exclaimed. Upon examining the photos, she realized they were meticulously selected angles. Jiang Nuan was merely engaged in a normal conversation with that unfamiliar man. However, from a side angle, coupled with a bit of post-editing, the images appeared exceedingly suggestive. Yet, Chen Lingxian knew someone was orchestrating this behind the scenes. She had seen Jiang Nuan's husband firsthand. Tall, handsome, and possessing a physique that rivaled that of a star. His long legs surpassing even her own existence. Furthermore, her husband was none other than the most formidable figure in the Beijing elite, Imo Sanyi. How could she possibly forsake such a dashing and affluent husband to consort with another man? As soon as class ended, Chen Lingxian rushed to Jiang Nuan's classroom to inform her. Nuan, someone is deliberately spreading rumors to slander you. It's utterly shameless. After seeing the photos, Jiang Nuan clenched her delicate fists. Isn't that Uncle Liu? That day, he was video calling his daughter. I merely exchanged a few words about her. How could this be twisted into a narrative that I am being kept by him? Chen Lingxian fumed. The current netizens are so gullible. They see a photoshopped image and blindly believe it, a few chat records and a blurry photo, and they swallow everything whole, charging forward online without a second thought. The rumors grew more outrageous, with some even fabricating chat records depicting Jiang Nuan in lascivious conversations with her supposed benefactor. The chat screenshots portrayed her as a brazen individual, demanding 30,000 yuan for nourishment. No wonder she suddenly had the funds to pay her tuition and donned a wardrobe of designer brands. It turned out she had found herself a sugar daddy. Despite being kept, she still had the audacity to feign innocence. She hadn't even participated in the school's health check. Could it be that she truly had some disease? Now, with the evidence captured, how could she possibly refute it? Professor Zhou, who had taken her as a disciple, must be regretting his decision immensely. Since her enrollment, Jiang Nuan had been a figure of intrigue at the school. With her pure and sweet looks, many male students secretly idolized her. Adding to this, the esteemed Professor Zhou, a renowned figure in traditional Chinese medicine, had taken her as his sole disciple, something he had never done for countless other students. How could envy not rear its head? Consequently, when negative news about Jiang Nuan emerged, those who secretly resented her began to unleash a torrent of abuse and slander. Chen Lingxian, filled with indignation, slammed the table and stood up. How can you all be university students, yet be so utterly lacking in discernment? A few chat records and a handful of photos, and you all believe this nonsense. If I were to Photoshop an image claiming to be your ancestor, would you believe that too? A girl from Jiang Nuan's class rolled her eyes dismissively. You're not even in our class. Why are you butting in? Helping Jiang Nuan like this? Could it be that you're in on it too? Oh, and you have a gold bracelet? That must be a gift from some sugar daddy too. You all make money so easily. Just lying around for one night and you earn a gold bracelet. Just as Chen Lingxian was about to retort, Jiang Nuan pulled her back. Leaning in close, she whispered, Lingxian, I know who's behind this. Chapter 59. Counterattack against Jiang Yinan. Chen Lingxian quickly inquired, who is it? If I find out who is doing such a despicable thing behind the scenes, I will curse them to their demise. Jiang Nuan led her out of the classroom to a secluded area, where she calmly shared her analysis. This photo must have been taken during the old man's birthday banquet. The attendees were prominent figures within the elite circles of Beijing. I am merely an ordinary student, with no connections to those influential individuals, and none would recognize me. The only person I have any connection with among the attendees is the Jiang family. Chen Lingxian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the soundness of her reasoning. Are you suggesting that you suspect Jiang Yinan is the one spreading these rumors? Jiang Nuan affirmed. Aside from her, I can't think of anyone else. Chen Lingxian gritted her teeth in rage. It has to be her. She previously spread rumors about your illness, and now she claims you are involved with the driver. Given her penchant for slanderous lies, it can only be Jiang Yinan. In contrast to Chen Lingxian's fury, Jiang Nuan remained surprisingly composed. Chen Lingxian could not restrain herself from asking, Nuan, are you not angry? I am angry, but if I let my anger cloud my judgment, wouldn't that play right into Jiang Yinan's hands? I must control my emotions and devise a plan to counterattack her. She was not a soft target to be bullied, nor was she a saint. Jiang Yin'er had covertly schemed against her multiple times, and Jiang Nuan had long desired retaliation. She simply had not found the opportune moment. In the past, Jiang Yin'er had been the cherished daughter of the Jiang family, and with no backing, Jiang Nuan was no match for her. But now, Nuan, how can we clarify these rumors? What they are saying is utterly outrageous. They clearly do not know you but choose to use such vile language to judge you. Are they devoid of reason? Chen Lingxian lamented, attempting to comment and clarify, but her hundreds of comments were drowned out by the torrent of insults. Nuan is not like that. These photos are fabricated by malicious individuals. They are false. She has not been kept, nor is she involved with older men. Yet, each time she posted, a legion of voices would inundate her with scorn. You're just Jiang Nuan's alternate account. Or perhaps you're being paid to defend her. How much do you earn per comment? We want to earn that too. If she were innocent, how would she explain these photos? A village girl unable to afford education. Yet here she is in a Bentley? Give me a reason, they demanded. Running out of excuses, are we? If you envy Jiang Nuan so much, why not show us your photos and let us see how much you're worth for a night? Facing the onslaught of dozens, even hundreds, Chen Lingxian found herself overwhelmed by the vitriol. She was berated mercilessly, her hands trembling with rage as tears welled in her eyes. Jiang Nuan gently patted her shoulder. Lingxian, do not pay attention to these online comments, but they are saying such terrible things about you. I am absolutely furious. It's disgusting. Jiang Nuan smiled helplessly. Let them hurl their insults, it would not cost her an ounce of flesh. Those gullible netizens, eager to criticize, could continue their tirades without affecting her lavish lifestyle of riding in a Bentley, residing in a villa, indulging in an endless feast of abalone and shark fin, and donning an array of high-end couture. However, despite her indifference to public opinion, the malicious scheming of Jiang Yin'er compelled her to retaliate. Otherwise, she would merely become a soft target, akin to a saintly figure. Jiang Nuan pressed her lips together, her clear apricot eyes reflecting a flicker of righteous anger. Jiang Yin'er had dared to push her limits repeatedly. Did she truly believe Jiang Nuan was devoid of temper? What Jiang Yin'er cherished most was the Jiang family's affection and her engagement to the Mo family. Only by stripping her of these two treasures would she experience true anguish. A spark of determination ignited in Jiang Nuan's eyes as a plan began to take shape. Upon returning home, Jiang Nuan confined herself to her room, quietly tinkering with something. Even after Mo Hanjin had returned from work, she remained hidden. What could the young lady be up to? Aunt Feng gazed at Jiang Nuan's door, shaking her head in bewilderment. We are unaware. The young lady locked herself away the moment she returned and has yet to emerge. Mo Hanjin furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern surfacing within him. After a while, Jiang Nuan's door creaked open. The little girl poked her fluffy head out and sweetly called downstairs. Aunt Feng, could you please bring me a glass of water? Of course. Aunt Feng was about to fetch the water when Mo Hanjin interjected. I will do it. He carried the adorable rabbit-shaped cup to Jiang Nuan's room. She was furiously typing away at her laptop, so engrossed that she didn't notice his entrance. Mo Hanjin placed the cup on the desk, and Jiang Nuan, without turning around, thanked Aunt Feng. She took a sip from the cup and resumed her work. Mo Hanjin curiously peeked at her screen, only to discover that Jiang Nuan was hiring internet trolls. Jiang Nuan had created a secondary account and found the account that had insulted her the most, directly transferring 10,000 to it. The recipient immediately inquired, Daddy, what do you want me to do? He had no idea that the daddy he addressed was none other than the very Jiang Nuan he had just verbally assaulted. Jiang Nuan swiftly presented several pieces of evidence. Find more accounts and spread this information. It must overshadow Jiang Nuan's situation. Avoid leaving any trace. Jiang Nuan even activated a voice changer. In a gruff, masculine voice, she instructed, disseminate this information, and once it's done, I will reward you with an additional 30,000. Mo Hanjin couldn't help but stifle a laugh upon hearing her altered voice. Startled by the sound, Jiang Nuan turned around, only to find Mo Hanjin standing behind her, prompting her to hastily close the chat window. Mr. Mo, however, she had forgotten to deactivate the voice changer, and the room echoed with the mature, gruff voice calling out Mr. Mo. Jiang Nuan's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing she could disappear into another realm. Her cheeks burned, and she fumbled to turn off the device. After completing her task, she stood before him, her head nearly bowed to the ground. Her heart plummeted with anxiety and fear. Had Ardam seen her chat history? If he discovered that she had hired trolls and intentionally spread rumors about Jiang Yin Air's background, would he think her intentions were too cunning? A bitter pang filled her heart at the thought. She feared being misunderstood by Mo Hanjin, yet she didn't know where to begin her explanation. Jiang Nuan felt like a child caught in wrongdoing, her fingers cold and her eyes unwittingly moistening. Chapter 60. Ardam believes in her. Mo Hanjin waited patiently, yet Jiang Nuan did not lift her gaze. He raised an eyebrow. Why the silence? The young girl remained quiet, stirring a sense of curiosity within him. Just as he contemplated lifting her chin to meet his gaze, he felt a dampness under his fingers. Alarmed, he raised her face to see clear tear tracks on her cheeks. Her eyes reddened, resembling a wronged little rabbit. Seeing her cry inexplicably stirred a wave of irritation within him. He retrieved a tissue, gently wiping away her tears. What happened? Is someone bullying you? Jiang Nuan sniffled pitifully, biting her lip, unable to respond. Mo Hanjin was about to open her laptop. She clung to his arm, pleading, "Please, don't look." Her voice was thick with emotion, evoking deep sympathy. Mo Hanjin inhaled deeply, suppressing his own frustration. "Are you hiding something from me?" Jiang Nuan pressed her lips together, her porcelain-like face betraying her hesitation. I understand if you don't want me to see your computer, but you must tell me what happened. If you refuse, I will have to send someone to investigate." Upon hearing this, Jiang Nuan panicked. No. With Mo Hanjin's capabilities, a simple investigation would reveal everything, including her hiring trolls against Jiang Yin Air. After contemplating for half a minute, Jiang Nuan decided it would be better to confess herself. Jiang Yin Air slandered me, so I wanted to retaliate. I hired trolls to expose her background. Her words. A chilling glint replaced the warmth in Mo Hanjin's eyes. Jiang Nuan's heart raced, fearing she had angered him. Was Ardam upset with her? She nervously twisted the hem of her clothing, anxiety flooding her mind. Did she slander you? Jiang Nuan was taken aback by his reaction. Momentarily stunned. Shouldn't Ardam be angry? Wasn't she supposed to appear as soft and harmless as she seemed? Was he not disappointed that she was not the naive girl he presumed? Yet, why was his first question about whether she had been mistreated by Jiang Yin Air? Jiang Nuan answered honestly. She had someone secretly photograph me with Uncle Lu and accused me of being supported by him, which is why I could ride in a Bentley. However, that day, Uncle Lu was video chatting with his daughter. I merely admired their family dynamic and chatted with him about her. We were quite far apart. Mo Hanjin absorbed her explanation. A surge of unbridled fury welled up within him, his gaze darkening with palpable intensity. For a young girl, the impact of such rumors could be devastating, especially considering Jiang Nuan's delicate condition. She could not endure any additional stress. She slandered you, and your only response is to expose her background? In Mo Hanjin's view, this punishment was far too lenient. The audacity of Jiang Yin Air warranted far more severe consequences. Jiang Nuan blinked in confusion. Why was Mr. Mo's reaction so different from what she had anticipated? Jiang Yin Air valued her status as the cherished daughter of the Jiang family and her engagement to the Mo family. To publicly reveal her background would strike her where it hurt most. Upon hearing her reasoning, Mo Hanjin's expression shifted from surprise to admiration. Striking at the heart of the matter, your approach is astute. It not only retaliates against those who harm you, but also allows you to remain untainted by the fallout. While you may be somewhat oblivious at times, you demonstrate remarkable clarity in such critical matters. Otherwise, you wouldn't have secured a spot in the best program at Jing University. Jiang Nuan felt a swell of pride at his praise, her spirits lifting as a smile crept onto her lips. If you have already devised a plan for retaliation, why are you still in tears? With difficulty, Jiang Nuan admitted in a hushed tone. I fear you might misunderstand me as a cunning woman. Mo Hanjin casually replied. If someone bullies you and you don't retaliate, wouldn't that be foolish? Even a rabbit bites when cornered. Moreover, Jiang Yin Air has taken away your privileged life for 20 years and maliciously schemed against you to expel you from your home. If it were me, I would have long since annihilated my adversaries. Jiang Nuan's response was merely a flicker of retaliation. It only reflected her innate kindness. Mr. Mo, do you think what I did was right? Mo Hanjin's eyes twinkled with amusement. You handled it well. If you could be even more ruthless, it would delight me further. However, he deemed it best not to voice this thought just yet, lest he frighten her. There would be ample time to guide her in transforming from a naive little rabbit into a cunning little fox. Jiang Nuan exhaled, her heart finally at ease. Mo Han Jin regarded the tear stains on her face with a mixture of exasperation and tenderness. It really worth crying over such a trivial matter? Jiang Nuan parted her lips. I doubt I won't do it again. She was simply too lacking in a sense of security. Neither her adoptive parents nor her biological ones ever stood by her side. Thus, whenever matters concerning Jiang Yin arose, she was haunted by psychological shadows, terrified of being rejected by those close to her, just as the Jiang family had rejected her. Fortunately, Mr. Mo did not misunderstand her. Instead, he supported her decision. Mo Han Jin cupped her damp face. His usual fastidiousness seemingly forgotten in this moment, he playfully squeezed her cheeks, contorting her face in a teasing manner. Such a troublesome little one. Just as Jiang Nuan finally wriggled free from his playful grasp, he remarked, "Your voice changer is quite absurd. You needn't involve yourself further in this matter. Leave the rest to Assistant Jiang." Jiang Nuan understood that Mo was protecting her. To prevent Jiang Yin'er and the Jiang family from discovering that she was the one who leaked the news, thus harboring even more resentment towards her and seeking revenge in the future. Jiang Nuan felt a surge of gratitude and obediently curved her lips into a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Mo," as Mo Hanjin gazed upon her radiant smile. His mood inexplicably brightened considerably. There was something pleasing about her when she smiled. However, when she cried, it was as if a curse had been cast upon him. He felt a profound sense of frustration and an urge to obliterate everything around him. "Let us go downstairs for dinner." As the two of them descended the staircase, one after the other, the servants exchanged knowing smiles. Aunt Feng, in particular, noticed Jiang Nuan's reddened eyes and slightly swollen lips. Wearing a beaming expression of maternal affection, the madam seems to be in much better spirits. It appears Mo has a way of soothing her with just his words. Little did they know that Jiang Nuan's lips were not swollen from a kiss, but rather from her habit of biting her lip when troubled, resulting in some swelling. Chapter 61. Jiang Yin'er becomes a target of public mockery that evening. After finishing her bath, Jiang Nuan lay in bed scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Chun Lingxian sent her a message. Indeed, the heavens have eyes. Jiang Yin'er's true lineage has been exposed. I heard from friends in high society that everyone is mocking her as a false phoenix, a genuine wild chicken. She deserved it for spreading vile rumors about you. Jiang Nuan was taken aback, surprised at how swiftly Mo had acted. Within just a few hours, the news about Jiang Yin'er had spread like wildfire. The Jiang family had a certain level of notoriety, and given Jiang Yin'er's aspirations to enter the entertainment industry, having starred in a few web dramas, albeit not very successful, these factors combined thrust her scandal into the trending topics. Why is it always someone with the surname Jiang? Isn't Jiang Yin'er supposed to be the precious daughter of the Jiang family? She flaunted her wealth online, boasting millions of followers. To everyone's astonishment, it turned out she was an imposter. Her biological parents were also revealed to be a pair of idle rural couples who gambled daily and were in debt up to their ears. Jiang Yin'er had previously leveraged her status as the Jiang family's daughter to snatch resources from others and bully other aspiring influencers. I had long found her distasteful. Jiang Nuan clicked on the trending topic and was met with a barrage of ridicule directed at Jiang Yin'er. Although the latter had many fans, her bizarre antics had always drawn criticism. The internet populace had been eagerly awaiting her downfall. Nuan. My college roommate is also a young lady from the capital's elite. Her name is Mu Wei, and her brother is rumored to be a medical doctor returning from overseas. She added me to her group of childhood friends, and I'm thoroughly enjoying the gossip. I'll add you in too. Thus, Jiang Nuan found herself added to the group. Most members were second-generation heirs from prominent families in the capital. Previously, the Jiang family's claims regarding their true daughter had been met with denial. But now, with evidence laid bare, they had been thoroughly slapped in the face. The Jiang family's alliance with the Mo family had always been a step up for them, with the recent scandal of the false daughter. Could Jiang Yin'er still hope to marry into the Mo family? How naive to underestimate the Mo family. While young Master Mo may lack power within the family, he certainly wasn't someone a mere false daughter like Jiang Yin'er could aspire to be with. If Jiang Yin'er could marry into the Mo family, I would never wear underwear again. The group members continued to mock Jiang Yin'er and the Jiang family. After all, the Jiang family's past actions had been decidedly petty. Knowing full well that Jiang Yin'er was not their biological child, they had chosen to conceal the truth to preserve their engagement with the Mo family. Were they truly expecting everyone to be fools? In my opinion, the Jiang family should have directly acknowledged that Jiang Yin'er was not their biological daughter and welcomed their true daughter back with dignity. Exactly, that is the reasoning of a sane person. As long as young Master Mo is willing, even if Jiang Yin'er is a counterfeit, she could still be regarded as the Mo family's young mistress. After all, this is merely a matter concerning Mo Yunting. Not the head of the Mo family. Mo San Y Mo Yunting is merely a carefree young master without shares in the family business. Whoever he wishes to marry is of no concern to the Mo family. If anyone is to blame, it is the Jiang family's insatiable greed and their audacity to deceive the Mo family. They should brace themselves for the consequences. As Jiang Nuan observed the mockery directed at Jiang Yin'er, she felt no sympathy whatsoever. The derision she faced paled in comparison to the insults and harm she had endured. Just then, several messages were sent, causing Jiang Nuan's eyes to well up. Am I the only one who feels pity for the true daughter of the Jiang family? She is, after all, their biological child. Yet she has been lost for 20 years, enduring countless hardships. After finally being found by her biological parents, they refuse to acknowledge her and instead falsely claim she is merely a relative's child. Imagining the plight of the Jiang family's true daughter, her heart ached intensely. It was as if, when she felt wronged, she would bite her lip in silence. But the moment someone showed her concern, her tears would flow uncontrollably. Jiang Nuan tasted the icy saltiness of her own tears. Chen Lingxian discreetly messaged her, "This is my roommate, Mu Wei." So, she was Mu Wei. Jiang Nuan silently resolved that if given the chance, she would absolutely befriend her. Hearing footsteps outside, she quickly wiped her tears and set her phone down. "Mr. Mo, your actions are exceedingly swift." She had anticipated that it would take at least until tomorrow for Jiang Yin'er's lineage to become public knowledge. To her surprise, within mere hours, the topic of the false phoenix had already claimed a spot on the trending list. Now, everyone was feasting on the scandal surrounding Jiang Yin'er. Who would still remember Jiang Nuan, the ordinary student from the capital university? To Mo Hanjin, this trivial matter was but a simple task. However, witnessing the admiration and gratitude in the child's eyes, his mood was remarkably uplifted. "How do you plan to repay me?" Jiang Nuan pondered earnestly for 2 seconds before cheerfully responding, "I'll give you a massage." Mo Hanjin entered the bedroom, removed his golden-rimmed glasses, and placed them on the bedside table. He stood before the bed, leaning down, his arms resting on either side of Jiang Nuan. His deep-set eyes glimmered with a gentle smile. "This time, make sure not to fall asleep early." Jiang Nuan shyly stuck out her tongue, "I promise I won't tea this time." Meanwhile, the Jiang family was shrouded in dark clouds. Jiang Yin'er's friends had come to inquire about her true lineage. "Yin'er, you are not the biological daughter of the Jiang family? Why have you never told us this?" Upon reading the message, Jiang Yin'er was left utterly bewildered. Instinctively, she denied it. "What are you talking about?" "Of course, I'm my parents' daughter." "Ha, Yin'er, you've truly disappointed me. We considered you a close friend, and this is how you deceive us. Here is the paternity test report. Take a look for yourself." Jiang Yin'er clicked on the image and, upon seeing the paternity test results with Jiang Madam, it felt as though she had been struck by a heavy blow. Her blood ran cold. How could this happen? How did her paternity test end up in someone else's hands? However, the most pressing concern was to suppress this matter. She absolutely could not let the Mo family find out. "Where did you see this photo? It must be photoshopped. It's not real. Come to my house. I have something to discuss with you. Are you trying to bribe us into silence?" It's too late for that. This news has spread everywhere, and the Mo family must have known by now. Jiang Yin'er trembled as she clicked on the top trending topic. She was met with a barrage of evidence regarding her paternity test and countless mocking remarks. Jiang Yin'er's eyes widened in horror, and a wave of nausea washed over her. Who was it? Who had exposed her most vital secret? Chapter 62. Mo Yunting encounters setbacks. Jiang Yin'er stormed into the Jiang couple's room, clutching the photo. Her tone accusatory as she demanded, "Why did you disclose my lineage? I am about to become engaged to young Master Mo. Do you wish for me to be jilted?" In Jiang Yin'er's mind, the only individuals who could have released such a paternity test report were her parents. Jiang Madam was taken aback by Jiang Yinner's furious outburst, staring blankly at her daughter's face contorted with rage. She suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Was this resentful person truly her gentle and kind daughter? In that moment, Jiang Yinner realized she had momentarily lost control and inadvertently revealed her true self. She quickly plastered on a smile and softened her tone. Dad, Mom, I apologize for my earlier tone. But if you have grievances against me, it's not right to retaliate in this manner. Do you know how much it pains me to see that report? Jiang Madam, confused, replied, Yinner, what paternity test? We know nothing about it. A flicker of impatience crossed Jiang Yinner's eyes. Mom, spare me the act. The report has been in your room. Who else could have accessed it besides you and Dad? Jiang Madam, feeling somewhat displeased, retorted, Why would I deceive you? If I wanted to disclose your lineage, I would have done so the moment Jiang Nuan returned. She had always treated Jiang Yinner like a biological daughter. Although there was no blood relation, in her eyes, Yinner was far more obedient than that disobedient Jiang Nuan. She shared a bond with Yinner that felt like that of a true mother and daughter. What was Jiang Nuan to her? Jiang Yinner thrust the photo in front of them. Look, is it really not you who leaked this information? Jiang Qing's face turned ashen. Yinner, how could you speak to your elders like this? In the past, Yinner was undeniably gentle and courteous. How did she suddenly become so uncouth? Jiang Yinner was nearly frantic, lacking the time to indulge them in their theatrics. In a commanding tone, she declared, You all need to see what is going on. The Jiang couple turned their gaze towards the photograph displayed on her screen. This is the paternity test from our room, but how could anyone else, apart from my father and me, possibly acquire it? Unless it was one of the household servants? A glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Yinner's eyes, her tone laced with venom. Do not let me discover who it is. Otherwise, there will be dire consequences. Mom, Dad, Yinner, have you seen the trending topics? Jiang Tsongnan rushed in. Who could have leaked that paternity report online? Could it be Jiang Nuanyuan? Jiang Yinner, reminded by his words, suddenly considered the possibility that it indeed could be Jiang Nuanyuan. She had lived in the Jiang household for 3 months. Perhaps it was during that time that she stealthily captured the paternity test report. After exposing Jiang Nuanyuan's sordid affair with the driver, Jiang Nuanyuan was retaliating by revealing her background. What a malicious scheme! Jiang Tsongnan consoled her. Yinner, do not worry. Young Master Imo has been aware of your background for quite some time, yet he has not called off the engagement, indicating that he does not care about this matter. Jiang Nuanyuan believed that by publicizing your background, she could force young Master Imo to annul the engagement and turn to her instead? How naive! With Jiang Tsongnan's reassurance, Jiang Yinner felt considerably more at ease. So what if she was the false daughter? As long as she could successfully marry into the Imo family and secure the status of young Mistress Imo, who would dare to underestimate her? As for Jiang Nuanyuan, she had truly underestimated her. Initially thinking Jiang Nuanyuan was an easy target, she realized that her good-natured demeanor was merely a facade. The real Jiang Nuanyuan possessed profound cunning. Yinner, Tsongnan is right. As long as young Master Imo does not call off the engagement, there is nothing to fear. Jiang Yinner tightened her grip on her phone, not bothering to exchange pleasantries with the Jiang family, and strode out of the living room. That wretched Jiang Nuanyuan sought to sow discord between her and young Master Imo. She needed to contact young Master Imo immediately to clarify the situation. There was no way she would allow Jiang Nuanyuan to have her way. At the Imo family estate, Imo Yunting arrived early to pay a visit to Old Master Imo, however, after waiting downstairs for a considerable time. Old Master Imo remained elusive. Butler, where is my grandfather? The butler wore a dismissive smile. Young master, the old master is currently sequestered, engrossed in studying chess manuals, and is not available for visitors. Mo Yunting clenched his fists. Displeased, I am his own grandson. Could it be that even I am not allowed to see him? Please inform him that my absence at the last birthday banquet was unintentional. I had coincidentally contracted the flu. Upon ascending the stairs, the butler found Old Master Imo peering through reading glasses at a table cluttered with dictionaries. Come here, help me see if these names are suitable for people. The butler leaned closer and discovered the paper filled with names. Old Master, whom are you naming? Old Master Imo could not help but hum a tune, clearly in high spirits. Of course, I am naming my 3 precious grandsons. Who else could it be? This revelation astonished the butler, who had served Old Master Imo for many years. Among his 3 sons, only the name of the 3rd son had been chosen by him personally. Now, even before the third grandson was born? Old Master Imo had begun to meticulously select names. It seemed the significance of these three grandsons in Old Master Mo's heart was exceptional. The young Master Yunting is waiting for you downstairs. He mentioned that he could not attend the last birthday banquet due to the flu. Old Master Imo coldly scoffed. Such blatant lies. He lacks even this modicum of responsibility, just like his father. The reason Imo Yunting had not attended the birthday banquet was that he had been out drinking with women at a bar. Drunk and disorderly, he would scarcely dare to show his face at the banquet. Old Master, should you not go downstairs? Not going, let him wait. Old Master Imo waved his hand, returning to his thick dictionary. I still do not know whether the little girl is carrying a boy or a girl. I must come up with more names for selection later. The butler dared not disturb him, refilling his tea before quietly retreating. Upon returning to the living room downstairs, Imo Yunting approached eagerly. Where's my grandfather? The old master is occupied and cannot spare the time. Please return. Young Master Imo Yunting felt a pang of disappointment at the closed door. Were it not for the fact that the family's assets, shares, and authority were firmly held by his younger uncle, he would not have to demean himself in this manner. Yet, he dared not contest power with Imo Hanjin. Frustrated by the wasted trip, Imo Yunting's mood soured. At that moment, several friends bombarded him with messages urging him to check the trending topics. Young Master Imo, quickly look at the trending topics. Jiang Yinner's background has been exposed. Everyone is speculating if you will call off the engagement. Chapter 63. The Imo family's engagement cancellation. Imo Yunting entered the group chat and discovered everyone discussing Jiang Yinner's paternity test. The document clearly stated that Jiang Yinner had no blood relation to Madame Jiang. She was not the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. Someone in the group queried Imo Yunting, Young Master Imo, who would have thought Jiang Yinner was a counterfeit. What do you intend to do about it? Imo Yunting, cigarette in mouth, casually replied. I have long been aware of her background. Moreover, he was privy to the identity of the true Jiang family heiress. While the Jiang family could deceive others, they could not deceive him. Young Master Imo has known all along. The fact that you have not called off the engagement indicates that her background is of no concern to you. As long as Jiang Yinner remained the young mistress of the Imo family, her authenticity mattered little. Even if the true heiress arrived, she could not surpass Jiang Yinner's standing. I envy Jiang Yinner immensely. Young Master Imo has turned over a new leaf for her, disregarding her background to marry her. Meanwhile, Jiang Yinner, present in the chat, felt elated upon reading these messages. A smug and disdainful glimmer crossed her eyes. This time, Jiang Nuanyuan's scheme would likely backfire. Even if her true background was revealed, young Master Mo's unwavering love for her would ensure he would marry no one else. Jiang Yinner promptly responded in the group chat. Young Master Imo and I are doing splendidly. Thank you all for your concern. What about the true Jiang heiress? When she returns, will you not have to yield your position to her? Jiang Yinner rolled her eyes. I have spent over 20 years with my parents. Does that not outweigh mere blood relations? Once my sister is found, I will naturally cherish her as my true sister. Her words conveyed to everyone that despite being the counterfeit daughter, she still enjoyed the affection of the entire Jiang family. Even if the true heiress were to return, she would not compare to a single hair on her head. The group buzzed with speculation about whether the true Jiang heiress had been found. Jiang Yinner had no intention of revealing that Jiang Nuanyuan was indeed the true heiress. Let them guess for themselves. Imo Yunting's friends called to inquire, Young Master Imo, are you truly planning to marry Jiang Yinner? Imo Yunting intended to respond but suddenly recalled another matter. He frowned and asked, I heard that at the birthday banquet I missed, my grandfather seemed particularly fond of Jiang Nuanyuan. Indeed, it is perplexing. Old Master Imo treats Jiang Nuanyuan better than his own granddaughter. Jiang Nuanyuan had gifted him a mere trinket, yet Old Master Imo cherished it as a treasure, wearing it close and declaring it his favorite gift. Even your fiancée, Jiang Yinner, did not receive such warmth from Old Master Imo. She addressed him as grandfather, only to be publicly rebuked by him. Nearly losing face, a bold hypothesis formed in Imo Yunting's mind. Could it be that his grandfather was already aware of the true and false heiresses of the Jiang family? Hence, at the banquet, he intentionally favored Jiang Nuanyuan while casting cold glances at Jiang Yinner. He even publicly disregarded Jiang Yinner's call to him as grandfather. Leaving her humiliated, Imo Yunting finally comprehended why his grandfather had refused to meet him today. It was undoubtedly because he insisted on marrying Jiang Yinner, the counterfeit daughter, which tarnished the Imo family's reputation, hence his dissatisfaction. Previously, when Jiang Yin'er's background was undisclosed, he could marry whomever he wished. But now that everyone knew she was a fraud, if he were to marry her, it would only invite trouble for the Mo family. Young Master Mo, why are you silent? Do you truly intend to wed Jiang Yin'er? Mo Yunting licked his lips. We'll see. I still have another candidate in mind. Thinking of Jiang Nuanyuan's innocent and delicate visage, Mo Yunting felt a warmth surge within him. Initially believing her to be an unattractive country bumpkin, he was astonished by her true beauty, stirring feelings he could not suppress. If Jiang Nuanyuan were obedient and not overly jealous, he might consider marrying her, even as a decorative ornament. Mo Yunting's desires grew increasingly fervent, and he impatiently instructed, arrange for 2 innocent young women for me. It would be just the thing to relieve my pent-up frustrations. 20 minutes later, Mo Yunting lay in a hotel bed, smoking. Jiang Yin'er had called him numerous times, but he ignored them all. He remained torn between choosing Jiang Nuanyuan or Jiang Yin'er. If Jiang Nuanyuan could be sensible, like Jiang Yin'er, and overlook his affairs with other women, he would decisively choose Jiang Nuanyuan. After all, Jiang Nuanyuan's beauty far surpassed that of Jiang Yin'er. His only concern was her potential jealousy, which might disrupt his liaisons with other women. After releasing Jiang Yin'er's paternity test, Jiang Nuanyuan paid little mind to the matter thereafter. She was wholeheartedly immersed in her studies, sometimes remaining in the classroom even after the bell rang, diligently continuing her learning in her seat. Nuan, I brought Mu Wei along to play with you. Behind Qin Lingxian was a girl exuding an air of scholarly elegance, adorned with narrow silver-framed glasses. Hello, my name is Mu Wei, she introduced herself. Jiang Nuan put away her books and graciously introduced herself. I am Jiang Nuan, a high school classmate of Lingxian, and we've always been the best of friends. Chen Lingxian leaned closer to Mu Wei and whispered, Nuan is the true daughter of the Jiang family. However, the family favors Jiang Yin'er and treats Nuan poorly. Upon hearing this, Mu Wei's eyes instantly filled with compassion and indignation. So you are the real daughter of the Jiang family. We've been discussing you in our group these past few days, as well as that imposter Jiang Yin'er. The moment she laid eyes on Jiang Nuan, Mu Wei felt she must be a person of simple and pure thoughts, in stark contrast to Jiang Yin'er, whose eyes were filled with scheming, always first considering family background in her relationships. Qin Lingxian wrapped her arms around Jiang Nuan and exclaimed, Nuan, why are you still studying? I can hardly sit still. I've been secretly following the group chat, waiting for Jiang Yin'er to be called off her engagement. The Jiang family and Jiang Yin'er are simply too despicable. For the past couple of days, Qin Lingxian had been unable to focus in class, eagerly anticipating Jiang Yin'er being unceremoniously dismissed from her engagement with the Mo family to teach her and the Jiang family a lesson. Jiang Nuan sighed with a smile. It's inconvenient for me to study at home, so I thought I'd make the most of my time at school. Mo was concerned she might overexert herself, so he specifically asked Aunt Feng to keep an eye on her. Whenever she sat down to read, Aunt Feng would happily approach her, offering her delicious snacks or engaging her in conversation and strolls, ensuring she didn't tire herself out with her studies. Qin Lingxian expressed her concern. The other day, Jiang Yin'er mentioned in the group that her relationship with young Master Mo is quite good. Could it be that young Master Mo is reluctant to call off the engagement? Jiang Yin'er had maliciously schemed against Nuan. If she faced no repercussions in the end, that would be utterly infuriating. Mu Wei glanced at her phone, her eyes lighting up. Hey, look, someone has posted a short video. Mo Yunting is going to Jiang's to call off the engagement. Chapter 64. Nuan's morning sickness. Jiang Nuan and Qin Lingxian clicked on the video in the group chat. In the video, the Mo family's car drove through the gates of the Jiang family estate, and Mo Yunting emerged from the vehicle with a grim expression. How can you be so sure young Master Mo is there to call off the engagement? What if he is there to comfort Jiang Yin'er? Did you not see young Master Mo's countenance? It is clear the Mo family is pressuring him. Their elders oppose Jiang Yin'er joining the family. If the elders disapprove, no matter how fond young Master Mo is of Jiang Yin'er, he cannot take her as his wife. Just as they speculated, Mo Yunting was indeed there to call off the engagement. He had been hesitating between choosing Jiang Nuan or Jiang Yin'er, but then received a phone call from his father, who scolded him vehemently. Hurry up and call off the engagement with the Jiang family, or you can forget about stepping foot into the Mo family home. Not only did Mo Yunting receive a thorough reprimand, but his cards were also frozen. With no assets under his name, he couldn't even afford a drink at a bar. Reluctantly, He had to personally go to the Jiang family to call off the engagement. In his heart, he reassured himself, let it be. At least I can marry Jiang Wanwan, who is 100 times more beautiful than Jiang Yin'er. Uncle Jiang, Auntie, I have come to call off the engagement. Upon hearing these words, the Jiang couple's facade of cordiality was instantly replaced by embarrassment. Young Master Mo, although Yin'er is not our biological daughter, she is as dear to us as our own. Jiang Wanwan had already been cast out of the Jiang family. Yin'er was their only precious daughter. Mo Yunting's expression grew impatient. This is my family's decision, and I cannot change it, Mrs. Jiang countered. But when the engagement was arranged, Master Mo came to our home, which clearly indicated his seriousness regarding this marriage. Are you certain you wish to call it off? What if Master Mo is displeased? Mo Yunting recalled that day's events, furrowing his brow. Who said my uncle came to witness the engagement? He merely happened to pass by the Jiang family. Do not misunderstand. Mo Yunting still found it puzzling. On his way to the Jiang family to arrange the engagement, his uncle's car suddenly blocked his path. Stating he wanted to accompany him to the Jiang family, Mo Yunting dared not defy Mo Hanjin's orders, so he unwittingly went along. Surely not. What would Master Mo have to see at our home? Young Master Mo, there must be some misunderstanding. Do you wish to consult Master Mo's opinion again? Mo Yunting impatiently replied, if you wish to ask, do so yourselves. I certainly will not. Call Jiang Yin'er down. We must discuss this matter face to face. His tone was resolute, forcing the Jiang couple to summon Jiang Yin'er downstairs. Yunting, you came to see me. I knew you would. Jiang Yin'er hurried down the stairs and leaped into Mo Yunting's embrace. However, before she could touch his clothing, he coldly pushed her away. Jiang Yin'er, I am here to call off the engagement. Jiang Yin'er froze in place, disbelief written all over her face. What? He wants to call off the engagement? No, I won't agree. I absolutely will not. Mo Yunting opened a box and retrieved a red document. This is our engagement certificate. Since it is no longer of use, I shall tear it up. No, please don't. Jiang Yin'er desperately lunged forward to stop him, but she was too late. Mo Yunting had already torn the certificate in half, swiftly shredding it into several pieces. Grasping the remnants of the marriage certificate, Jiang Yin'er felt as if her heart was being sliced open, the pain unbearable. From this day forth, I have no ties to you. Do not think to flaunt yourself as young Master Mo's wife. Jiang Yin'er's eyes brimmed with tears of madness as she gritted her teeth. It's because of Jiang Wanwan, isn't it? My background was posted online by her. She wants to replace me and marry into the Mo family. I will not agree. Mo Yunting's gaze held no tenderness, only deep annoyance and impatience. Whether you agree or not, you are no longer my fiancé Adedes for whom I marry in the future. It is none of your concern. Speaking of Jiang Wanwan, he continued, I have yet to ask you. How could you say Jiang Wanwan is ugly when she is so beautiful? Jiang Yin'er was first taken aback, not expecting he had seen Jiang Wanwan's true appearance. Then, she began to laugh maniacally, appearing somewhat hysterical. I knew it. It's all Jiang Wanwan's fault. She wants to usurp what belongs to me. She seeks to take the position of the true daughter and your engagement away from me. This time, she set me up, and the identification report was also posted online by her. You have all been deceived. She is not some Na'vi girl. Mo Yunting was pained by her incessant chatter. Enough. This matter is settled. Mrs. Jiang watched her tear-streaked daughter with sympathy. Seeing her suffer, she too felt distressed. Young Master Mo, are you truly not reconsidering? Although Jiang Wanwan is our biological daughter, she has been raised by outsiders and does not share our heart. Furthermore, her temperament is dark, with a strong sense of vengeance. She is unfit to be the young mistress of the Mo family. Yin'er has been raised as a true lady. Her upbringing and grace cannot be compared to Jiang Wanwan's. If Mrs. Jiang were to choose, she would unhesitatingly pick Jiang Yin'er. Mo Yunting initially felt a twinge of reluctance, but upon seeing Jiang Yin'er, whose makeup had run from crying, revealing her coarse, dark skin, he felt a wave of disdain. Compared to the flawless skin of Jiang Wanwan, Jiang Yin'er appeared like a gossiping matron from a village. Mo Yunting's eyes were filled with distaste. Tomorrow, our Mo family will publicly announce the cancellation of the union with your Jiang family. With that, Mo Yunting turned and left without a trace of nostalgia. Jiang Yin'er desperately reached for his hand, only to have it callously brushed aside. Get lost? Jiang Yin'er fell to the ground, her eyes blazing with hatred. Her nails dug fiercely into her palms, drawing blood. Jiang Wanwan, I will not let you off. Do not think that marrying into the Mo family will allow you to look down on me. That is impossible. Jiang Nuanwan has lived in the village since childhood. She cannot possibly remain there forever, marrying some villager, can she? Yet, she is still not content and insists on seizing what belongs to others. Let her not blame me for being unkind. Soon, the news of Jiang Yin'er being called off from her engagement spread throughout the circle. Others were fervently discussing the matter, yet Jiang Nuanwan felt little upheaval within her. Had Jiang Yin'er not schemed against her, she would have wished to have no association with the Jiang family whatsoever. Jiang Yin'er had brought her current predicament upon herself. That evening, Jiang Nuanwan was preparing to secretly read some medical books before Mr. Mo returned home. However, shortly after she opened her textbook, she suddenly felt a wave of nausea surging in her stomach, accompanied by a slight queasiness in her throat. Before she could react, she was unable to hold back and vomited. Madam, what is wrong with you? Chapter 65. Mo cares for Nuanwan upon witnessing Jiang Nuanwan vomit. The servants rushed over in concern. Madam, are you all right? Jiang Nuanwan clutched her chest, her face paling from discomfort. Weakly, she replied, I'm fine, just feeling a bit nauseous. Before she could finish, another wave of heat surged in her throat. Before she could rise, she vomited again, covering the floor. Aunt Feng's heart raced with anxiety. What is happening? Quickly call Mr. Mo. I will summon a doctor, madam. Let me assist you to the sofa to rest. Jiang Nuanwan leaned back on the sofa, sipped some cold water, and managed to suppress the feeling of nausea somewhat. However, it wasn't long before the world around her began to spin again. Madam is about to be sick again. Mo Hanjin received a phone call and hurried home, only to be greeted by a chaotic scene. Typically, the villa would be dimmed and tranquil at this hour, yet today, it was ablaze with light and disorder. The servants anxiously clustered around Jiang Nuanwan, offering her water and wiping away her sweat. Mo Hanjin furrowed his brow. What on earth was happening to his wife? Mr. Mo, we are uncertain. Madam has suddenly been vomiting several times since a moment ago. Mo Hanjin's voice was icy. Where is the doctor? We have already contacted the family physician, but due to the late hour, he is still en route. Upon seeing Jiang Nuanwan's pale face, Mo Hanjin's expression darkened ominously, his eyes filled with deep concern. A feeling he was unaware of himself. Be careful of the mess on the floor, one of the servants cautioned, but Mo Hanjin paid no heed, striding past as if the filth did not exist. He approached Jiang Nuanwan, cradling her delicate form in his arms, feeling as though she was as light as a feather. After all this time, why had she not gained any weight? A fleeting pang of heartache crossed his gaze. His voice softened, imbued with cautious tenderness. How do you feel now? Is there anything besides the nausea that troubles you? Jiang Nuanwan weakly opened her eyes, her gaze resting on the indistinct figure before her, and managed a weary smile. Mr. Mo, I think I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Mo Hanjin lifted her effortlessly, carrying her upstairs and laying her on the plush bed. He instructed someone to open the windows, allowing fresh air to circulate swiftly. Set down the basin and towels. You need not attend to her anymore. Go clean up downstairs. With so many people gathered, the air is stagnant, which only exacerbates the nausea. He positioned Jiang Nuanwan against the headboard and poured her a glass of lemon water. Holding the cup to her lips, he gently coaxed, drink some lemon water. It will help you feel better. After consuming the lemon water, Jiang Nuanwan's tumultuous stomach seemed to settle somewhat. Mo Hanjin dampened a towel with warm water and wiped the sweat from her forehead and cheeks. Mr. Mo, the doctor has arrived. Finally, the doctor appeared, albeit tardily. Under Mo Hanjin's piercing gaze, the physician steeled himself and approached Jiang Nuanwan to conduct an examination. Please extend your tongue, madam. Let me observe your tongue coating. Once the examination concluded, Mo Hanjin inquired in a low voice, what is the diagnosis? Mr. Mo, there is no need for concern. Madam is merely experiencing weakness in her spleen and stomach, exacerbated by hormonal changes during pregnancy, which has led to morning sickness. This is a normal reaction to pregnancy. The doctor, having delivered his assessment, awaited Mo Hanjin's response, but was met with silence. Summoning his courage, he raised his gaze, only to find Mo Hanjin gently patting the girl's back. His voice surprisingly gentle, casting doubt on the fearsome reputation he held. Could it be that he had been swapped with another? Mo Hanjin softly encouraged Jiang Nuanwan to drink water, then turned to the doctor. His voice chilling once more. What are you waiting for? Prescribe the medication. Startled by Mo Hanjin's frosty tone, the doctor quickly regained his composure. This was the Mo he was familiar with. He scribbled a few notes on paper. This is medication for vomiting. Have someone deliver it shortly. Madam may take it with warm water. Jiang Nuan, feeling too unwell to articulate her thoughts, nonetheless sat up in bed, her brow furrowed with concern. Doctor, will this medicine affect the fetus? Mo Hanjin frowned, taken aback that even in her discomfort, her primary concern was the child within her. Why could she not consider her own well-being? Rest assured, madam. The primary component of this medication is vitamin B. It will not harm your child. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nuan closed her eyes, reassured. Leaning against Mo Hanjin, she inhaled his crisp, cool scent, her breathing gradually stabilizing. Perhaps due to her physical discomfort, her mind grew heavy, and before long, she drifted into slumber. Approximately 20 minutes later, the medication arrived. Mo Hanjin held the pill to her lips, but Jiang Nuan, too drowsy to open her eyes, refused to part her lips despite his repeated calls. Little one, wake up and take your medicine before sleeping. Jiang Nuan groggily opened her eyes a sliver. Just as Mo Hanjin placed the pill in her mouth, the bitterness struck her tongue, and instinctively, she spat it out, landing it squarely in Mo Hanjin's palm. The others in the room stared in shock, their hearts racing. Mo was notoriously fastidious. How could Madame dare to expel the pill onto his hand? Surely, this would incite his wrath. The doctor swallowed hard, stepping back in fear of collateral damage. To his surprise, Mo Hanjin merely frowned but did not erupt in anger. He discarded the rejected pill and pinched Jiang Nuan's chin. Take your medicine and then sleep. Open your mouth. Be good. Irritated by his insistence, Jiang Nuan reluctantly parted her lips. Mo Hanjin tossed the small pill into her mouth, and in the next moment, he offered her warm water to wash it down. Jiang Nuan complied this time. Swallowing the medication obediently, Mo Hanjin sighed in relief. At last, he had coaxed this little troublemaker into taking her medicine. He had anticipated that after taking the medication, Jiang Nuan's condition would improve. However, to his dismay, she began to feel unwell again later that night. Mo Hanjin, a light sleeper, was instantly awakened by her whimpers. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Nuan shook her head, covering her mouth, and hurriedly lifted the covers to rush toward the bathroom. Fearing she might fall, Missouri Hanjin switched on the lights and followed closely behind. After vomiting into the toilet, Jiang Nuan turned to him, her expression apologetic. I'm sorry, Mr. Mo. I've made a mess here. I'll clean it up right away. Mo Hanjin grasped her hand. Rinse your mouth and then return to bed. Jiang Nuan lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. But I've dirted the floor. Mo Hanjin ruffled her hair. Just be a good girl and lie back down. I'll take care of this. Chapter 66. An unexpected encounter with Mo at bath time. Jiang Nuan anxiously returned to bed. She had expected Mo Hanjin to summon the servants to clean up, but he did not. Instead, he personally tidied the bathroom, and soon, the sound of water could be heard. Jiang Nuan's cheeks flushed as she shyly burrowed under the covers. Time passed, and the water ceased. The bathroom door opened, and the sound of steady footsteps approached the bed. Jiang Nuan, her heart racing, shyly closed her eyes. Just as the footsteps halted, she could no longer pretend to sleep and turned to face the man. Mr. Dadamo, I'm S. Before she could finish, her eyes widened in astonishment. The words caught in her throat. The man stood before her, his upper body bare, droplets of water cascading down his well-defined chest, tracing the lines of his sculpted abdomen, and finally disappearing beneath the white towel cinched around his waist. Mo Hanjin, caught off guard by her gaze, paused mid-motion, surprise flickering in his dark eyes. I thought you were already asleep. Jiang Nuan's lips parted slightly, her gaze fixated on him. Her eyes unblinking, Mo Hanjin retrieved a fresh shirt from the wardrobe, draping it over his torso as he began to fasten the buttons. His movements exuded elegance and composure, and Jiang Nuan's eyes remained glued to him, unable to look away. The intensity of her stare did not escape Mo Hanjin's notice, prompting a faint smile to tug at the corners of his mouth, almost betraying a laugh. What was this girl doing, staring at him in the middle of the night? Had she lost her senses? He approached the bed and waved a hand before her face. What are you daydreaming about? Jiang Nuan licked her lips, stammering, in nothing. Mo Hanjin scrutinized her complexion, noting that it appeared somewhat rosier than before. Her once dull, watery eyes now sparkled with life. "Are you still feeling unwell?" Jiang Nuan shook her head. "Not anymore. That I feel much better after vomiting." It seemed she had overindulged in her evening meal, expunging everything from her stomach, which alleviated her discomfort significantly. "What did you eat tonight?" Jiang Nuan placed a hand over her lips, recalling her dinner had a bowl of American ginseng and black-bone chicken soup, sticky rice dumplings, stir-fried mixed vegetables, and sautéed beef. Upon hearing this, Mo Hanjin realized the child had indeed eaten quite a bit, and much of it was difficult to digest, explaining her earlier distress. "What prompted such a hearty appetite tonight?" Jiang Nuan, feeling a tad embarrassed, tugged at her ear. "I heard that the Jiang family and the Mo family have called off the engagement, which made me feel rather good. Plus, it was my first time trying sticky rice dumplings. They were so glutinous and sweet that I couldn't resist having two." Although Jiang Nuan claimed to be indifferent to Jiang Yin'er, the thought of her cousin's broken engagement sparked a sense of schadenfreude within her. The Jiang family, her closest kin, had caused her immeasurable pain, and the thought of their turmoil brought her a sense of vindication. Seeing the glimmer of mischief in the little one's eyes, Mo Hanjin could not help but smile. "It's getting late. Let's rest now and see their misfortune tomorrow." Jiang Nuan nodded obediently. Just as she was about to lie back down, her gaze fell upon Mo Hanjin's shirt. Perhaps due to the lingering droplets of water, the white fabric subtly outlined the contours of his chest. Instantly, Jiang Nuan's face flushed a deep crimson. Mo Hanjin, noticing her gaze, felt his own expression darken. Grasping her chin, he squeezed out a terse, "Do you still wish to sleep?" The young lady, why does she always gaze at him with such a flushed face? What chaotic thoughts must be swirling in her little mind? Jiang Nuanyuan, feeling a pang of guilt, blinked her eyes and declared, "Sleep? I shall sleep right now." She hastily lay down. Mo Hanjin gave her a gentle pat on her backside. Jiang Nuanyuan's cheeks turned crimson as she quickly burrowed beneath the covers. With a loud click, the lights in the room were extinguished. The mattress beside her sank slightly, and as the man extended his long arm, Jiang Nuanyuan found herself enveloped in a cold, fragrant embrace. His warm hand suddenly rested upon her abdomen. Jiang Nuanyuan, mistaking his intentions, let out a delicate gasp and instinctively grasped his wrist. "Mr. Mo, that's not permissible." Mo Hanjin's temple throbbed, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "I'm merely helping you massage your stomach. Where did your mind wander off to?" His hand, resting on her stomach through her clothing, moved gently as he alleviated her discomfort. Jiang Nuanyuan's embarrassment deepened, her face aflame. Fortunately, the room was shrouded in darkness. Otherwise, she would have wished to vanish into the ground. Mo Hanjin's palm was warm, and under his ministrations, Jiang Nuanyuan felt a comforting warmth spread through her stomach, easing her discomfort. She nestled closer to him, seeking a cozy position, and soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. While she slept soundly, poor Mo Hanjin remained troubled. He continued to massage her stomach, easing her unease, yet his own heart was unsettled by the softness in his arms. The breakfast the following day was noticeably lighter than before. Aunt Feng smiled as she explained, "Madam, Mr. Mo has instructed us to ensure that every meal maintains a balance of meat and vegetables, emphasizing light and healthy fare. After all, Jiang Nuanyuan is now with child and is prone to nausea. If she consumes anything harder to digest, it would exacerbate her discomfort." Jiang Nuanyuan nodded, "Yes, let us proceed according to Mr. Mo's wishes." That very morning, the Mo family officially announced the complete annulment of the engagement between Mo Yunting and Jiang Yin'er. Given the Mo family's prominence, any ripple of change would attract significant attention. The news of the engagement cancellation swiftly ascended the trending topics. Didn't Jiang Yin'er claim that her relationship with young Master Mo was flourishing? Why this sudden annulment? With her background exposed, Mo Yunting had cast her aside without a second thought. Clearly, he harbored no feelings for her, and it was merely her own delusions. Jiang Yin'er's biography had even stated future young mistress of the Mo family. Yet here she was, facing such a swift slap in the face. How utterly embarrassing. As people savored their gossip, they began to speculate. With the fake daughter of the Jiang family cast aside, would the Mo family now welcome the true daughter? And who exactly was this mysterious true daughter of the Jiang family? Hadn't she already been found? Who could she possibly be? Had anyone even seen her? Yet, for some inexplicable reason, all posts mentioning the true daughter of the Jiang family were being deleted. It was as if an invisible hand was silently shielding her from prying eyes. Some skeptics, undeterred, insisted on discussing the true daughter of the Jiang family, only to have their posts swiftly removed. After multiple attempts, their accounts were even silenced. What on earth is the true daughter of the Jiang family? Why is there a complete media blackout on her? This led netizens to speculate. Could she possibly be a cherished princess of some top-tier aristocracy? Chapter 67. Mr. Mo's concerns. The day after Jiang Nuanyuan experienced morning sickness, the old master received news. Mo Hanjin was engaged in discussions with several executives when Assistant Zhang entered, looking troubled, holding a phone. Mr. Mo, the old master is calling. He insists it's urgent and demands you take the call immediately. Mo Hanjin furrowed his brow slightly. Give me the phone. The old master rarely intruded during work hours, so this call surely bore significant weight. Mo Hanjin pressed the device to his ear, his tone tense. Hello? As soon as he spoke, the old master unleashed a torrent of scolding. You rascal, how are you caring for your wife? I heard that Nuanyuan was sick all night. Is she feeling any better now? You should have taken the day off to be with her instead of burying yourself in work. Mo Hanjin instinctively distanced the phone from his ear to avoid being deafened by the old man's yelling. Please lower your voice. I can hear you just fine. Stop changing the subject. Tell me how Nuanyuan is doing. Did you send a doctor to see her? Mo Hanjin replied quietly. I had a doctor come to see her last night. Rest assured, she is not in any serious condition and has stopped vomiting. The old master slammed his hand on the table in frustration. You finally married a wife, and yet you are not making an effort to treat her well? If she ever decides to leave you, you'll be the one crying. If Nuanyuan were to leave with their 3 precious grandchildren, it would surely be the end of him. The old master yearned to fly to Mo Hanjin's side, to ensure he took good care of his wife. When can't work wait? Is your wife not more important than your job? Mo Hanjin wearily rubbed his temples. She is resting at home, and I've arranged for someone to care for her. The doctor is here. There is nothing to worry about. I have business to attend to, and if you have nothing else, I'll hang up now. The old master, with a tone of earnest advice, urged, don't always be preoccupied with work. You've expanded the company's business overseas. Is there anywhere left to conquer? Spend more time with your wife. Don't wait until you miss your chance to regret it. I understand. I'll hang up now. Mo Hanjin delivered his perfunctory reply before ending the call, listening to the dial tone echo in the receiver. The old master sighed deeply as he sat back in his armchair. In his youth, he had been just like that impudent lad, completely focused on the company, obsessing over how to expand business lines and establish the conglomerate as a leader in multiple industries. He indeed achieved that, yet he never got to see his beloved one for the last time. This became the old master's lifelong regret. In his twilight years, he finally comprehended that family was infinitely more important than career. He did not wish for his most cherished younger son to repeat his mistakes. The butler, noticing the old master's somber mood, offered consolation. Old master, you needn't worry. Last night, third master personally took care of Miss Jiang. All the servants in the villa witnessed it. Give the young couple some time. As they share more moments together, their bond will deepen, and third master will naturally come to understand your concerns. The old master nodded in agreement. You're right. I've been too impatient. Since his mother's passing, Mo Hanjin had developed severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies, coupled with insomnia and headaches. The fact that he cared for Jiang Nuanyuan last night despite his cleanliness obsession was a clear sign that he had begun to open his heart. However, their time together was still insufficient for him to recognize his feelings. The old master believed that it wouldn't be long before that young rascal realized that business could always be pursued. But a wife once lost would be hard to reclaim. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Mo Hanjin found himself faced with a curious executive who cautiously inquired, Mr. Mo, have you acquired a pet? From the tone of the earlier call, it seemed that his little treasure was unwell. Assistant Zhang nearly lost his composure at this comment. What pet? That's Mrs. Mo. Yet, it was not entirely unreasonable for such assumptions to arise, given Mo's notorious reputation for avoiding women. Furthermore, as he was unmarried and childless, the only thing he could be concerned about would be a pet. Mo Hanjin narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile flickering in his gaze. He couldn't be bothered to clarify his marital status. Simply responding with a non-committal Mr. Mo, I have intentions to expand into the pet health sector and have already made some progress. Would you consider a partnership? Assistant Zhang stifled a smirk. struggling to maintain his composure. The disparity was too stark. Imo Hanjin coldly replied, "We'll discuss this later. Let us focus on today's collaboration." The executive dared not speak further and obediently shifted the conversation back to business. Yet, he couldn't help but ponder how such a cold and indifferent person as Imto could possibly own a pet. From the tone of his call, it seemed he was quite invested in the well-being of his beloved companion. The contrast was simply too great. As Imo Hanjin exited the meeting room, he casually inquired, "Have all the online rumors been suppressed?" Assistant Zhang nodded. "All information regarding Miss Jiang has been deleted. Continue monitoring public sentiment. I do not wish to see anyone discussing her background." "Understood. I will notify the PR department immediately." The Imo family's inept fools were unworthy of being associated with her. Furthermore, as Jiang Nuanyuan was currently pregnant, Imo Hanjin wished for her to focus on her health without being disturbed by online gossip. Just as they were about to enter the elevator, Imo Hanjin suddenly halted. "Mr. Imo, what's wrong?" Imo Hanjin realized that perhaps he hadn't been attentive enough to Jiang Nuanyuan. His grandfather was right. She had been so ill yesterday, and here he was, out discussing business instead of being by her side. It seemed rather inconsiderate. The image of Jiang Nuanyuan's pale little face, weakly resting against him, tugged at his heart. "The afternoon meeting is cancelled." Assistant Zhang was taken aback. "But Mr. Imo, that meeting is crucial. As there's something more important than my family." Imo Hanjin strode into the elevator without looking back. "I am going home." On his way back, Imo Hanjin initially intended to sign a few documents, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself in a state of profound agitation. The image of Jiang Nuanyuan's pale face, adorned with glistening tears, unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. Was she truly no longer feeling nauseous today? What if her health remained compromised, and she was merely concealing her discomfort to spare him worry? Instructing the servants not to inform him, with a frown, Imo Hanjin closed his fountain pen and cast the contract aside. Thus, the esteemed president found himself in a state of constant unease throughout his journey. As he approached the villa, his steps were not as steady as usual, but rather hastened. Upon reaching the entrance, before he could step inside, he was greeted by the melodious laughter of the girl. Erbing, I won. Haha, I won." Chapter 68. The Jiang family's support Jiang Nuanyuan sat at the table, engaged in mahjong with several servants. Uncertain of what good tile she had drawn, she danced with joy. Her bright apricot eyes curving into crescent moons, with such exuberance, she appeared utterly untroubled. Imo Hanjin shut his eyes, his long fingers resting on his brow. What was the matter with him? He was usually as steadfast as a mountain. Yet today he felt restless, unable to calm his racing heart. This was a condition he had never experienced before. Imo Hanjin could only reassure himself that perhaps he was unsettled due to having taken care of Jiang Nuanyuan late into the night, resulting in a lack of rest. Just as he contemplated returning to the company, Assistant Zhang approached him with a troubled expression, saying, "President Imo, the negotiation meeting has been cancelled." Imo Hanjin thought he wished he could turn back time by half an hour. It was all the old man's fault for that phone call, which had disrupted his rational judgment. Before he could depart, Jiang Nuanyuan, with her keen eyes, had already spotted him. A flicker of surprise crossed her face as she joyfully ran up to him. "Mr. Imo, why are you back so early today?" As Jiang Nuanyuan approached, she resembled a graceful butterfly, exuding an unmistakable joy. Imo Hanjin's expression stiffened slightly as he replied, "Not busy today." Fortunately, Jiang Nuanyuan did not notice his odd demeanor. "Mr. Imo, I won so many rounds today. Am I not impressive?" Imo Hanjin's lips curled into a smile. "Impressive? I never knew how to play, but today I just learned to play mahjong, and I didn't expect to be so good at it." Jiang Nuanyuan was oblivious to the affectionate smiles on the faces of Aunt Feng and the other two servants. It was not her skill that was remarkable, but rather that the servants had deliberately lost to make her happy. Imo Hanjin gestured to Assistant Zhang, who immediately understood and quietly approached Aunt Feng and the other two servants, whispering, "You have taken great care of the lady. Your bonuses will triple this month." Aunt Feng's eyes instantly sparkled. If she left the Imo family, where would she find such a good job? From now on, she would treat Jiang Nuanyuan better than her own daughter. Jiang Nuanyuan excitedly said, "Mr. Imo, I recently made a new friend named Mu Wei. She invited me and Ling Xian to a banquet. Could you help me choose an outfit?" Having never attended such an event, she was unsure of what to wear and sought Imo Hanjin's assistance. In the dressing room, Jiang Nuanyuan presented several evening gowns. I really like all of these. Mr. Mo, which one do you think looks best? She held up the dresses, measuring them against herself. With her slender figure and fair skin, her long, straight legs made any gown shine. However, Mo Hanjin glanced at the V-neck long dress and the backless mermaid gown, his brow involuntarily knitting into a frown. Put these aside, especially this one. Toss it far away. He selected the most conservative gown, believing it would prevent the young lady from being scrutinized by ill-intentioned individuals. Yet, when Jiang Nuanyuan emerged wearing the light blue gown, embellished with sparkling sequins and matched with a blue lace headband, Mo Hanjin was still taken aback by her radiance. The brilliance of the girl before him was so overwhelming that it was impossible to conceal. Beneath his deep-set eyes, a potent possessiveness surged forth, a longing to keep the girl before him all to himself. Chun Lingxian clung to Jiang Nuanyuan's arm, visibly nervous. This is my first time attending such a lavish banquet. What if I end up being mistaken for a country bumpkin and thrown out by security? Jiang Nuanyuan giggled, covering her lips. Lingxian, you're overthinking it. Previously, Jiang Nuanyuan had shared similar fears about such occasions. However, after attending the old man's birthday banquet last time, she felt no pressure at all, so her mood was quite relaxed this time. After all, no matter how grand this banquet was, it could not compare to the old patriarch's birthday celebration. Chun Lingxian whispered, I'm afraid someone might suddenly throw red wine on me. So I specifically chose a waterproof gown. Yue approached them. Lingxian, Nuanyuan, you're here. Today is a private banquet, and all the attendees are our old classmates and childhood friends, so there's no need to feel too nervous. As a daughter of a prominent family in the capital, Mu Wei's old classmates and childhood friends were naturally of the same social standing. Had Jiang Nuanyuan not been mistakenly swapped at birth, she would likely have often participated in such gatherings. Jiang Nuanyuan chatted with her friends for a while, but just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall. How did Jiang Younger get here? That impostor has already been rejected by the Mo family. How dare she show up at our gathering? Can't you see the eldest and second sons of the Jiang family beside her? It seems they specially came to support Jiang Younger. No matter how many people supported her, it could not change the fact that she was an impostor. Previously, Jiang Younger had offended many young ladies due to her connection with Mo Xiao. Today was bound to be entertaining. Mu frowned. Why is Mo Xiao not here today? What is Jiang Younger doing here? Jiang Younger's purpose in coming was to make it known to everyone that even if she was not the blood daughter of the Jiang family, she was still cherished by them as a precious daughter. That so-called true daughter, Jiang Nuanyuan, could not compare to her in the slightest. Jiang Dingbei snorted coldly, asserting firmly, who says my sister cannot come? Jiang Tsongnan stood protectively beside Jiang Younger. Younger is the only sister of my brother and me. She is the sole princess of our family. Whoever dares to bully her is opposing the Jiang family. Jiang Younger smirked, you might be disappointed. I am doing quite well. My engagement with Yunting has only been temporarily lifted, but our feelings remain. Who knows what the future holds for us, dressed to the nines? She aimed to dazzle everyone and slap the faces of those who wished to see her fail. Jiang Younger held her head high, resembling an arrogant rooster. However, upon catching sight of Jiang Nuanyuan, the pride on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a flicker of jealousy. What a coincidence that both she and Jiang Nuanyuan wore blue gowns today. Yet, Jiang Nuanyuan's petite and graceful figure, with her luminescent skin, made her appear as radiant as a mermaid in her light blue dress. As for Jiang Younger, she had a 50-50 figure, short and stout legs, and the blue gown only served to accentuate her darker complexion. Though her heavy makeup made her face somewhat presentable, it paled in comparison to Jiang Nuanyuan's porcelain-like bare face. Curious onlookers asked, Jiang Younger, you are their only sister. What about your biological sister? Before Jiang Dingbei could respond, Jiang Tsongnan firmly declared, as long as I am here, no one will replace Younger's position. Even if it is my biological sister, she is not worthy of taking Younger's place. Jiang Dingbei lifted his head and caught sight of Jiang Nuanyuan in the crowd. An inexplicable discomfort stirred within him. Tsongnan, stop talking. Jiang Dingbei quietly intervened, yet when he looked up again, Jiang Nuanyuan had already averted her gaze, engrossed in conversation with her friends, as if she did not recognize them at all. Chapter 69. The Jiang family's embarrassment. Mu Wei grasped Jiang Nuanyuan's hand, concern etched on her face. Nuanyuan, are you all right? She had not anticipated the Jiang family would also be in attendance today. Had she known in advance, she would have certainly refrained from inviting Nuanyuan. What were the eldest and second sons of the Jiang family doing? Despite Jiang Yonger's identity being exposed, they still protected her and even came to the banquet to support her. What did this imply about Nuanyuan's position? What would happen to her? Jiang Nuanyuan smiled faintly. I'm fine. No need to worry about me. She had long grown accustomed to the favoritism shown by Jiang Dingbei and Jiang Songnan. Wei Wei, could I ask you for a favor? What kind of favor? Just tell me. Jiang Nuanyuan bit her lip. I hope you can help me hide my identity. I don't want to be associated with the Jiang family. A hint of sympathy flickered in Mu Wei's eyes. All right, I understand. Given the Jiang family's attitude, anyone would feel disheartened. Jiang Yonger approached Jiang Nuanyuan, looking down on her disdainfully. I'm here as young Master Jiang's sister. What gives you the right to be here? Mu Wei stepped in front of Jiang Nuanyuan protectively. She is my friend and has more right to attend this banquet than you do. Jiang Yonger shot a displeased glare at Mu Wei, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Jiang Nuanyuan, you truly go to great lengths to infiltrate the elite circle, first with the Zhou family and now the Mu family. Too bad. An ugly duckling will always be an ugly duckling. No matter how hard it tries to enter the swan's circle, it cannot change the fact that it is a duck. Jiang Nuanyuan stared at Jiang Yonger, curiously blinking. Are you talking about yourself? The necklace around your neck looks rather duck-like. Jiang Yinner lowered her gaze to her necklace, and her expression instantly shifted. She clenched her fists and coldly provoked. Humph! Today is a gathering for the youth, and there will be no elders to protect you this time. The last grand banquet for the old patriarch's birthday. Jiang Nuanyuan had garnered special attention from old Master Mo, which had made Jiang Yinner exceedingly envious. Jiang Nuanyuan, we daughters of prestigious families have been meticulously trained in the arts since childhood. Aside from ingratiating yourself with others, what else can you do? Jiang Nuanyuan did not respond to her inquiry but rather turned the tables and asked, What can you do? Jiang Yinner had been anticipating this very question. She proudly strode to the grand piano in the center of the hall, her face beaming with self-satisfaction. Let me show you what it means to be a true young lady. She dismissed the pianist attendant and took a seat at the piano, her expression one of pure ecstasy as she began to play. Jiang Yinner believed she would dazzle the entire audience, closing her eyes and swaying her head dramatically while playing, her gestures exaggerated to the extreme. However, among the scions of elite families, who couldn't play the piano, no one paid her performance any heed. Was Jiang Yinner truly oblivious? Had she ever seen a true lady perform in such a setting? This wasn't a talent show after all. Indeed, if she possessed genuine skill, she ought to grace the international stage rather than put on a pretense here, pretending to be someone she wasn't. After hitting several wrong notes, her playing was far inferior to that of the previous attendant. How could she shamelessly perform in public? Jiang Yinner's display of talent not only failed to earn her applause, but instead invited ridicule from the crowd. Mu stifled a laugh. Realizing why the Jiang family favored Jiang Yinner so much, Chun Lingxian inquired, Why is that? Mu Wei gestured to her head, because they all share the same issues. Birds of a feather flock together. Jiang Yinner and the Jiang family displayed an astonishingly uniform level of intellect. They truly were a family chosen by fate. Jiang Nuanyuan, being so astute, was bound to clash with them. No wonder she was marginalized. Jiang Nuanyuan nodded in agreement. Wei Wei, you are absolutely right. Chun Lingxian tugged at Mu Wei's arm and asked, Wei Wei, do you dislike Jiang Yinner as well? Mu Wei grimaced, Of course, I can't stand her. In the past, she looked down on others, relying on her status as the future young mistress of the Mo family. Once, I mistakenly mistook young Master Mo for my brother because I forgot to wear my contact lenses. As soon as I called out brother, Jiang Yinner rushed over and shoved me. It was during a gathering, with so many people present, in front of everyone. She splashed a glass of cold water on me and loudly berated me, accusing me of wanting to be a mistress. I was completely dumbfounded, standing there while others gossiped about me for ages. Wei Wei, didn't you splash her back? Jiang Yinner was truly insufferable. Mu Wei shook her head. I'm not quick to react. I'm not good at arguing. When Jiang Yinner confronted me, I didn't even process what was happening. It was only after everyone left that I slowly came to my senses and began to feel angry. But by then, it was too late. She didn't understand why she was always so sluggish. If she had reacted with anger at that moment, she surely would have fought back against Jiang Yinner. Instead, she stood there, dazed for quite a while, even her anger arriving later than others. Today, her retort against Jiang Yinner was the quickest she had ever been. Jiang Nuan approached the beverage station to fetch drinks for herself and her two friends. As she turned, she spotted Jiang Dingbei striding towards her. Nuan, I need to speak with you. Jiang Nuan, holding a tray, replied, I have nothing to say to you. Just as she intended to bypass him, Jiang Dingbei reached out and forcefully grasped her wrist. With a clatter, the tray in her hand toppled over, spilling juice all over Jiang Dingbei. The commotion drew the attention of many onlookers. Qin Lingxian and Mu Wei hurried over. Nuan, are you all right? Jiang Nuan shook her head. I'm fine. Since Jiang Dingbei had yanked her towards himself, the juice splattered onto him. Serves him right. Jiang Tsongnan appeared from nowhere, glaring at Jiang Nuan. Jiang Nuan, what are you doing? Big brother just wanted to have a word with you, and you splashed juice all over him. You really think you're above us now, don't you? Hearing this, Mu Wei's anger ignited, but she was at a loss for words, seething silently. Qin Lingxian stepped forward bravely, scolding, That's your big brother, not Nuan's. A stranger man suddenly grabbing a woman's wrist. What is that? If not lewd or predatory behavior? And what do you mean, you think you're above us? You should stop reading those romance novels, thinking you're a domineering CEO. Mu Wei looked at Qin Lingxian with admiration, secretly giving her a thumbs up. Lingshuan's performance was stellar, precisely how she envisioned herself. Not only did she reprimand the Jiang family, but she also clarified that it was Jiang Dingbei who initiated the inappropriate contact. Even if he was drenched in juice, it was his own fault. Chapter 70. Framing Nuan Jiang Tsongnan looked at Qin Lingxian with disdain. No wonder she has such a sharp tongue. She has friends with that lowly girl. When Big Brother was speaking to her, did she really need to recoil so? Or perhaps she had done something wrong, which is why she couldn't face him, if it weren't for her. Exposing Yinner's identity online, how could she have been jilted by young Master Mo? And here she was, stealing Yinner's engagement and daring to attend a high-class banquet. What right did a village girl, raised in the countryside, have to be here? Jiang Nuan coldly regarded Jiang Tsongnan, her voice clear and resolute. I am not acquainted with him. If he approaches me, must I engage with him? Is it your Jiang family's upbringing to become furious when a flirtation fails? Jiang Tsongnan's face turned ashen with rage as he coldly questioned, Do you dare to talk back? How could Big Brother possibly be flirting with you? He clearly wanted to say. Jiang Yinner's eyes widened, quickly interrupting Jiang Tsongnan. Second brother, why are you discussing this with her? She feared that Jiang Tsongnan, in a fit of anger, would inadvertently reveal that Jiang Nuan was the true heiress. Jiang Nuan was now the sole disciple of the esteemed Dr. Zhou and had befriended the eldest daughter of the Mu family. If her identity were exposed now, it would only push her further into the Mo family's grasp. Should Jiang Nuan marry Mo Yunting, she would spend her life under her thumb. Jiang Yinner could not allow such a scenario to unfold. Jiang Tsongnan glanced at Jiang Yinner, his expression softening. If it weren't for Yinner, I wouldn't want to exchange a single word with Jiang Nuan. Just seeing her face disgusts me. Although Jiang Nuan had already severed ties with the Jiang family, hearing Jiang Tsongnan's words still pierced her heart. The organizer of the banquet quickly stepped in to mediate. Servants, please escort young Master Jiang to change his clothes. It was merely a small accident, and no one should take it to heart. Jiang Nuan collected a few more cups of juice and retreated to a corner with Mu Wei and Qin Lingxian. Mu Wei curiously asked, Nuan, what did young Master Jiang want to discuss with you earlier? Could it be that he wishes to acknowledge you? But why didn't he publicly announce Nuan's identity and instead sought her out privately? Jiang Nuan shook her head. I don't know. He hadn't the chance to speak. However, I can make an educated guess. The Jiang family wishes to converse with me, most likely regarding Jiang Yinner. With Yinner now jilted, they are probably worried I might end up with young Master Mo, hence their attempt to intervene. The Jiang family's concerns were indeed unwarranted. Jiang Nuan was now a married woman, and she was carrying Mo Hanjin's child. How could she possibly be with Mo Yunting? Moreover, even if she were unmarried and unpregnant, she would never find a playboy like Mo Yunting appealing. Qin Lingxian crossed her arms and shivered in distaste. Mo Yunting, I've heard he changes women like clothes and is often in the tabloids for flings with internet celebrities. No wonder Nuan would be interested in him. Such a man, lacking in virtue, can only be cherished by Jiang Yinner. Nuan's husband was someone she had seen. Even disregarding Mo family's power, her husband's looks and physique were leagues above Mo Yunting. Nuan would have to be out of her mind, or perhaps kicked by a donkey 100 times over, To ever consider Mo Yunting, Yu Wei felt a surge of anger at Jiang Nuan's plight. The Jiang family was utterly outrageous. After leaving her to fend for herself for 20 years and suffering so much, they not only failed to make amends, but also wished to keep her identity hidden while pressuring her to clear the way for Jiang Yin'er. What kind of family was this? Even if Nuan had no interest in Mo Yunting, it didn't give the Jiang family the right to coerce her into yielding to Jiang Yin'er. If Jiang Yin'er wished to become young Mistress Mo, she should earn it through her own merit, rather than commanding Nuan to step aside. Jiang Nuan had long ceased to care about the Jiang family's bias. She did not wish to dwell on the grievances she had endured, but rather aimed to lift her head and look forward. Jiang Nuan proactively shifted the topic. There's a light show by the pool. Let us go take a look. All right, let us go. The three chatted as they made their way to the poolside. A considerable crowd had gathered around the pool, and since they arrived late, they could only stand at the edge. As a heavy user of romance novels, Chen Lingxian felt an immediate alarm at the sight of the pool. It was a hot spot for accidents, best to keep their distance. Chen Lingxian linked her arm with Jiang Nuan. This spot isn't great. We might get pushed into the water. Let's move to the back. Jiang Nuan initially intended to walk backward, but the crowd behind her became congested, leaving no room for retreat. At that moment, a pair of hands suddenly reached out from the throng, pushing toward Jiang Nuan. However, she had just taken a step back, causing those hands to miss their mark, and instead, she lost her balance and fell forward. With a splash, someone plunged into the pool, sending a spray of water everywhere. Someone has fallen into the water. Quickly, pull them up. The crowd began to stir into chaos, with people jostling against one another, and several individuals were pushed into the water. Jiang Nuan caught sight of a blue dress and instantly recognized the submerged individual. Being pregnant, she refrained from jumping into the water like the others, instead pulling Chen Lingxian and Mu Wei away from the pool's edge. Phew, we finally made it out. There were so many people just now. I almost got pushed in too. Nuan, are you alright? Jiang Nuan shook her head, assuring, I'm fine. Fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to grasp her friends just in time, preventing all three of them from falling into the water amidst the pandemonium. The person rescued was Jiang Yin'er. Why her again? Jiang Yin'er was pulled up, her wet hair disheveled against her face, her makeup and lipstick smudged. She appeared like a mottled palette of colors. Jiang Yin'er, looking pitiful, bit her lower lip as she leaned against Jiang Dingbei. She pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Nuan, claiming, Jiang Nuan, why did you push me into the water? Jiang Nuan was taken aback for a moment, asserting, I did not push you. Jiang Yin'er's eyes burned with the fire of jealousy as she emphatically declared, it was you who pushed me. If it weren't for you, how could I have fallen into the water? Jiang Nuan gestured toward the surveillance cameras in the yard, insisting, I did not push you. If you don't believe me, you can check the footage yourself. Jiang Yin'er's expression froze. Naturally, she dared not check the footage, for it would reveal that she was the one who had pushed Jiang Nuan first. Just then, someone shouted, the Mo family's car has arrived. It seems to be Mo Xiao. Jiang Yin'er's eyes lit up in an instant, a smug smile curling her lips. Mo Xiao had already declined today's banquet. Yet here he was. He must have come for her. It seems Mo Xiao still holds her in regard. Jiang Yin'er deliberately raised her voice, sharply accusing, Jiang Nuan, did you intentionally push me into the water to embarrass me before Mo Xiao? You want to steal the Mo family's engagement? There's no need to be so malicious. Chapter 71. Mo Yunting is slapped in the face hearing Jiang Yin'er's accusations. Chen Lingxian was nearly incensed to the point of explosion. How dare she make such baseless claims? Wasn't it Jiang Yin'er who had pushed Jiang Nuan into the pool previously? And during that incident, Jiang Yin'er had even placed someone on the shore to block Jiang Nuan from climbing up. Watching her struggle for breath in the water, Jiang Nuan couldn't swim and could hardly stand in the water. She nearly drowned that day, just as Chen Lingxian was about to unleash her anger on Jiang Yin'er. Jiang Nuan held her back. There's no need to argue with her. Once the footage is reviewed, everything will become clear. Jiang Nuan understood that Jiang Yin'er relished creating chaos and that reasoning with her was merely a waste of breath. Mo Yunting, amidst the crowd's adoration, approached the poolside. What happened? Mo Xiao. Jiang Yin'er just fell into the water, and she claims Jiang Nuan pushed her in. Jiang Yin'er's eyes brimmed with feigned tears as she looked pitifully at Mo Yunting. Her voice deliberately coy as she said, Mo Xiao, Just now, Jiang Nuan splashed juice on my brother, and when I confronted her, she harbored resentment. Seizing the opportunity amidst the crowd, she pushed me into the pool. I haven't been eating or sleeping well these past few days. My health is quite fragile. She is trying to harm me. Cough. Cough. Mo Yunting didn't even glance at Jiang Yin Air. From the moment he entered, his gaze was fixated on Jiang Nuan, radiating satisfaction. She looked stunning in that light blue gown, particularly her slender waist, which appeared so delicate that he felt he could encompass it with a single hand. Jiang Nuan sensed Mo Yunting's gaze and slightly furrowed her brow, displeased as she averted her eyes. She had never encountered such blatant scrutiny from Mr. Mo, leaving her feeling offended. Though both were members of the Mo family, how could there be such a disparity between Mo Yunting and Mr. Mo? Observing Jiang Nuan's deliberate withdrawal of her gaze, a smug grin spread across Mo Yunting's face. Has she grown bashful from his attention? She was adorably innocent, whether genuine or feigned. It was quite to his liking. Yunting, say something. Seeing Mo Yunting's attention wholly captivated by Jiang Nuan, Jiang Yin Air's eyes filled with resentment as she tugged at his sleeve. Mo Yunting glanced at her with impatience, his tone cold and devoid of warmth. You're not doing so well, are you? Do you need me to call a doctor? Jiang Yin Air's eyes instantly welled with tears. This time not feigned. She was genuinely hurt by Mo Yunting's indifference. Previously, he would at least engage in pretense with her, granting her some dignity. Yet, the moment Jiang Nuan appeared, he seemed to have forgotten her entirely. That wretched woman, how could she seduce a man so easily? Could she not live without a man? Mo Yunting initially intended to shake Jiang Yin Air off, but then he reconsidered. This was a perfect opportunity to test Jiang Nuan. If she were magnanimous, understanding, and not overly jealous, he would agree to marry her. Conversely, if she were petty and envious, she would not be worthy of becoming the Mo family's young mistress. Mo Yunting grasped Jiang Yin Air's hand. Feigning deep affection. Hurry and call a doctor. Yin Air, you must be freezing. Mo Yunting removed his coat and draped it over Jiang Yin Air. Chunling Xian rolled her eyes in silence. Jiang Yin Air had already been cold for quite some time, and now he decided to offer her his coat. Why not wait until tomorrow morning? Such a show-off. Let's go. Jiang Nuan turned to leave. But Mo Yunting called her back. Jiang Nuan, come here and apologize to Yin Air. You pushed her into the water. Don't you think you should apologize before leaving? Jiang Nuan halted, frowning as she replied, I told you, I did not push her. If you don't believe me, you can check the footage. Mo Yunting smirked. I seem to recall that the cameras around here are broken. You must know that, hence your deliberate claim. Jiang Nuan's delicate face flushed with anger. How could I know if the cameras were broken? It's my first time here. Jiang Yin Air hadn't anticipated that Mo Yunting would defend her so fiercely. It seemed that the matter of the engagement was merely the elder's wish. Perhaps Yunting was only compelled by that old man to break it. Jiang Yin Air looked touched. Yunting? I knew you still have a place for me in your heart. Mo Yunting spoke gently. Whoever harms you will face the consequences. He turned his gaze toward Jiang Nuan, his expression and tone suddenly chilling several degrees. Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and apologize. This was his first test for Jiang Nuan. To become his woman, she must first be magnanimous and not possessive. Secondly, she must be unconditionally obedient, doing whatever he asks. If Jiang Nuan could not meet his demands, she would not deserve a title, only to be played with at his leisure. Jiang Nuan felt a wave of exasperation. Who was Mo Yunting to command her? Jiang Nuan, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? I will count to 3. You better hurry over here. Don't push your luck. 1, 2. Mo Yunting's face darkened, appearing ominous and frightening. His demeanor reminded Jiang Nuan of her adoptive father. Whenever he drank too much or lost at gambling, he would take on this terrifying visage, unleashing his fury at home as if possessed by something. A chill ran down Jiang Nuan's spine. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides, trembling slightly. Suddenly, she recalled Mo's words. If you are bullied and do not retaliate, wouldn't that make you a fool? Jiang Yin Air and Mo Yunting were slandering her. Would she continue to endure? With Mo backing her, what did she have to fear? Jiang Nuan, feeling a surge of boldness, walked toward Mo Yunting and Jiang Yin Air. Seeing her compliant approach, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Mo Yunting's eyes. Not bad. She seems to understand. far better than those who only know how to be jealous. Mo Yun-ting spoke haughtily. If you apologize obediently, we can consider this matter settled. Otherwise, don't blame me for being heartless. Jiang Yinair felt dissatisfied. Mo Xiao, she pushed me into the pool. Are you really just going to let her off? Mo Yun-ting shot her a warning glance, signaling her not to overstep. Jiang Yinair gritted her teeth, suppressing her resentment. Soon, Jiang Nuan stood before Mo Yun-ting. He looked down at her with disdain. Speaking in a condescending tone, now you're being obedient. Remember to be adaptable in the future, understood. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp sound rang out from the shore. Slap. Jiang Nuan delivered a resounding slap across Mo Yun-ting's face, her hand stinging from the force. The entire crowd fell silent in shock. Chapter 72. Nuan's worry. Chun-Ling Xian's eyes nearly bulged out. Is this still the Nuan I know? Yet she had to admit, that slap felt satisfying. How dare Mo Yun-ting command Nuan? And in such a disgusting and demeaning manner, it was as if he was scolding a dog. It was utterly disrespectful. Mu Wei felt a wave of exhilaration. Well done. She had long harbored a disdainful view of Mo Yun-ting's attitude. Even striking him with the 18 dragon-subduing palms would not be excessive. The force of the blow sent Mo Yun-ting's face tilting to one side, a searing pain radiating from half of his cheek. In an instant, his expression transformed into one of dark menace and horror. His eyes filled with disbelief as he stared at Jiang Nuanyuan. You dare strike me? After all, he was the young master of the Mo family. Who would dare lay a finger on him? Yet here she was, brazenly slapping him in public. Was she seeking her own demise? Jiang Yinair, with a gleam of delight in her eyes, could not help but scold. Jiang Nuanyuan, have you gone mad? You dare to strike young Master Mo? She then turned to Mo Yun-ting, her voice dripping with concern. Young Master Mo, are you all right? She gently caressed the side of his face, only to have him recoil in disdain. Mo Yun-ting fixed his gaze on Jiang Nuanyuan, his voice dripping with malice as he threatened. Do you have any idea what the consequences of striking me will be? Jiang Nuanyuan's palm throbbed with pain, her breath quickening involuntarily. Yet, her eyes shone with determination as she mustered the courage to respond. What gives you the right to slander me, and to command me in such a tone? In the past, even if Jiang Nuanyuan had been bullied, she would never have dared to retaliate in such a manner. However, perhaps due to the indulgence she had received from Mo recently, she no longer wished to tolerate such indignities. After all, regardless of the trouble she stirred, Mr. Mo would always stand by her side. Moreover, it was Mo Yun-ting who had first insulted her, trampling on her dignity. Mo Yun-ting regarded her with contempt, his haughty tone dripping with scorn as he remarked, You made a mistake, and now you're upset because I reprimanded you? Is this the extent of your tolerance? If you can't even bear a little grievance, how could you possibly be worthy of marrying me in the future? Jiang Nuanyuan's slender back straightened defiantly, her eyes blazing with stubbornness. What are you to me, that I should tolerate you? Mo Yun-ting, with a wicked smile, licked his back teeth, revealing his amusement. It seemed she sought to claim a title, one had to admit. Jiang Nuanyuan was far more calculating than the women surrounding him. The art of feigned submission was clearly her forte, effectively piquing his interest and appetite. Jiang Nuanyuan spoke clearly. I did not push Jiang Yinair into the water. If anyone has an issue, they can report me to the authorities. There were so many witnesses present. I refuse to believe there is a single one who can attest to my innocence. Indeed, not only were there numerous witnesses, but many also captured the spectacle on their phones. If an investigation were to ensue, it would certainly uncover evidence to vindicate her. Jiang Yinair, her expression betraying a hint of guilt, retorted, Is this even worth reporting? Just apologize to me, and I will forgive you. I'm not as petty as you. Jiang Nuanyuan shot back, Whether I am petty or you are guilty and afraid to report, everyone knows the truth. Ever since the old master's birthday banquet, it has been you targeting me. I have never sought your family out. Everyone present was aware of Jiang Yinair's provocations and targeting. It was clear that it was the Jiang family who had been the aggressors, yet they had the audacity to accuse her of being unreasonable. Jiang Yinair was rendered speechless, her gaze darting nervously. What if Jiang Nuanyuan truly reported her, and the police investigated, uncovering the truth about her pushing Jiang Nuanyuan into the water? At that moment, the usually silent Jiang Dingbei spoke up, his tone laced with complexity. Nuanyuan, Are you intentionally seeking revenge on Yinner for what happened at her birthday banquet? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nuanyuan's almond-shaped eyes filled with hurt. She let out a self-deprecating smile, realizing they all were aware of that incident. They knew the truth, yet still. The Jiang family understood that she had been pushed by Jiang Yinner, and it was not a voluntary act on her part. Yet, what did it matter? Not a single person stepped forward to advocate for her. Instead, they all protected Jiang Yinner and criticized her for being unreasonable. Jiang Dingbei frowned, disapprovingly stating, "If your actions are indeed a deliberate act of revenge against Yinner for that incident, it would deeply disappoint me. Yinner was impulsive and acted without thought. I apologize on her behalf. However, this time, you should also apologize to Yinner." In Jiang Dingbei's eyes, Jiang Yinner, having been spoiled since childhood, displayed a bit of pride, which was entirely normal. Her pushing Jiang Nuanyuan into the water was merely a moment of impulsiveness, a mistake made in haste. But what of Jiang Nuanyuan's actions? Clearly, they were premeditated revenge. The nature of these two incidents was entirely different. Jiang Nuanyuan understood the Jiang family's double standards, but she never expected their bias to reach such absurd heights. Jiang Yinner harmed her in a moment of folly, yet if she retaliated, it was labeled as cruel revenge. Jiang Nuanyuan clenched her fists, declaring, "I do not covet your apology. What does an apology matter? Can it truly erase the harm I have suffered?" Everyone knows how Jiang Yinner fell. I believe everyone is well aware. If you are convinced that I am responsible, then go ahead and report me. The ones who are guilty and afraid to report are you, not me with that. Jiang Nuanyuan turned on her heel and strode toward the door. Jiang Dingbei and Imo Yunting called out in unison, "Jiang Nuanyuan, stop right there." Yet, Jiang Nuanyuan acted as though she had not heard, not even glancing back at Mo Yunting, intending to rise and stop her, found himself delayed as Jiang Yinner clutched his clothing. He touched his swollen left cheek, wincing at the pain. As the esteemed young master of the Mo family, he had never experienced such humiliation. The next time he encountered that girl, he would ensure to exact a proper revenge. How dare she strike his face? She truly was asking for a reckoning on their wedding night. She would be unable to accuse him of being too rough or lacking tenderness. Jiang Nuanyuan sent a message to Qin Lingxian and Mu Wei before boarding the Mo family's car back to her residence. Aunt Feng noticed her troubled expression and inquired with concern, "Madam, what is troubling you?" Jiang Nuanyuan shook her head, replying, "It's nothing." She continued to gaze toward the door, her heart fluttering with unease in that moment. Striking Imo Yunting had indeed been impulsive. His terrifying visage had reminded her too much of her foster father's drunken rages, triggering her psychological trauma. However, now that she had calmed down, a twinge of regret and a heavy sense of anxiety settled in her heart. Imo wouldn't hold it against her, would he? After all, Imo Yunting was his nephew, and she had only known Imo for a short while. Although he had treated her well, it was all for the sake of the child. If she became arrogant with his favor, it would surely disappoint him. With these thoughts, Jiang Nuanyuan's heart sank further. Chapter 73. Does your hand hurt? Madam, would you like to rest in your room for a while? Imo has social engagements tonight and will likely return very late. Jiang Nuanyuan shook her head. I'm not tired. I'll wait for him a little longer. Aunt Feng's eyes revealed a hint of sympathy as she draped a coat over her. It's chilly at night. You should get some rest. Seeing Jiang Nuanyuan lost in thought, Aunt Feng could not help but feel worried. She walked to the kitchen and secretly messaged Assistant Zhang. Assistant Zhang? Madam returned from her outing looking quite upset. Her eyes are red. I'm a bit concerned. By the way, there's juice on her skirt. I'm not sure if someone has bullied her. She's been waiting for Mr. Imo to return. Peering through the crack in the door, Aunt Feng saw the girl sitting on the sofa, her head bowed, appearing somewhat sorrowful. Madam would never bully anyone. Her mood is so poor. She must have been wronged at the banquet. I must inform Imo immediately. Assistant Zhang, upon receiving the message, wasted no time and promptly pushed open the door to the private room. Under the curious gazes of several prominent figures at the table, he approached Imo Hanjin and whispered a few words in his ear. Imo Hanjin's expression shifted, and he abruptly stood, raising his glass as he apologized. I have matters at home. I must take my leave. He swallowed hard, draining the contents of his glass in one go. Subsequently, he swiftly grabbed the coat draped over the back of his chair and left the table with a decisive stride. As he excused himself, the others stood as well, none daring to stop him. Take care, Mr. Mo, we can arrange another time to discuss the unfinished collaboration with the Mo group. Mo Hanjin nodded slightly, hastening his departure. Once he left, the others exchanged curious glances, whispering amongst themselves, Mo has never allowed family matters to interfere with work. What could have caused this? Could it be that the old master is unwell? That doesn't seem right. I saw him looking quite spry at the last birthday banquet. Who knows? Mr. Mo is nearing 30 and still unmarried. Perhaps the old master is eager for grandchildren and is urging him to go on blind dates. However, everyone understood that even if the old master pressed him, nothing could compel the third master to marry. He simply had no interest in women. No amount of pressure would change that, not even from his own father. At the table, someone's eyes sparkled as they whispered, if Mo never marries, will the Mo group eventually fall into Mo Yunting's hands? The room fell into silence at this remark. Some exchanged glances, calculating whether to align themselves with Mo Yunting in hopes of securing a senior position in the future. Others scoffed at the notion. If the Mo family were to be handed over to Mo Yunting, it would be the end of their legacy. He lacked both Mr. Mo's capability and his decisiveness. If Mo Yunting were truly to oversee the group, the Mo family standing at the pinnacle of the capital would undoubtedly plummet. Once the Mo family fell from grace, the other families relying on them would also suffer significant losses. This is not what they wish to see. Hence, in the best-case scenario, it remains imperative for Grandmaster Mo to continue wielding power, steering the direction of the group's development. The more the Mo family's influence flourishes, the more these individuals can bask in its glory. In a hurry, Mo Hanjin rushed home, yet paused at the doorstep. Mr. Mo, why aren't you going inside? A hint of hesitation flickered in Mo Hanjin's eyes. Do I reek of alcohol? Assistant Zhang carefully considered his words. Not excessively. Not excessively implies there is indeed a scent of alcohol. Mo Hanjin pondered for a moment before decisively stating, I shall go to the guest room first. Fetch me a set of clothing. Assistant Zhang nodded. Understood. Mr. Mo, he called Aunt Feng, instructing her to prepare a pressed suit and discreetly deliver it. Glancing at Jiang Nuan in the living room, Aunt Feng tiptoed and stealthily placed the clothes at the door. Assistant Zhang. Mr. Mo hasn't returned yet? Assistant Zhang mouthed. He has. Then why haven't I seen him? No more questions. Just accompany, madam. After that, Assistant Zhang hurriedly took the clothes to Mo Hanjin. Mo Hanjin entered the guest room through the back door and changed into a fresh outfit. Once assured that no unpleasant scent lingered, he emerged from the room. Jiang Nuan sat anxiously in the living room. Although it was her usual bedtime, sleep evaded her. Her mind was preoccupied, rendering her unable to rest, until Mo Hanjin's deep voice resonated before her. Did you not attend the banquet? Why the long face? Jiang Nuan's eyes brightened, but recalling her actions, anxiety gripped her once more. She rose from the sofa, stammering, Mr. Mo, I seem to have caused a bit of trouble. Mo Hanjin seated himself across from her, pouring himself a cup of fine Longjing tea. He raised the cup to his lips for a sip, then glanced at her with a nonchalant tone. What trouble? Hearing his calm demeanor, she felt reassured that whatever mischief she had caused, he would undoubtedly handle it. Jiang Nuan swallowed hard. I slapped Mo Yunting. After speaking, she nervously lifted her gaze, awaiting Mo Hanjin's reaction. Upon hearing that his nephew had been struck, Mo Hanjin's expression remained unchanged. Not only would it not faze him if Mo Yunting were to be harmed, but he also suspected that the little fellow, with his gentle temperament, would not resort to violence unless provoked by something truly outrageous. Mo Hanjin placed his teacup down, his voice taking on a more serious tone. Did he provoke you? Jiang Nuan shook her head. No. Mo Hanjin felt a slight relief. Which hand did you use? Hesitating, Jiang Nuan cautiously extended her right hand, palm facing upward. She thought Mo intended to reprimand her. Hence the instinctive gesture. As Mo Hanjin raised his hand, Jiang Nuan instinctively closed her eyes, her heart racing. However, Mo Hanjin grasped her hand gently, rubbing her palm. His voice softened, laced with a barely perceptible tenderness. Did it hurt? Chapter 74. Pampering his wife like a child, uncertain if it was merely her imagination. The more Mo Hanjin focused on Jiang Nuan's palm, the more he detected a slight redness there. Consequently, his dissatisfaction with Mo Yunting deepened. Fortunately, he had enough sense to refrain from retaliating. Otherwise, Mo Hanjin would have surely dealt with him severely. Jiang Nuan, taken aback for a moment, then pitifully replied, "Not at all." As if a switch had been flipped, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Jiang Nuan looked up at Imo Hanjin with tear-filled eyes, wanting to convey something, but before she could articulate her thoughts, she burst into sobs. Wah! Her cries grew more intense, her frail shoulders trembling. Imo Hanjin, at a loss, bent down to gently dab her tears with a tissue. "Do not cry. If Imo Yunting dares to bully you, I shall avenge you. Is that agreeable?" Watching Jiang Nuan weep made Imo Hanjin inexplicably uneasy. A deep-seated pain stirred within him, akin to countless tiny needles pricking his heart. Jiang Nuan, crying, collapsed into his embrace. Sobbing with utmost indignation, Imo Hanjin held her softly, gently patting her back. "Let it out. I am here for you." The grievances within Jiang Nuan felt like an overinflated balloon, ready to burst at the slightest release of pressure. This evening had been overwhelmingly distressing for her, not solely due to Imo Yunting and Jiang Yinyan, but also because of Jiang Dingbei. Why, despite being her own brother, did he not believe her? The hurtful words he had spoken sliced through her heart, revealing the painful truth that they all knew. Imo Hanjin, holding her tenderly, inquired, "What do you know?" Yet, Jiang Nuan's sobs were too fervent, her trembling lips failing to form coherent words. What she wished to express was that the Jiang family was aware that Jiang Yinyan had once pushed her into the pool. However, they remained indifferent, viewing her as a burden, as someone unworthy of standing in the limelight. They were her blood relatives. How could they be so callous? The incident with Imo Yunting and Jiang Yinyan was merely a spark. The true source of Jiang Nuan's heartache lay in those closest to her. Nestled in Imo Hanjin's embrace, she cried intermittently. Imo assistant Zhang had matters to report but was silenced by Imo Hanjin's piercing gaze. Imo Hanjin gestured for him to leave, indicating that matters could wait until tomorrow. Assistant Zhang nodded and departed the villa. Time passed, and eventually, the girl in his arms had cried enough and calmed down. Jiang Nuan blinked, noticing the wet patch on Imo Hanjin's shirt, feeling a surge of embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed as she hastily attempted to wipe his clothing. "I'm sorry, Mr. Imo. I lost control of my emotions earlier." Imo Hanjin took her hand, gently pulling the tissue from her grasp and discarding it. "You need not worry about it." He was unbothered by the fact that his freshly changed attire bore the marks of her tears. His primary concern was how deeply she had suffered today. Imo Hanjin tenderly caressed her delicate cheek with his thumb. "Do you feel any better after crying?" Jiang Nuan sniffled, her dark, almond-shaped eyes glistening. "A mix of vulnerability and charm. Mr. Imo, I feel much better." She sensed that the sorrow lingering within her had been washed away with her tears. Since she could remember, Jiang Nuan had always strived to be a considerate and mature child. Even when wronged, she had refrained from expressing her feelings. Even when overwhelmed with sadness, she would stifle her sobs, ensuring not a sound escaped her lips. This was the first time in her life that she dared to express her emotions freely, pouring out her heart without restraint. Once her tears subsided, a new worry crept in. "Mr. Imo, do you think I am an emotionally unstable person?" Imo Hanjin shook his head, softly replying, "Most individuals who struggle with emotional stability have a tormentor lurking behind them. Furthermore, the injustices she faced today would sadden anyone." Jiang Nuan, feeling guilty, lowered her head. "I fear I may not be cut out to be a mother." Imo Hanjin frowned slightly. "What makes you say that?" "I feel immature, too fragile. I still cry at this." Imo Hanjin gazed at her swollen eyes, resembling a pitiful little rabbit, and his heart melted. He embraced her slender waist, tucking her hair behind her ear. His deep, magnetic voice radiated a comforting strength. "It is not your weakness. It is their cruelty. You are still young. It is perfectly fine to be immature. You have me." That moment, Jiang Nuan realized she had been sitting in Imo Hanjin's lap all along. While she had been crying, Mr. Imo had gently cradled her, comforting her as if she were a disobedient child. A wave of bittersweet emotions washed over her, blending sweetness with gratitude. She never anticipated that her first experience of being cherished like a child would be while crying. Cradled in her husband's arms, feeling shy, Jiang Nuan squirmed, wishing to extricate herself from his embrace. Yet, the next moment, she found herself lifted off the ground, instinctively wrapping her limbs around the man before her. "Mr. Imo, where are you taking me? It is getting late. Let us return to the bedroom to rest." Imo Hanjin allowed her to cling to him, supporting her as he carried her upstairs. As they ascended, her petite form bounced slightly in his arms, yet the scent of his woodsy cologne made her feel secure. Imo Hanjin placed her gently on the bed, preparing to let her down when Jiang Nuan, summoning her courage, leaned in and kissed his cheek. She nestled under the covers, revealing a pair of glistening, round, almond-shaped eyes, timidly murmuring, "Mr. Imo, thank you." Imo Hanjin's arms propped up on either side of her, his divine visage mere inches from the tip of her nose, exuding an aura of overwhelming intensity. His deep-set gaze inadvertently darkened as it fixated on her luscious lips, radiating a potent sense of aggression. Leaning in slightly, his heated breath fanned against her mouth, maintaining an ambiguous distance that suggested an imminent advance. Just as Jiang Nuan held her breath, anticipating a kiss, Imo Hanjin restrained himself and pulled back. He tugged her in more snugly, his voice raspy. "Sleep first, you need not wait for me." Jiang Nuan blinked her thick eyelashes, concealing a fleeting flicker of disappointment in her eyes. She obediently whispered, "All right." Moments ago, she had thought Ardanim O was about to kiss her. Chapter 75. Ardanim O stands up for Nuan after Imo Hanjin departed. The room fell into a serene silence. Jiang Nuan, hidden beneath the blankets, disappointedly traced her lips with her fingers. She had taken the initiative to kiss Mr. Imo, yet he had refrained from reciprocating. Did he not harbor feelings for her? Her mind swirled with confusion, preventing her from finding sleep. It was not until the bedroom door creaked open that a tall figure entered. Climbing onto the bed from behind her, Imo Hanjin intended, as usual, to pull the little girl beside him into his embrace. But before he could act, Jiang Nuan had already nestled into his arms. Seeking comfort like a docile kitten, Imo Hanjin's voice was mature and alluring. "Not asleep yet?" Jiang Nuan clung to his waist, her fluffy head resting against his chest. "Mr. Imo, I can't sleep." His body was damp with moisture and carried a refreshing scent of mint. Jiang Nuan was perplexed by her own reaction, for she found his masculine scent particularly intoxicating, causing her to blush each time she caught a whiff. Imo Hanjin assumed her sleeplessness stemmed from the events of the evening banquet. But after her earlier tears, she had long since dismissed those thoughts. Instead, her mind was preoccupied with a different concern. Jiang Nuan lifted her head from his embrace, her voice soft and sweet, calling out, "Uncle, why don't you kiss me?" Imo Hanjin's body stiffened abruptly. He tightened his embrace around her, his heated breath brushing against her face. "What did you call me?" Jiang Nuan's cheeks flushed slightly. "Is it all right if I call you that?" She occasionally felt a sense of comfort in calling him uncle, perhaps due to the lack of affection from elders in her upbringing. Imo Hanjin's narrowed eyes glimmered. "Call me whatever you wish," Jiang Nuan sweetly repeated. "Uncle." No sooner had her words left her lips than he seized her face, capturing her cherry-red mouth with his own. Jiang Nuan's entire body tensed. Her eyes widening in surprise, Imo Hanjin squeezed her cheeks, and instinctively, she parted her lips. That a hint of amusement danced in Imo Hanjin's eyes as he pressed her body against his, denying her any escape. In the darkness, Jiang Nuan could not see clearly, yet her other senses were heightened. She could acutely perceive his invasive aura and the warmth of his broad chest, alongside the rapid thump of her own heartbeat, racing as if it might leap from her chest. The prolonged kiss finally ended, and Jiang Nuan, akin to a drowning person finally reaching the shore, gasped for air. Her lips flushed. Imo Hanjin's voice, laced with a smile, held a lazy sensuality as he explained, "I didn't approach you earlier because I smelled of alcohol." This revelation. Jiang Nuan felt reassured and yearned to burrow back into his embrace, only to be stopped by his firm grip on her shoulders. Blinking innocently, she suddenly recalled something, and her face turned crimson. Softly, she suggested, "Uncle, I could help." Imo Hanjin swiftly covered her mouth, fearful she might utter something to provoke him further. "Just sleep, or I'll make you eat 3 meals of carrots tomorrow." Jiang Nuan let out a small "oh," obediently returning to her position. Her cheeks burned with warmth, her bright, clean almond eyes sparkling with an unprecedented sense of happiness. It seemed she had finally found someone to rely on, no longer alone in the world. The following day, Imo Hanjin arrived at the office radiating an aura of chilling severity. His subordinates trembled in fear. Wary of provoking him at such a moment, Assistant Zhang, "What's going on with Mr. Imo?" Assistant Zhang cast a warning glance, best not to pry into Mr. Mo's affairs. Subsequently, he entered the president's office, where he reported the events of the previous evening's banquet to Imo Hanjin in detail. Upon hearing this, a storm of fury brewed in Imo Hanjin's eyes, his voice chillingly cold. Notify the board of directors. Revoke Imo Yunting's position within the company. Effective immediately, cancel his eligibility to participate in executive meetings and reclaim all his equity bonuses. Shock washed over Assistant Zhang. With this announcement, Imo Yunting would possess no power within the company. Not only would he lose his authority, but all the shares granted by his father would also be rescinded. This was not merely a slap in the face for Imo Yunting, but also a humiliation for his father. It seemed Imo Hanjin was truly enraged, disregarding even the dignity of the eldest son of the Imo family. Suppressing his astonishment, Assistant Zhang quietly relayed Imo Hanjin's orders. When Imo Yunting received this news, he could hardly believe his ears. He sprang to his feet, bellowing, "What did you say?" "Uncle is demoting me," Assistant Zhang. Maintaining his composure, replied, "Yes, Imo Yunting. You may collect your belongings and leave the managerial office." Imo Yunting's face contorted with rage as he retorted, "On what grounds? I am merely conveying Mr. Mo's wishes. Please do not take your frustration out on me." Consumed by anger, Imo Yunting grabbed Assistant Zhang by the collar. "Ask Uncle why he has the right to demote me. I refuse to accept this." He dared not raise his voice at his uncle. Yet he felt entitled to vent his frustrations on his assistant. With this order, he would effectively be rendered useless within the company, subjected to the scorn of other shareholders. As a scion of the Imo family, how could he accept that Imo Hanjin managed the entire Imo corporation while he struggled for a mere subordinate position? The thought twisted his expression into one of bitter resentment. Assistant Zhang broke free from his grip, adjusting his tie with the meticulousness he was known for. "If you have any grievances, you may present them to the board of directors. I shall take my leave now." With that, Assistant Zhang, unperturbed by Imo Yunting's furious countenance, turned on his heel and departed. Imo Yunting sank into his office chair, reflecting on how he had fallen from being the esteemed heir of the Imo family to a mere ordinary employee. How could he possibly swallow this indignity? If word got out, he would be the laughingstock among his peers, branding him the most disgraceful and pathetic of failures. Imo Yunting, dejected and infuriated, dialed his father's number. "Dad, my position has been revoked by Uncle, and the privileges and shares you granted me have also been rescinded." His father was Imo Hanjin's elder brother, and Imo Yunting could not fathom that Imo Hanjin would dare defy his father's authority. This time, he was determined to make Imo Hanjin bow down and apologize. Chapter 76. The eldest son of the Imo family faces adversity. What? He actually dared to revoke your position, clutching a cardboard box. Imo Yunting complained to his father with indignation. "Not only did he revoke my position, but he also reclaimed the shares you gave me. I'm currently standing in the hallway, as the illustrious heir of the Imo family. Being forced to share an office with a host of entry-level employees was nothing short of humiliation." Fearing ridicule, Imo Yunting lingered outside the large office, hesitant to enter. His father, Imo Ming, was incensed upon hearing this. "How outrageous! I shall confront him directly and see what he intends to do." Imo Hanjin could not possibly assume the entirety of the Imo family was subject to his whims. He had two elder brothers to reckon with. Imo Ming hung up the phone and turned to several shareholders before him. "Everyone, accompany me to the president's office. I wish to see what Imo Hanjin is plotting." Imo Ming stormed toward the president's office, a move that sparked curiosity among the employees. "What is happening?" Imo Ming is heading to the president's office with the board members. Is a shakeup about to occur in the Imo Corporation? Shakeup? The chairman of the board is the old man Imo, and the global CEO has always been Mr. Imo. Does Imo Ming possess the capability to challenge that? I just saw that Imo Yunting's managerial office was locked. He was kicked out and is now standing in the hallway with a box. Is it starting? Is it starting? The legendary corporate power struggle, the 9 sons vying for supremacy, to the ordinary employees. The internal conflicts of the upper echelons were of little concern. Regardless of who became president, their monthly fixed salary of 20,000 remained unaffected. For now, they chose to sit back and observe the unfolding drama. Imo Ming approached the president's office, his expression furious as he prepared to kick the door open. However, just as he raised his foot, he hesitated, recalling Imo Hanjin's usual methods, and refrained from proceeding. Behind him, shareholders urged, "You are his elder brother. Kick down his door, and he won't dare to say a word." Imo Ming huffed in irritation. If you're not afraid, why don't you kick it down yourself? It's easy to talk when you're standing there. With that, Mo Ming pushed open the door and stormed into the CEO's office with a group of people. Third brother, what do you mean by this? Mo Hanjin sat in his leather office chair, his back to the crowd as he spoke on the phone. Even with their intrusion, he remained unflustered, concluding the call in fluent foreign language. As the chair turned slowly, the man's cold, sharp visage emerged, his deep black eyes piercing like drawn swords, instantly intimidating everyone present. He raised his gaze slightly, and with one look, he quelled the crowd. Mo Hanjin removed his gold-rimmed glasses and casually handed them to Assistant Zhang behind him. His voice was icy as he asked, "What is the matter?" The shareholder's tone involuntarily shifted to one of respect. Mr. Mo, why did you revoke Yun Ting's position?" Mo Hanjin's long, jade-like fingers lightly tapped the table. "Zhang, you explain." Assistant Zhang, holding the documents, spoke with precision. During Mo Yun Ting's tenure as manager, he has consecutively mishandled 3 major projects and numerous smaller ones. He failed to secure new collaborations from long-standing clients and even got himself blacklisted in the industry. Last quarter, his department made a serious blunder in the report, leading to significant losses for the company. Moreover, young master has frequently arrived late and left early, disregarding company regulations. When I visited his office today, I found him viewing swimsuit photos of models on the company computer. Mo Ming, upon hearing of his son's misdeeds, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He was filled with pent-up frustration as he retorted, "He is still young. It's normal to make minor mistakes. Shouldn't this be an opportunity for him to gain experience? Surely, you wouldn't target him out of personal grievances between us." Mo Ming's words were a thinly veiled jab at Mo Hanjin's inability to separate personal and professional matters. If Mo Hanjin could not uphold such distinctions, then he was unworthy of leading such a vast enterprise. Mo Hanjin's lips curled into a smile, though it did not reach his eyes. Minor matters? If it were anyone else, they would have been dismissed at the first mistake. Out of consideration for my elder brother, I merely demoted Mo Yun Ting instead of expelling him from the company. Is that not generous enough? Mo Ming, filled with rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Mo Hanjin, his eyes ablaze with fury, clearly harboring long-standing resentment. What of his mistakes? Did you not make any when you first joined the company? Mo Hanjin elegantly shrugged, his tone calm. What mistakes have I made? Kindly remind me. You? Mo Ming's mind raced, but after much deliberation, he could not recall a single fault of Mo Hanjin's since he had joined the company. Mo Hanjin had entered late, at a time when Mo Ming's influence had already taken root. Naturally, he had sent his underlings to obstruct and frame Mo Hanjin. Yet, despite all this, Mo Hanjin had seized control of the group with thunderous measures, winning over most of the company's executives. The memory of this humiliating past filled Mo Ming with seething hatred. How could it be that Mo Hanjin, also the son of the old master, possessed such superior abilities? The shareholders behind Mo Ming whispered counsel. Perhaps we should let this slide and allow Yun Ting to continue gaining experience. He will rise sooner or later. He could not afford to be cowardly. Remembering the fates of those who had opposed Mo Hanjin in the past sent shivers down his spine. He earned money to provide a better life for his wife and children. He had no intention of risking their lives. Mo Ming waved his hand in agitation, shouting defiantly, "No. Today, Yun Ting's position must be reinstated, and I demand 10% of the shares as compensation, or I will not back down." Mo Ming had longed for another confrontation with Mo Hanjin to reclaim what was rightfully his. Today presented a perfect opportunity. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he planned to leverage his numbers to stage a coup, forcing Mo Hanjin to relinquish his shares and the control of the entire group. Mo Hanjin remained calm, his demeanor unperturbed as he replied, "Is this where you intend to draw the line against me? Elder brother?" Mo Ming grinned maliciously. "This isn't about me opposing you. You provoked me first. Your blatant targeting of Yun Ting shows you have no regard for me. For years, you have acted unilaterally. Do you even remember you have an elder brother? The Mo family is not yours to command. Where is the presidential seal? Hand it over." The last vestige of patience in Mo Hanjin's eyes flickered out, since some wished to overstep their bounds. He had no choice but to set aside familial ties and employ a firmer hand. Mo Hanjin retrieved a document from his drawer, casually flipping through it. "Speaking of shares, it suddenly strikes me that, elder brother, you have leveraged the secrets of executives to coerce them into selling their shares to you at a low price. reaping considerable benefits. Has anyone informed you that extortion is a crime? With the amount involved exceeding 100 million, how many years do you think you should be sentenced to? Upon hearing Imo Hanjin's words, Imo Ming's face drained of color. He trembled in fear, his lips quivering as he incredulously asked, "How do you know?" He believed his actions were shrouded in secrecy, uncatchable. How could Imo Hanjin possibly uncover this? Just how extensive were his connections? How many forces did he possess that Imo Ming was unaware of? Sweat beaded on Imo Ming's forehead as he anxiously replied, "Ha, don't think you can trick me. I've never even heard of these matters." He reassured himself internally that it was fine. Even if Imo Hanjin knew? So what? As long as there was no evidence, no one could touch him. Imo Hanjin coldly regarded Imo Ming's defensiveness and denial, as if observing a mere jester. He directly handed the document to Assistant Chen, who presented it to Imo Ming. "Take a look for yourself." Imo Ming quickly flicked through the document, and with every word he read, his shock and fear deepened. The look in his eyes when he regarded Imo Hanjin became involuntarily tinged with terror. How had Imo Hanjin obtained this evidence? Imo Ming gasped. You'd. In stark contrast to his panic and fear, Imo Hanjin sat with his hands clasped, exuding an aura of composure. His gaze was one of disdain, as if he were born a ruler, radiating the pressure of an unassailable superior. "Considering you share the Imo surname, I shall grant you a path to survival." Imo Ming, desperate, queried, "What path?" As long as Imo Hanjin withheld the evidence, he was willing to comply with anything. Imo Hanjin replied coolly, "Return all shares that do not belong to you and triple the compensation for the company's losses." Imo Ming's lips moved, his complexion turning ghastly. "Triple compensation? Are you trying to drive me to my death?" Even if he sold all his assets, he could not cover this deficit. "Third brother, I am your own brother. For the sake of the old master, can't you show some mercy and let this matter slide?" Imo Hanjin scoffed. If this matter were to be overlooked, which shareholder would dare collaborate with the Imo family in the future? Not to mention others. Even the shareholders behind Imo Ming began to feel uneasy. Imo Ming was indeed ruthless, collecting secrets on shareholders to threaten them. What about their secrets? Had Imo Ming ensnared any of them? In an instant, the gazes of all present turned suspiciously towards Imo Ming. Imo Ming found himself at a loss for words. How could he possibly have the ability to gather everyone as secrets, at most? He had managed to ensnare 2 or 3. However, Imo Hanjin held irrefutable evidence of his crimes. If he failed to rectify this deficit, he would face imprisonment. At that point, any hope of a comeback would be impossible. The Imo family would fall solely into Imo Hanjin's hands. His wayward son, Imo Yunting, would never match Imo Hanjin, even if he practiced for 1,000 years. Gritting his teeth, Imo Ming relented. "Fine, I will return the shares. As for the company's losses, grant me a few more days." Imo Hanjin extended a finger, 10 days at most. "After that, there will be no further negotiations." Imo Ming shot him a furious glare, filled with indignation as he stormed out of the CEO's office. This encounter had not salvaged his son's reputation. Instead, he had humiliated himself, allowing Imo Hanjin to trample on his dignity. In the nearby office closest to the CEO's, everyone whispered in hushed tones. Gossiping Imo Ming had stormed into the CEO's office, only to emerge in disarray. It seemed he had once again lost to Imo. I can only say there was no suspense. When Imo was younger and inexperienced, he was no match for Imo Ming. Now, with Mo's wings fully spread, crushing Imo Ming would be as effortless as lifting a finger. At the Imo family's ancestral home, Old Master Imo was amusing himself with the birds in their cages when the butler approached. "There has been a stir at the company. Third Master has dismissed Imo Yunting from his position, and the eldest master sought justice, only to be met with failure." Old Master Imo stroked a parrot's head and casually remarked, "The eldest is quite foolish. How many losses has he endured at the hands of that wretched boy over the years? Does he not know when to stop? How dare he provoke Imo Hanjin again, truly forgetful of his lessons?" Suddenly, Old Master Mo's expression shifted as he questioned, "Has Imo Yunting done something foolish again?" For in his understanding of that wretched boy, Imo Yunting would not have attracted his attention without reason, making it unnecessary to expend effort dealing with him. The butler stepped forward. That day, Miss Jiang attended a banquet. Old Master Mo's expression darkened instantly. Was there such a matter? Jiang Nuan slapped Imo Xiao? And this incident had spread throughout the circle. Old Master Mo's good mood was shattered in an instant. He scattered the birdseed in his hand, losing all interest in feeding the birds. This useless creature, lazing about among women, his brain has been corroded by lust. He cannot distinguish right from wrong. Nuan Nuan is his little aunt. Who does he think he is to flaunt his authority? Nuan Nuan's actions were justified. Even a slap was too lenient. In Old Master Mo's eyes, Imo Yunting's disrespect towards his little aunt in front of so many people warranted a severe reprimand. If Imo Yunting were present in the old residence, Old Master Imo would not hesitate to give him a couple of kicks. Old Master Imo inquired with concern, "How is Nuan? Is she feeling unwell from the anger?" He had heard from the servants on the third master's side that the lady had returned in tears, having to be comforted in the third master's embrace for quite some time. That useless Imo Yunting, just like his father, is a fool who only knows how to create trouble. Old Master Imo was furious to the point of feeling pain in his liver. If Nuan Nuan were to suffer any misfortune due to Imo Yunting's actions, he would personally administer punishment and kick this foolish boy out of the house. Compared to this useless grandson, those three in Nuan Nuan's belly were the true treasures in Old Master Mo's heart. However, when he heard from the butler that Imo Hanjin actually knew how to comfort his wife, Old Master Imo was taken aback. This rascal seems not so foolish after all. He knows to comfort a crying wife and even stands up for her. Knowing how to cherish one's wife ensures a smooth future. Otherwise, it would be like Imo Ming, with chaos at home and no achievements in his career. Old Master, the eldest master has arrived. Close the door, do not let him in. Old Master Imo already held a poor impression of their family because of Imo Yunting's matter. Moreover, Imo Ming's visit at this time surely meant he wanted to plead with Old Master Imo on behalf of Imo Hanjin. Although Old Master Imo favored Imo Hanjin somewhat, he was always fair in major matters. Tell him that when I dealt with the third master in the past, I never intervened. Now that he has made a mistake, he should clean up his own mess. At his age, he still expects me to wipe his backside. How shameless! Imo Ming had crossed the line himself. It was already a favor that the third master had not sent him to prison. If he were to evade taking responsibility for his mistakes, he would never amount to anything in this lifetime, even less so than the third master. Chapter 78. President Imo is concerned. The butler, fearing that Old Master Mo's anger could harm his health, quickly offered consolation. Old Master, please calm down. He assisted Old Master Imo back into his armchair. After a moment of contemplation, Old Master Imo decided that since Nuan Nuan had been wronged, as her elder, he must adequately compensate her. Soon, a thick stack of property certificates was delivered to Imo Hanjin's desk. Old Master Imo was aware of Imo Xiao's situation. These were all compensations from him to the lady. Imo Hanjin glanced at the asset transfer contract, flipped through a few pages, and upon reaching the last page, noted an inconspicuous sum of several million in pocket money. His fingertip tapped on that line. His tone chilling and unmistakably firm. Cross this out and replace it with double the assets to be sent back. Old Master Mo's secretary nodded. I will inform the Old Master immediately. Such trivial matters did not concern Old Master Imo much, and he readily agreed. Imo Hanjin had someone deliver these contracts and property certificates home, instructing that they be signed by the lady, stating it was his intention. Assistant Chin, curious, asked, President Imo, why did you change the lady's pocket money into assets? Imo Hanjin closed his pen, his gaze cold as he lifted his eyes. Are you quite idle lately? Why are you prying into my affairs? Faced with his master's intimidating stare, Assistant Chin broke into a cold sweat. I was just about to report that Imo Ming had a fierce quarrel with his wife, selling off all his assets and her dowry, and even borrowed a significant amount from her family to fill the gap. Furthermore, Imo Yunting had now obediently moved to the main office area, sitting alongside interns from his school. Imo Hanjin remarked indifferently, understood. You may leave. As Assistant Chen exited the president's office, the first thing he did was slap himself across the face. How foolish! Why did he needlessly inquire into his boss's affairs? The first rule of staying close to Imo Hanjin was to learn to keep his mouth shut. Fortunately, President Imo was in a good mood today. Otherwise, he might have lost his position as the chief assistant. Assistant Chen reminded himself to be cautious with his words and actions in the future, always vigilant while working alongside President Imo. As Jiang Nuan Nuan stepped into the school, she quickly heard the gossip regarding Imo Yunting. I heard from a senior interning at Imo Corporation that Imo Yunting seems to have been demoted. Now treated like an ordinary employee. He even sits right next to them. Why? ISNTMO shall the old Master Mo's biological grandson. Is he meant to start from the bottom? What a joke. The current president of Imo Corporation is Imo Yunting's third uncle. It's said that Imo Xiao's father had always been at odds with the third master, and now that the third master holds the CEO position, do you expect him to treat Imo Xiao kindly? Everyone immediately understood. It turned out Imo Xiao's standing in the Imo family was not as high as they had imagined. Although the power holder was his little uncle, there was a long-standing feud with his father. How could the third master have a favorable attitude towards Imo Yunting? However, no matter how unappreciated Imo Xiao might be, he was still a young master of the Imo family, destined to live a life with an abundance of wealth that ordinary people could only envy. Chen Lingxian, hearing these rumors, excitedly sought out Zhang Wanwan. Wanwan, have you heard about Imo Yunting? What are your thoughts? Zhang Wanwan blinked, replying, I heard, but I have no particular thoughts. Silly girl, think about it. Just days ago, you were bullied by Imo Yunting, and now he has been demoted so swiftly. With his father also taking a fall, don't you see the connection? This is the third master avenging you. Zhang Wanwan was momentarily stunned, then shyly smiled in a way. It must just be a coincidence. Mo Yunting clearly did not strike her as a clever person. It was normal for someone to be demoted for making mistakes in the workplace. How could it possibly relate to avenging her? Chen Lingxian was exasperated, nearly grabbing her arm to shake her. How could it be such a coincidence? Just when you were wronged, Imo Yunting happens to make a mistake and get caught? Wanwan, trust me, the third master is definitely concerned about you. He has fallen head over heels for you. Zhang Wanwan, upon hearing this, felt a stir in her heart. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she uncertainly asked, Are you sure you're not overthinking this? Absolutely not. I guarantee that your husband is helping you get back at him. He dotes on you. Chen Lingxian, aside from reading novels, adored shipping CPs. She never imagined that one day she would ship the richest man with her best friend. Based on her years of experience in shipping CPs, the third master was definitely a rare flower blooming from a gnarled tree, a fire igniting in an old house, soon to become uncontrollable. Jiang Wanwan rubbed her face, feeling a mix of excitement. She decided that after class today, she would inquire thoroughly with Mr. Imo with anticipation in her heart. Jiang Wanwan found it hard to sit still during class, her excitement akin to the thrill of an upcoming holiday. Once class was dismissed, she hurried home. Upon seeing the items on the table, Jiang Wanwan curiously asked, Why are there more property certificates? Are these Mr. Mo's? Assistant Chun handed her a pin. Madam, these were sent by old Master Imo, who mentioned that the younger generation is thoughtless, fearing you might be harmed by anger, and specially prepared compensation for you. Zhang Wanwan contemplated briefly, realizing old Master Imo was referring to Imo Yunting. After all, wasn't Imo Yunting her younger generation? Imagining a day when Imo Yunting would come before her, respectfully calling her little aunt. Zhang Wanwan felt a surge of anticipation. At that moment, as the little aunt, she would have to properly educate this disobedient nephew. As for the previous matter, I no longer care. Let us not sign this contract. Assistant Chun kindly remarked, Madam, this is President Imo's intention. What do you think? Upon hearing it was Imo Hanjin's wish, Zhang Wanwan, without a second thought, flipped to the last page and signed her name. She didn't even glance at the contract's content. When Mo Hanjin returned from work, Zhang Wanwan eagerly approached him. Mr. Mo, are you tired from work today? Would you like me to give your shoulders a massage? Imo Hanjin looked at her in mild surprise, a low chuckle escaping him as he asked, Why are you in such a good mood today? Just a little, Zhang Wanwan replied, moving behind him to give him a brief shoulder massage. As the time drew near, she pretended to pour tea, asking sweetly, Mr. Imo, I heard Imo Xiao has been demoted. What is the reason? Imo Hanjin closed his eyes to rest, responding coldly, he made a mistake. Shouldn't he be punished? Jiang Wanwan secretly rejoiced in her heart, continuing to probe. What mistake did he make? Imo Hanjin narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of displeasure creeping into his tone. You seem quite concerned about him. Chapter 79. Mu Xiaoxian. Jiang Wanwan blinked a couple of times. I'm not concerned about him at all. If it weren't for the words of Chen Lingxian, she wouldn't even want to mention Imo Yunting. Just hearing his name was enough to sour her mood. Mr. Imo, I actually wanted to ask, your punishment of Imo Yunting, it wouldn't be because of me, would it? Are you trying to take vengeance on my behalf? Jiang Nuanyuan shyly finished her words and looked expectantly at Mo Hanjin. Mo Hanjin's gaze faltered for a moment, and he replied coolly, "No, I never let personal matters influence my decisions." The anticipation in Jiang Nuanyuan's heart instantly dissipated like a mirage. The girl puffed up her cheeks, heavily set down the teapot, and returned the empty teacup to its place. Mo Hanjin raised an eyebrow. "Where's the tea? Didn't you say you were going to pour me some? Why have you returned the empty cup after waiting so long?" Jiang Nuanyuan huffed. "The tea is finished. You can ask Aunt Feng to brew another pot. I'm leaving with that." She stomped up the stairs in her cartoon slippers. Making a loud clattering sound, Mo Hanjin gazed at her slender figure, and after a moment, he couldn't help but smile wryly. What had he done to provoke her? This girl, who used to be so gentle, had recently begun to show her temper. Mo Hanjin weighed the teapot in his hand, knowing it was still brimming with tea. She insisted she had finished it. What kind of temper was this? Yet, he found no anger in his heart. Rather, he thought her spirited demeanor was quite delightful. At least it was more pleasing than her previous timid and self-deprecating self. Mo Hanjin received a call from the old man. "Why did you let the secretary convert the pocket money I set aside for Nuanyuan into assets?" Mo Hanjin casually replied. "She's living here with me. Do you think I would skimp on her? I know you wouldn't deprive her of money, but this is just a small token of my affection as her elder. Given how difficult it is for her during her pregnancy, isn't it reasonable for me to provide her with a few million for living expenses?" Mo Hanjin rubbed his temples. "Providing her with assets is sufficient. As for her daily expenses, that should be my responsibility." The old man picked up on it. This little rascal was clearly driven by possessiveness. His wife spending someone else's money was unacceptable. She could only spend his. The old man, having lived so long, had never encountered such a domineering personality. "All right, from now on, I will convert the pocket money into double the assets and place them under Nuanyuan's name. No more transferring pocket money to your wife. Is that acceptable?" A glimmer of satisfaction crossed Mo Hanjin's eyes. "I will express my gratitude to you on behalf of Nuanyuan." As Jiang Nuanyuan awoke that morning, she sprang out of bed in alarm. Oh no, today was the last day of the weekend, and she needed to quickly spend the 700,000 limit. Otherwise, Mr. Mo's black card would be downgraded. Jiang Nuanyuan hurriedly got out of bed and called her best friend to rush to the mall together. They wandered in the mall for quite a while, still unsure of what to buy. Just then, Mu Wei called them. "Nuanyuan, Lingxian, I have an auction going on. Would you like to come and join the excitement?" Jiang Nuanyuan's eyes lit up. "Sure. If we find something suitable, it would be perfect to spend the money." She and Chen Lingxian no longer had to struggle with what to purchase. Upon arriving at the auction venue, Jiang Nuanyuan and her friend reported Mu Wei's name and were smoothly admitted. Today's auction primarily featured affordable luxury jewelry, suitable for young people. Furthermore, each piece was one of a kind with significant collectible value. Jiang Nuanyuan glanced at the catalog describing the items to be auctioned today and noted several pieces she intended to bid on as soon as the opportunity arose. Closing the catalog, she looked up and unexpectedly spotted Jiang Yan'er and Mo Yunting. Accompanying them was the second young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Zongnan. Seeing three individuals she despised instantly shattered Jiang Nuanyuan's previously cheerful mood. Jiang Yan'er and Mo Yunting also noticed Jiang Nuanyuan. A malevolent glint flickered in Jiang Yan'er's eyes. What a persistent little wretch, Mo Yunting, brimming with self-assurance, thought to himself. Jiang Nuanyuan must be here for me. She slapped me deliberately last time, and now she appears at the auction I wish to attend. She is going to great lengths to attract my attention. Jiang Zongnan disdainfully remarked, "That woman is utterly vain. What money could she possibly have to attend an auction?" Jiang Yan'er added sarcastically. "Didn't you see Mu Xiao walking past? Jiang Nuanyuan is probably trying to cozy up to him to get him to spend money on her." Mu Xiaoxian had also arrived today. Upon seeing his sister with Jiang Nuanyuan, he was immediately astonished. "How do you know each other?" Mu Wei questioned. "Brother, do you know Nuanyuan?" Mu Xiaoxian instantly recalled a certain formidable man and coughed nervously. "Ahem, I don't know her. She just seems a bit familiar. Let me introduce you. This is Chen Lingxian, my classmate. This is Jiang Nuanyuan, Ling Xuan's best friend. We've become good friends now." Mu Xiaoxian glanced at Jiang Nuanyuan and instinctively looked behind her. Thankfully, that formidable figure was not present today. He awkwardly introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. I'm Mu Xiaoxian, Wei Wei's elder brother." After exchanging greetings, they took their seats. Chen Lingxian curiously asked, "Wei Wei, why do I feel like your brother seems a bit nervous upon seeing Nuanyuan? Could it be that he has taken a liking to her?" At her words, Jiang Nuanyuan almost spat out her tea. Mu Xiaoxian inadvertently overheard and nearly bolted from the scene. He had no grievances with Miss Chen. He hoped she wouldn't cause him trouble. Jiang Nuanyuan was carrying that man's child. If Imo Sanyi found out he dared to covet his woman, wouldn't he have his head severed? Such words were best left unspoken. Jiang Nuanyuan tugged at Chen Lingshuan's sleeve. You've misunderstood. I visited Mu Xiao once at the hospital, so he might just find me familiar. Chen Lingxian understood. Oh, I see. I thought Mu Xiaoxian had fallen for you at first. Soon, the auction commenced, and their conversation ceased. Jiang Nuanyuan noticed Mu Xiaoxian placing the fruit platter and snacks in front of Mu Wei. Whenever Mu Wei showed interest in a piece of jewelry, Mu Xiaoxian would directly raise his paddle to bid on it. Thank you, brother. You're so good to me, Mu Xiaoxian gently replied. What is there to be polite about with your elder brother? Just say which piece you want. Jiang Nuanyuan watched this scene with envy, silently wishing she had a brother who cared for her like that. Unfortunately, whether in her foster family or the Jiang family in the capital, her three brothers were all disdainful of her. It was impossible for any of them to treat her with such tenderness. Chapter 80. Jiang Yin'er runs out of money. Chen Lingxian exclaimed excitedly. Nuanyuan, look at this set of chess pieces. They are so exquisite, made from the finest warm jade. But the price is too steep. The starting bid is 50,000. The set of warm jade chess pieces she admired was exactly what Jiang Nuanyuan wanted to bid on as a gift for old Master Mo. After all, this set of warm jade chess pieces was known for its gentle touch. It was said to remain warm in winter and cool in summer, becoming increasingly smooth with use. Old Master Mo loved playing chess and collecting pieces made from various materials. He would surely appreciate such a gift. Jiang Nuanyuan raised her paddle for the first time. 55,000. Upon hearing her sweet, melodious voice, many turned to look. Aren't those the Mu siblings? Who is that girl sitting next to them? How did she come to participate in our auction? I don't know, but she is stunningly beautiful. So exquisite. She must be a masterpiece crafted by the goddess Enhua. She can't be a newly debuted star. Can she? That face would have already made headlines if she were. Some even discreetly raised their phones to capture Jiang Nuanyuan's image. Just as Jiang Nuanyuan called out her bid, she was astonished to see that others were captivated by her exceptional beauty, leaving no one to contest her bid. 55,000 once, 55,000 twice. Just as the host was about to strike the gavel, Jiang Yin'er's piercing voice rang out. 60,000. Instantly, all eyes turned to Jiang Yin'er. She held her head high, reveling in the attention and the sensation of being the center of attention. However, upon seeing her, the crowd did not react with the same excitement as before, nor did they take photos. Oh, isn't that the fake daughter of the Jiang family? Didn't she just get dumped by Mo Xiao? What audacity she has to show up here. Isn't that Mo Xiao beside her? He looked somewhat handsome before, but next to Jiang Yin'er, he seems so much less refined. Heard that just a few days ago, Mo Xiao got slapped in public by a woman. Too bad I didn't attend that banquet. Otherwise, I would have loved to see what that heroine looked like. Jiang Yin'er had initially expected everyone to focus their attention on her, just as they had with Jiang Nuanyuan. However, the crowd was now engrossed in the gossip about Mo Yunting being slapped, leaving Jiang Yin'er feeling utterly overlooked. She felt a surge of resentment. Hence, after Jiang Nuanyuan raised her bid again, Jiang Yin'er followed suit and loudly raised her bid, 70,000. Jiang Yin'er cast a smug glance at Jiang Nuanyuan, dramatically flipping her hair as if to assert her dominance over the room. She imagined that such a display would surely intimidate others. What good was Jiang Nuanyuan's beauty? She was merely a seductive vixen. Jiang Yin'er was eager to see if Mu Xiao would be willing to spend such a fortune on her. Upon hearing the figure of 70,000, Jiang Nuanyuan decided against raising her bid further. Chen Lingxian whispered, Nuanyuan, Jiang Yin'er is clearly targeting you. Are you going to continue bidding? Jiang Nuanyuan shook her head. Forget it. My budget is 70,000. If Jiang Yin'er wants it, she can have it. Regardless, there are still numerous items to be auctioned, and perhaps there will be others that better suit one's taste. The black card in Jiang Nuanyuan's hand has no spending limit. No matter how much she spends, Imo Hanjin would raise no objection. However, she is accustomed to being frugal, aiming to spend exactly 700,000 to fulfill the task assigned to her by Mr. Imo, wishing not to spend a single penny more, 70,000 for the first time, 70,000 for the second, 70,000 for the final bid. The host smiled warmly at Jiang Yin'er, congratulating her and inviting her to settle the payment backstage so she could take home the exquisite set of warm jade chess pieces. Jiang Yin'er was momentarily taken aback, Didn't Jiang Nuanyuan desire this set of chess pieces? Why had she stopped bidding? Wait a moment, 70,000. I doubt, the host cheerfully reminded. Please have this young lady proceed to the backstage and submit the full payment of 70,000 before the auction concludes. Jiang Yin'er was left in a daze. 70,000. Where could she possibly procure such a sum? Instinctively, she turned to Mo Yunting for help. Mo Yunting's expression darkened ominously. What was she pretending for? Spending 70,000 on a mere set of inferior chess pieces. Had her mind been struck by a donkey? With a sorrowful countenance, Jiang Yin'er pleaded softly, Mo Xiao, I was merely impulsive a moment ago. This set of chess pieces would be a perfect gift for old Master Mo. Wouldn't he it? How about I contribute 100,000 and you cover the remaining 600,000? We could present it to Grandpa Mo together. Under different circumstances, Mo Yunting might have actually considered her proposal. However, with his father recently embroiled in trouble and the family finances drained to mend the situation, he had sold several of his cars. Presently, Mo Yunting found himself in a tight spot, unable to spare even 50,000. An overwhelming sense of frustration surged within him as he shook Jiang Yin'er's hand off. You set the price, so find a way to gather the funds yourself. Do not bother me. Jiang Yin'er turned to Jiang Tsongnan in desperation. Second brother, you have always been the kindest to me. You surely wouldn't want to see me humiliated, would you? Please help me. Jiang Tsongnan wore a troubled expression. Yin'er, if I had the money, I would certainly be willing to assist you. But our family business is struggling, and our allowances have been halved. I've lost all my funds gambling. I truly cannot produce 70,000. Jiang Yin'er's face turned resentful. Second brother, you have disappointed me greatly. Frantically scratching his head, Jiang Tsongnan suggested, Yin'er, do not be upset. Let me think. Jiang Nuanyuan just made a bid, right? She must be able to come up with 65,000. You could then add 5,000 to secure the purchase. Jiang Yin'er's expression softened somewhat. However, would that insufferable girl actually be willing to part with her money? Would she be so generous? I will speak to her. Do not worry. I have my methods to ensure she hands over the money. During the intermission, Jiang Tsongnan approached the row where Jiang Nuanyuan was seated. He cast a glance at Mu Xiaoxian before looking disdainfully at Jiang Nuanyuan. No wonder you suddenly became friendly with Miss Mu. It seems you had your sights set on her brother all along. I knew your intentions were not pure, always scheming to seduce men for personal gain. Jiang Nuanyuan's delicate features turned frosty. Do not slander me. Her friendship with Mu Wei was purely platonic. Before today, she had been unaware of Mu Wei having a brother. There was no question of her attempting to seduce him. Jiang Tsongnan loftily declared, Do not pretend, Jiang Nuanyuan. Am I not familiar with your true nature? Do you think you could muster 60,000 on your own? It is all thanks to Mu Xiao. Is it not? Mu Xiaoxian could no longer remain silent, furrowing his brow in disapproval. I am not acquainted with Miss Jiang. Why would I provide her with 60,000? Jiang Ershao, perhaps you should consider seeking medical advice for your apparent cognitive issues? I happen to work in a hospital and could recommend a specialist. Chapter 81. Mo Yunting's thoughts. Jiang Tsongnan's expression soured instantly. He was used to being overbearing. Who dared to confront him? Let alone publicly insult his intelligence. Mu Xiao, do not be so brazen. For the sake of this insufferable girl, do you intend for the Mu family to oppose the Jiang and Mo families? Jiang Tsongnan sneered. How many nights has this girl spent with you to earn such devotion? Treating her like a prized possession. Jiang Nuanyuan retorted coldly, Do not overstep your bounds. This is a public venue, not your personal stage for slander. You are aware it is a public space, yet you first seduced Mo Xiao and now entangle yourself with Mu Xiao. Are you attempting to drive a wedge between them? Truly, you are a promiscuous harbinger of misfortune. Upon hearing Jiang Tsongnan's words, the crowd in the auction house began to murmur in intrigue. Goodness, what a sensational revelation! That girl appears so innocent, yet behind the scenes, she is so scandalous. Mo Xiao is notorious for his playboy ways. Her appearance and demeanor seem tailored to attract him, clearly a ploy to ensnare him while feigning purity. After her dalliance with Mo Xiao, she now entangles herself with Mu Xiao and has been caught red-handed. This is indeed a downfall. Mu Xiaoxian, incensed by the gossip, felt a surge of anger. Had he not been raised with proper upbringing, he would have long since unleashed a tirade against Jiang Tsongnan. Jiang Tsongnan, as Jiang Nuanyuan's own brother, could stoop to such vile and despicable words to defame his own sister. This shattered Mu Xiaoxian's understanding of human depravity. His tone hardened. What exactly do you wish to achieve? Why resort to such venomous words against a girl, especially considering she is your? The words own sister hung unspoken in the air. Associating Jiang Nuanyuan with the Jiang family was an affront to her dignity. Jiang Songnan's eyes gleamed with mockery. Mu Xiao, you surely do not wish to offend Mo Xiao, do you? If you produce the 60,000 you intended for Jiang Nuanyuan, I will speak favorably of you before Mo Xiao to preserve your brotherly bond. Mu Xiaoxian was both angered and amused. So, it turned out, Jiang Songnan sought to extort money from him. Do not tell me you lack 60,000. Jiang Songnan asserted with finality. Mu Xiaoxian replied casually. 60,000, of course, I possess it. As Jiang Songnan's surprise morphed into delight. Mu Xiaoxian continued nonchalantly, but why should I give it to you? He could easily access 600,000, let alone 60, managing a portion of his family's business. But why would he give anything to Jiang Songnan? What was he to him? Jiang Songnan's expression shifted from smug to a tempestuous fury. His face flushed crimson, resembling a balloon on the verge of bursting. Mu Xiaoxian, are you daring to mock me? Mock you? I have no such leisure. The vast Jiang family could not even muster a few tens of thousands in cash. It was laughable. Chen Lingxian, speaking without thought, interjected, are you trying to help Jiang Yin'er pay the auction fee? Do the Jiang family members never think before acting? What business do you have attending an auction without funds? If you wish to borrow money, perhaps you should treat Mu Xiao with more respect. He might be inclined to lend you some if he is in a good mood. But what nonsense was that you just spouted? You demand money while expecting to act like a lord. You must think highly of yourself. Chen Lingxian unleashed a torrent of words without pausing for breath. Mu Xiaoxian watched her in astonishment, slightly taken aback by her sharp tongue. Moments ago, he had thought her a demure girl, only to find her so eloquent. Chen Lingxian caught his gaze for a few seconds and suddenly felt a bit bashful, quickly returning to her seat. Jiang Songnan, growing impatient, pressed, Jiang Nuanyuan, I will ask you one last time. Will you provide this money or not? He had used the word provide, never mentioning borrow. Do demands 60 or 70,000. The Jiang family truly had the audacity, their shamelessness reaching new heights. Jiang Nuanyuan retorted without reservation, if you lack funds, go beg on the overpass. As a fellow Jiang, I can offer you a broken bowl. Jiang Songnan was instantly infuriated. You wretched girl, are you calling me a beggar? You are courting death. He resembled a ferocious wild dog, ready to pounce at any moment. Without a second thought, Chen Lingxian instinctively spread her arms wide, shielding Jiang Nuanyuan. What do you intend to do? If you dare lay a hand on her here, be prepared to face the consequences. This scene did not escape Mu Xiaoxuan's notice. Jiang Songnan's gaze was venomous as he glared at Jiang Nuanyuan. Fine, remember this. Do not forget your household registration is still where it was. Without my consent, you shall never relocate it back. Even if our parents wish to bring Jiang Nuanyuan back home, I will never agree. Let that wretched girl roam free, seducing men at will. Once she is discarded like trash, our Jiang family will not take her back. Having failed to obtain the money, Jiang Songnan stormed off, seething with rage. After he left, Chen Lingxian patted her chest in relief. Is Jiang Ershao truly a wild beast? His tone and expression were so frightening, like an unrestrained mad dog. Hearing her apt description, Mu Xiaoxian couldn't help but chuckle. Mu Wei gave her a thumbs up. Lingxian, your language skills must be exceptional. Jiang Nuanyuan grasped Chen Lingxuan's hand, her eyes filled with gratitude. You foolish girl, when you saw him about to lose his temper, why did you step in front of me? What if he truly did strike? Chen Lingxian playfully made a face. I don't care. If he hits me, I'll just lie on the ground and feign injury. Anyway, I want to let him lay a finger on you. She remembered that Nuanyuan was pregnant. While she could endure a beating, her best friend must not be harmed. Mu Xiaoxian regarded Chen Lingxian intently. The second half of the auction is about to commence. Let us take our seats. As a set of jewels in 3 colors caught his eye. Mu Xiaoxuan's expression brightened. This set is quite splendid, featuring 3 delightful colors that you and your friend can wear together. His words were directed at Mu Wei, yet his gaze lingered on Chen Lingxian. Mu Wei adjusted her glasses, scrutinizing the jewelry displayed on the stage. With palpable excitement, she exclaimed, How beautiful! I must purchase it as a gift for my 2 closest friends. Each of us shall have a set. Jiang Songnan returned to his seat, seething in silence. Jiang Yin'er glanced nervously at the disinterested Mo Yunting and hastily explained. Mo Xiao, our family has always treated Jiang Nuan warmly. It's her own lack of discernment that has led to our disdain for her. She feared that Jiang Tsongnan's earlier actions might tarnish her image in Mo Yunting's eyes. If he were to mistakenly perceive her as a spiteful and bitter woman, it would be disastrous. However, Mo Yunting, engrossed in his phone, dismissively replied, "How you treat her is of no concern to me." Though he harbored a modicum of interest in Jiang Nuan, he was unwilling to invest anything or offer her protection. As long as Jiang Nuan maintained her appealing visage and did not hinder his desires, he was indifferent to how others treated her. Chapter 82. Madame Jiang acts publicly. After the auction concluded, Jiang Yin'er linked arms with Mo Yunting, preparing to leave, only to be halted by a staff member. "Ms. Jiang, the Nuan Yu chess piece you bid 700,000 for is currently awaiting you backstage." Jiang Yin'er's expression shifted, betraying a sense of guilt and evasion. "I'll pay another day. I didn't bring that much today." The host's smile faded slightly. "Our auction house's policy requires all payments to be settled on the day of the auction. Please do not put us in a difficult position." Jiang Yin'er, fuming, retorted sharply. "Do you know who I am? I am the heiress of the Jiang family. Do you really think I would lack 70,000? The host replied with a smile. "If you are not short on money, then please pay the 70,000. Are you incapable of understanding plain words? I simply did not bring it today. I will return to settle it. Is that not sufficient?" Her sharp voice drew the attention of many onlookers. While she reveled in their gaze, she despised being viewed as a clown in her moment of distress. All she desired was to exit the auction quickly. The host calmly stated, "Miss Jiang, are you threatening me?" The auction house had established itself in the elite circles of the capital. It was inconceivable that it lacked powerful backing. A mere Jiang family was hardly a concern for them. Jiang Yin'er clenched her teeth. "What do I gain from threatening you? I speak only the truth. If you are wise, step aside and do not obstruct my path." Accustomed to leveraging her status to intimidate the weak, she regarded the host with utter disdain. With a clap of his hands, several burly security personnel quickly surrounded Jiang Yin'er and her companions. Mo Yunting, embarrassed by her antics, shrugged off her arm and walked away without a backward glance. Mo Xiao, please don't leave me behind," Jiang Yin'er called out loudly, attempting to catch up to him. However, she barely took 2 steps before being intercepted by the security. "Miss Jiang, you cannot leave the auction premises until the 70,000 is settled." Jiang Tsongnan, filled with concern, reassured, "Yin'er, don't be afraid. Second brother is here with you." Jiang Yin'er could not help but complain. "What use is your presence? Do you have any money?" Jiang Tsongnan, visibly embarrassed, stammered, I only have 20,000 on me. I'll borrow money from friends immediately. I won't let them touch you." "Then hurry and borrow it." "What are you dawdling for?" Jiang Yin'er rolled her eyes, impatiently urging him. Jiang Tsongnan, phone in hand, humbly called his acquaintances to beg for funds. Meanwhile, Jiang Nuan and her group emerged from backstage. Having settled their payments, the staff respectfully presented their purchase treasures, contrasting sharply with their previous firm stance against Jiang Yin'er. Although Jiang Nuan had not secured the Nuan Yu chess piece, she had successfully bid on a rare jade pomegranate, its translucent quality and auspicious symbolism making it a perfect gift for Grandpa Mo just as she was about to exit the auction. Jiang Yin'er spotted her. A mix of envy and bitterness filled Jiang Yin'er's gaze as she remarked sarcastically, "Mo Xiao truly splurged this time, purchasing so many items to please you, you shameless woman. If only I could be as brazen as you, seducing men for money. Unfortunately, I was raised as a proper heiress and would never stoop so low as to sell my body." Jiang Tsongnan, unable to contain his frustration any longer, stood up abruptly, unleashing his pin-up anger upon Jiang Nuan. "Jiang Nuan, Mother will arrive shortly. Give me 70,000, and I might still speak on your behalf. Otherwise, you can forget about being recognized by the Jiang family." Whether it was Mo Xiao or Mu Xiao, both hailed from the pinnacle of elite families in the capital. Would they ever consider marrying a woman of no standing? Absolutely not. For Jiang Nuan to aim for higher social circles, she first needed to possess the status of a true heiress. Aside from the Jiang family, who else would want her? Chen Lingxian rolled her eyes. "Who cares about your approval? Do you think you're someone important?" Jiang Nuan has Mo Sanyi backing her. She is destined to become the future Mrs. Mo. As for the Jiang family, they are not even worthy to carry her shoes. Madame Jiang received a call and hurried over. As she stepped into the auction house, she immediately spotted Jiang Nuan and her group. Her expression turned icy as she scrutinized. "What are you doing here?" Upon seeing the gift box in Jiang Nuan's hands, Madame Jiang's brows knitted tightly, as if they could crush a fly. Just moments ago, Songnan had called, informing her that his sister had bid on a chess piece for 70,000, and now they were unable to pay, leaving them detained at the auction. How could she have such a wasteful and vain daughter? To spend 70,000 in such a venue, burdening her brother with this mess. What a cause for my ire. Seething with rage, Madame Jiang marched up to Jiang Nuan and, without a moment's hesitation, raised her hand. With a resounding slap, her hand was poised to strike Jiang Nuan's face, but it instead landed on Chen Lingxuan's hand. In that fleeting moment, Chen Lingxian instinctively positioned herself in front of Jiang Nuan. Fortunately, she managed to block the blow. Otherwise, it would have struck Jiang Nuan directly. Mu Shaoxian rushed over, his tone frigid. "Madame Jiang? What madness is this?" Madame Jiang adjusted her wool shawl, her demeanor haughty. "This is a family matter, and it does not concern the Mu family." Jiang Nuan's eyes brimmed with disappointment. She had believed that the Jiang family merely overlooked her, unwilling to acknowledge her existence. Yet, she never anticipated that Madame Jiang would raise a hand against her. Even a tiger would not harm its young. Was Madame Jiang truly more heartless than a beast? Jiang Nuan suppressed her emotions, turning her concern towards Chen Lingxian. "Lingxian, are you all right? Let me see your hand." Upon noticing the swelling on Chen Lingxuan's hand, Jiang Nuan felt a mix of sorrow and gratitude. Sorrow for the Jiang family and gratitude for her dearest friend. Jiang Nuan cradled her friend's hand, gently blowing on it, her eyes glistening with tears. "Why are you so foolish?" Chen Lingxian winced in pain but felt relieved. Thank goodness the slap did not land on Jiang Nuan's face. Otherwise, she could have been hurt. Perhaps even the child she carried would have been at risk. Chen Lingxian glared at Madame Jiang, her expression filled with incredulity and disdain. "Old woman, are you blind? The things Jiang Nuan possesses were bought with her own money. What does it have to do with your Jiang family? Where is your precious fake heiress? She owes 70,000 to the auction house and threatened the host, which is why she has been detained." "Yenner?" Upon hearing Jiang Yenner's name, Madame Jiang turned her gaze aside. Sure enough, amidst a cluster of security personnel, she spotted Jiang Yenner and Jiang Tsongnan. Jiang Tsongnan shouted loudly, "Mother, I'm over here. Yenner bid on something and is waiting to pay. Hurry and give them the money so they can let us go." Chapter 83. Flattering the elder Madame Jiang stood momentarily stunned, glancing between Jiang Nuan and Jiang Yenner. Could it be that she had made a mistake? The sister Jiang Tsongnan referred to was Jiang Yenner, not Jiang Nuan. Jiang Tsongnan frowned, impatiently calling out, "Mother, why are you standing there dazed? Hurry up." They had already been detained for quite some time. If the auction house continued to hold them, the humiliating news would spread throughout the city by morning. Jiang Tsongnan was solely focused on paying the money and then swiftly escaping this wretched place. Madame Jiang's expression remained somewhat dazed as she approached the host. Her voice trembled as she spoke. "Which of them owes you money, Jiang Yenner or Jiang Nuan?" The host, smiling gently, pointed at Jiang Yenner. "It is her." Madame Jiang felt as though she had been struck by a bolt of lightning, nearly losing her balance. Instinctively, she looked toward the entrance, only to find Jiang Nuan had already departed. A surge of complex emotions flooded her heart. She had initially thought Jiang Tsongnan's call about his sister referred to Jiang Nuan. Thus, her anger had driven her to publicly chastise Jiang Nuan without regard for the gathered crowd. She had never imagined that the one who had caused this significant debacle was not Jiang Nuan, but rather her beloved daughter, Jiang Yenner. Madame Jiang handed over her card, instructing, "Charge it to my card." Once she had settled the payment, the auction house finally released them. Observing Jiang Yenner spend 700,000 on a set of exquisite warm jade chess pieces, Madame Jiang felt a pang in her heart. With a heavy heart, she lamented, "Yenner, our family's business has been struggling lately, and our cash flow is strained. Are you unaware of this? The Jiang family had an opportunity to collaborate with the Mo family, which could have salvaged our declining fortunes. But who could have anticipated that Master Mo's proposal would be vetoed by Third Master Mo? Without the support of the Mo family, our company's stock has been plummeting, and we have botched several significant deals, with our funds nearly severed. And at this critical juncture, how could Yenner be so thoughtless as to squander 700,000 on a pile of useless items?" Jiang Yenner, feeling vexed, retorted, "What 700,000? This set of chess pieces is perfect for presenting to old Master Mo. If it can win his favor, our family's business will be secure. Jiang Tsongnan chimed in excitedly. Mother, Yin'er truly has an eye for valuable things. Spending 700,000 is inconsequential if it brings greater benefits to our family. Hearing their words, Madame Zhang's resolve wavered slightly. If it could indeed please old Master Mo, then perhaps the expenditure would be justified. Very well. You may take this set of chess pieces to old Master Mo, she said, her gaze towards Jiang Yin'er tinged with appreciation. It was evident that her own daughter, unlike that rustic girl Jiang Nuan, was poised and far-sighted. As for Jiang Nuan, she merely squandered money recklessly to satiate her own laughable vanity. Upon returning home, Jiang Nuan carefully opened her gift box. Mr. Dadamo, look, I attended an auction today and won this beautiful jade pomegranate. Isn't it lovely? Although she had initially set her sights on the warm jade chess pieces, she found herself more enamored with the pomegranate. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing it, she felt certain old Master Mo would adore it. Mo Hanjin cast a glance at the vibrant jade pomegranate before his gaze settled on Jiang Nuan. Scrutinizing her rosy cheeks, a faint smile played on his lips. Indeed, it was exquisite. Jiang Nuan repackaged the gift, saying, Old Master Mo has gifted me many things. I plan to visit him soon and present this pomegranate. Mr. Dadamo, do you think old Master Mo will like it? Mo Hanjin took a sip of tea and replied, he will cherish whatever you bring him. In fact, you need not bring a gift at all. Simply showing up would delight him immensely. Perfect. I have no classes tomorrow afternoon. I will go visit old Master Mo and play a game of chess with him, Jiang Nuan said, her eyes sparkling sweetly. Mo Hanjin's eyes gleamed with amusement. This girl was pure-hearted and innocent. She wished to repay kindness with kindness. However, have you noticed that your form of address is somewhat inappropriate? Jiang Nuan paused, blinking in confusion. Is it wrong for me to call him old Master Mo? Mo Hanjin gazed at her adorably bewildered expression, his heart melting. He couldn't help but reach out and tousle her hair. Forget it. Call him whatever you wish. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for someone to take you to the old residence, and I'll pick you up after my evening commitments. Jiang Nuan beamed. All right. I shall await Mr. Mo's arrival. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin'er was preparing to present a gift to old Master Mo. But she recalled how he had looked down upon her during the last birthday banquet. Thus, she made a special visit to the Mo family's matriarch, Mrs. Mo. Madam, I wish to pay my respects to old Master Mo. I kindly request your assistance in this matter. Mrs. Mo, whose name was Chow Yunfei, barely glanced up when Jiang Yin'er arrived, her demeanor haughty. Old Master is busy. Not everyone can meet him at will. Jiang Yin'er quickly instructed her attendants to bring in the gifts. This time, the Jiang family had truly invested heavily. After all, if Jiang Yin'er were to marry Yun Ting, this woman would become her mother-in-law. It was only fitting to curry favor in advance. We have brought high-priced gifts, including bird's nest, ginseng, and red coral. Upon seeing the array of lavish gifts, Chow Yunfei's expression shifted. In the past, she would have dismissed such offerings, but circumstances had changed. With Mo Ming's recent troubles, their family was facing financial strain. Any gifts received would undoubtedly elevate her spirits. Her attitude warmed considerably as she exclaimed, Why, child, how generous of you. Such expensive gifts must have cost a fortune. How about this? I shall visit the old residence shortly to share a meal with old Master Mo. And I can take you along, she added, her words laced with feigned politeness, while her eyes signaled the servants to swiftly accept the gifts. Once sold, they would net her a considerable sum, allowing her to spend without restraint and avoid the disdain of other wealthy wives. Chow Yunfei discreetly inquired about old Master Mo's mood and learned he was in good spirits today. She promptly led Jiang Yin'er to visit him, hoping to curry favor and gain benefits from him as well. Before they reached the main hall, the sound of old Master Mo's hearty laughter wafted through the air, eliciting smiles from both women. Clearly, he was in high spirits. They hastened to enter. However, upon seeing a gentle-faced young girl beside old Master Mo, Jiang Yin'er's expression darkened instantly upon recognizing Jiang Nuan. Chapter 84. A little surprise from the Mo president as Jiang Yin'er and Chow Yunfei stepped inside. Old Master Mo's smile dimmed slightly. What brings you here? He inquired coldly to Mrs. Mo. Eager to ingratiate herself, responded, Father, this is Jiang Yin'er, the esteemed daughter of the Jiang family. She recently spent a considerable sum to acquire a set of warm jade chess pieces, which he has brought for you. Jiang Yin'er unveiled the gift box, revealing the warm jade chess pieces, expecting old Master Emo to be delighted and alter his perception of her. Instead, he merely glanced at them and waved his hand dismissively. I have no need for such things. Keep them for yourself. Refusing to accept defeat, Jiang Yin'er insisted, Old Master, this set of warm jade chess pieces is both precious and rare. I put in considerable effort to acquire them. Are you truly unwilling to accept them? The butler, overhearing their exchange, wore a peculiar expression. Wasn't this the set of chess pieces old Master Emo had previously collected? They had originally been gifted by a close friend. But when that friend betrayed old Master Emo, the pieces had been relegated to storage. During the recent birthday banquet, old Master Emo had discovered them while tidying up and instructed that they be disposed of. Now, it seemed they had come full circle, returning to him. Seeing the chess set reminded old Master Emo of the betrayal, which was surely distressing. He spoke in a weary tone. I appreciate your intentions, but please take the items back. A wave of resentment surged within Jiang Yin'er as she placed the chess pieces on the table. Old Master, I simply see you as a figure akin to my grandfather, and wish to pay my respects. I assure you, there are no ulterior motives. Old Master Mo's countenance shifted subtly, revealing his displeasure. The butler felt a chill run down his spine. Jiang Yin'er was utterly oblivious. Old Master Emo was clearly displeased, yet she persisted, bringing trouble upon herself. Old Master Emo replied coolly, if you truly possess filial piety, why not show it to your own grandfather? Present this gift to him. I am certain he would be delighted. Jiang Yin'er was left speechless, her face paling in disbelief. His words implied her insincerity, accusing her of feigned respect while harboring ulterior motives, having lived for so long. Old Master Emo had seen through her schemes effortlessly. In stark contrast, Jiang Nuan simply wished to accompany him, easing his boredom. Come, let us play another game, he said, his enthusiasm rekindled as he beckoned Jiang Nuan to join him. Chow Yunfei and Jiang Yin'er stood awkwardly aside, feeling utterly humiliated. Before they entered, Jiang Nuan and old Master Emo had shared a delightful rapport, their faces alight with joy. Unable to suppress her thoughts, Chow Yunfei mused, this girl has evidently captured old Master Mo's favor. If Yunting were to marry her, surely old Master Emo would not favor the third son so heavily. Perhaps we could hasten her pregnancy, granting old Master Emo a great-grandson. That would surely bring him joy. Chow Yunfei silently resolved to investigate Jiang Nuan further, to ascertain if she was indeed a suitable candidate. After a while of playing chess with old Master Emo, Jiang Nuan remembered the gift she had brought. Old Master, this is a gift I selected with Mr. Emo. I heard that pomegranates symbolize abundance and family prosperity. I wish you health and happiness every day. Upon hearing abundance and prosperity, old Master Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. This pomegranate grows more appealing by the moment. The butler chuckled, Old Master, it seems you are not merely enamored with the pomegranate, but also with Miss Nuan. Even if Jiang Nuan had brought a simple cabbage, old Master Emo would have deemed it a symbol of wealth, perfectly aligning with his sentiments. That evening, Jiang Nuan stayed for dinner with old Master Emo. She frequently glanced outside, prompting him to jest, Are you missing that scoundrel? Her cheeks flushed as she stammered, No. I was simply wondering if he was eating on time at a tea that. Old Master Mo's smile deepened. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the elderly, Jiang Nuan felt an overwhelming shyness, wishing to vanish into the ground. At that moment, the butler entered with news of the arrival of Third Master's car. Predicting that he would be here shortly, Jiang Nuan's eyes instantly sparkled with anticipation, her small face brimming with eagerness. Unable to contain herself, she stood up and shyly asked, Grandpa Emo, may I go out to greet him? The old man graciously replied, If you wish to go, then go. I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare an extra set of chopsticks. We can dine together. After her departure, the old gentleman stroked his beard, contentedly remarking, It seems this young couple shares a deep affection. I need not fret over them. Initially, he had worried that the young man, with his cold and unyielding temperament, might not be considerate enough and that Nuan might disapprove. To his surprise, she seemed genuinely concerned for him. It appears this lad is indeed fortunate to have such a wonderful wife. Fate is truly remarkable. Jiang Nuan exited the villa, making her way down the path towards the main gate. Halfway there, she spotted a tall and upright figure in the distance. She bent down, stealthily maneuvering around the back of the garden, then jogged a few steps before suddenly wrapping her arms around the man's waist from behind. "Mr. Dotamo, you've come to pick me up?" Imo Hanjin had already noticed the soft rustling of footsteps behind him. However, he feigned ignorance. Turning around, he pretended to be surprised and asked, "What are you doing here?" Jiang Nuan nestled against him, greedily inhaling the crisp, woody fragrance that clung to him, her cheeks flushed by the intoxicating aura of his masculinity. Her voice was soft and sweet, tinged with a hint of playfulness. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. I thought you wouldn't come to pick me up." A smile flickered in Mo Han-jin's eyes, and an unintentional tenderness laced his voice. "How could I forget what I promised you? I had a meeting today, which made me a bit late." Jiang Nuan affectionately snuggled closer, playfully blinking at him. "I forgive you. The kitchen has already prepared dinner. Let us hurry back before Grandpa Mo gets anxious." Just as she turned to leave, he grasped her wrist firmly. "Stay still." She obediently halted, resembling a compliant schoolgirl. "Mr. Imo, is something wrong?" Without uttering a word, Imo Han-jin stepped closer. Standing behind her, Jiang Nuan held her breath, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over her. Then, she felt his long, slender fingers gently parting her hair as he adorned her with a sparkling chain. His warm fingertips brushed against the nape of her neck, sending a shiver coursing through her. Jiang Nuan tensed, her fingers tracing the cool pendant resting against her chest, her ears inexplicably heating up. "What is this?" "Just something I picked up casually. I thought it would suit you beautifully." Mo Han-jin stepped in front of her, his gaze lingering on the pendant hanging from her neck. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. "It's lovely." Jiang Nuan was unsure whether he was referring to the necklace or to her. She caressed the cool pendant, wishing the darkness would lift, allowing her to see the gift that Mo had chosen for her. Regardless of whether it was a mere afterthought, she would cherish it deeply and hold it dear. As they returned to the living room, Old Master Mo's face lit up with a smile of satisfaction. "Nuan has been waiting for you for quite some time. You've finally arrived." Jiang Nuan lowered her head bashfully. "I didn't heed. All right, come over and prepare to eat." Jiang Nuan approached the dining table and couldn't resist stealing glances at her new necklace. The diamond necklace was exquisitely crafted, the pendant shaped like a delicate arch, adorned with colorful gems that resembled flowers. Beneath the arch, a gracefully dancing girl held her skirt. Even the girl's hat was embellished with sparkling pink diamonds. Jiang Nuan had never seen such an exquisite piece of jewelry. It was akin to a work of art from a museum. The more she looked, the more she adored it. Old Master Mo noticed her small gestures and exclaimed in surprise, "How is it that you return with a new necklace?" His scrutinizing gaze turned to Imo Han-jin, who was well aware that Nuan hadn't worn the necklace earlier that afternoon. Jiang Nuan, feeling shy, replied softly, "This is a necklace that Mr. Mo bought for me on his way back." Old Master Mo's discerning eye quickly recognized that this necklace was no ordinary piece. The sparkling diamonds and natural gemstones were all quite valuable. Moreover, judging by the design style, it must have been crafted by one of Switzerland's most renowned designers, each piece being truly unique. It was incredibly challenging to procure such a designer's work, requiring not only significant funds, but also the ability to provide something of interest to entice them. Yet this young man nonchalantly claimed to have bought it casually by the roadside. Old Master Mo took a sip of tea, his expression laden with meaning. "Casually bought, you say? It seems you have quite the EYE." Mo Han-jin cleared his throat, swiftly changing the subject. "Let us eat. The dishes are getting cold." Just as the three were about to dig in, Mo Yunting unexpectedly arrived. "Grandfather, I heard you have some fine wine." As soon as Mo Yunting entered and saw Mo Han-jin, a look of fear and respect crossed his face. "Oh, uncle is here too." Mo Han-jin cast him a nonchalant glance, exuding an immense pressure that nearly sent Mo Yunting fleeing. Regret washed over Mo Yunting. Had he known his uncle would be present, he would have thought twice about coming. It was a rare occasion for him to return to the old residence, yet he had coincidentally run into his uncle. Old Master Mo, maintaining a neutral demeanor, inquired, "Have you eaten? If not, sit down and have something." Mo Yunting dared not turn and leave. He could only muster the courage to approach the dining table. As he sat down, he suddenly realized there was someone else at the table besides his grandfather and uncle. His eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Jiang Nuanwan? What are you doing here? Old Master Mo's expression darkened slightly. What? Is there a problem with Nuanwan sharing a meal with me? And no problem. Mo Yunting dared not voice any objections. He was simply taken aback, never expecting Jiang Nuanwan to appear at the Mo family's dinner table. Moreover, she was seated between his grandfather and uncle. Wasn't he his uncle known for avoiding women? How could Jiang Nuanwan sit beside him without being dismissed? This was utterly astonishing. Suppressing his shock, Mo Yunting sat down. Nuanwan, you must try this hibiscus soup. It's a specialty of the old residents, something you can't taste anywhere else. Old Master Mo personally served Jiang Nuanwan a bowl of soup. Thank you, Grandpa, she replied cheerfully. Mo Yunting's jaw dropped in disbelief. His own grandfather had never treated him with such kindness. Yet what shocked him even more was yet to come. Jiang Nuanwan picked up a shrimp and placed it on her plate. Before she could begin peeling it, a long hand swept it away. Following that hand upwards, Mo Yunting found himself staring at his uncle's cold, unyielding face. He touched his forehead, feeling no heat. Was he hallucinating? How could his bloodthirsty uncle, who despised women encroaching upon his space, actively help Jiang Nuanwan peel shrimp? Old Master Mo, observing the scene, quipped, Yunting, why are you just sitting there? Eat. Only then did Mo Yunting snap back to reality. Mechanically picking at the dishes, swallowing without tasting a thing, he felt as though he were witnessing a surreal spectacle, too extraordinary to be true. Had his aloof uncle really become so considerate? Could it be that his uncle had changed? Summoning his courage, Mo Yunting pointed at the dish in front of Mo Hanjin. A forced smile plastered on his face as he tentatively asked, Uncle, could you please pass me that dish? Mo Hanjin placed the freshly peeled shrimp into Jiang Nuanwan's plate. He then picked up a clean, warm towel, leisurely wiping his hands, his movements exuding elegance and affluence. Once finished, he coolly raised his gaze. His voice as frigid as I see. Do you not have hands? Mo Yunting felt a shiver run down his spine. His heart racing. I can manage it myself. So it seemed that his uncle hadn't he changed at all. If anything, he was even colder and more intimidating than before. As Mo Yunting pushed the food around his plate, he felt as though ants were crawling in his stomach. Could someone please explain to him what was happening? Why were both his grandfather and uncle being so attentive to Jiang Nuanwan? Unfortunately, everyone at the table, barring Jiang Nuanwan, held a higher status than him. They would never explain the situation to a mere junior. With a heart full of trepidation, Mo Yunting finally finished the meal. In stark contrast to his inner turmoil, Jiang Nuanwan enjoyed her dinner thoroughly. Both Old Master Mo and Mo took great care of her. With Old Master Mo occasionally engaging in light conversation, inquiring about her recent happenings. Did you eat enough, Nuanwan? Old Master Mo asked kindly. Jiang Nuanwan rubbed her round belly. I'm full, Grandpa. Third, come with me to the study. I have something to give you. Nuanwan, please sit for a while and let the servants attend to you. Old Master Mo summoned Mo Hanjin upstairs, arranging for someone to cater exclusively to Jiang Nuanwan. Completely disregarding his own grandson, Mo Yunting. Once Mo Hanjin departed from the living room, Mo Yunting finally felt the oppressive atmosphere lift, allowing him to breathe easier. He turned to Jiang Nuanwan. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Jiang Nuanwan, what kind of enchantment have you cast upon my grandfather and uncle? It is one thing to bewilder his grandfather, but to have even her uncle treating her so kindly. This utterly upended Mo Yunting's understanding that had been firmly established over the past 20 years. Jiang Nuanwan sipped her hawthorn tea, casting a glance at Mo Yunting. Why should I divulge anything to you? Chapter 86. Mo Yunting's little aunt. Mo Yunting choked, taken aback by her assertive demeanor. Ha! You have truly grown bold. Don't presume that by currying favor with my grandfather and uncle, you can seamlessly marry into the Mo family. Whether you can enter the Mo household or not ultimately lies in my hands. As long as he disapproves of this union, who could compel him to wed Jiang Nuanwan? No matter how much she schemes. If she does not seek to please him, it would all be in vain. Jiang Nuanwan, disinterested in Mo Yunting's provocations, lowered her head and quietly continued her tea. After finishing a cup, she inquired of the servant beside her. Could you refill my cup? The servant smiled as she took the teacup from her. Miss Nuan, this is hawthorn tea. You really shouldn't indulge too much. 1 cup is sufficient. I could prepare some flower tea for you instead. Knowing you were coming today, the old master specifically instructed us to prepare it. Upon the servant's reminder, Jiang Nuanyuan recalled that hawthorn tea promotes circulation, which is indeed unsuitable for pregnant women in excess. Thankfully, the servants at the old residence were attentive. Otherwise, she would have suffered the consequences. As the servant retreated to the kitchen to brew more tea, the living room was left with only Jiang Nuanyuan and Mo Yunting. Mo Yunting scoffed. What's wrong with drinking more hawthorn tea? You're being overly dramatic. Jiang Nuanyuan pursed her lips, her sweet voice taking on a more serious tone. Is this how you converse with your elders? Mo Yunting frowned, a mocking smile gracing his lips. And you think you can be my elder? Surely, you do not believe that by amusing the old master, he would take you as his goddaughter? I have seen many people fawn over the old master over the years, yet who could truly deceive his discerning gaze? Jiang Nuanyuan's attempts to confuse the old master into adopting her as a goddaughter or god-granddaughter were utterly futile. Jiang Nuanyuan chuckled silently at his naivety. Who said I wish to be the old master's goddaughter? Why don't you ponder why I can sit alongside your uncle? Mo Yunting's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to ask, why? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Nuanyuan decided to reveal the truth. It's because I intend to become your little aunt. Upon hearing this, Mo Yunting was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Clutching his stomach as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, tears welled in the corners of his eyes from his uncontrollable mirth. Ha ha ha, what did you say? To be my little aunt? Jiang Nuanyuan, you must still be dreaming. Do you really think you can marry my third uncle? Do you have any idea how many debutantes admire him? With your family background, marrying into my family wouldn't suffice. You wish to ascend to my uncle's level? Dream on. Jiang Nuanyuan felt that Mo Yunting was truly beyond redemption. It was evident that both grandfather Mo and Mo were astute, yet somehow he had inherited none of the Mo family's intelligence. The answer was right before him, yet he stubbornly refused to accept it. Must the union of two individuals always hinge upon family status? Mo Yunting's expression was one of derision, as if mocking Jiang Nuanyuan's audacity. What do you, a country bumpkin, understand? How could a family of our standing possibly marry a woman with no background? Jiang Nuanyuan turned her face away, unwilling to engage further with Mo Yunting. His mindset was deeply entrenched, fixated solely on gain, and he would never comprehend what love truly meant. She chose silence, yet Mo Yunting was relentless. Why the silence? Has your beautiful dream been shattered, leaving you unable to face reality? I advise you, if you wish to avoid calamity, abandon this notion post-haste. My uncle's ruthless methods are beyond your imagination. Jiang Nuanyuan stroked her chin, contemplating that indeed, she could not fathom what ruthless methods Mr. Mo might possess, for he had always treated her with kindness and care. Glancing at her necklace, she mused that if this was considered ruthless, perhaps Mo could afford to be a little more so. The servant returned with the flower tea, and Jiang Nuanyuan cradled the teacup, sipping delicately. Mo Yunting was incensed by her relaxed demeanor, clearly intent on climbing the social ladder, yet here she was, feigning modesty? Believing that a mere semblance of beauty could elevate her status to that of a phoenix. She was a type of woman he had encountered too often. My uncle despises women who are vain. If he were to take a liking to you, it would mean he had lost his senses. Jiang Nuanyuan silently rolled her eyes. Pa. Mr. Mo's vision is perfectly intact. Jiang Nuanyuan issued a clear dismissal. It's rather late. Are you not departing? Mo Yunting retorted. Do you truly think of this place as your home? However, he indeed ought to leave. Otherwise, he would be left on edge when his uncle came down. Take care of yourself. Do not blame me for not warning you. Shortly after Mo Yunting's departure, Grandfather Mo and Mo Hanjin descended the staircase. Grandfather, Mr. Mo and I are heading home now. I shall return to accompany you for a game of chess another day. Grandfather Mo waved his hand with a smile. Very well, do let me know when you arrive home. After bidding farewell to the couple, the servant recounted the events that transpired in the living room to Grandfather Mo. Upon hearing it, the old man's brow furrowed deeply, as if he could crush a fly with it. How has Mo Ming raised his son? Who told him that our Mo family needs to rely on the unions of our descendants to solidify our power? Only the ineffectual second-rate families require such alliances to enhance their influence. However, our Mo family stands at the pinnacle. When have we needed to depend on others for strength? As long as two individuals genuinely care for one another, No matter their origins, that is the true measure of compatibility. The eldest truly seems to be regressing. His own shortcomings are bad enough, but his son is even worse. Grandfather Mo's greatest concern at that moment was for the 3 children in Jiang Nuanyuan's womb. Should these 3 children not be raised well, he would find no peace even in the afterlife. If even one of them were to inherit the capabilities of that scoundrel, he would die a satisfied man. He did not dare to wish for all 3 grandsons to be exceptional. As long as one could be of merit, it would be a blessing from the heavens. Jiang Nuanyuan glanced at her phone, noticing a newly arrived notification in the group chat. Mr. Mo, the school is organizing a social activity for us to provide first aid training to several companies. Imdo Hanjin raised an eyebrow. When? In 3 days? Jiang Nuanyuan replied, lifting her phone to show him the notification. Imdo Hanjin recognized a familiar company, albeit a small one situated far from the city. Ending at 8 in the evening, upon seeing the end time. Imdo Hanjin frowned. At that hour, it would be dark. Returning from the suburbs would take considerable time. For a young girl still maturing, being out late posed potential risks. Countless thoughts raced through Imdo Hanjin's mind. He said nothing, but 3 days later, when Jiang Nuanyuan was about to depart, she received an unexpected notification. She was to participate in a training session at Mo Group. Chapter 87. Nuanyuan goes to Mr. Mo's territory. Jiang Nuanyuan stared at the notification on her phone, momentarily stunned. Her classmate Kai Huan rushed over, bypassing pleasantries, and directly peered at her screen. Jiang Nuanyuan felt a twinge of discomfort and was about to speak when Kai Huan exclaimed excitedly, Nuanyuan, you're training with me? How wonderful! I can't believe we were assigned to a Mo Group. It's truly fortunate. Jiang Nuanyuan bit her lip, pondering if there had been a mistake. I recall that it wasn't TMO Group before. It was a different company. How did it change? Kai Huan, familiar with her, linked arms with her. Oh, don't worry about it. A last-minute change is for the best. Don't you want to go to a Mo Group? Stop pretending. Who wouldn't he want to? Kai Huan urged. Let us get on the bus together. I want to sit with you. Others, upon learning that they had been assigned to a Mo Group, displayed envious expressions. Why was I assigned to such a small company? Compared to a Mo Group, it's incomparable. Can I opt out? Those fortunate enough to join a Mo Group felt immensely lucky. With this experience, applying for a position at one of a Mo Group's hospitals would surely be easier. Some glanced at Kai Huan and Jiang Nuanyuan, whispering jealously, You're only thinking about job applications. Some have much grander aspirations. What aspirations? One asked, puzzled. Are you really that dim? If you catch the eye of someone from the Mo family, you could soar to great heights and live as a wealthy lady. Who would want to toil away as a laborer? In the eyes of the wealthy, possessing knowledge in medicine was quite an advantage. In an instant, the way everyone looked at Jiang Nuanyuan and her friend shifted to one of subtle complexity. Jiang Nuanyuan was oblivious to these undercurrents. She opened her chat with Mr. Mo, contemplating whether to inform him. Would he be surprised to learn she was suddenly going to a Mo Group? Perhaps it would be better to keep it a surprise for him. Kai Huan suddenly exclaimed, Nuanyuan, who is the husband you have saved in your phone? Jiang Nuanyuan realized that Kai Huan had been staring at her phone screen. Her loud question attracted the attention of everyone else on the school bus. Husband? Nuanyuan, are you dating? Jiang Nuanyuan frowned at Kai Huan, suppressing her displeasure, and replied coolly, That's just a nickname for my close friend. Is that a problem? She had no desire to discuss her personal life, much less let anyone know that she had registered her union with Mr. Mo. They are merely inconsequential individuals. She detests having her life scrutinized by others. Kai Huan chuckled awkwardly a couple of times, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Don't be so stingy. I'm just having a casual glance. I seem to recall someone mentioning that you are involved with a married gentleman. Is that true? Jiang Nuanyuan's gaze turned frosty. Of course not so. The husband noted in your phone is not this gentleman. However, the photos circulating online suggest a rather intimate connection between you two. Kai Huan's persistent probing into personal matters had already irked Jiang Nuanyuan. What was even more infuriating was her deliberate attempts to set traps. One could easily slip into her insinuations. Just because you exchanged a few words with the school bus driver, if someone captured that moment and posted it online, others might also perceive it as ambiguous. Kai Huan's expression instantly soured. What are you talking about? I merely asked the driver for directions. Don't let your mind wander to such filthy places. Jiang Nuanyuan calmly regarded Kai Huan, fully aware of the discomfort of being falsely accused. And yet, you purposely set me up? Kai Huan rolled her eyes dramatically and turned away in silence. Initially, Jiang Nuanwan seemed soft and easy to manipulate, but it turned out her mind was remarkably quick. Not a bit fooled. How tedious. Upon arriving at the MO group, the classmates lined up to disembark. Just as Jiang Nuanwan prepared to step off the bus, Kai Huan suddenly dashed out from behind, shoving her aside. Jiang Nuanwan collided with the bus door, pain shooting through her shoulder. She looked up to see Kai Huan grinning as she bounded toward the teacher, eager to show off. "Teacher, I was the first to arrive. Please be sure to praise me in front of MR.MO later." Jiang Nuanwan rubbed her shoulder and stepped off the bus. "Hello, everyone. I'm Assistant Zhang, responsible for this training event. Welcome to MO Group." Jiang Nuanwan was taken aback upon seeing Assistant Zhang. The fact that even he was present for this emergency training was astonishing. Does Peking University hold such clout? Under Assistant Zhang's guidance, the students and faculty of Peking University entered the MO Group. It was evident that most of the students were excited, eagerly looking around, albeit maintaining decorum. Only Kai Huan was exaggeratedly running about, exclaiming in awe, "Wow, is this what a top-tier company looks like? I heard there are several buildings nearby, along with a massive tech park, all belonging to MO Group. This lavish building is even more extravagant than what I've seen on television." Assistant Zhang glanced at Kai Huan, reminding her, "Please maintain silence. Others are still working." Kai Huan stuck out her tongue and tapped her head. "Sorry, I think I got a bit too excited. But MO Group is truly amazing. I can't wait to meet Mr. MO." She looked at Assistant Zhang with eager anticipation, waiting for him to respond. However, Assistant Zhang was no fool and ignored her completely. Jiang Nuanwan touched her nose, suddenly feeling embarrassed for Kai Huan. To leave the refined Assistant Zhang at a loss for words was quite an accomplishment on Kai Huan's part. Behind Jiang Nuanwan, some whispered, "Is Kai Huan lacking in intellect? Does she think that by acting foolish, she can attract a charming and wealthy CEO? The CEO favors genuine, innocent beauties, not pretentious fools. Kai Huan is merely silly, lacking sweetness, making it cringeworthy." Assistant Zhang led them to a spacious lounge. Adjacent to MO Group's internal gym, Kai Huan rushed over to the gym area, gripping the barbell with all her might, yet it remained immovable. "How heavy, how frustrating. My arms are sore, yet I can't lift it at all. Is Mr. Mo's usual workout intensity this high?" Assistant Zhang felt a headache coming on. Mr. Mo had his private gym, while this was for company employees. Kai Huan let out a sound of realization, immediately losing interest in the gym equipment. "I'll call some company employees out to demonstrate the emergency procedures for everyone." Jiang Nuanwan was assigned to the front row, kneeling beside a dummy as she focused on demonstrating cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Assistant Zhang appeared expressionless, but discreetly took out his phone to record a video of Jiang Nuanwan's teaching. Though likely wouldn't wish to see it. But should he inadvertently open the video? Thinking it was work-related, he would have no choice but to view it. Chapter 88. Nuanwan teases MR.MO. Mo Hanjin's phone chimed. He set down his documents and picked up his phone, finding a video sent by Assistant Zhang. Upon seeing the petite figure on the video thumbnail, he clicked the play. 25 minutes later, he replied to Assistant Zhang, "Do not send unrelated videos during work hours." Assistant Zhang quickly apologized. "I apologize, Mr. MO. I accidentally sent the wrong message. I will ensure it doesn't happen again." Assistant Zhang glanced at the video's length, precisely 25 minutes. This indicated that MR.MO hadn't even fast-forwarded, instead having watched such a dull video in its entirety. Was this the workaholic Mr. Mo? He actually spent 25 minutes of valuable work time on a video irrelevant to his duties. Assistant Zhang tucked his phone away. His performance bonus for the month was assured. During the lunch break, Assistant Zhang led the Peking University faculty and students into the MO Group's cafeteria. Kai Huan, having not seen the person she wished to meet all morning, wore a face of impatience. However, upon hearing they were headed to the cafeteria, her spirits lifted instantly. People are like iron, and food is like steel. Surely, Mr. MO must come for a meal too. If he does, I might just have a chance encounter with him. Kai Huan, why are you looking around so much? What are you searching for? Kai Huan awkwardly chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing. I just find this cafeteria too extravagant. And I don't know what to eat." She certainly couldn't admit that she was on the lookout for Mr. MO. Jiang Nuanwan was troubled, pondering what to have for lunch among so many enticing options. Assistant Zhang casually approached her from behind and whispered, "Ahem, Miss Jiang, the dishes on the upper floor are lighter and more nutritious." Jiang Nuanwan's eyes lit up, Then I shall eat upstairs. She turned to ascend, discovering that the upper floor was more spacious and far less crowded, with barely 10 people present. Unbeknownst to her, the upper floor was the executive dining area, accessible only to company executives. As she approached the cafeteria lady, she gazed at the various exquisite dishes, E-star grouper, black truffle foie gras, and abalone chicken soup. Jiang Nuan's mouth nearly watered. She casually ordered a few items and settled at a windowside table. Before long, the dishes she ordered were brought to her. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, a group entered, led by a sharply dressed man. Upon spotting Mr. Mo, Jiang Nuan nearly bit her tongue. What a coincidence! She hadn't even informed Mo of her presence here, yet she encountered him first. Mo Hanjin raised his gaze towards her, waiting for the young lady to initiate a greeting. Instead, Jiang Nuan, feeling flustered, blinked nervously and quickly averted her gaze, pretending not to see him. Mo Hanjin's expression darkened immediately. Oh, so this is how it is. You choose to feign ignorance? Mr. Mo, what are you looking at? Mo Hanjin withdrew his gaze, his demeanor turning slightly cold, emanating an icy aura. Jiang Nuan took a sip of hot soup to muster her courage, then nervously pulled out her pink phone to text him. Mr. Mo, our training today has unexpectedly moved to your company. I didn't inform you, as I wanted to surprise you. She sent a cute emoticon, attempting to ease the tension. Upon reading her message, Mo Hanjin raised an eyebrow. Glancing at the young lady hiding in the corner, Jiang Nuan's gaze deliberately avoided his direction, as if wishing to evaporate on the spot to avoid being caught. Mo Hanjin lazily typed. It is quite a surprise indeed. Jiang Nuan sighed with relief, thinking he had moved past the earlier incident. However, Mo Hanjin soon sent another message. Even more surprising is that my wife pretends not to recognize me. Cough, 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 cough. Jiang Nuan was just sipping her soup when she saw this message and accidentally choked, coughing incessantly. Yet, she dared not cough loudly, fearing it would attract the attention of the nearby gentleman. Desperately stifling her cough, her face turning crimson, Jiang Nuan didn't dare to look up, afraid of meeting Mo Hanjin's gaze. Biting her lip, she playfully texted, Mr. Mo, the timing isn't right today. Next time. I promise to boldly greet you. Is that all right? The situation was too peculiar. She was a Peking University student, while he was the CEO of the Mo Group. With so many people around, if she publicly greeted Mr. Mo, it would undoubtedly spark a wave of gossip, potentially leading to unfavorable rumors about him. Jiang Nuan wished to avoid such scenarios. Mo Hanjin, understanding her concerns, thought to himself, this silly girl is always considering others. Who is that young lady over there? How did she end up on the second floor? She looks rather young. Perhaps she's new and doesn't realize this is the executive dining area. I'll have HR enhance their training. After all, during their meals, executives often discuss strategic matters, and allowing regular employees to dine here could lead to sensitive company secrets being leaked. Jiang Nuan buried herself in her meal, just as she was about to leave. When the cafeteria lady brought her a cup of warm-watered tea the same time, her phone chimed with a message from Mo Hanjin. Don't forget to take folic acid. Jiang Nuan's heart skipped a beat. Overwhelmed with sweetness and gratitude, is so thoughtful. The glass of warm water was likely sent over by him intentionally. Jiang Nuan took out the folic acid from her bag, concealed it in her palm, and downed it with the water. Clenching her phone tightly, she made her way towards the stairwell as she passed by Mo Hanjin. She caught a whiff of the familiar scent of fur, gentle yet stirring. Jiang Nuan's heart raced, and she discreetly kicked the hem of Mo Hanjin's suit trousers. Before he could turn around, her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly fled. Upon reaching the first floor of the cafeteria, Jiang Nuan gasped for breath, her face ablaze with heat. Kai Huan, noticing her descent from the upper floor, questioned her with palpable hostility. Why did you go upstairs? I just inquired, and it's a dining area for executives. Kai Huan had attempted to go upstairs moments earlier but was stopped by the staff. How could Jiang Nuan have come down from there? What right did she have to ascend? Jiang Nuan was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? I had no idea. She had encountered no obstruction on her way up and assumed anyone could go. Jealousy flickered in Kai Huan's eyes as she reprimanded. The school brought us here for emergency training, but also to broaden our horizons. Please refrain from wandering about and causing trouble for the school. All right. Jiang Nuan inhaled deeply. What trouble have I caused for the school? Kai Huan crossed her arms and shot her a sidelong glance. Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. You're merely trying to ingratiate yourself with the powerful, aren't you? So, while the staff wasn't paying attention, you sneaked upstairs to try and flirt with the executives of the Imo Corporation, even Imo himself. Chapter 89. Kai Huan's attempt to seduce Imo. Jiang Nuan frowned. Defending herself, what nonsense are you spouting? It's just a meal, and you can conjure up so much in your mind. Humph, you know perfectly well what you're thinking. I advise you to keep your distance from Imo. He is a man of such high standing, not someone you could ever hope to associate with. Kai Huan's eyes sparkled with envy, terrified that Jiang Nuan might steal her chance to interact with Imo. This training's sudden shift to Imo Corporation was surely divine intervention for her. She had to capture Mo's heart and alter her destiny, becoming the envy of all as Mrs. Imo. Jiang Nuan found her words amusing. I can't hope to reach such heights. Do you think you can? Kai Huan replied loftily, Of course. I am destined for wealth, raised in a family that nurtured talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. You, a mere village girl who only knows how to bury herself in books. Can't compare. Kai Huan's family had always groomed her towards becoming a wealthy lady, having studied various arts and even choosing traditional Chinese medicine with the aim of marrying into a wealthy family. A lady who is both knowledgeable and beautiful, capable of managing family assets. What man wouldn't he desire such a partner? Compared to her, Jiang Nuan, despite her beauty, fell short in every other aspect. Jiang Nuan, weary of the argument, replied nonchalantly, I shall wait and see when you become Mrs. Imo. Kai Huan's face radiated confidence. Rest assured, you will see that soon enough. This emergency training is the perfect opportunity. I won't let it slip by. During the afternoon training session, Kai Huan took Jiang Nuan's spot, positioning herself in the front row. However, Jiang Nuan remained unfazed. She communicated softly with the employees, teaching them emergency procedures. In contrast, Kai Huan appeared disinterested, continuously probing the staff about Mo's personal life. I've heard that no woman has ever been seen around Mo. Is that true? Couldn't he possibly have a white moonlight? Could he? How would we know about Mo's private matters? The staff replied, puzzled. Kai Huan, with a cunning smile, pressed, Do you know what time Mo usually finishes work? Where is his garage located? His office is on the top floor. Isn't it difficult for ordinary people to access? Kai Huan schemed that if she could reach the top floor and meet Mo directly, it would be perfect. Even if she couldn't, she could wait in the garage. Ultimately, she just needed to create an opportunity for a chance encounter. She was confident that she could obtain Mo's contact information and gradually win his heart. Jiang Nuan, how unfortunate that it's you again. Hearing the familiar voice she detested, Jiang Nuan looked up, only to find Mo Yunting. Currently, he was just an ordinary employee at Imo Corporation, without any significant responsibilities, so it was not surprising for him to be assigned to this event. Yet, he hadn't expected to encounter Jiang Nuan here. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he smirked derisively. You here for my uncle again, aren't you? You truly are one who doesn't shed tears until seeing the coffin. Seeing him, Jiang Nuan's expression cooled, her attitude equally frosty. Do you wish to learn the emergency procedures? If you want to learn, I'll teach you that. If not, move aside. I still have others to train. Mo Yunting, with a disdainful expression, replied, All right, I'm curious to see if you'll genuinely teach me. When it came to medicine, Jiang Nuan suppressed her emotions, appearing calm and focused, as if Mo Yunting were merely an ordinary patient needing assistance. First and foremost, emergency assistance has a golden window. If someone collapses nearby, it is best to provide aid within 3 minutes. Laying them flat. Her explanations were coherent and accompanied by practical demonstrations on a dummy. Unbeknownst to her, when she was earnest, she radiated a soft, pure aura that was utterly captivating. Mo Yunting, initially impatient, gradually found his gaze fixated on her. His interest deepening. In fact, the wealth and luxury that Jiang Nuan desired, he could easily provide. Since she was so intent on ingratiating herself with his uncle, she likely wouldn't pry into his affairs with other women. Wasn't she precisely the understanding wife he sought? Moreover, his mother had mentioned that Jiang Nuan was favored by the old master, being the only disciple of Zhou. Should his parents fall ill in the future, she could assist in their care, making her an excellent choice in every respect. Cough. Artificial respiration. Is it? Mo Yunting's gaze fell on her rosy lips and then on the dummy on the floor, He smirked mischievously. I've learned it. Allow me to demonstrate. Bending down, he aimed to mimic the procedure on the dummy, but Jiang Nuan abruptly yanked the dummy away. He was unable to stop in time, nearly kissing the ground. Flustered, Imo Yunting supported himself with his hands on the floor, glaring at Jiang Nuan. What on earth are you doing? He had almost shared an indirect kiss with her, only to have the dummy snatched away. Not only did he miss out on the opportunity, but he also nearly embarrassed himself. Jiang Nuan pointed to the dummy beside her, her tone cool. That one is the one you should be using. Imo Yunting gestured at the dummy she had used. Why can't I use yours? Jiang Nuan replied decisively. Of course not. Who knows how many people he has kissed? What if he transmits a virus to you? Just the thought of it is revolting. Imo Yunting's expression reflected regret. It was a pity that he couldn't share an indirect kiss this time. However, once she realizes that she cannot aspire to his uncle, she would surely return to seek him out. That time, he could toy with her as he pleased. The initiative was in his hands. After the training concluded, Jiang Nuan boarded the school bus with everyone else. Returning to school, everyone was on the bus, except for Kai Huan. Unbeknownst to them, Kai Huan was hiding in the garage of Imo Corporation. Spotting the tall, distinguished figure approaching, Kai Huan seized her chance and suddenly exclaimed, "Ouch!" Sure enough, the owner of the tailored suit halted. Kai Huan's eyes lit up. Clutching her leg, she feigned distress in a delicate voice. "Oh no, it hurts so much. Can anyone help me?" As the man neared, Kai Huan clung to his leg. "Uncle, my leg hurts terribly. It feels like I twisted my ankle. Could you assist me? Little girl, how can I help you?" Kai Huan had anticipated hearing the low, magnetic voice of Imo, but instead, she heard a simple, honest tone. Was Imo's voice particularly unique? Biting her lip and blushing, she looked up, only to have her eyes widen in shock. The man she had latched onto was not Imo at all, but rather his driver. Chapter 90. Mrs. Mo's wife Cake. The driver scratched his head. "Little girl, you need to let go. I have to drive." Kai Huan glanced at the godlike figure nearby, then back at the middle-aged man whose leg she was still clinging to, quickly releasing her grip. How unfortunate to have mistaken someone. Imo Hanjin glanced down at his phone, a smile breaking across his face as he read a message from a little girl who had just arrived home safely. Upon hearing Kai Huan's voice, he lifted his gaze, his expression instantly turning icy, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. Kai Huan gazed at his flawless, handsome face, her heart fluttering with undeniable attraction. This was the man at the pinnacle of the capital's social hierarchy. Not only did he wield control over the nation's economic lifelines, his wealth had long surpassed 100 billion, firmly securing his position as the richest man in the country. Even more striking was his towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, coupled with a perfectly sculpted inverted triangle physique, surpassing even that of a model. His stunningly handsome visage exuded an innate nobility amidst a cool demeanor, each movement imbued with a potent aura of masculine dominance. Kai Huan's heart raced, nearly stopping as she gazed at him. Starry-eyed, "Mr. Imo, may I address you as such? My legs ache terribly, and I fear I may not be able to stand. Could you carry me to the car?" Imo Hanjin's brows were tightly knitted, forming a distinct furrow upon his forehead. He strode over to Kai Huan with his long, straight legs. A glimmer of delight flashed in her eyes as she eagerly raised her arms, awaiting the man to envelop her in his embrace. However, Imo Hanjin walked right past her, not even granting her a glance. Her outstretched arms hung awkwardly in the air. Turning her head, she saw Imo Hanjin already seated in a Maybach. The handsome contour of his profile was partially shrouded in darkness as he pulled out a recent financial magazine, engrossed in its contents, entirely oblivious to the woman on the ground. Kai Huan gritted her teeth, her heart brimming with resentment. She turned to the driver she had previously dismissed, forcing a flattering smile. "Driver, could you assist me to the car? Just take me to the nearest hospital, and rest assured, I won't be a burden to you." The driver was a kind-hearted man, but he was no fool. Over the years, having served by Mr. Mo's side, he had witnessed countless socialites vying for his attention, employing every conceivable scheme. If he were unable to see through such rudimentary tactics and brought trouble to Mr. Imo, he would have been dismissed long ago. "All right, I'll take you to the hospital." Kai Huan's expression brightened as she glanced expectantly towards Imo Hanjin. Soon, she would be seated beside him. Once in the car, Should there be a bump or turn along the way, she could easily tumble into his embrace without raising suspicion. Kai Huan straightened her enviable chest. Already plotting how to entice Mr. Mo, she was determined to make this workaholic begin to yearn for the pleasures of a woman's company. Then please assist me to Mo's car. The driver shook his head. That is Mr. Mo's car. Not just anyone can get in. What I meant is, I will drop him off at home, then take you to the hospital in my vehicle. Kai Huan's expression stiffened. Ride out in your car? Yes, that electric scooter over there is mine. You can wait inside while I finish up, and then I'll take you to the hospital. The driver pointed to the dilapidated electric scooter parked outside. Chuckling good-naturedly, Kai Huan's expression nearly faltered at the sight of the shabby vehicle. Who would want to ride in that? What she desired was to be in the luxurious Maybach worth tens of millions. Reluctantly, she glanced at the opulent car, yet its owner offered her not even a fleeting glance. Shall I assist you to the electric scooter? Kai Huan forced a smile. No need. My leg seems to feel better. She rose from the ground, casting a lingering glance in Mo Hanjin's direction before limping away. Her silhouette intentionally exuded a semblance of strength and defiance. Alas, the man in the luxury car paid her no mind. His thoughts solely consumed by his little companion. Just moments ago, Jiang Nuan had messaged him, stating that a plethora of delectable dishes awaited him at home, and she was eager to share the meal with him. Mo Hanjin wished to minimize her weight, softly instructing, "Take the shortcut. Let us head home quickly." Upon arriving home, the dishes on the dining table were still warm. He loosened his tie with one hand and approached the table. "You needn't wait for me. Feel free to start eating." Jiang Nuan eagerly ran over to help him with his tie, a smile playing at her lips, revealing her adorable dimples. "Mr. Mo, were you particularly surprised by my sudden appearance at your company today?" Mo Hanjin raised an eyebrow in feigned astonishment. Indeed, it was quite surprising. Jiang Nuan's smile widened, resembling a cunning little foxit. "Seems we are quite fated. Aren't we?" Mo Hanjin's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Yes, indeed." He took Jiang Nuan's hand and seated himself at the table. "Let us dine, my fated one. The little one has a delicate stomach. If the food cools, she may not feel well." Jiang Nuan, unpretentious, sat upright and began her meal with chopsticks. Mo Hanjin noticed that whenever he reached for food, the little one's gaze would furtively dart towards one particular direction. His keen observation quickly revealed that today's spread featured an additional dish of flaky pastries compared to their usual fare. Mo Hanjin deduced from the appearance of the pastries that this was not typical of the kitchen's standards. Moreover, he was not fond of sweet foods, and he deliberately limited the frequency of such treats for Jiang Nuan. Resulting in their rarity at the dining table, Mo Hanjin picked up a round pastry, sliced into 3 segments, adorned with enticing white sesame seeds. "Did you buy these pastries?" he inquired. Jiang Nuan looked at him with eager anticipation. "Mr. Mo, this is a wife cake. You must try it." Mo Hanjin took a bite, savoring the soft sweetness coupled with the fragrance of coconut and glutinous rice. Jiang Nuan nestled against his arm, eagerly questioning. "Is it delicious? Is it?" Mo Hanjin nodded. "Quite good." Her face blossomed into a radiant smile, illuminating the room and captivating all attention. Aunt Feng smiled as she explained, "Mr. Mo, this is not store-bought. It was personally made by Madam." Mo Hanjin's eyes widened in surprise. "You made this? I didn't know you could bake pastries." Jiang Nuan nodded, a mischievous grin gracing her face. "Mr. Mo, the store-bought wife cakes lack a wife." "But mine is different," Mo Hanjin, intrigued, inquired. "In what way is it different?" With pride, Jiang Nuan declared, "Mine contains a wife." "Where is she?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than he felt a warm kiss on his cheek.